Hello guys, subscribe now for more fun and crazy parts. Chapter 1. Blue Star, Yangzhou Federation, Linen City. Xiao Nan, this is the spirit beast meat specially prepared for you. Come, eat more. Mo Nan looked at his mother with grey hair on her temples and said helplessly. Mom, I told you not to buy meat. Xiaobei's illness requires the 4th grade vitality pill, and Dad's injury. Today is your 18th birthday, and it's also the day you awaken your golden finger. Just consider it an early celebration. The father said with a forced smile. Mo Nan looked at his parents and sighed. I have traveled through time, but the pressure from life has not decreased at all, and it is still suffocating. He clenched his fists. All the hopes of his family rested on him. Whether he could change his fate depended on today's awakening ceremony. After finishing his meal, Mo Nan went to school with the encouragement of his parents. Linen Mudeo No. 4 Middle School, Class 3, Grade 3. As soon as he arrived in the classroom, Mo Nan encountered something that gave him a headache. Mo Nan, the first cup of milk tea in summer will bring you lots of good luck. Good luck with the awakening ceremony. School beauty Lin Qinjia showed a sweet and charming smile. Her beautiful face stole all the glory from the surroundings. Her shallow dimples revealed a charming curve. No. My goddess. You are the number 1 beauty in Linen Mudeo No. 4 Middle School. How can you like a loser like Mo Nan? The wailing of the boys in the class suddenly became a chorus. Squad leader Li Zheng's face was even gloomier, and his teeth were grinding. Mo Nan was also helpless. Just half a month ago, Lin Qinjia, the school beauty who had no connection with him at all, suddenly showed her affection to him. But Mo Nan didn't want to have too much interaction with the other party. It is said that Lin Qinjia has an extremely extraordinary background and the two are not from the same world at all. Just when he was about to make his words clear, he froze in place. Above Lin Qinjia's head, a line of words suddenly appeared. Name, Lin Qinjia. Gold Finger, Spare Tire Development System, Spirit Level. Cultivation, Body Tempering Level 4. Current Mission Target, Mo Nan. Mission Reward, 1000 Spare Tire Points. Damn it! You are so good, Lin Qinjia. I treat you as a classmate, but you actually want to keep me as your backup? Well, that's not the point. The point is, I can actually see Lin Qinjia's golden finger. You know, everyone's golden finger is their most core secret, and it is impossible for anyone else to know it. Just as Mo Nan was about to test a few more people, the classroom door suddenly opened and the head teacher's loud voice rang out. Everyone who turned 18 in the last week, follow me. Mo Nan stood up. Today was March 31st, Monday, and it was also his 18th birthday. In this world, anyone who is 18 years old or above has the opportunity to awaken his or her own golden finger, and he just meets the awakening conditions. When passing by the school beauty Lin Qinjia, his arm was grabbed by her. Lin Qinjia said lovingly, Brother Mo Nan, come on. Mo Nan rolled his eyes and said, Brother Mo Nan, don't you know how old you are? There were already quite a few people standing on the playground, and the principal began his speech. Classmates, it's well known that those without the golden finger are not worthy of practicing martial arts. Only those who have awakened the golden finger are qualified to practice. Qualifications, systems, talents, grandpa ring, mysterious items, martial spirits. No matter which kind of golden finger you awaken, it will change your destiny. No matter which level of golden finger you awaken, be it mortal, spiritual, Deo, or immortal, it will be your stepping stone to enter the martial arts university. Without further ado, I wish you all good luck. The principal gives the same speech every week, and he speaks with great passion. Mo Nan was speechless after hearing this. So those who don't cheat should just stand aside? He stared at the principal quietly for a moment, and sure enough, a line of words appeared above his head. Name, Su Zhong. Gold Finger, 10 times the training speed, extreme spiritual level. Cultivation, Purple Mansion Realm. The Purple Mansion Realm, the fifth realm of martial arts, is also known as the Martial Dan Grandmaster. Just as Mo Nan was smacking his lips, 4 golden words suddenly appeared in his mind. Copy. What? Mo Nan was stunned for a moment, then roared in his heart with joy. Copy. Copy it for me quickly. The next moment, a blue light appeared in his sea of consciousness, continuously emitting faint light, washing his body. Sure enough, the time traveler will not be disappointed. The ancients never lied to me. Mo Nan was extremely excited. At this time, the awakening ceremony on the stage has begun. Students lined up and entered a series of strangely shaped metal cabins, and then the surface of the metal cabins began to light up. Mo Nan looked around and saw that most of them were ordinary level gold fingers. Driving mastery, flower cultivation system, medical skills manual, unparalleled charm, gourmet expert. Most of them are life-related cheats. Of course, there are also some cultivation-related cheats, such as the person who just came out of a machine with dazzling white light. Name, Li Dongqiang. Gold Finger, starvation system, mortal grade. For every day of hunger, your cultivation speed will increase by 5% for the next 3 days. Good boy. If I starve for 20 consecutive days, my cultivation speed will double, right? But he is a bit useless. Mo Nan glanced at his 10 times cultivation speed and observed a 10-second silence for this guy. It is worth mentioning that hundreds of years ago, for unknown reasons, the major martial arts universities suddenly abolished the restrictions on the golden finger level of candidates and only examined each candidate's martial arts strength. Since then, the awakening ceremony can choose whether to display the cheat level, and most people will choose to hide it. For a few people who choose to display their level, the level information will appear on the machine. There are also some people who do not see any light after entering, which means that their awakening has failed, and they can only struggle to survive at the bottom. At this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly came from the crowd. Mo Nan looked up and saw words appearing on one of the machines. Li Zheng, mid-level spiritual level. At this time, squad leader Li Zheng also walked out of the awakening machine and looked at Mo Nan provocatively. Mo Nan stared at him. Name, Li Zheng. Gold Finger, dog licking system, spirit level. Current target, none. Note, becoming the target person's liquor will earn you liquor points. Mo Nan's mouth twitched. Are you sure this one is not produced by the same manufacturer as Lin Qinjia's? It is said that class monitor Li Zheng was originally a bootlicker of school beauty Lin Qinjia. As expected, where there is a man, there must be a golden finger. A mid-level spiritual grade golden finger is considered a very good one, and there is a great chance of being admitted to a key martial arts university. No wonder this guy would show it off in a high-profile manner. But what's strange is that after looking around, the copy option was not triggered. I don't know why. Could it be that they don't like it? The principal was talking to the teachers nearby. There are quite a few promising students in the 3rd term. I wonder if anyone from our 4th middle school can make it to the top 4 this year. The 4 wonders are the 4 peerless martial arts academies of the Yangtze Federation. Their reputations resound throughout the starry sky, and every graduate is a big figure who travels across the galaxy. The Dean of Studies smiled bitterly and shook his head. Principal, don't count on the 4 Supremes. In the entire Linan, no one has passed the 4 Supremes exam in more than 10 years. We'd be lucky if our 4th middle school can send a few students to key universities this year. The principal glared at the Dean of Studies. You have to tell me? Are you saying that people can't have dreams? On the other hand, Mo Nan discovered a golden finger that was very useful to him. Chapter 2. Name, Huang Jun. Gold Finger, single cashback system, extreme level. Note, each consumption can return the host's consumption amount in equal amount. Although it is only ordinary level, it can solve Mo Nan's urgent needs. My brother's illness, my father's injury, and my own cultivation resources are all waiting to use spirit coins. Spirit coins, the common currency of the Yangtze Federation, are linked to spirit stones. It is worth mentioning that although the godly rich system is not a cultivation type cheat and its level is not very high, it is extremely rare. Every host of a super rich system is a favorite of all the major cultivation forces and an absolute cash cow. If the resources were sufficient to produce truly powerful people, their status would be even higher. But let's just treat it as a talent, it seems that he doesn't like this golden finger. So far, except for the principal's cheat code, none of the others have triggered the copy option, not even those of the teachers. Brother Tianfu, this is really useful. Just when Mo Nan was anxious, the familiar golden font appeared again. Copy. Copy. The next moment, a white light spot appeared in Mo Nan's sea of consciousness again, but it seemed to be swept to the edge by something. Mo Nan's mouth twitched. Are you so disgusted? Nanzi, it's our turn soon. Do you think we can awaken successfully? His best friend Lu Wei spoke nervously, his body trembling. Mo Nan patted his shoulder and looked over. Name, Lu Wei. Gold Finger, Cao's system, spirit level extreme, unawakened. Note 1, each time a married woman falls, one level of cultivation is awarded. Note 2, cross-border upgrade is not possible. This. Mo Nan was dumbfounded. There was actually such a weird system? However, although this system is weird, it is really strong. It is not very powerful in the early stage, but it becomes stronger and stronger in the later stages. If it weren't for the restrictions at the end, it would probably be quite powerful among the Dao level golden fingers. It means it's easy to be beaten to death. Mo Nan was not surprised that copy was not triggered. His talent seemed to be very arrogant and high-end. Mo Nan retracted his hand and looked at Lu Wei with a strange expression. Ah Wei, next time you get beaten up, I'll call an ambulance for you. What are you talking about, Nanzi? When we were fighting, you were the first one to rush in. Why did you call an ambulance for me? Mo Nan's mouth twitched. I won't be the first one to rush forward for this matter, oh no, I won't rush forward at all. Soon, it was Mo Nan's turn, and they each entered a machine. Mo Nan felt a powerful and gentle energy entering his body, and then his entire sea of consciousness was illuminated. In his sea of consciousness, in addition to two light spots, one blue and one white, there is also a ball of chaotic colored light in the center. The soft energy was directly bounced away the moment it approached the chaotic light ball, and the energy spread towards the deep blue light spot. At this time, the outside world. The machine belonging to Mo Nan lit up, which meant that he had awakened successfully. Squad leader Li Zheng's face looked a little grim, but when he thought of his golden finger level, he became confident again. The next moment, a level prompt appeared on Lu Wei's machine, Lu Wei, Spirit Level Supreme. The whole audience was in an uproar again, and the principal's smile became even brighter. The best spiritual grade, guaranteed admission to a key university. After a moment, Mo Nan came out. He naturally chose to hide the level, otherwise, it would be difficult to explain why there were two different levels. As soon as he came out, he saw Lu Wei with a constipated look on his face. Mo Nan held back his laughter and pulled Lu Wei off the stage. As soon as he stepped down from the stage, he saw squad leader Li Zheng coming over and looking at him provocatively. Mo Nan, you don't even dare to show your level. You've awakened a piece of trash, right? There's a gap between the golden fingers. You'd better stay away from Kinja, otherwise, As he spoke, he raised his fist as if to hit someone. Mo Nan was speechless. He was too lazy to talk to such a fool. How could a destined bootlicker have such a sense of superiority? He grabbed Lu Wei, who was about to speak, and said, "A dog bit you, are you going to bite it back? You." Li Zheng was so angry that his face turned blue and he couldn't say a word for a long time. The awakening ceremony ended quickly, during which several people awakened their spirit-level golden fingers. Unfortunately, none of them triggered the copy option. Principal Su Zhong took the stage again, and his resounding voice echoed throughout the audience. "Classmates, no matter what kind of golden finger you have awakened, you all have the opportunity to be admitted to the Martial Arts University. Next, I will inform you of the Martial Arts University's admissions rules. As everyone knows, completing 9 body temperings, reaching the Qi gathering realm, and becoming a true warrior is also a prerequisite for applying to a martial arts university. If you become a warrior within 1 month, you can apply to the 4 Supreme Academies. If you become a warrior within 3 months, you can apply to a key university. If you become a warrior within 6 months, you can apply to a first-rate university. If you become a warrior within 9 months, you can apply to a second-rate university. If you become a warrior within a year, you can apply to an ordinary martial arts university. If it takes more than a year, you won't be able to attend martial arts university. All of your information has been recorded. Once you become a warrior, you can go to the Martial Arts Palace and participate in the trials of the corresponding martial arts university. Depending on the month of awakening, each university will enroll 12 classes of students each year. You are the hope of our 4th middle school's 3rd batch of candidates. The school will provide each awakener with basic training resources. The rest of the journey depends on you. I hope everyone will have a bright future. 12 classes of students are admitted every year, which is already a very friendly rule. As for the differences in specific dates, I can only say that there is no such thing as absolute fairness. Afterwards, Mo Nan and the others each received 3 body tempering pills. Don't underestimate the 3 body tempering pills. In this world, most cultivation resources come from golden fingers, and many of them are restricted to personal use only. There are only a few unrestricted resources circulating in the market, which are not only scarce but also extremely expensive. A body tempering pill costs 100,000 spirit coins, which is simply not affordable for ordinary people. This is one of the reasons why Mo Nan is eager to copy the single cashback system. The 4 peerless academies? Mo Nan clenched his fist. Before, he just wanted to get into an ordinary university, but now, he wants to try the 4 wonders. It is indeed very difficult to gather energy in a month. Take Lin Qinja for example. She awakened the middle grade spiritual golden finger half a month ago, and now she is only at the 4th level of body tempering. But after acquiring the ability to copy, he felt that he was not without hope. When I returned to the classroom, I just caught up with the last class of the morning, Introduction to Systems. Lu Jingwen, the teacher of Introduction to Systems, walked into the classroom. The mature temperament, plump figure, charming face, tight professional suit and burgundy waves made all the boys dry their mouths. Lu Wei on the side immediately swallowed his saliva. After waiting for a long time until the get out of class was over, Lu Wei stood up. "Teacher Lu, I have some system knowledge points I'd like to ask you." Teacher Lu smoothed the hair by her ears and said with a smile, "Come with me." Mo Nan was stunned for a moment, and slapped his thigh. He almost forgot about this kid's golden finger. "I heard that Teacher Liu's husband is a high-ranking official in the Secret Realm Guild. He's really going to be beaten to death." Chapter 3. On the bus going home, Mo Nan looked out the window and saw ancient pavilions and modern high-rise buildings standing side by side, without any sense of disobedience. As soon as he turned his gaze back to the car, Mo Nan saw a scene that he couldn't bear to watch. A middle-aged man with disheveled hair covering most of his face was rubbing his dirty hands on the beautiful girl's breasts. The girl turned pale, her body tensed, and she said nothing. The other passengers beside her also had silent expressions. And Mo Nan happened to know that girl. She was the other girl who awakened the spiritual level top grade golden finger at Linen No. 4 middle school today. Mo Nan couldn't bear to watch it anymore. He rushed forward in one step and grabbed the wretched man's evil hand. Damn it! In broad daylight, there's still a scum like you. Come on, follow me to the security team. I'll make sure you're in big trouble. Mo Nan couldn't continue speaking halfway, and then his scalp went numb. I saw a few lines of words appear above the wretched man's head. Name, by usse. Goldfinger, career role-playing system, Deo level. Cultivation, Cloud Sea realm. Current occupation, dirty man on the bus. Task reward, 1 epiphany. This Nima. The Cloud Sea realm, the 7th realm of martial arts, is also known as the King of Martial Arts. Seeing the other party looking over, Mo Nan laughed dryly. Well, brother, I recognized the wrong person. The other passengers in the car suddenly came alive at this moment, and began to criticize the obscene man one by one. Don't be afraid, young man. Scum like this should be sent to the security team. Yet, young man, I've been watching him for a long time, he's really not a good person. Ah! Mo Nan was so upset that he couldn't even cry. What the hell were you doing so early in the morning? The girl, who was originally timid, finally plucked up the courage to take out her cell phone, as if she was going to call the police immediately. Bai Yufei was also helpless. He was the governor of public security in Linen City, but he actually got such a crappy system task. In order to avoid being recognized, he disguised himself and came to Zikan district. Fortunately, the first few attempts were successful. This made him, as the governor of security, both happy and angry. Just when the role-playing level was about to be maxed out, such an accident happened. If I call the police, will I still be able to save my reputation? He looked at the young man who stopped him, with some admiration in his eyes. The next moment, his figure flashed and disappeared from the spot in an instant. The passengers who were originally cursing suddenly became silent when they saw this scene, and dared not even to breathe. Mo Nan was relieved to see the other party leave. Fortunately, this boss is a very particular person, otherwise I would be finished. Then he looked at his hand and smiled. Professional role-playing system, under Deo level. Current occupation, nightclub singer. Quest reward, shadow sword technique, Xian level ultimate. Is this the Deo level cheat code? It's really awesome. You have to know that the resources for practicing martial arts techniques must be obtained from your own golden finger, or you can forget about it in your lifetime. Every time an unlimited martial art is circulated, it will cause a bloody storm. Many people have practiced for most of their lives and are still using the most basic breathing method. Only the top martial arts forces will open up the inheritance of martial arts techniques, but it is also very difficult to obtain. The martial arts techniques are divided into 6 levels: Yu, Zhou, Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang. Although the shadow sword technique is only at the Xian level, it can be considered a very good trump card. Just as Mo Nan was secretly delighted, the girl next to him suddenly came over with a red face and whispered, "My name is Wu Saiking, thank you for what I did just now." Mo Nan shook his head and smiled bitterly, "It's okay. I almost died just now. I will never meddle in other people's business again." As soon as I got home, I saw my parents standing at the door nervously and expectantly, and my younger brother Mo Bei also came to the door in a wheelchair. This place is located in the suburbs of Linen. Although it is not as prosperous as the city, it is quiet. In this world, powerful warriors can fold and open up space at will, so land is not very valuable, and Mo Nan's family also owns a small independent courtyard. "Dad, Mom, Xiaobei, I've awakened successfully!" Mo Nan shouted from a distance. The parents showed relieved smiles on their faces, and some neighbors also opened their doors and looked over enviously. After entering the house, Mother Zhao Xiaolan happily said to Father Mo, "Hi, Lao Mo, go buy a fish, we will have fish tonight. The family's life finally has hope, and it's worth spending some money to celebrate. Mom, I'll go. Mo Nan also has a single cashback system, which is a good idea to try. With 200 spirit coins in his pocket, Mo Nan went out. As soon as I walked into the vegetable market, the golden light in my sea of consciousness began to move strangely. Mo Nan took a look and immediately became excited. Bai Yufei completed the task. Congratulations on obtaining an epiphany. Damn, is this even possible? He now wishes he could copy the cheat codes of everyone in the world and become invincible. Unfortunately, I don't know how to live with this crappy talent of mine. Entering the vegetable market, the endless sounds of hawking made Mo Nan feel like he had returned to his previous life. Arriving at the seafood section, Mo Nan looked around. Then he came up behind a woman in her 30s and joined the queue. Name, Miao Kuiwa. Gold finger, silver tongue, medium level. Note, let's start confusing right and wrong. Soon, the elder sister started to scold the stall owner. What? 150 for a pound? Why don't you just go and rob it? Your fish's eyes are all white, and it's a spirit fish. It's not even as good as the black dogfish in our river. They're 15 per pound, no more. The amazing thing is that the stall owner actually thought what the elder sister said made sense. Okay, big sister, 10 kilograms of spirit fish costs a total of 150 spirit coins, please keep them. Mo Nan was speechless for a while. Isn't this bullying an honest person? What would you like, young man? Just like her. Just after Mo Nan paid, the white light in his sea of consciousness moved. You spent 150 spirit coins, and received 150 spirit coins back. I took out 150 yuan from the system space and looked at it. They were exactly the same. In this way, Mo Nan followed her elder sister and started shopping. After a while, Mo Nan came out of the market carrying food worth more than 2,000 spirit coins. In his pocket, there were still 200 spirit coins. Mo Nan smacked his lips. This single cashback system was a bit lame. Small money was no problem, but big money was hard to deal with. And each of those cultivation resources is priced sky high. The key is that I have no money. Isn't Huang Jun a rich second-generation guy? How come he doesn't have a penny to spend? He returned home carrying a large pile of food and told his parents that there was a sale at the vegetable market, which made Mo's mother regret it. If I had known this earlier, I would have bought more things to stock up. The family had a sumptuous dinner and enjoyed it very much. Father Mo even took out half a bottle of old wine that he had collected for many years and drank a few glasses with Mo Nan. I will definitely be admitted to the martial arts university. Mo Nan promised. Back in the room, Mo Nan began his first practice. Chapter 4. The first realm of martial arts, body tempering. Absorb the spiritual power of heaven and earth into the body, temper the bones and flesh, and lay the foundation for martial arts. With the blessing of 10 times cultivation speed, wisps of spiritual energy from heaven and earth quickly entered Mo Nan's body. Mo Nan used the sudden enlightenment. Although the higher the level of enlightenment, the greater the effect, Mo Nan didn't feel bad at all. 4 hours later, Mo Nan opened his eyes. The third level of body tempering. Feeling a strange smell coming from his body, Mo Nan quickly ran to the bathroom and started taking a shower. Mo Nan smiled. It seemed that tempering the body 9 times a month was not that difficult. I came out of the bathroom and checked the time. It was 12:22 a.m. Mo Nan got dressed and went out under the cover of night. Zikan District, lively bar. Boss Sun Yang looked at the few sparsely populated people in the hall and pulled his hair with some melancholy. Business has been getting worse and worse recently. If it continues like this, it will probably be on the verge of bankruptcy. He looked at the waiter beside him and asked, Xiao Tong, have you found a singer willing to come? In the dim backstage of the bar, Mo Nan put on a proper ancient costume. The bar manager at the side said uncertainly, Xiao Nan, are you sure you can sing? Don't worry, Brother Wang, it's okay. The reason why Mo Nan chose to come here to complete the task was because he had worked part-time here before and the boss was a nice guy. Fortunately, he had put some effort into singing in his previous life in order to pick up girls, and coupled with some of his hit songs from his previous life, it shouldn't be a big problem. Walking onto the stage, Mo Nan looked at the dozen or so people who were half dead in the audience and was speechless. I suddenly felt unable to say the GNI time that I had prepared. Looking at the sadness in their eyes, it's obvious that they've been disappointed in love. So, let's be emo together. Chu Ming was having a hard time today. He had worked so hard to earn money to support his girlfriend's admission to martial arts university, but today, he unexpectedly received a breakup notice from his girlfriend. The reason was, dragons don't live with snakes. Heartbroken, he planned to have one last drink at the bar where they first met, and then end this ridiculous life, thus disappointing the dean's grandfather's expectations. At this moment, a sad music sounded, and every note seemed to tug at his heartstrings. Then, a man's low singing voice was audible. If I leave, I'm leaving, don't be sad anymore, I don't want to say anything anymore. At the end of the song, Mo Nan let out a breath and took his fingers off the piano. You have been recognized by all the audience, acting degree plus 100%. Congratulations on obtaining the Xian level ultimate martial art shadow sword technique. Mo Nan was a little surprised. She thought she would have to come several times to complete the performance, but she passed it in one try. It was really good. Just as he was about to leave the stage, a strange young man rushed onto the stage and grabbed his hand tightly, sobbing with tears and snot. Brother, you saved my life. You're right. There are no insurmountable obstacles in life. Life must go on. I understand. Mo Nan was a little confused. What the hell is going on? Do you understand what this is? No, buddy, let go of your hand first. The second half of the sentence got stuck in my throat and I couldn't say it out. Because. Name, Chu Ming. Gold finger, 9 absolute sword body, Dao level extreme, awakening failed. Note, I have a sword that can split the sky. Mo Nan felt a little dry in the mouth, and for a moment he even forgot what he was going to say. It wasn't until the golden words appeared in his mind that he came back to his senses. Copy. Is that even necessary? Hurry up. A moment later, Mo Nan and Chu Ming sat together drinking. He also roughly understood Chu Ming's situation. After thinking for a moment, he asked, Chu Ming, where did you participate in the awakening ceremony? Chu Ming's eyes darkened when he heard this, and he said, the welfare home is focused on awakening. Have you ever thought about going to the martial arts palace and trying again? I thought about it, but it costs money. Lily's college education is very expensive. A few of my friends who didn't believe in it also tried it, but the result was the same, so I gave up. Mo Nan sighed, since ancient times, love has always been followed by regret. If you have a chance, try again. Chu Ming wiped away his tears, forced a smile and said, I'll go tomorrow. Lily won't need my money anymore anyway. After adding each other on Wuxin, a way of contacting, with Chu Ming, Mo Nan returned home. In his sea of consciousness, a golden light spot was suspended in the air like the scorching sun, and the light it emitted was extremely dazzling. Begin fusion. Mo Nan sat cross-legged, his mind touching the golden light spot. Mo Nan's own bones and tendons seemed to be melted, and a numb feeling spread throughout his body, and even his blood seemed to be drained. After a moment, his body returned to normal. Mo Nan slowly opened his eyes, and 2 sharp auras crossed the void. The empty room gives birth to whiteness. So strong. Feeling the changes in his body, Mo Nan clenched his fists. Looking at his cultivation level again, he has reached the 6th level of body tempering. Mo Nan smacked his lips, feeling that his previous vision was too narrow. Becoming a warrior in 1 month? Difficult? I'm afraid that in the eyes of those true geniuses, gathering energy in a month is as easy as eating and drinking water. I looked at the time, it was 6 o'clock in the morning. Mo Nan, who had not slept all night, felt very energetic. After washing up, he went out to buy breakfast. Morning. After having breakfast with his family, Mo Nan asked for leave from his class teacher and headed towards the city center. Originally, the school would teach them how to complete the first body tempering faster today, but now he doesn't need it because he has more important things to do. Chapter 5. Linen City, Treasure House. A 9-story ancient building stands tall, with carved beams and painted rafters, and flying eaves. It is more imposing than the 100-story steel building next to it. Sir, what would you like to order? The waiters here are all dressed in ancient style and speak in ancient accents, making people feel like they are dreaming back to the Tang dynasty. I'll just take a look. Mo Nan said this and started turning around. The main reason was that he had no money in his pocket. Adding what he earned last night, he only had 1,000 spirit coins in total. It was definitely not enough to buy it directly. He could only use the single cashback system to slowly look for opportunities. His main purpose this time was to buy a sword, preferably a high-quality one, and secondly to buy some body tempering pills. The levels of weapons are the same as those of martial arts, which are divided into 6 levels, Yu, Zhou, Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang, except that weapons have an additional ordinary level that is not of high quality. Mo Nan walked and looked. Blood-clotting grass, 10,000 spirit coins, monster blood essence, 50,000 spirit coins, acceleration card that can increase the training speed by 20% for 3 days, 100,000 spirit coins. After looking around, there was nothing I could afford. I was careless. Just when Mo Nan was thinking about whether to go to the store outside to resell some goods to save money, he suddenly saw 2 familiar figures. Huang Jun? Lin Qinjia? What are they doing here? Then he laughed. He had found the money to buy the sword. At this time, a beautiful waitress in a green gauze dress was recommending a red gem to Huang Jun and the others. Sir, Miss, this is a new treasure from our store. Not only can it increase your cultivation speed by 1% within a year, but it's also very beautiful. It's a perfect match for this young lady. How much? Huang Jun asked. 500,000 spirit coins. The function of this thing is actually useless and not worth the price, but Huang Jun, who has the single cashback system, doesn't care at all. What's wrong with spending some money for his goddess? Just as he was about to speak, a voice suddenly came over. I'll give you 1 million. Hearing this, several people turned around and saw that it was Mo Nan. Mo Nan looked at the waiter nonchalantly and said, Hello, can you wrap it for me? As he spoke, his eyes looked at Lin Qinjia intentionally or unintentionally. Name, Lin Qinjia. Gold finger, spare tire development system, spirit level. Cultivation, 5th level of body tempering. Mission target 1, Mo Nan, unfinished. Mission target 2, Huang Jun, completed. Wow, this system task actually supports multiple openings? Huang Jun immediately felt unhappy when he saw Mo Nan's eyes. He had finally won the favor of the school beauty and asked her out shopping, but he met a rival in love. This guy is definitely stalking them. And he wants to show off in front of the beautiful woman? No way. 1,500,000, pack it up for me. Huang Jun said lightly. 2 million. Mo Nan kept looking at Lin Qinjia while speaking to stimulate Huang Jun. Lin Qinjia was a little confused. What was going on? Had the idiot finally gotten his way? But her mission didn't even show as completed. The waiter next to her was also dumbfounded, and then became extremely excited. She had often heard from the sisters that there were rich second generations who were jealous and drove up prices, and today she finally encountered one. On the other side, Mo Nan and the others continued to raise the price. 3 million. 5 million. 8 million. Mo Nan bet that Huang Jun, who had the single cashback system, would not be scared and would not feel any pressure to raise the price. Finally, Huang Jun asked his family for money and bought a useless gem for 30 million. Huang Jun spends 30 million spirit coins, and you get 30 million spirit coins back. Mo Nan's smile almost reached his ears, and suddenly he became rich like thunder out of nowhere. Lin Qinja suddenly came over with red eyes, and said gently, "Brother Mo Nan, you don't have to do this for me." Lin Qinja was thinking about whether she should try to conquer Mo Nan again. As for Huang Jun, he had already received the mission rewards, so it didn't matter to him. Mo Nan didn't want to pay attention at first, but after thinking about it, in order to stimulate Huang Jun's consumption concept, he still said, "Sister Qinja, I will definitely give you a more valuable gift." Lin Qinja listened to Mo Nan's words, looked at the unfinished tasks, and was a little puzzled. Was there a bug in the system? Huang Jun and Lin Qinja left. Lin Qinja kept looking back, which made Huang Jun very angry. But then again, Huang Jun didn't suffer any loss this time. It's a win-win situation for everyone. Treasure Building, 3rd floor. Mo Nan was dazzled by the dazzling array of weapons, especially the marked prices, which looked like AFG robbery. Sky-breaking knife, top grade yellow grade, 50 million, Overlord spear, top grade yellow grade, 50 million, fire spirit stick, upper grade yellow grade, 30 million. Mo Nan took a fancy to a sword, the Qiushui sword, a top grade yellow grade sword, worth 100 million spirit coins. Mo Nan bought 3 yellow grade, high-quality weapons in 3 installments, then said to the waiter, "Hello, I found weapons that suit me better. Can I return these 3? "Yes, sir." In this way, Mo Nan successfully bought the Qiushui sword. It was not that he didn't want to buy a better one, but the highest level here was only yellow-grade weapons. This also shows the scarcity of resources in this world. After buying 10 more bottles of body-tempering pills, Mo Nan left the treasure house contentedly. Standing at the door, Mo Nan felt a little emotional. Before he went in, he had only 1,000 in his pocket, but after he came out, he became a billionaire. This is the charm of cheating. As for frantically buying cultivation resources to improve his strength, Mo Nan had never thought about it. Not to mention that the resources on the market were all ordinary and high-level resources were difficult to buy. Even if he had the time, it would be faster to find a few more geniuses to copy. Mo Nan then rushed to his next destination, the Secret Realm Guild. The so-called secret places are independent spaces that are either natural or man-made. There are various types of games, and warriors can enter them to hone their practical experience, temper their character, obtain rewards, and so on. Mo Nan came to the Secret Realm Guild and looked at the tall buildings that stretched as far as the eye could see, which gave him a very oppressive feeling. He came here for only one purpose, to practice sword skills. No. Chapter 6. As soon as I entered the hall, a waiter in a formal dress came to greet me. "Hello sir, what kind of secret realm do you want to enter?" "Suitable for the body tempering realm, where one can hone combat experience and martial arts skills." Upon hearing this, the waiter handed Mo Nan a tablet, and the densely packed names of secret places came into view. "This is it, the nightmare difficulty of the tempering body realm, Black Myth Wukong." Mo Nan picked one at random. "Okay sir, 10 million spirit coins." Mo Nan's mouth twitched. "Are you robbing money? You know, the ordinary body tempering realm secret realm only costs 100,000, and the nightmare level is only 500,000. Could it be that I look like a sucker?" The waiter spoke again, "Sir, it's not expensive. The first time reward for this secret realm is still available. Mo Nan was relieved after hearing this. In this case, it was indeed not expensive. After paying, Mo Nan took a card with the following text, 81st floor 8172. Taking the elevator to the 81st floor, Mo Nan pushed open the door of room 8172. The next moment, the space changed and he seemed to have entered another world. In the dense woods, a huge black bear was sleeping soundly. This is a monster. A powerful monster can also tear the sky and split the earth, and is no worse than a human warrior. Although the black bears in front of them were only at the first level of body tempering, their naturally strong physiques made them extremely powerful in combat, especially at the body tempering stage, where their physical advantage was even more obvious. Mo Nan moved forward quietly, and at the same time received the shadow sword technique and drew out the autumn water sword. The long sword was as fast as lightning and stabbed at the black bear, and then a fierce fight began. Through repeated collisions, Mo Nan's combat experience increased rapidly, and his proficiency in shadow swordsmanship also improved steadily. An hour later, Mo Nan was already facing a small yellow dragon with a 6th level of body tempering. This guy's combat power is close to the chi condensation realm. If Mo Nan's shadow sword skill had not reached the great perfection realm, he would not be his opponent. I have to say that the 9 absolute sword body is really powerful. Mo Nan feels that he is born with a high affinity for swordsmanship. In less than an hour, he has mastered a Xian level swordsmanship to perfection. At the same time, it seemed as if a sharp sword energy was about to penetrate his body between his bones and blood. Countless thoughts about swordsmanship flashed through his mind. At a certain moment, his eyes focused, and the Chu Shui sword burst out with a 3-foot sword light, beheading the little yellow dragon in front of him with one sword. Is this the prototype of sword intent? The will of martial arts that only a grandmaster of the martial arts realm can comprehend? The realm of martial arts, the 6th realm of martial arts, condenses one's own martial arts will, also known as the Grand Master. The 9 absolute sword body is so awesome. Mo Nan was overjoyed, his cultivation had just broken through to the 7th level of body tempering, so awesome. Mo Nan, who had comprehended the sword intent, chopped melons and vegetables along the way. A moment later, Mo Nan encountered a 3-eyed humanoid monster. This guy had actually reached the chi condensation realm. His true combat power was estimated to be even higher. It is worth mentioning that in this world where everyone has a golden finger, it is very difficult to fight against opponents of higher levels. Even monsters have their own innate magical powers. No wonder it's a nightmare difficulty, it's really amazing. Mo Nan tightened the Chu Shui sword in his hand, feeling that he was going to have a tough battle. Another hour later, Mo Nan was lying on the ground covered in bruises. Finally, I won. The next moment, a voice sounded in my ears. Congratulations, you have cleared the solo nightmare realm in the body tempering realm and are rewarded with minor accomplishment of sword intent. What? Mo Nan was very surprised, not because of the sudden voice, but because of the reward. He actually directly improved the prototype of his sword intent to the level of minor success. The 10 million was not wasted and he made a fortune. As for the voice just now, it is said to be the system of the founder of the Secret Realm Guild, which manages all the secret realms controlled by the Secret Realm Guild. Just when Mo Nan cleared the Black Myth Wukong, a post quickly made the headlines on the official website of the Linen City Secret Realm Guild. Shocking! The Dark Myth Wukong, the nightmare-level secret realm of the tempering body realm, has been cleared. Linen City may be about to produce another peerless genius. As soon as Mo Nan came out, he was taken to an elegantly decorated office. A very beautiful woman was looking at Mo Nan with a burning gaze. The woman was about 20 years old, with an elegant temperament and a face as bright as the moon, revealing a classical beauty. The woman was very beautiful and tall, and her exquisite cheongsam was stretched to the point of seeming to burst. "Hello, my name is Nangang Minjiu, the head of the Linen City Secret Realm Guild. The sound is like glutinous rice entering water, very light and sweet. I wonder what President Nangang wants to talk to me about. It's nothing, I just want to make friends with a genius. If you can pass the 4 Supremes exam in the future, I will also receive rewards from the headquarters and the family. I didn't expect that Nangang Minjiu looked gentle and elegant, but spoke quite straightforwardly. How does President Nangang plan to make friends? Nangang Minjiu waved her slender hand, and several items suddenly appeared on the table. 1 Qi gathering pill, 1 cultivation card that raises your body tempering realm by 1 level, 1 billion spirit coins, and all subsequent secret realms you participate in within the Secret Realm Guild will be free. I have to say that the other party was extremely generous, especially the last one, which was hard to refuse. It can be seen that Nangang Minjiu, or should I say the Nangang family, is very powerful. What she was talking about just now was the Secret Realm Guild, not the Linen City Secret Realm Guild. The gap between the two is huge. I want to buy the vitality pill, any price is fine. Mo Nan didn't accept it, he put forward his own conditions. As long as he has the vitality pill, his brother can live like a normal person. Nangang Minjiu frowned and pondered, then said, I'll do my best to find it. You know, items of this level are rarely circulated. Also, you can keep these. Mo Nan didn't act pretentiously and put away the things on the table. The other party was already giving him face by doing this. Of course, she will also prove that it is definitely worthwhile to make friends with her. Don't be happy too soon. The difficulty of passing the 4 Supremes exam is beyond your imagination. If you fail, all the secret realms will no longer be free. Okay, that's pretty direct. Mo Nan nodded, and after adding each other's contact information with Nangang Minjiu, he left the Secret Realm Guild. As soon as he arrived at the door of his house, Mo Nan saw a familiar figure. When the figure saw Mo Nan, he came forward and knelt down without saying a word. Qiu Ming, don't be like this, what's wrong with you? Mo Nan quickly grabbed him. Qiu Ming looked at Mo Nan with red eyes and said, Brother Nan, you not only saved my life, but also saved the lives of everyone in our orphanage. From now on, you are my real brother. What's going on? Although Mo Nan knew the reason, he still asked. I have awakened successfully. I have reached the highest level of Dao. Mo Nan was about to speak when Mo's mother opened the door and came out. Xiao Nan, is this your friend? Come in and have dinner with us. At the dinner table, Qiu Ming expressed his plan, which was to apply to a martial arts university. There are similar precedents for people like him, and they can also apply for the martial arts university, but there is one thing, you must show the details of your golden finger to the martial arts palace to prove that you are qualified to be given a break. Generally, the minimum required level is top grade spirit, and it also has to be a cultivation type golden finger, but Qiu Ming obviously far exceeds the requirements. After dinner, Qiu Ming left. Mo Nan still didn't go to school in the afternoon. He returned to his room and took out the cultivation card and the body tempering pill he bought today. There is only one goal left, which is to reach the Qi gathering realm as soon as possible and become a true warrior. Chapter 7. He first took out 10 bottles of body tempering pills, swallowed them one after another, and began to temper his bones and flesh. After 5 full hours, Mo Nan finally broke through to the 8th level of body tempering. Afterwards, he used the cultivation card and directly broke through to the 9th level of body tempering. The next thing to do is to gather spiritual energy in the Danshan, release the true energy, and use the energy to hurt others. This is the second realm of martial arts, the Qi gathering realm. Mo Nan opened his eyes. Cultivation requires a combination of work and rest. He planned to break through to the Qi gathering realm at night. He now has to complete a mission. Current occupation, horror radio anchor. Reward, meteor step, Xian level lower grade. It is now 6 o'clock in the evening. After Mo Nan finished dinner, he rushed to Linen radio station. After spending millions of spirit coins, Mo Nan became the host of tonight's midnight show. Dead Ghost quickly blows out the light. Lao Zhang is a taxi driver who works at night. Although he works at night, he happens to like horror and weird works. He is very passionate about both novels and radio. The intense emotional stimulation not only satisfies him physically and mentally, but also relieves the fatigue caused by long-term driving. However, there wasn't a single good horror story on the radio show lately, and he nearly had a car accident several times due to fatigue. At this moment, a man's deep voice came from the car radio. Welcome everyone to listen to today's Dead Ghost Blows Out the Light. Old Zhang cursed loudly, damn it. If you keep telling those dirty jokes today, I'm going to report you to the National Radio and Television Administration. The voice from the radio continued to come out, and the man's voice became deeper. My name is Yang Jian. When you hear this, I will be dead. A novel and thrilling story gradually unfolds, pulling everyone listening to this program tonight into a strange and desperate world. Old Zhang was extremely excited when he heard this, especially the novel rules of killing, which made him tremble uncontrollably. In the back seat of the taxi, a young girl's face turned pale as she listened to the terrifying story, looked at the trembling driver, and then looked at the increasingly dark street in front of her. The girl finally couldn't control herself and burst into tears. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Mo Nan left the radio station under the director's resentful gaze. Stay and be the host? What the hell? My buddy is going to take the Four Wonders exam. Congratulations on receiving recognition from all the audience, your acting skill plus 100%. Congratulations on obtaining the lower grade Xian level body movement skill Meteor Step. Mo Nan took a taxi and headed towards the suburbs of West City. But Mo Nan felt that there was something wrong with the driver, and he was shaking all over. Brother, are you okay? It's okay, it's okay. The driver's voice was filled with excitement and fear, which made Mo Nan confused. Fortunately, I finally returned home safely. Mo Nan sat cross-legged and took out the chi-gathering pill given by Nangong Minjiu. Strands of spiritual energy from heaven and earth gathered together, wrapped in the powerful force of chi and blood, and converged towards the Danshan. This was a long process. After 3 hours, Mo Nan suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 sword beams seemed to shoot out from his eyes. It pierced the air, and a sonic boom was heard. Finally, I reached the chi-gathering realm. Mo Nan felt the power in his body become dozens of times stronger, and he was very excited. He achieved what would take an ordinary person several years in just 1 day and 1 night. The authorities once conducted an experiment in which a person who had not awakened the golden finger used a heavenly level technique to practice martial arts. It took him nearly 3 years just to complete 9 body temperings. This is even with the authorities devoting a lot of resources, otherwise it would probably take even longer. It was also at that time that everyone came to a conclusion: without the golden finger, don't even think about martial arts, just go wherever it's cool. Although Mo Nan only took 1 day and 1 night, he knew that there must be people who were faster than him. If a Dao level 9 absolute sword body is so terrifying, how powerful would an immortal level golden finger be? When the time comes, I must copy all their golden fingers. After washing up, Mo Nan went out to buy breakfast. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Mo Nan went out. He still didn't plan to go to school today. The school will teach students today how to temper their bodies more effectively, but it is still useless to him. As early as when he used Epiphany, he had figured out the most effective and suitable method for himself. His destination today is the Martial Arts Palace. The Martial Arts Palace is an organization officially established by the Yangzhou Federation to manage all martial artists. It is also the strongest martial arts force in the Yangzhou Federation. Today's Blue Star was unified by the then Yangzhou Kingdom long ago and renamed the Yangzhou Federation. With a strong and stable management system, even the strongest martial artists who can reach the stars and the moon must abide by the laws of the Yangtze Federation. The Yangtze Federation has 5 administrative units: village, county, city, prefecture, and state. Each administrative unit has a martial arts palace of corresponding level. The entire blue planet is divided into 49 states, each named after a star. Linan City belongs to Tianshui Prefecture of Kishishu. When I arrived at the gate of Linan Muadeo Palace, all I saw was a quiet courtyard. Mo Nan stepped forward and pushed open the door of the courtyard. As time passed, he found himself in another time and space. The space in front of him was very large, at least Mo Nan couldn't see the end. Various buildings were scattered around, like another city. Following the landmark instructions, Mo Nan arrived at the admissions office of Budo University. A modern high-rise building, the top of which cannot be seen at a glance. Entering the hall, Mo Nan saw 5 windows with words written on them. Peerless Institution of Higher Learning, Key University, First Class University, Second Class University, Ordinary University. Mo Nan walked to the window of the Peerless Academy without hesitation. A young man who was playing a game said without looking up, "I advise you to find someone else and stop wasting each other's time." Mo Nan stared at it. Name: Cheng Hua. Goldfinger, slacking system at work, spirit level. Cultivation, Qi condensation realm. Qi condensation realm, the 3rd realm of martial arts. It seems that this guy is just a peripheral staff member of the Peerless Academy. Many martial arts forces will recruit some peripheral personnel to complete some trivial matters in life, economy, and management. After all, the real internal members are busy practicing, and their time is very precious. Thinking of this, Mo Nan slapped the counter directly. The loud noise scared the other party and also attracted the attention of other people in the hall. Anyone else wants to enroll in the Peerless Academy? Ah, I guess he's just another young man who doesn't know his place. Cheng Hua picked up the phone that had fallen on the ground and was about to speak when he was stopped by the middle-aged man next to him. Haha, young man, if you want to apply for the Peerless Academy, you need to take a qualification test. You're a little early. We usually start at 12 o'clock, so there might be other people coming. Well, if you want to register, you need to take a qualification test. There is nothing you can do but wait. Chapter 8. Just as Mo Nan was waiting for the test, the phone suddenly rang. When I picked it up, it was Nangong Minjiu. Although a little confused, Mo Nan still answered the phone. Hey, Mo Nan, your story last night was pretty good. Mo Nan was speechless. That's it. Sister Minjiu, if you like to listen, I can record an album for you. It's okay, I'm hanging up now. I'm busy. Mo Nan said as he was about to hang up the phone. Wait a minute, Mo Nan, what I want to say is that someone has taken a fancy to your story and wants to use it as a template to create a series of secret realms corresponding to various realms. Let me ask for your opinion. I didn't expect that the boss would also be interested in my story. How could I refuse a big boss who could easily open up space and create secret realms? I agree. Sister Minjiu, you can do whatever you want. Okay, Mo Nan, I will help you get the best benefits. Don't worry, I will guarantee you a vitality pill. When Mo Nan heard that there was an unexpected surprise, he thanked Nangong Minjiu and hung up the phone. The time soon came to 12 o'clock. During this period, 2 men and 2 women wanted to apply for the Peerless Academy. The middle-aged man brought Mo Nan and the other 4 to a nearby building and said, "The registration office is on the top floor. Please go up. By the way, our building is a bit high. If you can't climb up, you can take the elevator." Mo Nan looked thoughtful. Of course he had to take the elevator if the floor was high, so why did he have to remind him of this? Just after Mo Nan and his group entered the building, the middle-aged man said to his phone, "Let's start." After entering the building, Mo Nan walked straight towards the stairs. He believed in his own judgment. Others also chose to take the stairs. It seemed that everyone had the same idea. A sunny and handsome boy greeted them. Hello everyone, my name is Su Fei, a student from number 2 middle school. Lin Ming, number 1 middle school. Ling Yu, number 1 middle school. Hu Shuet, number 1 middle school. The other three spoke one after another, and then turned their gaze to Mo Nan. Mo Nan, from number 4 middle school. After Mo Nan finished speaking, he stared at the three people. Name, Su Fei. Gold finger, flame sun body, Dao level lower. Cultivation, Qi gathering realm. Name, Lin Ming. Gold finger, ice martial soul, spiritual level extreme. Cultivation, Qi gathering realm. Name, Hu Shuet. Golden finger, Grand Master inheritance, spiritual level. Cultivation, Qi gathering realm. Name, Ling Yu. Gold finger, Goddess system, spiritual grade. Cultivation, Qi gathering realm. Martial soul and inheritance. These are two relatively rare golden fingers. Mo Nan really wants to copy them, but Brother Tianfu doesn't seem to be interested. As for Su Fei's flame sun body, the level should be enough, but there is already a 9 absolute sword body of the same type, which still does not catch Brother Tianfu's eye. Brother Tianfu's standards are getting higher and higher. It seems that I have to work hard to find a more powerful talent. Just as Mo Nan was thinking, a sneer suddenly came from the side. Oh, someone from number 4 middle school? Another useless loser who doesn't know his own limitations. The person who spoke was Hu Shuet. The other three also looked at Mo Nan in surprise, but did not speak. In the entire Linen City, number 1 middle school and number 2 middle school are leading by a large margin. As for other schools, they are not even close to the top and are jokingly called the origin of scraps. Mo Nan glanced at Hu Shuet and said lightly, in my eyes, you are the most useless one. You. Hu Shuet was about to speak when she suddenly felt as if a sharp sword was pressed against her throat, and her whole body was cold. Mo Nan was extremely upset. If the occasion had allowed it, he would have wanted to take action directly. Who the hell is this person? He doesn't even know you, but he comes up and scolds you? Even towards Lin Qinjia, who always wanted to keep him as a backup, Mo Nan had no ill feelings towards her, but people like Hu Shuet were really annoying. Su Fei, standing aside, tried to smooth things over, saying, we are all Linen's geniuses. Let's stop arguing and go up. Lin Ming, who was as cold as an iceberg, climbed the stairs first, followed closely by Ling Yu and Hu Shuet, while Mo Nan and Su Fei walked at the end. A moment later, Lin Ming and Ling Yu disappeared. In the empty corridor, the voices of Mo Nan and Ling Yu echoed faintly. Something is wrong, Su Fei said suddenly. It would be strange if it was right. If nothing unexpected happened, this was what the Four Supremes called the registration qualification test. This should be the first test, let's just walk and see. This is a circular staircase. Looking down, you can see the first floor lobby becoming a smaller dot, and looking up, you can see stairs that stretch as far as the eye can see. Although Mo Nan and the others did not deliberately rush their journey, but with the speed of warriors, they should have climbed to no less than 100 floors in just a short while, but they still had not reached the top. An illusion? Mo Nan wasn't sure, but persistence was the best way to go. In this way, the two of them quickened their pace and walked upwards. An hour later, familiar stairs, familiar guardrails, familiar trash cans. 6 hours later, stairs, guardrails, trash cans. 1 day later, stairs, guardrails, trash cans. 3 days later. FK, we haven't even signed up yet, is this really necessary? Su Fei cursed loudly, his voice echoing in the empty corridor, and the echo was endless. Okay, save your energy and hurry on. Although the warrior's physical fitness far exceeds that of ordinary people, if they continue like this, they probably won't be able to hold on for long. 7 days later. Is this going to end? Su Fei's voice became hoarse and his speech became intermittent. Mo Nan shook his head. He also felt his throat was dry, but relying on the strength of the 9 absolute sword body, he could hold on for the time being. This real feeling doesn't seem like an illusion, it's probably some kind of magical item. He now only hopes that the time here will flow independently and not be synchronized with the outside world. Otherwise, it would be counterproductive. After a short rest, the two continued to move forward. At this time, in a luxurious office, 4 middle-aged men and women were drinking tea and chatting. I bet none of them lasts more than 20 days. Need I tell you that? Although the negative states in the infinite staircase are virtual, their senses are real. In a small place like Linen, it's good enough for someone to last half a month. If we hadn't lowered the threshold this year, I estimate that at least 3 of the 5 people today would have been eliminated. Don't underestimate people. There are many examples of phoenixes emerging from chicken coops. Just wait for the results. As they chatted, they looked at the huge display screen in front of them, which was showing what was happening in the stairs. On the other side, Mo Nan and his companions had been walking for 10 days. Thirst, hunger, fatigue, and countless other negative conditions made their pace extremely slow. 3 days later, the two caught up with Ling Yu, who was walking in front. At this time, Ling Yu was holding the railing with her hands and moving step by step with difficulty. Chapter 9. Another day later, the 3 of them caught up with Lin Ming, who was in a bad state. The 4 of them walked together again, and every time they climbed a step, it felt as difficult as climbing to the sky. As for Hu Xuet, she would have been eliminated long ago. Half a day later, Ling Yu was the first to give up. She lay on the stairwell, completely exhausted. Even standing up was extremely difficult. After resting for a while, Mo Nan and the other 2 continued to move forward with difficulty, holding on to the guardrail. A day later, Lin Ming could no longer hold on and lay motionless in the stairwell. Only Mo Nan and Su Fei continued to climb. 3 days later, Su Fei was lying on the ground, and it seemed that he could not hold on any longer. Hold on. Mo Nan spoke with difficulty. He felt his throat was like 2 pieces of iron rubbing against each other, it was extremely painful, and there was a bloody smell in his chest. Su Fei struggled to turn over and began to crawl forward. Seeing this, Mo Nan ignored him and walked forward alone, holding the guardrail. Just like that, step by step, Mo Nan ascended to heaven. Another half a month later, even with the powerful physique of the 9 absolute sword body, Mo Nan could no longer hold on. Just when he felt he was about to fall into a coma, he felt a sharp pain in his head, which made his drowsy consciousness become much clearer. He thought about it and felt that the 4 absolutes would not arrange an initial test that would be life-threatening. Anyway, the situation could not get any worse, so, let's continue. Grit your teeth and keep moving forward. At this moment, in the luxurious office, 4 middle-aged men and women were also a little surprised. One of them said, "This little guy is quite something. After 1 month and 3 days, he has reached the excellent level. Those who can persist in the infinite staircase for 15 days are qualified, 20 days are good, 1 month is excellent, 3 months are perfect, and more than 1 year is called unparalleled. The top talents in those big states are at this level. If they reach the perfect level, they can be called monsters, and the unparalleled level is even rarer. As for longer, it does not exist. The current record is 1 year and 6 months, and it is estimated that this record can be maintained for a long time." A beautiful woman shook her head and said, "Not only that, this little guy hasn't stopped yet. I wonder if he can reach the perfect level." The others shook their heads, feeling that it was unlikely. In the infinite staircase, Mo Nan began his journey to obtain Buddhist scriptures. At this time, He had long lost his perception of everything around him, and the pain in his body had long been numb. Whenever he was about to fall into a coma, he would feel a sharp pain in his head. He forgot the passage of time and mechanically stepped over the stairs. This departure lasted for 7 whole years. In the office, the 4 people were staring at the big screen in amazement, and the teacups in their hands fell to the ground. One of them opened his mouth but forgot what he was going to say. "Pervert," another person said. The others also nodded in agreement. Fortunately, the 4 of them were martial arts masters who were accustomed to big scenes, and they quickly calmed down. That record that had been held for hundreds of years was broken just like that. They looked at each other, feeling that it was a little unreal. A beautiful woman asked, "Is this going to end?" An elegant middle-aged man said, "Let's end it, otherwise this kid can go on for a century. Besides, we can't give him a higher rating than Wushuan." Another person said, "We'll have to keep a close eye on his performance. If he gets another excellent rating or higher, and the other ratings are above passing, Kylin Academy will accept him." "You fart! What's wrong with the Yin Yang Academy?" For a moment, the office was filled with the sounds of a heated argument between several big men. On the other side, Mo Nan felt a familiar tingling sensation in his mind again. Just as he was about to move forward, he suddenly found that the unchanging staircase was gone in front of him, and instead there was a corridor entrance. Finally, is it over? Dragging his unconscious body, Mo Nan stepped into the corridor. The next moment, all the negative states disappeared and his body regained consciousness. Except for being slightly drowsy, he was no different from before he went up the stairs. When Mo Nan looked up, he saw Su Fei and Lin Ming chatting. "You?" Mo Nan wanted to speak, but found that it took too long, making it difficult for him to finish a sentence smoothly. After seeing Mo Nan, Su Fei smiled and said, "Mo Nan, you can't hold on anymore? I didn't realize you're so strong." "I'm convinced." In Su Fei's opinion, Mo Nan appeared not long after he came out after persisting for 20 days. He estimated that the other party was not much stronger than himself. But then he heard Lin Ming shaking his head and saying, "I persisted for 15.5 days, and appeared here almost at the same time as you." Su Fei understood what he meant and asked curiously, "Mo Nan, how long have you persisted?" Mo Nan shook his head, "I don't know either." At this moment, the middle-aged man who had led the group to take the test suddenly came out of the elevator nearby and said with a smile, "Congratulations, you've passed the qualification test. Follow me." The 3 of them looked at each other and followed. Unexpectedly, 2 people were eliminated after a simple registration qualification test. It may not seem like a lot, but this is just a qualification test. There are still several rounds of formal assessments to come, and it is estimated that more people will be eliminated. Moreover, all those who are able to register and take the test are geniuses who have reached the Qi gathering realm within a month. The middle-aged man took Mo Nan and the other 2 to the cultivation testing room. The conditions that seemed extremely difficult before now become insignificant. There is no doubt that all 3 of them have reached the Qi gathering realm. The middle-aged man was looking at the computer while filling out the registration form for 3 people, saying loudly, "Lin Ming, Linan No. 1 Middle School, awakened on March 5, gathered Qi in 28 days, passed the qualification test." Su Fei, Linan No. 2 Middle School, awakened on March 11, gathered Qi in 22 days, passed the qualification test, passed. Words in. When the middle-aged man saw Mo Nan's information, his eyes widened instantly. He had been in Linan Martial Arts Palace for so many years, and this was the first time he had seen such luxurious data. Swallowing his saliva, the middle-aged man spoke word by word, "Mo Nan, Linan No. 4 Middle School, awakening date March 31, 2 days of gathering energy, qualification test, unparalleled." Chapter 10. After these words were spoken, Su Fei and Lin Ming were completely stunned. What did he hear? Gathering qi in 2 days? Unparalleled? Is this the genius that could appear in their linen city? Even in the entire Tianshui prefecture, oh no, the entire Qisha state, there are probably not many such monsters, right? Facing the monster-like gazes of several people, Mo Nan touched his nose awkwardly and said, "It was just luck." Su Fei's eyes instantly turned resentful. "Mo Nan, no, brother Nan, can you not be so Versailles?" Then he said excitedly, "This year, linen will finally be able to hold its head high. Let's see if those guys dare to say that linen is a drag on the martial arts college entrance examination." Even Lin Ming, who had always been as cold as ice, nodded at Mo Nan and said, "The glory of linen depends on you." Mo Nan was speechless. What did this have to do with anything? However, in the past 10 years, linen's performance in the martial arts college entrance examination has indeed been very poor, and it has been ridiculed by people from other cities in Tianshui prefecture for a long time. Alright, the first round of the third phase of Tianshui prefecture's assessments this year will begin on April 30th. Just come directly to the martial arts palace. You'll have nearly a month to prepare. There is no absolute fairness. Those who awaken at the beginning of the month have an advantage over those who awaken at the end of the month. Of course, Mo Nan is an exception. Then, the middle-aged man handed each of the 3 people a medal. Lin Ming's was white, Su Fei's was blue, and Mo Nan's was purple. Even if you don't make it into the 4 Supremes, this thing will still be of great use to you. Keep it. At this moment, the young staff member pushed open the door and walked in, followed by 2 figures, Ling Yu and Hu Shui. After seeing Mo Nan, Hu Shui's face looked very ugly, full of resentment and dissatisfaction. Su Fei and Lin Ming were speechless for a while, but didn't say much. The middle-aged man saw Ling Yu and the others and said, "You are very lucky. The 4 Supremes have lowered the threshold this year. You have both persisted for 10 days and can enter the next round with an average rating. Come and register your information." When Ling Yu and the other person heard this, they showed excitement on their faces, and Hu Shui even looked at Mo Nan with a provocative look on her face. Clown! Mo Nan, Su Fei and Lin Ming all complained in their hearts at the same time. Seeing that there was no need to stay any longer, Mo Nan nodded to Su Fei and the others and left. After leaving the martial arts palace, Mo Nan stood at the gate of the courtyard. "Let's go back to school and take a look." Mo Nan hadn't been back to school for several days, and he planned to go back and see Lu Wei, especially to make sure he didn't get beaten to death. At this time, a martial arts competition was taking place on the playground of Linen No. 4 Middle School. On the high platform, Qian Hua, the principal of No. 3 Middle School, said to Su Zhong, the principal of No. 4 Middle School, with a smile. "Old Su, it seems that in the 3rd round of the competition, I am the winner again." The face of Su Zhong, the principal of No. 4 Middle School, was not looking good. Such competitions were held every month. The original purpose was to promote the ambition of students in the 2 schools, so as to narrow the gap between No. 1 Middle School and No. 2 Middle School. But now, it has become a place for this old guy to show off, and he also blames the students in his school for not living up to their expectations, which causes him to be laughed at every time. At this time, a figure was also knocked out of the ring. Li Zhang from No. 4 Middle School, defeated. Next match, Lin Qinja from No. 4 Middle School vs Zhang Haoshan from No. 3 Middle School. Lin Qinja's appearance caused cheers from the No. 4 Middle School camp. There was no way around it, Lin Qinja was an absolute goddess in the entire No. 4 Middle School. Damn, Goddess Lin has already reached the 5th level of body tempering, and it's only been half a month. Goddess, come on! In the 3rd camp, except for some pig brothers who were fascinated by Lin Qinja's appearance, everyone else looked at the 4th camp with contempt. Zhang Haoshan is the top genius of the 3rd period of their No. 3 Middle School. He has a spiritual level golden finger that awakened 26 days ago and has now reached the 9th level of body tempering. The reason why he didn't show his true strength was that he was just playing with these guys from number 4 middle school. From the moment he became the champion, all challengers were doomed to be defeated. As expected, after a while, Lin Qinjia was defeated. Zhang Haoshan also teased Lin Qinjia verbally, which made the boys in number 4 middle school so angry that they were itching to bite. Lin Qinjia returned to the team with a pale face, but she was secretly happy in her heart. It was great that she had completed another task. She was a little puzzled because the mission rewards for other people were all 100 spare tire points, but why was Missouri Nan's reward 1000 points? This is also the reason why she is so obsessed with Mo Nan. Could it be that the amount of the reward is related to appearance? Just as Lin Qinjia was thinking, she suddenly saw a familiar figure. She curled her lips and walked towards that direction. After Mo Nan found that there was no one in the classroom, he went to the playground and just happened to catch the monthly martial arts competition between the two schools. Walking into the crowd, Mo Nan patted Lu Wei on the shoulder. At this moment, Lu Wei was staring at Zhang Haoshan on the stage with indignation on his face, and it seemed as if fire was about to burst out of his deep eye sockets. "Ah Wei, why are you so anxious? Do you like Lin Qinjia too?" When Lu Wei turned around and saw Mo Nan, he asked in confusion, "Nanzi, why did you bear to come to school?" Then he said with a bitter face, "It's not Nanzi, I have a grudge against that guy on the stage. Besides, Lin Qinjia is yours. You can't bully a friend's wife. Who do you think I, Lu Wei, am?" Mo Nan's head was full of black lines. "My God, my people! Also, with your unscrupulous system, what can't you do?" Lu Wei continued, "Did you see that girl in the white Cheongsam from number 3 middle school? She's my childhood sweetheart and first love, and now she's Zhang Haoshan's girlfriend. Damn Zhang Haoshan, I'm going to cheat on him. Ugh, I'm going to beat him. That guy is very strong. I feel like he's still holding back." A pleasant voice was heard, and the speaker was the school beauty Lin Qinjia. Her sweet and sunny smile made the boys around her drool. Mo Nan actually didn't have much resentment towards Lin Qinjia. Although she was developing backups everywhere for system tasks, she was still able to grasp the scale. Lu Wei asked anxiously, "School beauty Lin, what do you think his true level of cultivation is?" Lin Qinjia wrinkled her beautiful nose and then said, "It should be the 7th level of body tempering." When the people around heard this, they were all shocked. "Is this guy so strong?" Mo Nan shook his head, "I'm afraid it's more than that. Although everyone has their own hidden golden fingers, ordinary people cannot see their cultivation unless they actively display their cultivation. But Mo Nan is not an ordinary person. He is a cheat among cheats. In his eyes, Zhang Haoshan's information is clear at a glance. Name, Zhang Haoshan. Gold finger, pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger system, spiritual grade supreme. Cultivation, 9th level of body tempering. Wow, no wonder he's so good at pretending." Chapter 11. In addition, Mo Nan unexpectedly discovered that Lu Wei had also reached the 3rd level of body tempering in just 2 days. It was probably because he completed the system task. Mo Nan observed a 3-second silence for the unlucky guy. Lu Wei suddenly tugged at Mo Nan's sleeve and whispered, "Brother Nan, FK him." Mo Nan rolled his eyes. "Do you still think we are all ordinary people? Do it right away. Besides, a mere Zhang Haoshan is not even worthy of his attention now." At this moment, a beautiful woman with a cold temperament stood out from the crowd. She was wearing a tight dress, which made her hot body look even more exaggerated. Her straight legs, slender waist, delicate face, and short hair that fell below her ears gave people a heroic feeling. Hua Qingyu, another school beauty of Linen No. 4 Middle School, awakened the spiritual level top grade golden finger on March 8. Hua Qingyu glanced at Mo Nan and said to Lin Qinjia, "Little green tea, sister will show you what fighting is." Then he looked at Mo Nan again, "And you you are really not a good bird if you can hang out with green tea. Mo Nan touched his nose. Why was he being scolded for no reason again? The key is that he has no way to fight back, because he and Hua Qingyu know each other, and there was a beautiful misunderstanding, which caused Mo Nan to avoid this woman all the time. Hua Qingyu, you tomboy, you are not allowed to say that about my brother. Lin Qinja said angrily. Mo Nan looked over quietly, and Hua Qingyu's golden finger surprised him again. Name, Hua Qingyu. Gold finger, irreconcilable system, spiritual grade top grade. Cultivation, body tempering level 8. Note, bind to one person and establish an irreconcilable relationship with them, with the chance of gaining the same abilities as them. Currently bound target, Mo Nan. Ability gained, 10 times the training speed. Damn it, Mo Nan was speechless. What kind of people were these that he met? Mo Nan quickly asked in his heart, Brother Tianfu, someone stole our things, don't you care? After thinking about it carefully, Mo Nan felt scared. If there was this kind of golden finger again in the future, how would he be able to live? Fortunately, the font in his mind made Mo Nan feel relieved. It's a bit rubbish, I don't bother to care. This shows that Brother Tianfu can take action, so everything will be fine. Brother Tianfu, please be more careful next time. Don't reveal too much. Mo Nan reminded that a small spiritual level top grade golden finger has such a weird ability. It seems that we cannot underestimate the people in the world. Looking at Hua Qingyu with a cold face, Mo Nan wanted to curse. After eating, he cursed the cook, right? Are they still irreconcilable? Is that really the case? Isn't it just like? What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig out your eyes. Hua Qingyu's pleasant scolding interrupted Mo Nan's thoughts. Mo Nan shook his head and thought of it as his compensation for what happened before. If it were anyone else, he would definitely let Brother Tianfu take back his ability. Hua Qingyu's face was full of indifference, but she was secretly delighted in her heart. Who would have thought that she had stolen Mo Nan's core trump card in an instant? It was estimated that this 10 times the cultivation speed was the golden finger for Mo Nan's awakening. I have to say, she is really strong. In less than 3 days, she has even advanced 2 levels. I've caught you with something, just wait and see how I'll deal with you. Looking at Mo Nan proudly, Hua Qingyu walked towards the ring. On the stage, Zhang Haoshan saw another top beauty coming on stage and laughed loudly. Haha, is it because I'm too handsome, or are all the guys in your number 4 middle school trash? Hua Qingyu snorted coldly and attacked the other party. Unfortunately, since neither side has any martial arts skills, the gap in realm cannot be made up. In a short while, Hua Qingyu landed on the stage. At this time, Zhang Haoshan also showed his 8th level of body tempering cultivation, causing the whole audience to gasp. Even Hua Qingyu, who was at the 8th level of body tempering, lost. Who else could be Zhang Haoshan's opponent? Then, everyone's attention was focused on an ordinary-looking boy. Zhou Yuan awakened the spiritual level top-grade golden finger on March 1st. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be the strongest person in the 3rd phase of number 4 middle school. Zhou Yuan lived up to everyone's expectations and slowly walked onto the stage. His 9th level of body tempering cultivation shocked the entire audience. But the next moment, Zhang Haoshan also showed the 9th level of body tempering. FK, this guy is too pretentious, isn't he? Can't you just reveal your true power sooner rather than later, so that everyone can save some trouble? Zhou Yuan will lose. Mo Nan said lightly. Lu Wei asked curiously, Nanzi, they are both at the 9th level of body tempering, so it's uncertain who will win or lose, right? Just now, Zhang Haoshan must have completed his system task, and his cultivation suddenly reached the Qi-gathering realm, becoming a true warrior. As expected, after 10 moves, Zhou Yuan was knocked off the ring. Cheers erupted from the third middle school camp. Zhang Haoshan looked down upon the entire crowd and sneered. The third batch of awakeners from number 4 middle school are all garbage. At this time, Zhang Haoshan was full of vigor and vitality. Relying on this trick of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, he directly broke through to the Qi-gathering realm, and within a month, he broke through and was expected to be admitted to the Peerless Academy. Away, do you want revenge? Mo Nan couldn't stand it anymore. You said you win, so just win. Why are you pretending so much? After all, he was also a student of number 4 middle school. He couldn't just stand by and watch number 4 middle school being insulted like this. Of course I thought about it, but that guy is a bit strong. Isn't it just that he awakened a few days earlier? He's just pretending. Lu Wei said with an unhappy look on his face. Just think about it. Mo Nan said this, then stepped out of the crowd and walked towards the ring. Brother Mo Nan, you are no match for him. Lin Qinja said anxiously. You are overestimating yourself. Hua Qingyu snorted coldly. It had only been 2 days since Mo Nan awakened. Even if he had 10 times the cultivation speed, his cultivation level was not that high. The others were equally surprised, and all agreed that Mo Nan was forcing himself to do so simply to avoid losing face in front of the 2 campus beauties. Mo Nan ignored the discussions behind him and had already arrived on the stage. Mo Nan was too lazy to talk nonsense and didn't want to give the other party a chance to brush the system reward. He unfolded the meteor step and came in front of the other party in an instant. Bang! With a loud bang, Zhang Haoshan, who was in great glory just a moment ago, came into direct contact with the ground of the playground. The battle ended in a flash, and the other students didn't even react. They all thought Mo Nan had also reached the 9th level of body tempering. Everyone looked at Mo Nan in disbelief, and the scene was silent. But the 2 principals on the podium saw it clearly and looked at Mo Nan in disbelief. Qi condensation realm. The principal of number 3 middle school looked unhappy and said to Su Zhong, Old Su, you're such a genius and you've hidden yourself till the very end. You're really good at pretending. Su Zhong was also confused. I don't know either, but I must not be timid in terms of momentum. Haha, lucky. I just woke up a few days early. The Dean of Studies at the side swallowed and whispered something into the principal's ear, and the principal's expression froze instantly. Chapter 12. Principal Su Zhong's figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Mo Nan. You awakened the day before yesterday, the principal confirmed again. Yes. Mo Nan spread his hands. There was nothing to hide, and it couldn't be hidden. Okay, okay, okay. The principal laughed excitedly. Old Su, are you really that excited? The principal of number 3 middle school also came over. Isn't it just the Qi condensation stage? There are quite a few in number 1 and number 2 middle school, including our Zhang Haoshan. Su Zhong ignored him and continued to say to Mo Nan, let's go. I will take you to the martial arts palace now to participate in the initial trial of the 4 absolutes. Mo Nan touched his nose and said, well, principal, I have passed. As he spoke, Mo Nan took out the purple medal. What? This time it was the principal of number 3 middle school who spoke. His original calmness had long since disappeared, and he looked at the purple badge in disbelief. Then, the 2 principals said in unison, unparalleled. The principal of number 3 middle school left with the students. Before leaving, his eyes were full of envy and jealousy. Mo Nan was taken to the office by Su Zhong, who asked her a lot of questions and praised her. Then, he handed her a jade pendant. Ningling jade can double the training speed of Qi condensation realm warriors, but is ineffective for other realms. This thing is definitely extremely valuable. Although it is not of much use to him, Mo Nan did not refuse it. It is better than nothing. As soon as Mo Nan left the office, he was blocked by Lin Qinja and Hua Qingyu on his left and right. Two elder sisters, what's going on? Brother Mo Nan, you are so awesome. Lin Qinja's eyes were full of admiration, and it was unclear how much of it was fake. Hua Qingyu looked at Mo Nan with suspicion, as if she wanted to see through him. Brother Nan, you are so awesome. Lu Wei also came over, and beside him was a beautiful girl in a white cheongsam. Mo Nan's mouth twitched. Is this even possible? Could it be that Lu Wei's broken system has some special bonus? After finally getting rid of a few people, Mo Nan slipped out of the school. There was no other way. He was like a golden monkey now, and people would watch him wherever he went. Linen is such a small place. These guys really haven't seen much of the world. Mo Nan complained and took a taxi to the city center. Just now his role-playing task was refreshed. Current occupation, private investigator. Quest reward, sword drawing technique, earth grade mid-grade. At the Yangfan Detective Club, Mo Nan sat on a chair somewhat bored. He is now a member here and can get spiritual coins as rewards by taking on tasks. But it's almost time to get off work, and there hasn't been a single business call. There was no way. The customers who came here were either looking for acquaintances or spending a lot of money to hire senior detectives. No one would choose newbies like Mo Nan. But then again, the other detectives' golden fingers are all related to investigating and solving cases, but I know nothing about this aspect. Even if I accept the task, I may not be able to complete it. How about asking Brother Tianfu to copy a cheat code for a reconnaissance-type cheat code? Mo Nan touched his chin and thought. At this moment, two people in security uniforms suddenly walked into the club. The man was handsome and the woman was extremely beautiful. After talking to the club manager for a few words, the two began to walk towards Mo Nan and the others. Hello everyone, we are from the Linen City security team. Recently, several evil cultivators have appeared in Linen City. They are very skilled in disguise. In order to conduct a citywide search, we are a little short of manpower. Would you be willing to lend us a hand? The handsome security guard bowed towards the hall. Many detectives remained silent upon hearing this. They knew the reputation of the evil cultivator and his extremely cruel methods, so they did not want to take any risks. Don't earn that money, don't worry about that. Just leave things like this to the security guards. Seeing no one respond, the beautiful security guard became a little angry. This is also for all the residents of Linen, you. The handsome security guard stopped her and shook his head. They had already run to all the detective clubs, but it seemed that they couldn't find the person. Mo Nan was speechless. Didn't they understand that there would always be brave men under a big reward? The security team was really stingy. Who would go if they just called people like that? I can go. Mo Nan stood up. The sooner he got the task reward, the more advantage he would have. Seeing someone finally stand up, the beautiful security guard was excited. That's great, someone finally stood up bravely for justice. Mo Nan curled his lips. For justice? Overthinking it. Following the two of them into the security team's car, Mo Nan leaned back in the comfortable seat and said, "What's this handsome guy's name?" Chu Hao. Nice name. Mo Nan praised casually, and then glanced at the other party lightly. Name, Yang Hu. Goldfinger, perfect replacement, low spirit level. Cultivation, Qi condensation realm. Note, after collecting 80% of the target's information, the target can be perfectly replaced. Note 2, cannot be used against those with higher cultivation than oneself. Linen City Security Team Headquarters. This is an elegantly decorated manor. If it were in Mo Nan's previous life, it would definitely be the most satisfactory residence for the world's top wealthy people, but in this world, other resources unrelated to cultivation are readily available. Mo Nan and the other two came to the door of a 3-story villa and pushed the door open. The spacious living room of the villa was already full of people. Mo Nan and the other two walked to the corner and sat down. Mo Nan felt that everyone in the room looked at him with disdain, but he didn't care and buried his body comfortably in the soft sofa. Chu Hao, no, it should be Yang Hu, said in a low voice, after the general manager finishes arranging the work, we can take action. Mo Nan nodded without saying anything. He just hoped that the director of the general office could come over quickly so that he could complete his mission quickly and go home to practice. Fortunately, Mo Nan didn't have to wait too long. 5 minutes later, a gentle and handsome middle-aged man walked into the living room. Mr. General. Everyone stood up immediately and looked at the newcomer with admiration. They didn't expect that such a small case would alarm the head of the general administration, who was the trust of all the security guards. But when Mo Nan saw the person coming, he was stunned. Isn't this that creepy guy on the bus? Bai Yufei? He's actually from the Public Security Bureau? Do you know me? Bai Yufei looked at Mo Nan, the only one who had not stood up, and spoke in a playful tone. Mo Nan felt his body instantly turn cold, he could sense the danger and warning in Bai Yufei's eyes. I don't know him. Mo Nan quickly shook his head. Bai Yufei retracted his gaze, looked around, and said, we've already determined the general area. The group is currently in Wurong shopping mall. I'm not good at investigation, so I'll have to trouble you all. Let's go. Chapter 13. Everyone acted quickly and soon arrived at their destination. Disguise yourself as a customer and avoid alerting the enemy. One of them gave an order, and dozens of people quickly separated and merged into the passing crowd. Mo Nan walked around aimlessly, thinking about how to find a reasonable reason to point out the target directly. Looking for them like this is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Looking at the target information in his hand, Mo Nan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yang Hu, Qi condensation stage, abilities unknown. Chen Ming, Danhua realm, ability unknown. Lu Yan, Qi condensation realm, abilities unknown. How do you find someone if you don't know anything? The most important thing is that one of them successfully infiltrated the security personnel. If they hadn't come, they would probably never find him in their lifetime. In a famous watch store, Mo Nan threw the watch marked with 1 million spirit coins to the ground. How dare you bid 1 million for some piece of rubbish? A spiritual watch? Are you trying to rob me? A pretty waitress said anxiously, Sir, this is a famous watch designed by a 4th-grade weapon refiner. 1 million is not expensive. And now you need to pay 1 million in compensation. Bullshit. Tell me, which weapon refiner did it? What kind of process did it take to complete it? This. The waitress was speechless. It's not her fault. She was just pretending to be a waitress, so how would she know that? Humph. I'm here today to expose counterfeiting. If you're not satisfied, go to the security team and sue me. I can afford the compensation. After dropping a few more luxury watches, Mo Nan walked out of the store under the murderous gaze of the store manager. There was no other way, he could only find fault, as long as he could find something slightly unreasonable in the other party. Name, Lu Yan. Golden finger, ever-changing, spiritual grade lower. After killing the target, you can transform into the target's appearance. Next, Mo Nan came to the security room again. Name, Chen Ming. Gold finger, master level tracking technique, spiritual grade. Cultivation, Danhua realm. Wow, the prey actually possesses the hunter's abilities, no wonder I can't catch it. Security boss, do you remember someone committed suicide by jumping off a building in our mall 10 years ago? I'm his friend and I'd like to come and pay my respects. Could you please tell me which floor he jumped from? The security guard thought for a moment and said, it seems to be the 15th floor. He fell pretty badly. Mo Nan thanked him and left the house. He didn't care whether it was reasonable or not, as long as the other party had a loophole. Afterwards, Mo Nan called Yang Hu again. Hey, brother Chu, your girlfriend is looking for you. Who cares about his girlfriend at this time? We are on a mission. Let him go home first. Okay. Mo Nan hung up the phone and walked out of the mall. Call done, time to call it a day. Arriving in front of Bai Yufi's car, Mo Nan knocked on the glass, opened the door and got in. Mr. General Administration, the waiter of Century Watch on the 5th floor, the captain of the mall security, Chu Hao of the public security team, arrest him. Mo Nan yawned and leaned back. This kind of unskilled case solving was really boring. He preferred Pu Shu's vague guesses and reasoning. Bai Yufi took a deep look at Mo Nan, and then disappeared in the car in a flash. In the villa of the Public Security Corps, when everyone learned about Mo Nan's process of solving the case, they were all shocked and stunned. Is solving a case that easy? Are you playing? One of the female security guards had red eyes. She was Chu Hao's girlfriend, whom Mo Nan had specifically inquired about before. The female security guard wanted to die when she thought about how she had lived with the fake Chu Hao for several days. Mo Nan looked at the other party with a twitching mouth, somewhat speechless. Congratulations on getting recognition from 99% of your colleagues, your acting skill is plus 99%. The beautiful policewoman who had been looking for a detective with Chu Hao before also had a look of disbelief on her face. Okay, this matter has been resolved perfectly, and Mo Nan deserves the credit. Then he looked at Mo Nan and said, Mo Nan, are you interested in joining the security team, the kind that doesn't require an assessment? No one else felt anything was wrong. Mo Nan's ability was there, and they had no choice but to accept it. Mo Nan shook his head, thank you for your kindness, Mr. General. My current plan is to apply to the Martial Arts University. Bai Yufi raised an eyebrow and reminded, it's hard to get into a good martial arts university with reconnaissance skills. Seeing that Mo Nan was unmoved, Bai Yufi did not persuade him any further and said, the reward will be paid in about half a month. The losses in the mall will be compensated by the security team. You can go back and have a good rest. Standing at the gate of the Public Security Corps' manor, Mo Nan looked at the sky with melancholy. This wave of work was in vain. Go back and work the night shift. The previous tasks were completed too smoothly, which led him to take it for granted. Everyone's system tasks are not so easy to complete. After taking a taxi, Mo Nan went to the Yang Fan Detective Club again. In the car, Mo Nan was thinking about his next plan. In addition to daily practice, you should get more system rewards and practice the martial arts you get to perfection. Then, it is to improve the sword intent, which is just as important as improving the cultivation level. The advancement to the Qi gathering realm is more than 100 times more difficult than that to the body tempering realm. Anyone who can advance from the first Qi gathering realm to the 9th Qi gathering realm within a year can be called a genius, which shows how difficult it is. The best place to hone sword intent and martial arts is the Starry Sky battlefield, but unfortunately Mo Nan cannot enter now. The only ones left are the secret realm guilds. Although they can also engage in actual combat, they lack the experience of life and death. In addition, the most important point is to find a stronger golden finger and copy it. This is the foundation of his life. To be honest, Mo Nan wants any golden finger, but unfortunately, he can't get it just because he wants it. I can only work hard to find someone who can catch Brother Tianfu's eye. I came to Yang Fan Detective Club again. The number of customers was much smaller at this time, and there were less than 10 detectives who accepted the task. At this time, several people were talking in the hall. Ma'am, you should go see a doctor, a psychiatrist, instead of looking for a detective. Mo Nan walked over curiously and asked the manager, Brother Wang, what's going on? The manager glanced at Mo Nan and said helplessly, ask her yourself. Mo Nan looked at the woman and asked, Ma'am, what happened? The woman in front of him looked haggard, as if she hadn't slept for several days and nights. The woman's voice was a little hoarse and sounded extremely weak. I seem to have encountered a ghost. What? Mo Nan raised his eyebrows. In this world of universal martial arts, there is a lineage of soul cultivation, but it is definitely not a ghost in the popular sense. So what exactly is this ghost that the woman in front of me is talking about? Ma'am, please have a cup of tea first and we'll talk slowly. Mo Nan poured a glass of water for the woman and said in a calm tone. From the current perspective, this order should be the last one tonight. Mo Nan doesn't want to wait until tomorrow to complete the task. It would be best to get the reward tonight. The woman's expression gradually calmed down and she began to tell her story. Chapter 14. My name is Su Li, and I'm a nurse. 3 days ago, a patient was sent to our hospital with half of his head smashed in. Warriors have strong physiques, so this wasn't a serious injury. We originally thought it would heal quickly. But all the doctors in the hospital tried, and we even invited in several pharmacists who were stationed at the hospital, but in the end, they couldn't save the patient's life. He was confirmed dead that night. Another colleague and I personally fastened a wristband with his death number on him and took him to the morgue. Just the night before yesterday, when I was on night shift, my colleague suddenly came to the hospital and told me that she had the same dream every night, that someone kept hitting her head. She said it so seriously that she didn't even notice her head was gradually breaking apart. The white brain matter mixed with the bright red blood slowly dripped down her cheek, and she just looked at me indifferently. She said it was probably related to the previous patient, and then she walked straight to the morgue, leaving a trail of blood along the way. The woman's expression gradually became terrified, and her voice began to tremble uncontrollably. Mo Nan handed the woman another glass of water and frowned. You didn't report it to the hospital or the security team. I told them, and the security team investigated, but they found nothing. My colleague is also working normally. Everyone thinks I have a mental problem. I originally thought it might be because I was under too much pressure recently, so I even went to see a psychiatrist. But just last night, I had the same dream. Someone was hitting my head repeatedly with a heavy object. When I woke up from the dream, I found my husband standing motionless by the bed, smiling at me strangely. In his hand, he was holding a metal lamp. I just went to the security team again, but didn't see anyone, so I came here. Really, I don't know who else can help me. After explaining the whole story, the woman gulped down her tea. Mo Nan frowned deeply. If the woman was not lying, then this matter was quite strange. Do you want to answer it? Mo Nan was thinking in his mind that he would not meddle in something like this whose danger was unknown. But the hospital the woman mentioned was near Mo Nan's home, even less than 500 meters away. If something really happened, her parents and Xiaobei would also be in danger. Mo Nan looked at the woman's head and everything was normal. After thinking about it, he took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Bai Yufei. Then he said to the woman, "Ma'am, let me go with you and visit your house first. I hope this woman is really a psychopath." After leaving the house, Mo Nan got into the club's car and drove the woman towards Xikan district. In Xikan district, in front of a 2-story building, Mo Nan stopped the car and went into the house with the woman. It is now 8 o'clock in the evening and it is completely dark. The woman turned on the light, and the bright light dispelled the darkness around her. Mo Nan and his partner came to the woman's bedroom. Her husband was a taxi driver and came home very late every day. Mo Nan picked up the bedside lamp and looked at the dent on the base of the lamp. His heart tightened suddenly. This woman didn't seem to be lying. He seemed to have thought of something and turned to look at the woman's head again. Fortunately, the imagined scene did not appear, and the woman looked normal. The bedroom door was suddenly pushed open and a middle-aged man walked in angrily. "BCH, I told you there was something fishy going on these past few days, and sure enough, you hooked up with some weird guy. Lao Zhang, please listen to my explanation." "Explain your A. Get out of here." The man pushed the woman away and punched Mo Nan. Mo Nan felt that the man in front of him looked familiar, but he didn't think much about it. He pushed the man away. He frowned and looked at the information above the other person's head. Name, Zhang Ben. Cheat code, none. Cultivation, none. Status, demonic invasion. Demonic invasion? Mo Nan's scalp tingled. This was a big deal. If I'm not mistaken, this thing should be an evil demon from outside the domain. Weren't these things driven out of the Milky Way? How did they appear here? This is the blue planet, the ancestral home of mankind. According to records, the extraterritorial demons once dominated the entire galaxy. They are the product of dark energy and possess strange and powerful abilities. Whenever human civilization grows stronger and is able to go beyond the Milky Way with the power of science and technology, they will appear and push human civilization back to primitive society. It was not until the appearance of the first Golden Finger owner that human civilization was transformed from technological civilization to martial arts civilization, and only then did they have the power to compete with the other side. With the continuous emergence of powerful human martial arts masters, humans defeated the evil demons and drove them out of the Milky Way long ago. But Mo Nan had to believe the information from Brother Tianfu. Fortunately, Zhang Ben was only invaded by a demon species and had not yet transformed into a real demon species, otherwise he would be in danger. I was also lucky that I took on this mission tonight and discovered the traces of the demon species. Otherwise, the entire Linen City would be in danger. Mo Nan quickly took out his cell phone and dialed Bai Yufi's number. Master General, are you here? Didn't you tell me to wait for your news? Master General, this matter is quite serious. Oh? How serious? Bai Yufi spoke nonchalantly. In the eyes of a martial arts king, nothing could be considered serious. It's the evil demons from outside the domain. They've revived. What? Bai Yufi screamed, and the sound of something breaking came from the phone. I'll be there right away. Don't do anything on your own. Bai Yufi didn't even have time to hang up the phone before Mo Nan heard a sharp whistling sound coming from the phone. In less than 10 breaths, Bai Yufi appeared in front of Mo Nan. Mo Nan, what's going on? Mo Nan pointed at Zhang Ben and told him the whole story. Bai Yufi frowned and looked at Zhang Ben. He did not ask how Mo Nan found out. Inquiring about other people's cheat codes was a taboo in this world. Zhang Ben was also startled when he saw Bai Yufi suddenly appear. He said sternly, "Don't think that just because you're a warrior you can seduce other people's wives. Believe it or not, I'll go to the martial arts palace and sue you." Bai Yufi raised his hand and knocked Zhang Ben unconscious, then said to Mo Nan, "I'll take this guy back and see if there's any chance of saving him. You go back and rest early, and don't spread any news about the evil spirit. I need to report this matter to the martial arts palace. Don't worry, Linen City will not be in chaos." After Bai Yufi finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared from the spot, and Zhang Ben who was lying on the ground also disappeared with him. Chapter 15. Madam, the person just now was from the Public Security Bureau of Linen City. You heard what he said. Don't spread this matter. As for the hospital, they will also go to investigate. You don't have to worry too much. After giving the woman some instructions, Mo Nan left the woman's home. Mo Nan got on the detective club's car and prepared to go home. It was not far from her home, only about 10 minutes drive away. Although it was just getting dark and most people's nightlife had just begun, there were few people on the streets of Zikan district, which is a civilian area. After a whole day of hard work, most people here just want to have a good night's sleep to recharge their energy for the next day's work. On the quiet street, Mo Nan's car was driving alone, and he opened the panel of the professional role-playing system. Congratulations on getting recognition from your employer and achieving 100% professional performance. Congratulations on obtaining the Earth-level mid-grade martial arts sword drawing. A smile appeared on Mo Nan's lips. Not only did he complete the task, but he also prevented a disaster from happening. This time, he made a lot of money. But gradually, Mo Nan felt something was wrong, and the smile on his lips gradually disappeared, turning into a solemn look. He stopped the car and looked at the shadows on the street with a serious look. There, a figure in a hospital gown stood quietly, with his head down in deep thought, like a wise man pondering life. Of course, if he didn't have only half a head. Is that the patient? Mo Nan remembered the woman's story. Could it be that the guy in front of him was the evil demon who spread the demon seeds? Mo Nan took out the Kyushui sword from the system space and stared at the other party. There were only two big words on the other person's head: demon seed. It's not an evil demon, but a completely corrupted demon species. Mo Nan breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, but he did not let down his guard. The figure in the hospital gown gradually raised his broken head, and his grey eyes glanced coldly at Mo Nan. The cold eyes were like a murderous knife, piercing Mo Nan's skin and causing a dull pain. The next moment, the figure in the hospital gown moved, and his stiff body was like a cannonball, and he was in front of the car in the blink of an eye. The dry 5 fingers were like hard eagle claws, easily breaking the hard glass that even bullets could hardly penetrate, and grabbed Mo Nan's neck fiercely. Mo Nan quickly drew out the Kyushui sword and slashed at the demon's palm. Bite! The sharp sound of metal clashing was heard, and an invisible strong wind instantly spread out, shaking the steel car into pieces. The spirit stone formation that powered the car roared, and dazzling flames rose up. Mo Nan was blown away for a long distance, flipped in the air, and landed heavily on the street. So strong! The cultivation system of demons is different from that of warriors. Mo Nan has no way to see the specific strength of the other party, nor can he correspond it to the martial arts. After this blow, Mo Nan felt that it was very strong, but he could fight. The meteor step under his feet made a strange arc, and Mo Nan rushed forward, and the shadow sword technique was like a ghost, stabbing at the vital point of the demon. The two figures kept colliding on the quiet street, and the smooth street was torn into pieces in a moment. Can't break the defense. After a few moves, Mo Nan was surprised to find that the top-grade yellow-grade Kyushui sword could not even break through the monster's defense. What a turtle! Mo Nan cursed inwardly, and a 3-foot sword light suddenly burst out from the body of the Kyushui sword. The sharp energy pierced through the surrounding air and cut the demon's hospital gown into pieces. Small accomplishment of sword intent. The Kyushui sword vibrated, making a crisp sword sound. Mo Nan stepped forward again and fought against the demon. Every time the Kyushui sword was swung, it would leave deep blood marks on the demon's body. The demon's movements began to slow down, and its combat power began to gradually decline. 5 minutes later, Mo Nan chopped down the sword, and the Kyushui sword instantly smashed the other half of the demon's head into pieces. Mo Nan landed slowly, half knelt on the ground with the Kyushui sword in his hand, and gasped for breath. At this moment, his clothes were torn and he felt severe pain all over his body. The little true energy in his body had long dried up, not a drop left. After a while, Mo Nan recovered some strength and put away the autumn water sword. He looked at the devastated streets and the cars that had long been melted into molten iron, and smiled helplessly. He wanted to call the security team, but found that his phone had been shattered by the aftermath of the battle. Forget it, let's go to the security team tomorrow and report the situation to Bai Yufei. After thinking about it, Mo Nan walked to a secluded place, changed into the clothes she had bought at Warong shopping mall, and walked home. After experiencing this incident, Mo Nan began to think about the safety of his family. Looks like we need to move. Mo Nan used to think that after he was admitted to the martial arts university, he would naturally improve his family's life, otherwise it would be easy for people to associate him with the super-rich system. My father's injury needs to be cured by a pharmacist, and my brother's illness requires vitality pills, neither of which can be solved by money alone. Therefore, he was not too anxious. After he was admitted to the Four Wonders Academy, he should be able to do it with the resources of the Four Wonders. But now, he should pay attention. It is still too dangerous in this backward and remote civilian area. Even the martial arts palace, which monitors the world, cannot predict things like today. No matter what, the security force in the prosperous area is not weak after all. After arranging his family, he can go out and explore with peace of mind. When Mo Nan returned home, he found his parents and younger brother sitting around the dining table, waiting for him to eat with them. "Mom and Dad, Ziobe, I'm back." At the dinner table, Mo Nan put forward his ideas to his parents. "Moving? Zionan, the housing prices in the city are very high. We don't have the money. Mom, have you forgotten that I've successfully awakened? I've already made some money. Let's go look at houses in the city tomorrow. It's not safe here." Mo Nan interrupted his mother Zhao Ziolan and said solemnly. Zhao Ziolan frowned upon hearing this and said, "Now that you mention it, it seems like quite a few people have died mysteriously in this area recently. I heard from everyone that the suburbs seem to be haunted." Mo Nan's mouth twitched. Sure enough, gossip is a woman's nature. What do those guys in the security team do for a living? The news is not as fast as the women's intelligence station. Will it not affect your cultivation? Don't worry, Dad. I've already bought all the necessary training resources. Then let's listen to Zionan. Mo Hai said. Okay, then go to bed early tonight and we'll go house hunting tomorrow. Zhao Ziolan said with a happy smile in her eyes. There were also little stars in the eyes of his younger brother Mo Bei. From now on, the family's life has hope. Chapter 16. Urgent news from Linan. A suspected fight between Qi Condensation Realm warriors has occurred on a street in Zikan district. This is the worst martial arts conflict in recent years and is extremely serious. It has caused serious damage to the city. The public security team is investigating and hopes anyone with information can provide relevant clues. Federal laws must not be trampled upon. We will give the criminals the punishment they deserve. We hope the general public does not need to panic. A piece of news quickly spread across the headlines of all media outlets in Linan City, sparking discussions among everyone. But everyone just had a bystander mentality. Anyone who dared to challenge the laws of the Yangzia Federation would have to plead guilty and be punished, not to mention being in the Qi Condensation realm. Even a martial king would have to admit his guilt and be punished. Mo Nan didn't know all this. At this moment, he sat cross-legged and began his own practice. A few hours later, he opened his eyes and murmured. Too slow. The difficulty of practicing in the Qi gathering realm is more than 10 times higher than that of practicing in the body tempering realm. The two are simply incomparable. After a night of practice, there was little effect. At this rate, it would take several days just to break through to the second level of Qi gathering. This was not the result he wanted. I have to find a technique. Starting from the Qi gathering stage, warriors can practice martial arts techniques, but it is difficult for most to obtain a technique. The only hope is to be admitted to a martial arts university, because only there will the technique be passed down. Looks like I have to find a way to contact the big guys in Linan City. Their golden finger levels are definitely not low, and they might have some kind of technique. Mo Nan knew that there were golden fingers like mysterious items, and some of them were heaven-defying skills. Whenever they appeared, the quality would definitely not be low. After Mo Nan finished thinking about his harvesting plan, he looked at the night sky and lay down on the bed. He hadn't had a good night's sleep since he awakened the golden finger. Although it was okay for a warrior not to sleep, the previous fierce battle had made him exhausted, and Mo Nan fell asleep quickly. No words were spoken that night. The next day, Mo Nan was woken up by his mother. You kid, you're about to start practicing martial arts, but you're still sleeping in. Hurry up and eat. You'll go house hunting with your dad later. Got it? Get up, wash up, and eat. Because his younger brother had difficulty living, his mother needed to stay and take care of him, so the task of buying a house fell on Mo Nan and his son. Mo Nan and his father Mo Hai rushed to the city center. Dad, let's go to the security team first. I have something to do. Dad. Mo Nan looked at his father, who was suddenly stunned, and stretched out his hand to shake it. Mo Hai came back to his senses and said, "Nothing, let's go." Mo Nan looked at his father walking in front of him, feeling a little strange. He had never seen that kind of expression on his father's face before. Bitterness? Loneliness? Guilt? Driven by Mo Nan's curiosity, the two soon arrived at the headquarters of the public security team. Dad, just walk around for a bit, I'll be back soon. After Mo Nan finished speaking, he walked straight to the previous reception desk. A familiar, beautiful figure was walking around the reception desk, her face full of anxiety. Sister Lu! Mo Nan shouted, and the person in front of him was the beautiful woman who had gone to the detective club with Chu Hao to look for help. Mo Nan, why are you here? Lu Yanran's eyes lit up and she spoke. Mo Nan went straight to the point, Sister Lu, the battle in Zikan district last night. Do you know any clues? Lu Yanran looked at Mo Nan excitedly. For this matter, their entire security team had not slept a wink all night. No, I did it. What? Everyone in the hall turned their eyes over. Lu Yanran frowned her beautiful eyebrows and said solemnly, Mo Nan, fighting without permission is a serious crime, and you even killed the other party, what's going on? I can't explain this to you clearly. Where's the general manager? I'll talk to him. You. Lu Yanran was furious. She had never seen such a rampant criminal. The little good impression she had accumulated yesterday was instantly gone. She said coldly, the general director is not here. As for you, come back to the prison with me. Mo Nan was speechless. What should he do? After thinking about it, he walked over and called Bai Yufei, but it took a long time for the call to be connected. Mo Nan, what's the matter? Master General, I was the one who killed that man in Zikan district yesterday. He was a demon. Zikan district? Murder. Bai Yufei's voice was a little doubtful, and after a while he continued, I understand. The arrest warrant has been revoked. By the way, I may need your assistance with some of the following matters. No problem. Bai Yufei hung up the phone, and the other people in the room looked at him with a hint of inquiry in their eyes. Bai Yufei said, it was the little fellow who discovered the demon species. He killed a fully formed demon species. One person said, didn't you say he's only in his third year of high school? How could he be able to hunt down demons alone? Even the lowest level demons are close to the Qi condensation realm in martial arts. Bai Yufei also sensed it. Yes, could it be that the boy was lying to him? At this moment, an old man in a black tang suit said with a smile, no need to guess, it must be him, Mo Nan, a student in the third term of the senior year of number 4 middle school. He has completed the black myth, gathered Qi in 2 days, and his initial test rating of the 4 ultimates is unparalleled. This. Even though the people here were all real big shots in linen, they couldn't help but feel dry in their mouths and found it unbelievable. After a while, someone murmured, a dragon is about to appear in Linen City. It's hard to say. It's not uncommon to see golden fingers that are strong in the early stage but weak in the later stage. Let's wait and see. The old man shook his head. Everyone thought about it and then started discussing the evil spirit again. On the other side, Mo Nan looked at Lu Yanran and said, Sister Lu, the wanted order has been revoked. Can I leave now? Lu Yanran curiously opened her phone, checked it out, and asked doubtfully, Mo Nan, are you related to the general administration? What are you thinking? The one I killed was a bad guy. After finishing speaking, Mo Nan walked directly out of the hall. Then, he saw a shocking scene. Father Mo Hai was holding hands tightly with a middle-aged security guard with a broken arm, and the two were talking excitedly. Dad! Two surprised voices sounded at the same time, one from Mo Nan and the other from Lu Yanran. Mo Nan and Lu Yanran looked at each other, both looking bewildered. What's going on? Do their fathers know each other? Lu Yanran looked at Mo Nan and found that Mo Nan also looked unaware of the specific situation. Mo Nan was also very curious. Could it be that his father was hiding something from him? Mo Nan looked at his father Mo Hai in surprise and asked puzzledly, Dad, what is going on? Isn't my father an ordinary Qi-gathering realm warrior whose cultivation was destroyed by a passing evil cultivator? But the scene before him clearly revealed a message. There was a story. There was something inside. Mo Nan suddenly thought that he had never checked his family's golden fingers before, and he looked at his father intently. Chapter 17. Lines of words rose above Father Mo Hai's head. Name, Mo Hai. Gold finger, 1000 miles tracking technique, spiritual grade mid-level. Cultivation, none. It turned out to be a mid-level spiritual gold finger? I didn't expect my dad was a genius back then. It's a pity that it's not a cultivation type of golden finger, otherwise there is a good chance of being admitted to a key martial arts university and becoming a martial arts master. At this time, Mo Hai and the middle-aged man with the broken arm had separated from each other and turned their gazes to Mo Nan and Lu Yanran. Old Lu, this is the girl Yanran, right? She is indeed as beautiful as a fairy. Mo Hai said to the middle-aged man with the broken arm. Haha, Zionan is also a handsome man. Lu Yanran released her hand that was covering her mouth and asked in surprise, Dad, do you know each other? Yanran, this is your uncle Mo, Dad's best friend. As Mo Hai and the middle-aged man talked back and forth, Mo Nan and the others finally learned about the old events of the past. The matter is not complicated. 16 years ago, Mo Hai was also a security guard, and he became the captain of a security team at a young age. During a mission, due to Mo Hai's misjudgment, 8 of the 10 people in the team died, 1 was disabled, and 1 was seriously injured. With his martial arts career cut short and feeling guilty towards his brother, Mo Hai became disheartened and moved away with his wife Zhao Ziolan and 2-year-old Mo Nan, severing all his interpersonal relationships. Lao Mo, it's not your fault for what happened back then. I would have done the same thing if it were me. There's no need for you to hide from us. After Mo Hai and the other person had another heart-to-heart talk, Lu Yang, Lu Yanran's father, asked Mo Nan and the other person the purpose of their visit. Lu Yanran was about to speak when she was pulled away by Mo Nan. He didn't want his family to worry about him. Mo Hai smiled and said, Xiao Nan has successfully awakened, so he wanted to buy an apartment in the city so that the children can go to school more conveniently. That's right, I'll call some old brothers and we'll have a good get-together. After Lu Yang finished speaking, he looked meaningfully at Mo Nan and Lu Yanran who were pulling each other, and said with a smile, Old Mo, now that you are back and the 2 children have grown up, can we fulfill the promise we made back then? Haha, let the 2 children get along with each other first. Mo Nan, who had just pulled Lu Yanran away, suddenly felt 2 strange gazes and felt a little puzzled. Lu Yanran thought of something that her father had mentioned inadvertently, and her cheeks suddenly turned red. The look in her eyes when she looked at Mo Nan changed slightly. Come on, Lao Mo, I'm familiar with the city, I'll take you there. After Lu Yang finished speaking, he pulled Mo Hai outside. Just as Mo Nan was about to catch up, he saw Lu Yanran also followed. Mo Nan whispered, Why are you following me? Don't you have to go to work? I'm just at work, but you're a wanted criminal. Lu Yanran raised her delicate chin and said as a matter of course. The wanted order has been revoked. Mo Nan said word by word. Then you are also a murderer. I have to keep an eye on you to prevent you from continuing to kill innocent people. You. That's totally unreasonable. Mo Nan was speechless. Knowing that he couldn't stop her, he didn't argue with her. Mo Hai and Lu Yang, who were walking in front, smiled even more when they saw Mo Nan and Mo Hai whispering to each other. Several people soon came to the real estate agency. Mo Hai and Lu Yang quickly started talking to the staff. Mo Nan was sitting in the lounge area drinking tea board, and Lu Yanran came over with a strange expression. Mo Nan, your family has been through such a hard time these years. Is the money you earn as a private detective enough to buy a house? What's it to you? You. I mean, I can help you with the cushion first, but you're really biting me. Mo Nan looked at Lu Yanran in surprise. This woman had a good heart. You don't make much money as a security guard, do you? Don't you need to buy cultivation resources? Lu Yanran raised her chin and said proudly, I am the key training target of the security team. All the resources are provided by the team. I have saved a lot of money in the past 2 years. I appreciate your kindness. Just as Mo Nan was talking, a group of people walked into the door of the real estate agency. They were obviously the elite of society. The two people in the lead, the beautiful woman and the sunny and handsome man, were Su Fei and Hu Shuet, who had met Mo Nan once before. After entering the door, Su Fei said something and walked towards the bathroom. Hu Shuet turned her eyes and saw Mo Nan. Isn't this the lucky loser from number 4 middle school? Mo Nan stopped talking with Lu Yanran and turned to look. When Mo Nan saw that it was Hu Shuet, he was speechless. Did this woman have any serious illness? Also, who the hell is so lucky? It's really bad luck to run into someone like this when I go out. Mo Nan simply chose to ignore it. Just then, Mo Hai and Lu Yang came over, accompanied by a staff member. Zionan, Yanran, let's go and look at the house. Lu Yang called out and prepared to go out. Etc. Hu Shui shouted, interrupting the steps of several people. She looked at the female staff member and said coldly. Who gave you permission to sell the house to them? The female staff member was stunned and said at a loss, Miss, I. What do you mean? Get them out of here right now. We won't sell them our house. All right. The staff were helpless and looked at Mo Nan and the others with helpless eyes. Mo Nan's eyes gradually turned cold. The woman in front of him made him want to kill her for the first time. When they first met at the martial arts palace, the other party mocked him for no reason, but he endured it. He tolerated not selling the house to himself and others, but when she pointed at her father's nose and told him to get out, Mo Nan couldn't stand it anymore. However, from beginning to end, the two did not know each other at all. Do you really think you have a good temper and can be bullied by others? Looking at Mo Nan who was approaching step by step, Hu Shui sneered and said, What? You want to fight? This lady will let you see for yourself. Even if we are both in the qi condensation realm, there is still a huge gap. Shit luck is worthless in the face of absolute strength. Wind and fire palm. With a delicate cry, Hu Shui used her confident martial arts. She wanted to let the loser in front of her know what absolute strength meant. Be careful! Mo Hai, Lu Yang, and Lu Yanran exclaimed at the same time. They knew that Mo Nan had only awakened for 3 days and there was no way he could be a match for the qi condensation realm warrior in front of them. Mo Nan turned a deaf ear to him, took a meteor step, passed through the heavy palm shadows, and grabbed Hu Shui's neck. I won't argue with you. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Bang! A loud slap sent Hu Shui flying out, hitting the glass door hard. The glass door shattered and the hall suddenly became chaotic. The security personnel rushed out quickly and surrounded Mo Nan and others. Chapter 18. What's going on? Su Fei was stunned when he came out of the bathroom. He just went to the toilet, so how could a fight break out outside? Then he saw Mo Nan surrounded by security personnel. Mo Nan, why are you here? A moment later, when Su Fei understood what had happened, he walked up to Hu Shui, who was struggling to get up with a cold face. Idiot, your Hu group has been acquired by our Su group, why are you still pretending to be a big shot? Looking at Hu Shui's grim expression, Su Fei continued, do you know why the Hu family collapsed? I'm not afraid to tell you, it's because I discovered that the only heir to the Hu family was a useless idiot, so I persuaded Dad to take action. The Hu family has fallen to this point because of you, understand? Now, take your people and get out of here. After Su Fei finished speaking, Hu Shui's face turned pale to the extreme, and the infinite blow in her heart even overwhelmed the pain on her face. Struggling to stand up, Hu Shui walked out of the hall in a daze. After Su Fei settled the staff, he came to Mo Nan. Mo Nan, are you guys going to buy a house? What are your requirements? Mo Nan shook his head, there are no requirements, but it must be safe enough. Su Fei thought for a moment and said, there seems to be an unused villa in Jinhua Villa. I'll give it to you. Jinhua Villa. Lu Yong and Lu Yanran both opened their mouths in surprise. Jinhua Villa is one of the top residential areas in Linan City. The most important thing is that if you want to buy a house here, you not only need money, but also meet other conditions. For example, the cultivation requirements, such as alchemist, weapon refiner, etc. No, I'll buy it, no matter how much it costs. No reward without merit. Mo Nan doesn't want to take any benefits for nothing. But Su Fei said, this is nothing to me. Could it be that brother Mo doesn't consider me a friend? Now that things have come to this, Mo Nan doesn't know what to say anymore. Following Su Fei to Jinhua Villa, there is no need to say much about the luxury of the villa. There are mountains, water, and woods. Mo Nan's new home is located on the shore of a quiet natural lake. The most important thing is that Mo Nan felt countless powerful auras coming from the surroundings. It seemed that this place was really safe enough. After Su Fei left, the four of them sat in the spacious and bright hall of the villa. Xiao Nan, have you reached the Qi condensation realm? Looking at the three people staring at him, Mo Nan nodded, yes, Hu Shui and Su Fei, I met them yesterday during the initial trial of the Four Absolutes Academy. What? Yesterday? You successfully gathered Qi in just 2 days? Lu Yanran asked loudly. Seeing Mo Nan nodded again, a few days later he was shocked again. Then have you passed the Four Absolutes test? Mo Hai asked. Passed. Ha ha ha, you are worthy of being my, Mo Has, son. Mo Hai laughed out loud. Lao Mo, congratulations. Lu Yong was also happy for his old brother, but his own daughter. Don't worry, old Lu. I like Yanran very much. Looking at the two people winking at each other, Mo Nan said helplessly, Dad, Uncle Lu, I just passed the initial test. It's not certain whether I can pass the exam. Hey, whether you pass the exam or not, it doesn't deny your excellence. Let's have a nice dinner together tonight. Lu Yong patted Mo Nan's shoulder, his eyes also full of relief. Afternoon. Lu Yanran and her daughter returned to the security team, while Mo Nan and his son returned to Zikan district. Move place. There wasn't much stuff at home, so I packed it up quickly. My mother stood at the gate of the courtyard where she had lived for more than 10 years, with a look of reluctance on her face. Let's go. It's time for us to get together with our old friends, my father said comfortingly. Yes, Mom, our life will get better and better in the future. Mo Nan pushed his brother's wheelchair, also feeling a little reluctant. Hey, Mo Nan's wife, where are you going with all these bags? The neighbor opened the door and looked at Mo Nan's family curiously. The mother's reluctance disappeared instantly, and she said happily to the neighbor, Xiao Nan bought a house in the city, and we are preparing to move there. The neighbors all showed envious expressions and congratulated Mo's mother. Mo Nan and his family left, and behind them could be heard the faint complaints of their neighbors who were disappointed with their children. The whole family was very satisfied with this magnificent new home, and the mother took her younger brother to choose a room. Mo Nan also checked the gold fingers of his mother and brother. Name: Zhao Ziolin. Gold finger: cooking mastery, low grade ordinary. Cultivation: none. No wonder my mom's cooking is so delicious, it turns out she is an expert in cooking. No wonder she can defeat my dad, a genius of the middle spiritual level. As for his younger brother Mo Bei, no information has emerged. It may be because he is too young. He just turned 10 this year. In the evening, the Mo and Lu families had a dinner together. At the dinner table, Zhao Ziolin and Lu Yanran's mother Jiro hugged each other and cried. Lu Yanran also has a younger brother named Lu Feng, who is in his second year of high school. Mo Nan took a casual look at him and found that he had a mid-grade spiritual level cultivation type golden finger, which was very good. After dinner, Zhao Ziolin, the mother, said to Mo Nan, "Xiao Nan, tomorrow you and Yanran should go visit the families of your father's deceased friends." "Okay, Mom." Mo Nan felt that this was what he should do, so he agreed and did not notice the other meanings in his mother's eyes. After sending his parents back to their new home, Mo Nan left Jinhua Villa alone. "Go and compensate for the car first." Mo Nan remembered that he had scrapped a car belonging to the detective club. Arriving at the detective club, Mo Nan paid for the car and thought that he should buy a car so that he wouldn't have to take a taxi every time. Mo Nan did it as soon as he thought of it. He quickly arrived at the place where he bought the car. With the single cashback system, he had no feelings about the Lingbai city at all. He bought the best one directly, and then asked the clerk to deliver another nice car to his new home in Jinhua Villa, and then Mo Nan drove away. Flying is prohibited in the cities of the Yangtze Federation, so psychic-powered vehicles are similar to those in the previous life. There is almost no difference except that the driving force is changed from gasoline to psionic devices. If there were no such restrictions, the cars here would definitely be able to fly, like Mo Nan's car, which can float in the air in the wild. Many of the advanced technologies in science fiction movies have actually existed in this world for a long time, but most of them have limitations and are difficult to see in normal times. Just as Mo Nan was taking a stroll and fulfilling his dream from his previous life, the phone suddenly rang. "Mr. General, what is it?" "Mo Nan, the demon-killing operation begins tonight. We need your cooperation. Come to the West District Security Office." "Okay." Mo Nan's eyes narrowed and he tightened his clothes. After hanging up the phone, Mo Nan changed direction and headed towards Zikan District. Linen City is destined to be turbulent tonight. Chapter 19. The roar of the psychic sports car passed through the crowded streets and arrived in the quiet West City District. Zikan District Public Security Bureau. At this time, there were 4 figures standing at the door of the public security station, one of whom was Bai Yufei. A charming woman in black stockings yawned. Her lazy and charming voice was enough to arouse any man's most primitive desire. "Bai Yufei, you said that the little guy is most likely a detection-type cheat." Bai Yufei shrugged and said, "I thought so before, but now I'm not so sure. However, his golden finger definitely has the ability to detect, and it's very powerful. Do you think his detection ability can match our magic detector?" Another young man asked curiously. "Please, the demons have been driven out of the Milky Way for tens of thousands of years, and our demon detectors haven't been updated for tens of thousands of years. Who knows if they can still keep up with the times? The demons won't sit still and wait for death." A young man continued. The young man continued, "Speaking of which, are a few small evil demons worthy of the intervention of 4 of us martial kings?" The charming woman continued, "A few evil demons and a few demon seeds are indeed unnecessary, but the evil demons have reappeared on Blue Star. The nature of this matter is far beyond your imagination and mine. It is not excessive to dispatch a martial emperor in the Qunkan realm. Qunkan realm, the 8th realm of martial arts, also known as the martial emperor. He's here. Bai Yufei said, and the others stopped chatting. Mo Nan got out of the car and came in front of several people. Meet the general manager. Haha, Mo Nan, you're here. Let me introduce you. Bai Yufei patted Mo Nan's shoulder and pointed to the other 3 people. This is President Luo Yun of the Chamber of Commerce, this is Elder Wei Yang of the Martial Arts Palace, and this is Mayor Song Feng, the Deputy Mayor of Linen City. They are all big guys, Mo Nan sighed, these people are the real managers of Linen City. Especially looking at the extremely young faces of several people, Mo Nan sighed, is this the ability of a martial arts master? For them, it is not difficult to freeze their appearance at a certain stage at will. The mature lady in her 20s is Luo Yun, the teenage boy is Wei Yang, and the handsome young man is Song Feng. After Mo Nan greeted them one by one, he quietly stared at the 3 of them. Name, Luo Yun. Gold Finger, embrace the plundering system, Dao level mid-level. Cultivation, Cloud Sea realm. Note, hugging someone will allow you to plunder their cultivation. The amount you plunder depends on the level of their cheat code. The higher the level, the harder it is to plunder. Name, Wei Yang. Gold Finger, 9 Yang Burning Heaven Technique, Dao level mid-grade. Cultivation, Cloud Sea realm. Note, this is a cosmic level, top-grade technique that condenses 9 scorching sun cyclones to create an unparalleled foundation. Name, Song Feng. Gold Finger, maximum comprehension, medium Dao level. Cultivation, Cloud Sea realm. Note, you can instantly comprehend any martial arts technique. Depend on. Mo Nan was so shocked that his mouth opened into an O shape, like a country bumpkin who had finally seen the world. Is it so strong? 9 Yang Burning Heaven art is exactly the golden finger of martial arts that Mo Nan has always dreamed of, and its heaven-defying nature is self-evident. When a warrior is in the Qi-gathering realm, he must condense his true Qi into a cyclone. Once it is fully formed, he will enter the Qi-condensing realm, where he will further refine and compress the cyclone into a martial arts elixir, thus reaching the elixir transformation realm. This process only requires the condensation of 1 cyclone to complete. Most warriors only condense 1. It is not that they do not want to condense more, but they do not know the method and it is impossible to condense more cyclones. This 9 Yang Burning Heaven art can condense 9 scorching sun cyclones, which is extremely powerful and is worthy of being a top-grade universe-level martial art. The level of the golden finger and the level of the skills are 2 different categories and do not conflict with each other. Then there is Song Feng's full level of comprehension, which is also an ability that Mo Nan urgently needs. Due to time constraints, he hasn't practiced his meteor step and sword drawing technique much yet. If he had this ability, it would be so cool to reach the maximum level directly. As for Luo Yun's embrace plunder system, well, it's a bit weird, but Qiangxi is really strong. Besides, Mo Nan has seen even weirder systems before, so this one is acceptable. Mo Nan looked at Luo Yun's unparalleled beautiful face, breathtaking curves, and charming temperament. With the blessing of this golden finger, she was like a tiger with wings, and could become stronger easily. At this moment, the long-lost fonts appeared in Mo Nan's mind again, 3 at a time. Copy. 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 Mo Nan was giving orders while being shocked in his heart. Such a powerful golden finger is actually only of the middle grade Dao level. It seems that I still underestimated the potential and power of the Dao grade top grade 9 absolute sword body. Also, what kind of heaven-defying existence are those immortal level golden fingers? At this moment, Luo Yun suddenly chuckled, with an unconcealable temptation in her voice. Little brother, why do you keep peeking at me? Do you want to sleep with me? Mo Nan withdrew his gaze awkwardly, shocked by Luo Yun's words. Haha, don't be shy. Although I can't let you sleep for the time being, a hug is still okay. As Luo Yun spoke, she blinked her beautiful eyes at Mo Nan. Mo Nan quickly turned his head and said in a serious tone, President Luo is really a joker. I have nothing but endless respect for President Luo. But in his heart he secretly said, Fairy. Although Mo Nan felt that if he hugged the other person, it was most likely that the other person was plundered of his cultivation, but if that happened, it would be difficult for him to explain. At this moment, Bai Yufei suddenly said, President Luo, how about we hug each other? Mo Nan was completely stunned. He didn't expect that the Bai Yufei General Administration, who usually looked gentle and elegant, could say such words. At this time, Bai Yufei's figure gradually merged with the wretched man on the bus. Mo Nan was speechless. He thought he had no choice at that time. Ugh! But when he saw the other two people's eager eyes, he became speechless for a moment, and the image of a big boss just now collapsed in an instant. Luo Yun's pretty face turned cold. Get out! There is a limit to the cultivation that can be plundered from each person. The people in front of her have already been squeezed dry by her. Her life creed is, hugs can be given casually, but feelings cannot. Bai Yufei scratched his head in embarrassment. Song Feng coughed and said, are we still going to carry out the mission? The few of them finally regained their composure. Bai Yufei regained his gentle demeanor and said, let's go. Our destination is Zikan District's second hospital. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared from the spot in an instant, and the figures of the others also disappeared one after another, leaving Mo Nan in a mess. You guys, just left like that, what about me? I can't even fly. Chapter 20. Luo Yun's chuckle sounded in Mo Nan's ears. Brother, wait until you get into the Four Absolutes Academy, then I'll hug you. Not now. Mo Nan was speechless looking at the empty streets. He understood what Luo Yun meant. It was not that he was not qualified now, but he was afraid that if his cultivation was plundered, it would affect his chances of passing the entrance exam to the Four Absolutes Academy. This goblin still has some principles. Mo Nan muttered and walked towards his sports car. As for the other three people not taking him with them, it was definitely intentional. Aren't these guys jealous? How can a dignified martial king have the mind of an elementary school student? Is it really that serious? This wiped out all the awe and admiration that Mo Nan had for the king of martial arts, leaving only a forehead full of black lines and endless complaints. West District's second hospital. When Mo Nan arrived, he saw four figures standing at the door but did not go in. Mo Nan rolled his eyes. What's the point of running so fast? Don't you still have to wait for me? Mo Nan came closer and saw the solemn expressions on the four people's faces. Even Luo Yun's two beautiful embroidered eyebrows were tightly furrowed together. Is the stuff inside very powerful? Mo Nan asked curiously. Song Feng shook his head and said, not strong. Then you. The magic detector has no response. Wei Yang frowned while holding a strange instrument in his hand. Then, he explained to Mo Nan the function of the magic detector. Is it possible that there are no evil spirits inside? Mo Nan guessed. There's an aura of a grand master in the martial arts realm inside. This is definitely not normal. The most important thing is that we didn't even notice any clues before. If the magic detector fails, then we'll be in trouble. Luo Yun said. In this way, we can't even distinguish between evil spirits and living people, and we can't take action. Bai Yufei continued. Mo Nan was speechless and said slowly, gentlemen, what is the purpose of your calling me here? Bai Yufei suddenly slapped his thigh and shouted, yes, do you have the ability to distinguish evil spirits? Mo Nan's head was filled with black lines. Is the memory of the martial arts king so bad? Wei Yang shook his head and said, although you can identify evil spirits, there are hundreds of millions of people in Linen alone. How can you investigate them? Mo Nan agreed when he heard it. Human resources are limited and it is impossible for him to watch everyone. Let's deal with this first, and we can talk about the rest later. This little evil demon can't cause any trouble. Wouldn't it be better to ask the Federal Research Association to update the magic detector? Song Feng said. After thinking about it, they relaxed their brows and went into the second hospital together. A nurse with a sweet smile came towards me, and the smile on her face was clean and warm. Everyone, if you want to see a doctor, please come here to register. Mo Nan looked at the other person's warm smile, sighed, and spoke lightly. Kill him. There were only 2 words above the opponent's head, demon seed, no hope. The other 3 were still hesitant, but Bai Yufei attacked without hesitation and smashed the opponent's head with one palm. There was no blood or brain matter as imagined. In the hollow skull, a small black and red dot was shattered by the palm wind. Looking at the fallen figure, Mo Nan sighed again. He knew this nurse, Wang Miao Miao, the girl from the neighbor's house. They used to play games together when they were young. The day she came to the second hospital to work as a nurse, Uncle Wang was so happy that he even drank with his father Mo Hai for most of the day. Damn the evil spirit! Mo Nan clenched his fists. There weren't many people in the hospital at night, so they started searching from the ward on the first floor. 101, Mo Nan opened the door and looked around. There were 3 patients and 3 family members. Above their heads were the same 2 big words, demon seed. Kill them all. Bai Yufei and the other 3 did not hesitate this time and took action one after another. The situation of the 6 people in the ward was exactly the same as that of Nurse Wang Miao Miao. 102. Kill him. 103. Kill. 104. Wei Yang wanted to attack out of habit, but Mo Nan quickly stopped him. Elder Wei, don't, he can still be saved. Mo Nan said this, pointing to a man whose lower body was fixed to an iron frame, like a patient with a serious fracture in the orthopedics department. Name, Lu Yang. Gold finger, strong will, ordinary grade. Cultivation, body tempering level 6. Status, demonic invasion. Mo Nan walked over and patted the other person's cheek, waking him up from his sleep. As soon as the man opened his eyes, he shouted. I'm not mentally ill, let me go, let me go. Stop yelling. I know you're not. We're security guards. We're here to rescue you. Can you walk? The man was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then burst into tears, crying so hard that his heart was broken. Mo Nan untied the man and found that he was not hurt at all. Why are you coming to the hospital if you're not sick? Mo Nan was speechless. Isn't this painful? I just wanted to come here to get a few free boxes of safety umbrellas, but they called me a psychopath and tied me up without saying a word. I was tied up for a month. This is my newly married wife, Wu. The man said this and started crying again. Mo Nan's face darkened, and then he frowned and said, You've been tied up for a month. It's not that good, Wu. Bai Yufei also frowned and said, It seems that these beasts are planning something big. This is what Mo Nan wanted to say. He had felt something was wrong before. These guys had actually successfully transformed living people into demon species. Why didn't they use these demon species to cause trouble, but instead continued to disguise themselves as living people? And it has been hidden for a month or even longer, there must be something fishy. But these are things that should be investigated later. What we should do now is to clean up this hospital first. With Lu Yang brought along, the group started the cleanup operation again. After searching the entire building of the huge second hospital, Lu Yang was the only living person found. I really can't imagine what happened in this building before. The scene at that time was definitely hell on earth. Just as they were clearing the third building, a figure stumbled out from inside. He ran while shouting, "Help! Help! I'm not crazy, I don't want to take medicine, I don't want to take medicine." Wei Yang stepped forward and grabbed the woman, saying, "Ma'am, don't get excited. You are safe." Mo Nan's voice came faintly, "Elder Wei, the real owner has been found, let's do it." "What?" Wei Yang reacted extremely quickly and punched the opponent in the forehead. King Wu's full-strength attack blew up the surrounding air, causing ripples in the space. If this punch were thrown into outer space, it would definitely be able to blow up an asteroid and create a terrible space crack. But this is the Blue Star, the ancestral home of mankind. The space has been reinforced and suppressed by countless powerful people. It is an incredible means to make ripples in the space. But even such a punch was narrowly avoided by the opponent. The woman's figure flashed and turned into a terrifying monster, staring at Mo Nan with evil and resentful eyes. Chapter 21. You ant who destroyed my god's plan, you deserve to die. The cold and low whispers, like the mutterings of a demon from the abyss, made Mo Nan lose consciousness for a moment, and his mind felt like it was hit by a heavy hammer. Presumptuous! Song Feng shouted loudly, and the whispers in Mo Nan's ears disappeared without a trace. Mo Nan covered his chest and gasped for breath. Mo Nan's chest, because of the incompatibility of Bai Yufei and others, he lost the proper respect for the martial arts masters. The whisper of the devil in front of him made him put away this ridiculous idea. The crushing pressure from the realm of cultivation was like a natural chasm. Mo Nan looked at the evil demon. This guy turned out to be a humanoid creature with a single horn growing out of the middle of his long red hair, which was about half a meter long. She was not wearing clothes, but layers of feathers, and her scarlet eyes were enchanting and evil. Evil demon, one-horned nightmare. Innate magical power 1, nightmare, copyable. Innate magical power 2, demon seed, copyable. Note, a lower race of the demon clan. Mo Nan's mouth opened involuntarily. Is Brother Tianfu so strong? Can this be copied? Mo Nan chose to copy without hesitation, regardless of whether it would be useful or not, he copied it first. Then, Mo Nan checked all the nightmare and demon seeds. Nightmare can enter the target's dream and manipulate the target's dream. The manipulated dream can be reflected in reality. The degree of reflection is related to cultivation. Demon seed, using one's own essence and blood as a guide, one can create a demon seed. After implanting it into the target, one can completely control the target. Mo Nan nodded in understanding. No wonder the woman before said that she always had nightmares. When she woke up, she found that her husband hit her head. It turned out that it was this nightmare that was causing the trouble. How should I put it, these two abilities are better than nothing. At least Mo Nan himself doesn't think these two abilities are of any use at the moment. At this moment, the evil demon grinned and sneered, "Humans, as former blood food, are you ready to welcome the return of your master?" Arrogant. Even if your clan's Lord God were to revive, he wouldn't dare act so recklessly on Blue Star. You can go to hell now. Wei Yang shouted loudly, and a big sun rose from above his head, illuminating the endless night. The sun appeared across the sky, crushing towards the one-horned nightmare demon. What no one expected was that the evil demon did not dodge or evade, but rushed forward against the scorching sun, uttering obscure and incomprehensible notes from his mouth. Mo Nan could understand what it said, the glory of the demon god will once again illuminate the galaxy. Then, bang! The body of the one-horned nightmare completely turned into nothingness after a loud bang. That's it. The corner of Mo Nan's mouth twitched. He thought the other party was going to use a big move, but in the end he was just going to die. Others were also a little surprised. The strength of the evil demon in front of them was equivalent to that of a grandmaster in the realm of martial arts. Although he could not cause any trouble in front of the four martial kings, he at least had the ability to struggle. Why did he suddenly commit suicide? No. Mo Nan suddenly felt something was wrong. He looked around and saw Liu Yang, who had fallen asleep at some point. Mo Nan's face changed, but if he chased after him like this, the four martial kings would definitely find something wrong, so he had no choice but to say. Master General, do you still remember what that woman said before? Dream. Mo Nan emphasized the word dream. Bai Yufi's expression changed, and he immediately cast several restrictions on Liu Yang. He said to the others, I'll take him to the martial arts palace, and I'll leave the rest to you. The others also seemed to understand something and nodded solemnly. After Bai Yufi left, several people cleaned up the entire hospital together. In fact, it doesn't need to be so troublesome. The moment Mo Nan copied the demon seed, he could clearly feel the location of all the demon seeds and let them choose to self-destruct. But again, Mo Nan didn't want to be exposed. As for the scattered demon species outside the hospital, Mo Nan let them choose to self-destruct. After a busy period, Luo Yun smiled and said, Brother, you are really amazing. Add me to your Wuxin account. There are benefits for you. The corner of Mo Nan's mouth twitched, but he still added contact information to these big guys one by one. It's not that he really wants to see the benefits, and the other party is unlikely to really give him any benefits. He just thinks that after establishing good relationships with the people in front of him, it will be easier for him to act in the future. Song Feng patted Mo Nan's shoulder and said with a smile, Go back and have a good rest, prepare for the exam well, and win glory for our linen city. What about you? Aren't you going back? Wei Yang smiled and said, You don't think that these weak demon species alone are worthy of the four of us martial kings taking action together, do you? Mo Nan thought about it and realized that if they were only dealing with these demons, there would be no need for the king of martial arts to take action personally, and there would be four of them. Then, our real purpose is to investigate how the evil demons reappeared on Blue Star. This is the most serious problem. Mo Nan nodded without saying anything else. After saying goodbye to everyone, he rushed towards his new home, Jinhua Villa. He didn't need to worry about what happened next, as he was just a mere qi condensation realm cultivator and was not qualified to participate. Going home, practicing, and taking the college entrance exam were what he wanted to do. Back in his bedroom, Mo Nan couldn't wait to click on a golden light in his mind. 9 Yang Burning Heaven Art. After completely memorizing the technique, he clicked on maximum level of comprehension and 10 times the training speed again. Start practicing. Under the guidance of the 9 Yang Burning Heaven Art, strands of true energy began to circulate along a specific route. The originally colorless true energy began to become dazzling and eye-catching, with traces of sharp sword energy shining through it. Mo Nan felt that the change in his true energy alone had increased his combat effectiveness by several times. As expected, cheating was the way to go. Practice diligently. Go to hell. After a night of practice, Mo Nan's cultivation level directly broke through to the second level of qi condensation. Moreover, it was not far from the third level of qi condensation. Cultivation requires a balance between relaxation and tension. As the sky outside gradually brightened, Mo Nan stopped practicing. It's not that he doesn't want to spend 24 hours practicing, but after research, he found that there is an upper limit to the optimal practice time for each person every day. If it exceeds this limit, even if you continue to practice, the results will not be very significant. It is better to relax and do other things, which is also conducive to stabilizing your state of mind. The best practice time for most people is about 4 hours, which is 2 hours in ancient times. At the dinner table. Dad, I bought a car for our family. You should have a driver's license, right? You can take Mom and Ziobe out for a walk more often. Don't stay home all the time. I'll transfer some spirit coins to you. Mo Nan directly transferred 10 million spirit coins to his father. Unfortunately, it did not trigger the cashback, but it didn't matter. After dinner, Mo Nan drove out. Chapter 22. Arriving at the Public Security Corps, Mo Nan picked up Lu Yanran. The two went to the homes of Mo Hai and Lu Yang's sacrificed brothers. After Mo Nan gave them each enough spirit coins to live for a lifetime, he left. After sending Lu Yanran back to the security team, Mo Nan opened the professional role-playing system. Current occupation, fortune teller. Task reward, 1 epiphany. Association of prophets and diviners. Mo Nan became a member again and sat in his own office. Not long after, a pretty waitress came in with a beautiful middle-aged woman with wavy wine-red hair. Mo Nan raised his head in surprise. Teacher Lu. The person who came was Lu Jingwen, the teacher of Introduction to Systems in Mo Nan's class. When Lu Jingwen saw Mo Nan, a hint of struggle flashed across her face, but she finally walked over and sat opposite Mo Nan. Lu Jingwen is a mature, beautiful, and intellectual young woman, like a peach exuding an alluring fragrance. Mo Nan poured a glass of water for Lu Jingwen and asked curiously, Teacher Lu, what do you want to test? Lu Jingwen took a sip of jasmine tea with her seductive red lips. She hesitated for a moment before speaking, I want to test the gold finger level of the fetus in my belly. Yeah, okay. Mo Nan didn't think much about it. As it happened to be a professional match, Mo Nan looked towards Lu Jingwen's lower abdomen. Do you need to take off your clothes? Teacher Lu asked with her cheeks flushed. Need not. Most members of the Divination Association have golden fingers related to divination and calculation, so they don't need to use any tools. Under Mo Nan's gaze, the situation in Teacher Liu's abdomen appeared in his sight. In a ball of fresh air that had just gathered, a white light spot floated up and down, flickering. Mo Nan retracted his gaze, and Mo Nan sighed and said, Teacher Lu, I'm sorry, your child is most likely a mortal-level gold finger. Upon hearing this, Teacher Lu showed a hint of disappointment on his face, and then determination appeared in his eyes, as if he had made up his mind. At this moment, the office door was pushed open and a voice that was extremely familiar to Mo Nan came in. Teacher Lu, are you okay? Mo Nan looked up and his eyes met the visitors. The surroundings suddenly fell into silence. Mo Nan frowned and said word by word, Lu Wei. He looked at Lu Wei at the door, then looked at Lu Jingwen sitting opposite him. He seemed to understand something and his face suddenly became bright. Damn, no way! He walked over, pulled Lu Wei out of the door, and closed it behind him. Ah Wei, don't tell me that the child is yours. Lu Wei was stunned for a moment, then said, what are you thinking? That's her husband's. Teacher Lu is just hesitating whether to abort it. I just came here with her to take a look. So that's how it is. It seems I was overthinking it. Wait, why are you the one accompanying her? Ah Wei, Teacher Liu's husband is a high-ranking official in the Secret Realm Guild. Mo Nan tried to remind Lu Wei not to get beaten to death. Lu Wei said indifferently, Nanzi, Teacher Liu's husband is not a good guy. He has a lot of mistresses. Teacher Lu is not happy. Mo Nan was speechless. Her husband wasn't a good guy, but you were? Your broken system would make even a dog shake its head. Okay, go back and be careful about what you do. I know. By the way, why are you here? Part-time. Okay, I'll be leaving first then. Just then, Teacher Lu opened the door and walked out. Mo Nan, then Xiao Yi and I will leave first. Teacher Lu, take care. Lu Wei and Teacher Lu left, and Mo Nan also received his own system reward. Congratulations on receiving positive reviews from customers, full performance plus 100%. Congratulations on receiving the reward Epiphany. On the way home, Mo Nan was thinking about one thing. Even the newly formed fetus in the womb can see the golden finger, so why can't my brother see anything? Previously, he thought it was because his younger brother was too young, but now it seems that his younger brother has lost his golden finger. In addition, thinking about how he has been running around day and night, and has only reached the second level of qi condensation, while Lu Wei, who enjoys life and the joy of being with his wife, has already reached the 7th level of body tempering. Mo Nan felt a pang of pain in his balls. Is the king of rolls greater than the golden finger? It seems that I need to work harder. After spending the whole day at the Fortune Teller Association today, Mo Nan started his own practice after returning home and having dinner. The next day, Mo Nan broke through to the 3rd level of qi condensation. The tasks of the professional role-playing system have been refreshed again. Current occupation, male model. Task reward, improve 1 level of cultivation. Well, this broken system is finally here. What happened to Bai Yufei happened to him again. He thought it was just an accident, but he didn't expect that this system was so unrealistic. Should I go or not? Mo Nan began to hesitate. But this broken system will not refresh new tasks until the task is completed. If you don't go, you will have to give up this golden finger. Although this is nothing, just a Taoist level golden finger, but I have nothing to do now. Let's go and see what the situation is. If special services are needed, forget it. Having made up his mind, Mo Nan went to the largest and most luxurious entertainment club in Linen that night, Tianj Daiwu. The piles of Lingling coins stunned the club owner. Others came to work to earn money, but this was the first time he saw someone spending money to work. Could this person have some special hobby? But he wouldn't have a problem with spirit coins. Someone immediately took Mo Nan away and dressed him up. Mo Nan looked at himself in the mirror, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He didn't expect that he would look so handsome after dressing up. His tall figure seemed like that of a natural model, his face was angular and sharp, his sword-like eyebrows slanted into his temples, and his star-like eyes were deep and distant. With his graceful and elegant ancient black shirt, he looked like a handsome young man in this troubled world. The makeup artist on the side was stunned and said infatuatedly, Mo Nan, you will definitely be our top star in the future. Oh? Sister Xiang, do I look good? The makeup artist nodded repeatedly, beautiful, beautiful, 10 times more beautiful than the previous top star. Hee hee. Mo Nan chuckled and walked out of the dressing room. As time went by, the club became more and more lively, and a wonderful nightlife came along with the music. Mo Nan soon got her own job as a bartender. In the 888 luxury room, Mo Nan knocked on the door and then pushed it open and walked in. Dim lights, pungent alcohol, and a hazy atmosphere. All the people sitting in the box are beauties, some are slim and some are plump, each with her own unique charm. When Mo Nan's eyes met the eyes of one of the graceful figures, they both spoke at the same time. It's you. Chapter 23. What is it? Hua King Gu. 2 more voices were heard at the same time, and the conversation in the box suddenly stopped. King Gu, do you know each other? A sweet-looking girl asked curiously. Hua King Gu did not answer. When she saw the clothes on Mo Nan, she immediately started cursing. You actually came here to do this, Mo Nan, you are really not a good person, your talent is so wasted. Mo Nan was also helpless. It was indeed a bit embarrassing to meet an acquaintance in this situation, but he absolutely could not be timid. Why, you can order this, but you can't let me make this. You. Hua King Gu suddenly became furious. Hey, you're so handsome, come over and have a few drinks with me, another beautiful girl said. Mo Nan walked over and started drinking with several girls. During this time, Hua King Gu kept looking at him with murderous eyes, which made Mo Nan speechless. He didn't know how he had offended this woman. Fortunately, what Mo Nan was worried about did not happen. These girls just drank and did not ask him to do anything. They are all students from several other high schools. They are all talented and have the hope of being admitted to key universities. Before they left, they gave Mo Nan a 5-star rating, which completed Mo Nan's system task in one go. Hua Qingyu was drunk and she pulled Mo Nan over to start beating him up. At the entrance of the club, Mo Nan looked at the drunk Hua Qingyu and said speechlessly, "Have you forgotten what happened when you were drunk before? Why are you still drunk like this? If it wasn't me who met you back then, if it was someone else." "Shut up!" Hua Qingyu stopped him vaguely. When Mo Nan was working as a part-time waiter in the refreshing bar, one night he was going to the bathroom as usual. Suddenly, a drunk figure stumbled in, started taking off his clothes without saying a word, and grabbed Mo Nan's shower head and poured it over himself. Obviously, he treated this place as his own bathroom. Startled, Mo Nan quickly dodged and didn't let the other person take a warm bath. Then, Mo Nan was beaten up by Hua Qingyu's bodyguard, and was taken to Hua Qingyu's father to be decided by him. Fortunately, after understanding what happened, the other party did not make things difficult for Mo Nan, but only warned Mo Nan to stay away from Hua Qingyu in the future. It's still relatively reasonable. If it were someone like Hu Shui, Mo Nan would probably have been killed without leaving any trace, and even his family would have been implicated. There was no way, this was the world as it was. Even if Mo Nan was right, he was no different from an ant in the eyes of those big families at that time. "Mo Nan, take me home." Hua Qingyu came over and threw herself into Mo Nan's arms. "Don't come over here." Mo Nan dodged quickly. He had a Dao-level mid-grade hug and plunder system. With Hua Qingyu's limited cultivation, if he really hugged her, it would not be enough for him to absorb. I have to say, this feature is pretty annoying. Mo Nan felt that this golden finger was useless to him. It was difficult to use it on acquaintances, and who would hug him as a stranger for no reason? "Brother Tianfu, can I control the plunder myself?" "Can. You should have told me earlier." A trace of loneliness flashed in Hua Qingyu's eyes, and she stumbled away into the distance. "Where are you going?" "Go home." Mo Nan walked over and supported her, but the other party shook off Mo Nan's hand and continued to walk forward. Mo Nan was speechless, wondering what had suddenly happened to this young lady. He immediately carried her on his back, put her in his car, and drove towards her home. When Hua Qingyu's father saw that it was Mo Nan who brought his daughter back, the expression on his face was so disgusting that it was almost murderous. Mo Nan didn't care. The situation had changed. Although he couldn't fight against the entire Hua family now, he was not as powerless as before. "Go home and practice." Due to the completion of the system task, Mo Nan's cultivation reached the 4th level of Qi gathering. The following time was uneventful. Mo Nan spends every day practicing. When there are system tasks, he completes them. When there are no system tasks, he spends time with his family. The poor life over the years has caused the family to spend every day in depression and pressure, and they have not been able to enjoy the beauty of this world. Mo Nan accompanies his family to travel around in addition to practicing. He was also constantly searching for a hospital that could cure his father's injuries, but all this could only be realized after he was admitted to Sijia University. Because some hospitals are not open to ordinary people. Time passed quickly and nearly a month passed. During this month, Mo Nan's cultivation was also steadily improving. Since his last breakthrough to the 4th level of Qi gathering, in the past 20 days, Mo Nan's cultivation has reached the 9th level of Qi gathering. In the villa of Jinhua Villa, Mo Nan slowly opened his eyes, and a golden sword light flashed in his eyes. Finally, the 9 scorching sun cyclones have been condensed. Looking inward, he saw 9 golden cyclones slowly rotating in his Danshan Qi Si, like 9 scorching little suns. The sharp sword light was hidden within it, constantly tempering his true energy. In fact, Mo Nan had reached the 9th level of Qi gathering as early as 10 days ago, but because he needed to condense 9 scorching sun cyclones, it took a lot of time. Otherwise, he would have entered the Qi condensation realm long ago. Today is April 30th, which is also the day when the official trial of the 4 Absolutes Academy begins. According to previous conventions, there will be the 4 absolute trials for the awakened in March, the key university trials for the awakened in January, the first-class university trials for the awakened 6 months ago, the second-class university trials for the awakened 9 months ago, and the ordinary university trials for the awakened 1 year ago. They will all be held today and are collectively referred to as the April trials, but the trials for each level of academy are different, and the difficulty increases accordingly. The end of every month is a day that everyone in the Yangtze Federation looks forward to, and today is no exception. After saying hello to his family, Mo Nan drove to the Wuodao Palace. The familiar and quiet courtyard had a long line at the entrance, and Mo Nan had no choice but to line up at the end of the line. The boy standing behind Mo Nan was very talkative and soon became friends with the people around him. He suddenly said to Mo Nan, "Brother, which batch of students are you from?" "I am from the first batch this year, and I am participating in the trial of a key university." The person in front of Mo Nan looked back and said enviously, "Brother, you are so awesome. I was in the 10th batch last year and came here to participate in the trials of a top university. You guys are amazing. I was in the 3rd batch last year, and I could only participate in the trials of ordinary universities. I almost didn't make it, but luckily I broke through to the Qi condensation realm within a year." A girl spoke with envy, and there was a hint of relief in her tone. Mo Nan was about to speak when a ray of light suddenly came out from the courtyard in front of him, and everyone looked over curiously. Chapter 24. At the entrance of the courtyard, a golden light gate appeared again next to the gate. A figure stood in the void, hands behind his back, and said loudly, "Those who have passed the initial test of the 4 absolutes, come here." Mo Nan touched his nose, smiled at the talkative boys, walked out of the team and walked towards the light gate. The few people who were talking and laughing just now were suddenly stunned. It turned out that the boss was right next to them. There is no harm without comparison, and the few of them suddenly stopped talking. There were about 50 people who stood out from the crowd like Mo Nan. Mo Nan saw several familiar figures among them. Ling Yu, Lin Ming, Su Fei, Hu Shui, and Lu Wei? Well, this guy has a golden finger of the best spiritual grade after all, and he is also very hard-working, so it is not surprising that he appears here. In addition, there is another person who is beyond Mo Nan's expectations but also within reason, Chu Ming. The owner of the Taoist level top-grade Golden Finger 9 Absolute Sword Body. Chu Ming and Lu Wei came over after seeing Mo Nan. "Brother Nan," they said in unison. "Let's go," Mo Nan said, and walked into the golden light curtain. Amidst the interweaving of light and shadow, Mo Nan found himself on a huge square, with countless figures surrounding him. "This is..." When Mo Nan was puzzled, a magnificent voice sounded. "Dear candidates, you are the best of the entire Tian Shui Prefecture's 3rd round. Next, I will announce the content of your first round of trials. I believe everyone has played games before. You can think of this as a game. Your mission is to leave the novice village, accumulate enough experience points, and reach the main city. There are many ways to accumulate experience points. It's up to you to discover the specifics. Anyone who fails to leave the novice village within 3 days will be eliminated. Remember, no teams allowed. Good luck to you, and we'll see you in the main city." As the voice faded away, the surrounding scene gradually became clear, and Mo Nan and others were surprisingly in an ancient village. The sound of the blacksmith hammering and the restaurant waiters shouting were endless. This place was exactly the same as the online game Mo Nan had played before. At this moment, a pleasant voice sounded in Mo Nan's mind. "Welcome to God's Domain, player 9527. Do you want to view your personal dashboard? Check it out." Mo Nan asked curiously. This was the first time he played a completely realistic online game. He was also a high-level game player in his previous life, and suddenly he felt a little excited. Player number 9527. Level 0, 0/100. Task, none. The panel is so simple, even crude, that you can't see anything. However, at the bottom of the panel, there are several options such as rankings, trading platform, chat channel, etc. At this moment, exclamations and excited voices were heard in the square. Ah, I'm the best at playing games. Damn it, I'm just average when it comes to strength, but when it comes to gaming, I don't give in to anyone. I like this test, go for it. Go, 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 kill monsters and level up. The crowd in the square disappeared in an instant. Mo Nan looked at the place in the center of the square that looked like a resurrection point, with 3 big characters written on it, Tian Shui Village. Tian Shui Village? Are there other villages? Could it be that this trial is being held across the entire Qisha province? Mo Nan was not sure and had no way to verify it for the time being, so he quickly left the place. He had to hurry up and level up. If he reached the main city a second earlier, the scene might be completely different. Originally, Mo Nan wanted to find the NPC in the village to accept the task and then go to the wild to level up, but when he saw the villagers' houses surrounded by people, he gave up the idea of accepting the task. After leaving the novice village, Mo Nan came to the wild. Thousands of candidates have gathered here, no, now they should be called players. Vast grasslands and dense forests, if this were a real game, Mo Nan would have to give a thumbs up to the planner. There is only one kind of monster on the grassland. White Rabbit, Level 1. Skill, Jump Kick. There weren't many big white rabbits, and several people were surrounding a big white rabbit and attacking it. Mo Nan could tell at a glance that all of these people were at the first level of Qi gathering. At this moment, a big white rabbit suddenly jumped high, and its powerful hind legs kicked a player's chest hard. Bang! The player immediately turned into a white light and disappeared, and the big white rabbit was hacked to death by others. So strong! Mo Nan was surprised. If that was the case, reaching level 10 wouldn't be an easy task. A few minutes later, the big white rabbit refreshed again. Mo Nan was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He used the meteor step and instantly came in front of the big white rabbit and threw a punch. Bang! The big white rabbit exploded on the spot and disappeared in a streak of white light. Congratulations on killing a level 1 white rabbit, experience +1. So little? Mo Nan frowned, looked at the big white rabbit that no one could get, and decisively left the place. He has to find a high-level monster area, otherwise it will be difficult to level up. Mo Nan knew that there were other ways to gain experience points besides killing monsters, which might be more effective than killing monsters. Otherwise, players who are at the first level of Qi gathering won't be able to play. But Mo Nan was too lazy to explore. With his current strength, it was enough to kill his way through. Tree Man, Level 2. Mo Nan easily solved one. Congratulations on killing a Level 2 treeman, experience +2. Mo Nan continued forward. Congratulations on killing a Level 3 hedgehog, experience +3. Congratulations on killing a Level 4 venomous snake, experience +4. Congratulations on killing a Level 5 wild boar, experience +5. Experience points like this are very friendly to players with low cultivation levels. The Level 5 wild boar's cultivation level was just as Mo Nan expected, the 5th level of Qi gathering. Killing a wild boar at the 5th level of Qi gathering is only equivalent to killing 5 big white rabbits at the 1st level of Qi gathering. This is good news for people with low cultivation. Mo Nan continued forward. Just then, Mo Nan discovered a few people who were also hunting wild boars. Su Fei. This guy has actually reached the 5th level of Qi gathering, which is already very strong. However, it takes him a long time to kill a wild boar. He might as well go to the grassland and kill a big white rabbit with one sword. After seeing Su Fei kill a wild boar, Mo Nan walked over. Why don't you kill White Rabbit? It might be more efficient. Mo Nan. Su Fei was stunned for a moment, then continued, there are too few monsters. It's hard to get a big white rabbit. Then go kill the poisonous snakes. There aren't many people over there. Damn, that's right. I was influenced by the inertial thinking of the game. Su Fei slapped his forehead. Mo Nan patted Su Fei's shoulder and walked further away. Someone who was leveling up with Su Fei came over and asked, who is that guy? How dare he go to the level 6 monster area? My friend, stop playing with wild boars and let's go kill snakes. Chapter 25. Congratulations on killing a level 6 leopard, experience +6. Every time Mo Nan passed a monster area, he would kill a few and then walk further away. In the level 7 monster area, after Mo Nan killed a grey wolf, a pleasant voice sounded in his ears. Congratulations on killing a level 7 grey wolf, experience +7. Congratulations on reaching 100 experience points and reaching level 1. Village announcement, congratulations to player 9527 for being the first to reach level 1. The Tian Shui village level rankings have been launched. 3 voices sounded at the same time, and the last one rang in the ears of all the players in Tian Shui village. FK 9527, who is this genius? Of course, it must be Gu Feng from Donglan No. 1 High School. Get lost, it should be Chu Yang from our Baifeng city. Get out of the way. She's definitely the goddess Ye Ching Cheng from our Xingyi market. It's us. The chat channel started to turn into a quarrel mode. Each of them doesn't look like the top genius of Tian Shui Prefecture, but more like a group of fat otakus. As expected, games are the true home of young people. Many players who were killing monsters in the advanced leveling area showed regretful expressions. I'm almost there, but I don't know who this 9527 is? Which college entrance examination genius is this? These people began to speed up the monster killing process. There were also some people who did not kill monsters but accepted special tasks, with eager expressions on their faces. Mo Nan also saw an acquaintance, Chu Ming, in the level 7 area. It truly is worthy of being a top-grade Taoist level golden finger. The speed of cultivation is simply astonishing, and the combat power is also extraordinary. A grey wolf equivalent to the 7th level of Qi gathering could not last more than 2 minutes in Chu Ming's hands. After Mo Nan gave the other party and Su Fei the same advice, he walked further away. Open your personal dashboard. Player number, 9527. Level 1, 5/1000. Task, none. The required experience points increased tenfold, which was something Mo Nan had expected. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given the players 3 full days. After dealing with a few level 8 chimpanzees, Mo Nan continued to move forward. There were also a few people leveling up in the level 8 area. Mo Nan didn't know them, so he avoided them from a distance. Those people also saw Mo Nan and showed a vigilant look. Mo Nan quickly arrived at the level 9 area, where there were actually 3 people leveling up. It seems that there are many top talents in Tian Shui Prefecture. Mo Nan shook his head and continued to move forward. Who is this person? How dare he go to the level 10 monster area? Asked a handsome young man. He should be the one with number 9527, said another calm young man in black. A beautiful young girl exclaimed in surprise, Tian Shui Prefecture actually has such a genius? A level 10 monster should be equivalent to a warrior at the half-step Qi condensation realm, right? The elegant young man snorted coldly and said, "Ha, we can also fight against a half-step Qi condensation monster, but it's not as cost-effective as a level 9 monster. This guy will probably be back soon. Don't worry about him, let's level up." The calm young man said this, and several people fought with the level 9 black bear again. Level 10 monster area. Mo Nan cast a detection spell at the tiger in front of him. Saber-toothed tiger, Level 10. Skill 1, Howling. Skill 2, Hungry Tiger Pounces. It's time to show real skills. Mo Nan muttered to himself and punched the tiger. The meteor step took a strange and unpredictable step, and 9 golden cyclones vibrated together, bursting out with dazzling light. Above the fierce fist wind, wisps of sharp sword energy flashed and hit the tiger fiercely. Bang! The saber-toothed tiger's health, which was as high as 100,000, was directly reduced by 3/4. Can't it be killed instantly? Mo Nan frowned. It would be nice if he had a sword. Most of his strength lies in his sword. Without the sword, he is like a tiger without teeth, his strength is greatly reduced. He had placed the Chu Shui sword in the system space of the professional role-playing system and had no way to take it out. This shows that the system level of the operator of the Divine Domain game far exceeds the professional role-playing system. At this moment, the saber-toothed tiger's sharp claws slammed towards Mo Nan fiercely. The meteor step was launched, and Mo Nan narrowly avoided it. Moving around is what I'm best at, bro. Mo Nan chuckled and walked around the saber-toothed tiger, looking for an opportunity to strike. The alert tiger blocked its own defenses, and Mo Nan didn't want to fight against the opponent's attack. Who knows whether my life has been digitized? If not, it's okay. I should be able to handle it. If I were to be digitized, I might be killed instantly by the opponent. A minute later, Mo Nan saw the tiger stop and open its bloody mouth to roar. Mo Nan secretly said that this was a good opportunity and took the meteor step again. Bang! Another punch hit the opponent's neck, and the saber-toothed tiger's health bar was instantly reduced to 0. There are skills with pre-swings, remember not to use them next time. Mo Nan said as he walked towards the saber-toothed tiger's body, where 2 balls of light appeared. Congratulations on killing a level 10 saber-toothed tiger, experience plus 10. Congratulations on obtaining a blue bone sword. Congratulations on obtaining a piece of blue bone armor. Finally, the equipment exploded. Mo Nan put away the 2 pieces of equipment. He thought that there was no such thing as equipment explosion in this game, but now it seems that the explosion rate is too low. Picking up the bone sword, Mo Nan felt extremely confident, the confidence of a sword cultivator. With the sword in hand, the world is mine. Another saber-toothed tiger was found. The sword drawing technique that had already been perfected was displayed. A clear sword sound resounded all around, and a dazzling white light flashed out, like a piece of Milky Way in the sky, disappearing in a flash. The sword returned to its sheath, the sound gradually stopped, and the saber-toothed tiger was dead. The long sword returned to its sheath faster than the sound of the sword disappeared. In an instant, the saber-toothed tiger's huge head rolled to the ground. This was Mo Nan's first time using the sword drawing technique, and the effect was surprisingly good. This kind of killing move that will definitely draw blood is just right for dealing with these monsters. Nothing was revealed, and Mo Nan felt a little disappointed. In this case, bone armor seems to be of no use. Mo Nan thought about it and put the bone armor on the trading platform, selling it for 1 gold coin. He did not forget what the magnificent voice said. Since he wanted to treat this as a real game, collecting game coins would definitely be useful. It is possible to improve your trial rating. Mo Nan had seen in the chat channel that someone had dropped game coins. 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins equals 10,000 copper coins. Mo Nan felt that his selling price was reasonable. In a game with such an outrageously low drop rate, every piece of equipment was precious. Especially for those who are dependent on weapons, like Mo Nan before. If someone had sold a sword before, he would definitely find a way to buy it. When Mo Nan put the bone armor on the trading platform, the chat channel immediately exploded. Chapter 26. Holy crap! Equipment is out. Blue level bone armor looks awesome. With this equipment, I can kill rabbits without getting hurt, and even kill level 2 monsters. I don't have to fight over rabbits here. Boss 9527, isn't one gold coin a bit expensive? After Mo Nan hung the things up, he stopped paying attention to them and began to concentrate on killing the level 10 monster saber-toothed tiger. With the bone sword, no saber-toothed tiger could withstand a single blow in his hands. Most of his time was actually spent searching for monsters, and it took about 2 to 3 minutes to find one. This means that he can only gain 200 to 300 experience points per hour, while reaching level 2 requires a full 1000 experience points. An hour later, when Mo Nan cut off the head of another saber-toothed tiger, a prompt sounded in his mind. The item you consigned has been purchased by player 6969. The gold coins have been received. Please check carefully. On the other side, a young man in blue clothes walked out of the blacksmith shop, wearing blue bone armor. He only had the first level of chi gathering cultivation, and knew that he had no advantage in killing monsters, and might even be eliminated. So he never thought about killing monsters to level up from the beginning, but instead came to the blacksmith shop to receive the blacksmith's task. In addition to the high experience value, the mission also had a good monetary reward, so he saved up enough gold coins. It's time to complete the blacksmith's mission. The boy stretched and walked out of the novice village. 5 hours after the game started, Mo Nan finally reached level 2. A white light flashed by, and Mo Nan actually didn't feel any changes in his body. Perhaps this so-called level was only symbolic. He opened the level ranking, and the ranking had undergone earth-shaking changes. Unlike before, he was the only one on the entire ranking. Rankings. First, 9527, level 2. Second, level 91, 1. Third, 6969, level 1. Fourth, 3184, level 1. Fifth, 520, level 1. Sixth, 478, level 1. Fortunately, only the player's number will appear on the list, and no other information will be included. Therefore, Mo Nan was unable to know their specific information and did not know which city in Tianshui Prefecture these geniuses were from. Keep upgrading. After closing the leaderboard, Mo Nan prepared to continue leveling up. It takes 10,000 experience points to upgrade from level 2 to level 3. If we follow this rule, no one will be able to reach level 10 within 3 days. At the very least, no one can do it just by killing monsters. Mo Nan had no choice but to kill the monsters first. If the experience required later really increased tenfold, he would think of other ways then. In the past few hours, Mo Nan obtained several more pieces of equipment, including bone swords, bone knives, bone guns, etc., all blue weapons. Mo Nan once again put them on the trading platform at the price of 1 gold coin each, and then Mo Nan started the monster killing mode. 2 hours later, that is, 7 hours after the game started. After Mo Nan killed another saber-toothed tiger, a voice sounded in his mind. Because you killed a large number of saber-toothed tigers, you angered the saber-toothed tiger king. Please prepare for a battle. Boss. Mo Nan became a little excited. He finally met the boss. Hopefully he could get more experience points. A moment later, a huge saber-toothed tiger with drooping eyes and a white forehead appeared in front of Mo Nan. The word king on its forehead was extremely clear, revealing endless majesty. Behind it, a pair of wings spread out, whistling and bringing up a biting cold wind, heading straight for Mo Nan's face. Adding wings to a tiger is not just an adjective at this moment, but has become a reality. Roar. A huge roar made Mo Nan's eardrum hurt. He had a feeling that he seemed to have suffered some unknown injury. It seems like my health has dropped a bit. It seems that my health value has also been digitized. No wonder the previous player was killed instantly by a rabbit. It turned out that it was because his life was digitized. In this case, with his level 2 attributes, he can't withstand the attacks of the saber-toothed Tiger King in front of him. Even if the opponent doesn't use skills, he probably won't be able to withstand a few attacks. Meteor Step was performed with all his strength, coupled with the super high movement that Mo Nan had practiced while playing games. Mo Nan and the boss started to fight. Mo Nan must attack the opponent under the premise that the opponent cannot attack him. The sword drawing technique was performed, and after searching for an opportunity for most of the day, Mo Nan finally found one. But the opponent's thick health bar of 3 million only dropped by less than 1/5. Mo Nan had no choice but to keep a safe distance from the opponent while looking for an opportunity to attack. But after being hit by the sword just now, the saber-toothed Tiger King also became more vigilant and made his defense impenetrable. So, a tug of war began between the man and the tiger. It took a full minute for Mo Nan to clear the saber-toothed Tiger King's health bar. Mo Nan fell to the ground and began to breathe heavily. The strength of this saber-toothed Tiger King had reached the Qi condensation realm, and Mo Nan, who was only at the 9th level of Qi condensation, had a hard time fighting. In addition, after Mo Nan's attributes were digitized, the gap between the two became even greater. Fortunately, Mo Nan was still the winner in the end. At the moment when Mo Nan killed the saber-toothed Tiger King, the voice in his mind also rang out. Congratulations on completing the first kill of a bronze boss. A village-wide announcement will be made soon. Do you want to hide your player ID? No. It's just a number, there's nothing to hide. Village announcement: congratulations to player 9527 for completing the first kill of the Tian Shui village bronze boss. Reward: plus 10 gold coins, plus 100 reputation. 3 consecutive reminder sounds rang in the ears of all the players in Tian Shui village, causing all the players to exclaim again. Holy crap! Boss 9527 is awesome. Boss 9527 should be the strongest genius of our Tian Shui Prefecture's 3rd round this year. I bet 1 gold coin that 9527 is definitely our city's Chu Yang. Roll. The chat channel once again became a quarrel zone. At this moment, the village notice sounded again. Village announcement: congratulations to the player who has reached the 10th gold coin total of 9527. The Tian Shui village wealth ranking has been opened. We hope that all players will continue to work hard. Village announcement: congratulations to player 9527 for reaching 100 reputation points. The Tian Shui village reputation rankings are now open. We hope all players will continue to work hard. The players in the entire Tian Shui village began to exclaim again, and everyone worked harder to kill monsters. The other side. Mo Nan felt a surge of energy entering his body, strengthening his bones and flesh. After a moment, the energy disappeared, and Mo Nan was surprised to find that his body, which had been tempered by thousands of hammers, had actually been strengthened a little bit. Although negligible, it is still surprising enough. Mo Nan instantly realized that this was not a simple trial. Chapter 27. Even if I don't pass this trial, I can still gain huge benefits. Mo Nan was a little surprised to feel the changes in his body, and continued to mutter, however, to trigger the boss, you must kill a large number of monsters of the same type. I wonder if the boss will appear among monsters below level 10. But what Mo Nan can be sure of is that there is definitely no boss in the level 1 white rabbit, otherwise, the first boss kill would not be his. Let's see what the boss drops first. Just where the saber-toothed Tiger King's body disappeared, a dazzling golden light was constantly flashing. Mo Nan picked it up and looked at it, a little confused. Key. What appeared in his hand was a golden key, which made Mo Nan a little confused. Fortunately, at this moment, the game system's voice rang out. Congratulations on obtaining the key to the hidden dungeon, the Tomb of the King. Do you want to enter the Tomb of the King now? A copy? That's great. Mo Nan chose to enter without hesitation. Between the changes of light and shadow, Mo Nan's figure disappeared from the spot. Not long after Mo Nan disappeared, several figures came to the area of level 10 monsters. They were the people Mo Nan had seen in the area of level 9 monsters before. Where is 9527? The handsome boy looked around curiously and asked. Maybe he went somewhere else. This level 10 monster area is quite large, said the calm young man. Let's get started. The bronze boss must have been spawned by him from level 10 monsters. We need to speed up. Mo Nan's figure slowly emerged, and he found himself in a long corridor. The light was very dim, and only the torches burning around provided some illumination for the corridor. Suddenly, muffled noises came from the end of the corridor, and then countless big white rabbits rushed towards Mo Nan. It really is a dungeon. It really gives players some benefits. Mo Nan sighed and swung the bone sword in his hand. Dark shadows. Mo Nan immediately used a move from the shadow sword technique that had a wide range of lethality, exchanging powerful attack power for supreme speed. In an instant, hundreds of sword energies burst out, and large groups of rabbits turned into white light and disappeared. In this wave alone, Mo Nan gained a full 255 experience points. Cool. Mo Nan did not hesitate, and slashed down with another move of dark shadows. With this sword, Mo Nan gained more than 300 experience points again. Mo Nan did not stop and started a one-sided massacre. 10 minutes later, the game system's prompt sounded. Congratulations on reaching level 3. At the moment of upgrading, another weak energy entered Mo Nan's body, strengthening his body. How come? Mo Nan was very puzzled, as he hadn't felt anything unusual when he reached level 2. He was very sure that it was not because the energy was too little when it was upgraded to level 2 and he did not notice it, but that he did not find anything abnormal at that time. Could it be related to the monster? Although Mo Nan thinks it is unlikely, this is the only explanation at the moment. Anyway, no matter what the specific reason is, it is definitely of great benefit to him, so Mo Nan buried his head in killing monsters again. Sure enough, the experience points required to upgrade from level 3 to level 4 also increased tenfold, requiring a full 100,000 points. If I hadn't entered this dungeon, it would have been difficult to reach level 10 and head to the main city within 3 days. Continuing to kill rabbits, Mo Nan found that the number of rabbits was decreasing. 3 minutes later, the rabbits disappeared. The experience points accumulated were only 788. Mo Nan roughly calculated that there were about 10,000 rabbits that appeared this time. The next moment, the scene around Mo Nan began to change rapidly, from a dark corridor to a bright forest path. Then, the big trees around Mo Nan came alive, stretched out branches with thorns, and whipped towards Mo Nan. Dark shadows. Mo Nan once again used his only group attack skill and attacked the level 2 treeman. Mo Nan couldn't help but sigh. When it comes to group attacks, physical attacks are ultimately inferior to mages. An hour later, Mo Nan upgraded again. The number of tree people was obviously more than 10,000. In just 1 hour, Mo Nan killed 50,000 tree people and accumulated enough experience points for upgrading. At this moment, all the players looked at the level ranking in surprise. Holy crap! Boss 9527 has advanced 2 levels in just over an hour. Holy crap, it took me 2 hours to get 100 experience points. You're not bad, I only got 20 points in 2 hours. Haven't you noticed that it's growing tenfold each time? It's estimated that the experience points required to go from level 3 to level 4 are a full 100,000. Holy shit! How did he do that? Boss. It must be related to the boss. Hurry. We also need to kill the boss as soon as possible. Boss 9527, please give me some tips. At this moment, no matter where they were, all the players were frantically killing monsters, and more people were heading towards the monster area beyond their own cultivation level, trying to find the boss's trace. Mo Nan was not happy, because it took 1 million experience points to go from level 4 to level 5. Mo Nan casually sent a message in the chat channel. Kill more than a certain number of the same monster and you'll have a chance to defeat the boss. This works with level 10 monsters, but I don't know about other monsters. Mo Nan's purpose was to pass the message to a few people he knew well. As for other people, he didn't really want to tell them. There is no way. This game may have a rule that prohibits team formation, so there is no friend function. This was the only way he could inform them, as for the rest, he could do nothing about it. After doing all this, Mo Nan once again devoted himself to killing monsters. After killing about 50,000 tree people again, the number of tree people gradually decreased. At this time, he had cleared a large area of forest. After all the tree people disappeared, Mo Nan found a towering tree in the center of the forest. Boss? It seems that a boss can appear from a level 2 monster. Mo Nan murmured, took a meteor step, and appeared in front of the treeman leader like a teleportation. Swordsmanship. The crisp sound of the sword was accompanied by a flash of sword light, and then it returned to silence. Congratulations on killing the iron level treant leader, experience plus 100. One sword, kill instantly. Mo Nan walked to the place where the treeman leader disappeared, where there were several balls of light flashing continuously. Oh! I thought only level 10 monsters could drop equipment, but I didn't expect a level 2 boss could also drop it. Mo Nan walked over and picked them up one by one. Chapter 28. Blessing of the God of Life, Blue, experience gained from killing monsters doubles. Warrior Medal, Blue, attack power doubled. Gold plus 10. Good stuff. Each of the 3 items dropped by the treeman leader is very useful and powerful. Mo Nan couldn't help but wonder if this was just a level 2 monster. After Mo Nan put on the 2 items, he started killing monsters again. 5 hours later. 14 hours had passed since the start of the game, and Mo Nan had already killed all the level 3 hedgehogs, including the hedgehog boss. Mo Nan's level also reached level 5. The 10 million experience points required to upgrade to level 6 gave Mo Nan a toothache. The killing continued. It took 3 waves of wild monsters, including a level 4 venomous snake, a level 5 wild boar, and a level 6 leopard, for Mo Nan to reach level 6. The level 7 tiger wolf and level 8 chimpanzee allowed Mo Nan to reach level 7. The level 9 black bear allowed Mo Nan to reach level 8, and after killing the level 10 saber-toothed tiger, Mo Nan reached level 9. After killing all the monsters in the dungeon, Mo Nan did not reach level 10, but was stuck at level 9. Looking at the astonishing experience points, Mo Nan didn't know how to get enough. At this point, 50 hours have passed since the start of the game. Just as Mo Nan was thinking about how to gain experience points, the game's voice rang out. Congratulations on clearing the King's Tomb instance and receiving the King's blessing. Level plus 1. Is this possible? Village announcement, congratulations to player 9527 for clearing the Tomb of the King dungeon. Reward, plus 100 gold coins, plus 1000 fame. The players in Tian Shui village have long been numb to such announcements. All players turned their eyes to the ranking list. Rankings. First, Linen City, Mo Nan, level 10. Wealth ranking. First, Linen City, Mo Nan, 12,581 gold, 32 silver, 66 bronze. Fame ranking. First, Linen City, Mo Nan, 1,100. The reason why Mo Nan's gold coins are so high is because he sold all the equipment and special items he had killed monsters before. No price was set and the automatic bidding mode was selected, so everything was bought. After reaching level 10, the game number will be replaced by the real identity. Then, the chat channel exploded. FK, 9527 is actually from Linen City. Mo Nan? Who is this? How could such a genius emerge from a garbage-producing city like Linen? Is it possible that he got lucky and found a hidden leveling area, and then luckily got a copy key? It's possible, and there's a high probability that this is the case. I told you, the first one should be Gu Feng from Donglan City. You guys just can't stand seeing others do better than you, right? What's wrong with a genius emerging from our Linen City? That is it difficult to admit that others are excellent? You rubbish from Linen City, what are you barking about? If you dare, let's fight you one-on-one. Mo Nan ignored the verbal battle in the chat channel. He had to rush to the main city as quickly as possible to complete the first round of trials. Mo Nan estimated that there were many ways to reach level 10, and accepting tasks should be the best way. I guess not many people can kill their way through like Mo Nan did. A single saber-toothed Tiger King is not something that ordinary people can deal with, especially when teaming is not allowed. Mo Nan quickly arrived at the novice village. After finding the village chief, Mo Nan spoke directly, "Village chief, I have reached level 10. How can I go to the main city?" The village chief was an old man with a white beard. He stroked his beard and handed Mo Nan a medal with a smile. "Is this the purple medal of the peerless level?" The village chief nodded with a smile, then waved the staff in his hand. The next moment, Mo Nan's figure disappeared from the spot. The next moment, Mo Nan's figure appeared in a piece of yellow sand. Pa, pa, pa. Mo Nan spat out the yellow sand that he had accidentally inhaled into his mouth, and then looked around. Not far away from him, a majestic city stood alone. Is this the so-called main city? Mo Nan walked towards the lonely city ahead. Just when Mo Nan left the novice village. In the outside world, all the martial arts palaces in Tianshui Prefecture simultaneously announced a piece of news. Linen City Mo Nan, the first to complete the first round of trials, rating, unparalleled. FK, Linen City? How is that possible? Our Chu Yang from Baifeng City has awakened a Dao level ultimate golden finger, how come he is not as good as this Mo Nan? Is it possible that Linen City, which always ranks last, is about to produce a top talent? Is it possible that the first round of trials has little to do with strength and is all about luck? It's very likely. This situation has happened before in the 4 absolute trials. This Mo Nan is really lucky. Linen City, Jinhua Villa. Mo Nan's family was gathering with Lu Yanran's family, and the two families were staring at the TV screen intently. Mo Nan is actually the first person to complete the first round of trials, and he even achieved a Wushuan rating. Lu Yanran looked at the news on TV, her mouth wide open, and said in disbelief. This is the place where all the geniuses in Tianshui Prefecture compete together, and Mo Nan unexpectedly became the first place. Both families smiled happily at the same time. Linen No. 4 Middle School. Principal, it's Mo Nan. Is our No. 4 Middle School really going to produce a genius who will be admitted to the 4 Supremes? The Dean of Studies excitedly shook the Principal Su Zhong's shoulders and said excitedly. Calm down, calm down. The principal spoke calmly, but the tea in his hand spilled all over the table. In the classroom of Class 3, the head teacher Li Hua jumped up excitedly. If Mo Nan could pass the exam to become one of the top 4 students, then as Mo Nan's head teacher, he would receive endless benefits and glory. School beauty Lin Qinja looked at her system task, gritted her teeth, and decided to keep this task for now and see if she could complete it later. Squad leader Li Zheng's face turned even gloomier. He looked at Lin Qinja, whose eyes were full of stars, and clenched his fists unwillingly. Humph! It's just shit luck. Do you really think you can get into the 4 Supremes? Mo Nan naturally had no way of knowing what was happening in the outside world. At this moment, he had already arrived at the gate of the lonely city. At the city gate, 2 lines of soldiers, like 1,000-year-old stone sculptures, stood quietly. Hello, I'm going into the city. Mo Nan bowed to the 2 of them. One of them raised his eyelids and smiled. Oh? You're the third recruit to report for duty in the third phase. Another person said, go in, there will be someone inside to teach you how to do it. Thank you very much. Mo Nan walked into the city. It seems that this is not the online game mode of the last round. Mo Nan thought to himself. As I took a step outside, the thick city walls blocked the wind and sand, and the strong wind also brought some humidity. The city was not as bustling as imagined, but was as quiet as outside the city. A majestic and desolate atmosphere hits you in the face. Everyone didn't seem to like the game mode very much, so they passed it quickly. Chapter 29. Third recruit, follow me. A steady voice interrupted Mo Nan's thoughts. He looked up and saw a figure in military uniform standing in front of him. Good. Mo Nan nodded and followed the other party forward. This city is as quiet and cold inside as it is outside, as if there is only this lonely city between heaven and earth, guarding the prosperity behind. The two of them came to a group of tents together. The man in military uniform said, your residence is number 1 of the Suanza camp. You will be the commander of the Suanza camp from now on. Go ahead. Mo Nan took a look and found that there were 4 areas in the barracks, Tiandi Xian Huang, which meant that there would only be 4 battalion commanders. Is this the benefit of coming early? Just as Mo Nan was walking towards the Suanza camp, he saw another man in military uniform walking towards him with a blue-haired girl. Your residence is Yellow Camp number 1, and you will also be the commander of the Yellow Camp. Go ahead. The man said the same words to the blue-haired girl and then left. The girl looked at Mo Nan, who stopped to watch. A sweet smile appeared on her elf-like face, and she waved at Mo Nan. Then, the girl skipped towards the Yellow Camp. Mo Nan also smiled at the girl. His smile was very bright, like a child who got a favorite toy. Name, Lan Ling. Gold Finger, Waterway Law, Tao Level Ultimate. Cultivation, Qi Condensation Realm. Note, wherever there is water, I am the Lord. Laws are the product of the ultimate understanding of martial arts will. Logically speaking, only a martial saint who has reached the realm of heaven and earth and has begun to comprehend the great Dao of heaven and earth can access this level of power. The realm of heaven and earth, the 10th realm of martial arts, is also known as the Sage of Heaven and Earth. It is a powerful person who is capable of opening up a new world. I didn't expect that this Miss Lan Ling was born with the ability to comprehend the laws of water. If nothing unexpected happens, she will definitely become a saint of heaven and earth in the future. Mo Nan happily chose to copy. The next moment, the water elements between heaven and earth seemed to have found their master and happily gathered towards Mo Nan. Mo Nan put his hands together and spread out his palms. A handful of clear water appeared in his palms. Mo Nan splashed the clean water in her hand on her face and washed it beautifully, washing away all the dust and sand on her face. Mo Nan became even more excited about what was to come. Geniuses, your cheat codes are pretty good, could you lend them to me? Walked into the tent of Suanza number 1. This is a single room and looks much smaller than the other tents. Mo Nan curiously opened the other tents and took a look. Inside, the beds were lined up side by side, obviously belonging to the large bunk bed type. Back in his single tent, Mo Nan didn't know what to do next. Perhaps he would have to wait until all the candidates who passed the first round arrived before making any follow-up arrangements. Mo Nan, who was originally preparing to practice, thought about it and decided to go and say hello to the other battalion commanders. After all, we are all battalion commanders, so it is normal to be close to each other, right? Walking out of Suanza number 1, Mo Nan walked towards Daiza number 1. Coming closer, Mo Nan said, "Brother, are you there? Alpaca. Get out." A violent voice was heard, shaking the tent 3 times. Depend on. Mo Nan was speechless. It was the first time he took the initiative to greet someone, but he was scolded. Damn it, with this attitude, I have to copy your golden finger. Endless sword energy burst out from Mo Nan's body, and golden chains swept across, instantly cutting the tent in front of him. Since you don't accept my greeting, I'll just cause trouble. For copying purposes, no big deal. You're looking for death. The angry voice spread throughout the entire military camp. A 2-meter-tall black figure quickly rushed out, and the mace in his hand smashed towards Mo Nan with endless anger. Just in time. The Qiushui sword appeared in his hand instantly, and Mo Nan did not retreat. Fan Jin. Swordsmanship. Clang. The sound of metal clashing filled the entire arena, and Mo Nan retreated more than 10 steps before stopping. The strong man somersaulted in the air and landed steadily on the ground. What a powerful force! In this contest of pure strength, Mo Nan was clearly at a disadvantage. Rubbish! The burly young man snorted coldly and said disdainfully. Really? Mo Nan raised the corner of his mouth, took a meteor step, and flashed towards the sturdy young man like a ghost. Mo Nan is a sword cultivator, and sword cultivators are not good at strength. But in the long history of martial arts for tens of thousands of years, sword cultivators have the reputation of being the best in attack power. What do they rely on? It is the unparalleled speed, the mysterious swordsmanship, and the indestructible sword intent. Moving with the sword, Mo Nan arrived in front of the opponent at lightning speed. Mo Nan's steps even left a trail of afterimages on the spot. Just when the autumn water sword was about to collide with the mace, the autumn water sword disappeared like a shadow. The next moment, the sturdy young man felt a sharp pain in his neck. Looking down, he saw a long sword resting on his neck. The sharp sword energy scratched his skin, leaving a tiny bloody mark. Now, can you talk properly? Gulp. The sturdy young man swallowed, and then. Why? City people are bullying me. I want to go back to the countryside. The burly young man threw away the mace in his hand and started screaming. That serious look made Mo Nan speechless, and made him feel like he was a bad guy who bullied an honest person. The other side. In the corner of the military camp, several groups of people were watching the battle, taking in everything that had just happened. A man in military uniform said with a smile, "There are quite a few troublemakers this year. They start fighting before they even get comfortable in their seats. These two little guys are quite strong. It seems that this round of trials will not be boring. Most of the top students in previous years were tough guys. I'm really looking forward to their performance." A young man in white, dressed like an ancient nobleman, had an interested expression on his handsome face, and gently waved his folding fan, like a banished immortal. The blue-haired girl also looked around curiously, with the corners of her mouth raised, making her two deep dimples look even more playful. Mo Nan looked at the sturdy young man who was screaming and said speechlessly. "Stop yelling. You're all grown up, it's just a fight, what's the big deal?" The sturdy young man stopped shouting and snorted coldly, "Humph, kid, I will definitely fight back next time." Then he walked to the bed, which was no longer covered by a tent, and fell asleep. Mo Nan was stunned. Is he so careless? At this moment, a magnificent voice came. "For destroying the barracks' public facilities, your cultivation will be sealed. This will be lifted after you run 100 miles. Do you accept?" Grass. Mo Nan was speechless. Was he being punished like this? Clothes. Mo Nan had no choice but to respond. What else could he do? Unless he didn't want to participate in the subsequent trials, he had no choice but to accept it. But before that, he still had to copy the golden finger, which he had obtained in exchange for punishment. Chapter 30. Name, Meng Hu. Golden Finger, 9-star body tempering technique, Tao level ultimate. Cultivation, Qi condensation realm. Note, a top-grade technique at the cosmic level, capable of breaking all obstacles with one force. It is another top-grade Taoist golden finger, and it is also an unparalleled skill specifically for body training. Mo Nan chose to copy without hesitation. It felt so good to find treasures everywhere. However, the Dao level ultimate technique has already reached the upper level of the universe level. So what level would the technique in the immortal level golden finger be at? According to what Mo Nan learned from textbooks, there are only 6 levels of skills: Yu, Zhou, Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang. Now it seems that there are more than just these 6 levels. Putting his thoughts aside, Mo Nan walked out of the tent community. At the same time, a white light shot from a distance and fell on him. Mo Nan only felt that the true energy in his body was sealed. Even his physical fitness has been reduced to the level of an ordinary person. How amazing! Is this suppressing my cell activity? Unable to figure it out, Mo Nan stopped thinking about it. When entering the city before, Mo Nan saw a huge playground that was 2 or 3 miles long. Mo Nan quickly arrived at the playground and started running hard. I remember that in my previous life, every time Mo Nan made a mistake, the teacher would make him run 8 or 10 laps on the playground. This punishment unexpectedly made him find the feeling of his previous life. Although Mo Nan's physical fitness has been greatly reduced and is infinitely close to that of an ordinary person, he is still a warrior's body after all, so running 100 miles is not a problem. Just as Mo Nan was running and sweating profusely, a group of more than a dozen people, led by a man in military uniform, gradually approached the playground. A cute and sweet-looking girl pointed at Mo Nan and asked the man in military uniform curiously, "Is our first task to run?" The man in military uniform shook his head and said with a smile, "No, after you choose your own camp, you can rest." "What about him? What's wrong with him?" Another young man said with the same curiosity. "Him? He made a mistake right after he joined the barracks and was punished to run 100 kilometers. Oh, and he's the commander of the Suanzi battalion. Anyone who wants to join the Suanzi battalion can just choose him." "Ah? The captain of the Suanzi battalion? He made mistakes right after arriving. I don't want to choose him." "That's right. I've been a 3 good student since I was a child. I will never choose him. Didn't you notice that you're so tired after running 100 kilometers? I guess your cultivation isn't very high. You probably just relied on luck to get through the first round." "I think so." The man in military uniform shook his head but said nothing. He led a few people towards the tent. After a while, a few more people were brought over. When they passed by the playground, they again asked the same questions as the previous group. After getting the answer from the man in military uniform, he showed the same disgust. Only this time, someone asked why. What on earth did he do wrong? He overturned the tent of the commander of the Daiza battalion and put his sword to his neck. Then, the wind suddenly changed direction. "FK, so fierce. No more words, I want to choose the Suanzi camp." In this way, scattered people kept passing by the playground, and everyone would stop for a moment without any prior agreement, and then leave with their own different ideas. Mo Nan was speechless. He felt like he had become a giant panda. Everyone had to look at him, which made him very uncomfortable. His feelings of recalling his past life were also ruthlessly destroyed. Just when Mo Nan was considering whether to run to another place, a familiar voice came over. "Brother Nan, what are you doing?" Mo Nan turned around and saw that it was Qiu Ming. There were about 10 other people who came with Qiu Ming, 3 of whom Mo Nan knew as they came from the same novice village as him. The handsome boy seems to be called Gu Feng, the calm boy should be called Chu Yang, and the beautiful girl should be the extremely popular Ye Ching Cheng. Mo Nan gasped for breath and responded, "No. It's okay, exercise your body, remember to choose Suanzi camp." Mo Nan was not surprised that Qiu Ming was able to leave the novice village so quickly. Qiu Ming possesses the top grade 9 sword body of the Taoist level. It would be strange if his performance was too poor. If he hadn't awakened too late and lacked a month's buffer time, his performance would not have been worse than those battalion commanders. Mo Nan wanted to recruit a few people to his Suanzi camp. He had heard those people's discussions before and found that most people avoided the Suanzi camp. But don't wait until you go back and find yourself alone in the Xian camp, that would be embarrassing. Okay. Qiu Ming didn't ask the reason and agreed directly. Gu Feng looked at the man in military uniform who was leading the way and asked, "Excuse me, is there any particularity in choosing which camp to go to?" The man in military uniform explained, "There's nothing specific about it. The rating for this round of trials is related to the team's performance." "Is the Xian camp very powerful?" Ye Qingcheng asked curiously. The man in military uniform pointed his chin at Mo Nan who was running and said, "As you can see, he is the commander of the Suanzi battalion." After a pause, the man in military uniform continued, "Also, it's not just strong combat prowess that will get you a good rating in this round of trials. This assessment includes many factors." "Him? Mo Nan is actually the battalion commander of the Xian battalion? What about the other battalion commanders?" Gu Feng asked in surprise. They realized the benefits of leaving the novice village early and couldn't help feeling regretful. The man in military uniform patiently explained, "The commander of the Tianzi battalion is Shen Dao from Jinyang Prefecture. He was also the first to arrive here. The commander of the Earth battalion is Meng Hu from Tianli Prefecture. The commander of the Xian battalion is Mo Nan from Tianshui Prefecture, who is standing before you. The commander of the Huang battalion is also from Jinyang Prefecture, and her name is Lan Ling. We won't provide more information. It's up to you to decide how to choose." Chu Yang, who had been silent the whole time, opened his mouth and said, "Jinyang Prefecture is indeed the largest prefecture in our Qisha province. It is indeed full of geniuses. Then how do we choose? Should we choose Mo Nan?" Gu Feng frowned. Ye Qingcheng shook her head and said, "I'm more inclined to Shen Dao. The stronger the battalion commander is, the higher our rating will likely be, and the more likely we are to pass the trial. Let's go and take a look first." Chu Yang said. Qiu Ming, who was standing by, distanced himself from the three people after hearing their conversation. In his heart, Mo Nan's status is extremely high. The word savior is not enough to describe him. He is simply his reborn parent. Since the three of them don't want to choose Mo Nan, then don't join them. Those who have different ideas cannot work together. Originally, he thought that these people were pretty good and was prepared to help each other. But since they gave up on Brother Nan, it was equivalent to giving up on Qiu Ming. He has now become a die-hard fan of Mo Nan. Chapter 31. Several people quickly left the playground and headed to the camp. Mo Nan continued to run in circles, and waves of people passed by him again. Mo Nan turned a blind eye to this and treated them as air. A few hours later, Mo Nan felt that the seal on him had disappeared, which meant that he had run 100 kilometers. After the ban was lifted, the extreme fatigue just now disappeared immediately, and Mo Nan walked towards the camp. The camp at this time was no longer as quiet as before, and it began to bustle with people. The four camps of Tiandi Xianhuang are located in the four directions of east, west, south and north of the camp respectively. They are not in contact with each other and are at a considerable distance from each other. Arriving at his own Suanzi camp, Mo Nan looked at the sparse number of people there, feeling speechless. Did the other three guys actively canvass for votes? Mo Nan was a little suspicious. During the time he was running, at least hundreds of people had arrived here. How come only 5 people chose the Suanzi camp? 2 of them were Qiu Ming and Chu Yang. "Commander, you're here." A fat man weighing over 300 pounds suddenly came over and greeted with a smile on his face. Before Mo Nan could speak, the fat man continued, "My name is Xiao Yan, from Tianhuo Mansion." Mo Nan's mouth twitched. "You? Called Xiao Yan? Can sooner agree?" After the fat man finished speaking, he shouted to the surroundings, "Brothers, come out and say hello to the battalion commander." As the fat man's voice fell, several figures appeared one after another. The fat man was obviously a social bull type, and he chattered non-stop, "Battalion commander, let me introduce you. This guy's name is Li Xiaoao, and he's from Tianxian Mansion." Mo Nan looked in the direction the fat man's finger pointed. "Wow, this is a Shamit." The young man had long hair in a classic 3:7 split, and his bangs fell sideways, covering one eye completely. With his hands in his pockets, he was looking at Mo Nan with his head tilted. "No, are you serious about these names? Each one is more stylish than the other." Mo Nan smiled at Li Xiaoao and said, "Have you ever heard a saying?" "What?" Li Xiaoao asked coolly. "That year, I put my hands in my pockets and didn't know what an opponent was." Mo Nan said a famous joke from his previous life. Li Xiaoao's eyes lit up, as if he had met a close friend, and he said in a still cold tone, "That's a very good sentence, very suitable for me. From now on, it belongs to me. I accept you as the battalion commander." The fat man continued pointing at another thin young man and said, "His name is Li Wang, and he is from Tianming Prefecture." Mo Nan looked over and saw that the man was wearing a hospital gown. There were a few small words on the chest, "Second Mental Hospital." Mo Nan was speechless. What kind of people came here? A fat social bull, a middle school student Shamit, and a psychopath. Could this guy have been kicked out from another camp? Seeing that the fat man wanted to continue introducing them, Mo Nan waved his hand, "I know them both, no need to introduce them." "Okay, battalion commander, what should we do next?" said the fat man Xiao Yan. "It's all right for now. Whether you want to practice or rest is up to you. We don't have many people here, so each of you can stay in a room. We'll see how things go after the 3-day deadline is over." Looking at the people in front of him, Mo Nan suddenly thought of a question. Is it possible that the large number of people in Sunziying is not a good thing for him? If there are only a few people, no matter how weak they are, I have the confidence to lead them. But if there are dozens or hundreds of bad ones, not only will you not be able to lead them, but it may even affect your own rating. While Mo Nan was thinking, he checked the gold fingers of several people. Name, Xiao Yan. Golden Finger, Alchemist Inheritance, Tao Level Top Grade. Cultivation, Qi Gathering Realm. This is good, Mo Nan quickly chose to copy. With this thing, maybe I can refine the vitality pill by myself, and other high-quality cultivation pills will also be available. In an instant, countless knowledge related to alchemy flooded into Mo Nan's mind. At the same time, the two attributes of fire and wood appeared in his true energy. Mo Nan was shocked. Next. Name, Li Xiaoao. Pretentious System, Tao Level Top Grade. Current Mission, Show Yourself. Cultivation, Qi Gathering Realm. Although Mo Nan thinks he never pretends to be cool, he still chooses to copy. At least he can get the reward for free, right? Name, Li Wang. Gold Finger, Illusionary Shuttle, Tao Level Ultimate. Cultivation, Qi Condensation Realm. Note 1, you can create an environment in your own mind, and all illusions will pass independently. Note 2, please remember that you are not mentally ill. Mo Nan frowned. This golden finger was very powerful, and he could also understand the meaning of time passing alone. That is, you can enter each illusion and practice individually. If the host constructs 10,000 illusions in his mind, it means that one day of yours can be used as 10,000 days. What a powerful ability this is! However, this golden finger seems to have side effects, and Mo Nan doesn't really want to turn himself into a psycho. Copy it first, and try not to use it in the future. In the end, Mo Nan chose to copy. He had copied Chu Ming's golden finger a long time ago, and as for Chu Yang's, Mo Nan had checked it when he was in the novice village. It is a physical cheat and conflicts with the 9 absolute sword body, so the copy option is not triggered. After doing all this, Mo Nan said to the others, "Don't tell anyone that I defeated the commander of the Earth Battalion. I don't want to recruit too many people. Let's just go for the elite route for the Xian Battalion." Mo Nan had seen the 3 people in front of him when he was running before, and they were the only ones who asked why they were punished. Great! I like the elite route the most. As the saying goes, I'm not afraid of god-like opponents, but I'm afraid of pig-like teammates. The battalion commander's decision is very wise. Fatty Xiaoyan immediately agreed. Chu Ming and Chu Yang were attracted by the first half of Mo Nan's words. Mo Nan defeated the commander of the Daiza battalion? The former's face was full of excitement. He is worthy of being Brother Nan, so awesome. The latter secretly rejoiced that his intuition was correct. Just when Mo Nan was about to let everyone go back to rest, he saw Li Wang suddenly put his hands on his head, couldn't stop backing away, and muttered to himself. "No, no, it's fake, it's all fake, get out of my mind." Ah! After roaring, his body fell straight down. Xiao Yan touched his nose and said awkwardly, "How about we kick this stupid teammate out first?" Mo Nan shook his head, "Take him to rest." In terms of strength, Li Wang is the strongest person present except himself. Moreover, the other party would not enter the illusion to practice at any time. The reason why he entered now was because Li Wang felt that the place was safe and the time was right, so he went to practice. "You should go back and practice as well." After saying that, Mo Nan returned to his tent and prepared to study the good stuff he had obtained today. Chapter 32. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Mo Nan checked the several golden spots in his mind. The first was the 9-star body tempering art, a supreme body refining technique. With the bonus of full level of comprehension, he quickly comprehended all the essences. For some advanced skills, you can't practice them just because you want to. You must fully understand them. With full level of comprehension in hand, Mo Nan obviously doesn't have to worry about comprehension problems. Next, Mo Nan began to practice the exercises. The sky had darkened at this moment, and faint stars appeared in the night sky. While Mo Nan was practicing his skills, the starlight above the sky trembled and gathered towards Mo Nan. The starlight began to temper Mo Nan's body. If a warrior does not have special bodybuilding techniques, it is difficult to improve the strength of his body, and he can only rely on the daily nourishment of true qi. The realm of the physical body is often several realms lower than the realm of true qi. Except for physical cultivators like Meng Hu, they often focus on body training and supplement it with true qi. Their body training realm is often higher than the true qi realm. After just a few hours of practice, Mo Nan's body refining skills reached the 3rd level of qi gathering, which was truly worthy of being a top-grade peerless skill of the universe level. After stopping his practice, Mo Nan turned his gaze towards the light spot representing the alchemist heritage. Mo Nan began to search in his memories about alchemy. It had appeared before when he copied the alchemist heritage, but he didn't have time to check it at that time. Life pill, life pill. Mo Nan muttered to himself, praying that there was a method to refine the vitality pill inside. Finally, Mo Nan found the recipe and refining method of the vitality pill among the 4th level pills, and he immediately became excited. Xiaobei's disease can be cured. Mo Nan planned to find a way to refine the life pill after this assessment was over. In addition, Mo Nan also saw the elixir that could repair the Danshan Qi Si. Now, his father's injuries could also be cured. Then, there are 2 wonderful golden fingers. Pretend system and illusion shuttle. The former will receive a reward every time he successfully shows off, but the specific reward is not clear yet. As for the latter, Mo Nan did not intend to use it. He did not want to turn himself into a psychopath. It's just a Taoist grade golden finger, this one is not bad. Speaking of which, Brother Tianfu's standards have become higher. Mo Nan had seen many low-grade Dao-level golden fingers before, but Brother Tianfu didn't take a fancy to any of them. He is becoming more and more difficult to please. At this moment, a golden light spot in Mo Nan's mind vibrated rapidly, and Mo Nan hurried to check. With the touch of his mind, streams of extremely pure energy surged out and quickly flowed into Mo Nan's meridians. This energy does not need to be refined at all, it directly turns into Mo Nan's own cultivation. Is this, embracing the plundering system? Luo Yun plundered to the point of cultivation. Mo Nan immediately collected his mind, activated the 9 Yang burning heaven technique, guided this energy, and began to circulate it throughout his body. A moment later, Mo Nan's aura surged, and sword gleams shot out of his eyes, piercing 2 large holes in the tent. Then, the fat man Xiao Yan screamed, "FK! Who the hell attacked me?" Mo Nan chuckled and ignored the commotion outside. He looked at the tent with 2 big holes and felt a little upset. Would he be fined again? He had just broken through to the Qi condensation realm, and he couldn't help but forget that public property here should not be damaged. Now he was in trouble. Fortunately, Mo Nan waited for a long time but did not receive any punishment notice, so he felt relieved. Mo Nan's mind moved, and the water elements between heaven and earth quickly gathered and swirled around him. Mo Nan suddenly felt like he had taken a beautiful hot bath, and his whole body felt extremely comfortable. When Mo Nan walked out of the tent, he saw Xiao Yan and Li Xiaoao chattering about something to several boys and girls. "I'm telling you, even dogs wouldn't come to this Suanzi camp. If I hadn't been unable to change my mind, I would have left immediately without even looking back," Xiao Yan said loudly in an exaggerated tone. "Is the Xian camp really that bad?" one of the young men asked curiously. "Needless to say, have you seen how deserted it is? Almost no one chose the Xian camp. Isn't that obvious enough? If God could give me another chance, I would say 3 words to that man in military uniform, Tian camp." Xiao Yan waved his arms, the regret on his face was beyond words, and Mo Nan was almost fooled by his performance. "Can?" One of the young men wanted to speak, but Xiao Yan patted him on the shoulder. "Brother, it's nothing to worry about. Let me tell you, the reason the captain of the Suanzi battalion was the 3rd one here is because his golden finger is his talent in playing games. He's rubbish. If you don't believe me, ask him." As he spoke, the fat man pointed his finger at Li Xiaoao, who was standing aside with his hands in his pockets. Mo Nan, on the other hand, said, "Just persuade people to quit, why the hell are you scolding me?" Li Xiaoao shook his flowing hair and said coldly, "That year, I put my hands in my pockets and had no idea what an opponent was. I only needed to make a slight move to reach his limit. With one hand, I suppressed him." The corner of Mo Nan's mouth twitched. "You kid, your comprehension ability is quite good." At this moment, a message came to Mo Nan's mind. Li Xiaoao successfully showed off. "Congratulations on obtaining the lower grade earth rank martial art flying dragon reaching the clouds. Well, this is your compensation." Under the deception of Xiao Yan and the others, those boys and girls quickly left the Suanzi camp. Fatty Xiao Yan wiped the sweat from his forehead and panted, "Damn it, this is already the 4th wave, I'm so tired, you show me the next wave, you pretender." At this moment, a voice came faintly, "Fatty, who are you calling trash?" The fat man turned his head mechanically and said with a wry smile, "Captain, I wasn't doing that to eliminate the stupid teammates. It was necessary for the plot. Stop talking nonsense and start practicing. Both of you should come together." Mo Nan pointed at Xiao Yan and Li Xiaoao. He was not really angry, he just wanted to stretch his muscles and treat it as a relaxing entertainment activity. "Captain, are you sure?" Xiao Yan tried hard to open his eyes which were almost squinting together and asked uncertainly. Li Xiaoao raised his tilted head and snorted coldly, I don't bother to bully the weak. They knew that Mo Nan should be very strong, but he had only arrived a few hours earlier than them. Even if there is a gap between them and himself and others, it is not that big. It is really arrogant to challenge both of them at once. Everyone is a genius, and what's more, these two are both peerless geniuses. Of course I'm sure. If you can defeat me, I'll give you the position of battalion commander. Really? Xiao Yan's eyes lit up, and he was obviously moved. Li Xiaoao pulled his hands out of his pockets and said calmly, "My strength no longer allows me to be low-key." In the wind, three figures stood facing each other, and the smell of gunpowder quickly spread in the air. Chapter 33. At the same time, several other members of the Xian camp also came over, ready to join in the fun. Fire palm! Xiao Yan shouted loudly and slapped Mo Nan with his palm, using a top-grade earth-level martial art. The next moment, bang! When the fists and palms collided, Xiao Yan flew backwards at a speed even faster than when he came. Li Xiaoao, who had originally disdained a 2-on-1 fight, narrowed his eyes slightly. A long sword suddenly appeared in his hand, and he performed a set of advanced sword techniques and stabbed towards Mo Nan. He seems nonchalant on the surface, but once fighting starts, he is more serious than anyone else. Mo Nan didn't expect that Li Xiaoao was also a sword cultivator. Looking at the sharp sword light on the sword edge, it was obvious that he had already comprehended the rudiments of the sword intent. Mo Nan did not take out his weapon, there was no need. Not to mention that his cultivation is higher than theirs, even if it is lower than theirs, Mo Nan has enough confidence to defeat the two of them. He took a meteor step and passed through the heavy sword shadows at ghostly speed, punching Li Xiaoao in the chest. The Four Seasons Reincarnation Fist was a fist technique that Mo Nan obtained after completing a system task within the previous month. It was a top-grade earth-level fist technique. Bang! After a dull thud, Li Xiaoao was knocked flying by a punch. Xiao Yan and Li Xiaoao stood up at the same time. After looking at each other, they attacked Mo Nan's left and right sides at the same time. The two men seemed like comrades who had cooperated for a long time, and their moves were in perfect harmony. After seeing Mo Nan's strength, the two of them no longer held back and used their strongest attack methods. Devil's Wrath Lotus. 10,000 swords returned to their origin. Good timing. Mo Nan laughed loudly, and in a flash, two fist shadows blasted towards the two men. The vitality of spring, the bleakness of autumn. The moment the attacks collided, it was as if a cannonball exploded on the spot. The powerful air wave swept up the wind and sand all over the sky, forming a small sandstorm on the spot. In the wind and sand, two figures retreated repeatedly, their eyes full of disbelief. How can he be so strong? The two were shocked. They used their strongest attacks. Apart from the trump cards they would use in life or death situations, this was already their strongest means of attack. Looking at Mo Nan standing there motionless, a sense of frustration welled up in the two of them. Is this what the elders in the clan say about there being people better than you and there being things better than you? Mo Nan was also very surprised. This person's strength was very strong. With the cultivation level of the 9th level of Qi gathering, his combat power is not much worse than Meng Hu, who is in the Qi condensation realm. If they were at the same level, these two people would probably be not much different from Meng Hu. Just then, a loud voice rang out, "Take me with you." Li Wang, wearing a hospital gown, rushed over. He seemed to have been aroused by the fight between several people and wanted to fight. Mo Nan and Li Wang exchanged punches, Li Wang was knocked away, and Mo Nan also took half a step back. If it were before his breakthrough, and he faced Li Wang who was in the Qi condensation realm, even if he could win, it probably wouldn't be easy. This guy's strength is on par with Meng Hu's, so why did he come so late? But now that he has broken through to the Qi condensation realm, he feels no pressure at all when fighting three alone. Several people soon started fighting, and the yellow sand in the sky was blown up hundreds of meters by the energy of the fight. Mo Nan was suppressing the three of them throughout the fight. Not long after, Chu Yang and Chu Ming, who were watching the show on the side, also felt itchy and joined the battle. The result was that Mo Nan was able to suppress the opponent steadily even when he was alone against 5 others. The flying yellow sand had already formed a tornado. If they were not all warriors, their bodies would have been torn apart by the energy. In the yellow sand, the fight between several people became more and more intense, and the dull sound could be heard from far away. The people from the other 3 camps all looked curiously in the direction of the Xian camp, their faces full of confusion and doubt. What happened to the Suanzi camp? Is there a sandstorm? It seems like someone is fighting. Could it be that they discovered they chose a crappy military camp and got angry and started fighting with the camp commander? Who knows? It would be better if we could fight. It would be better if the Suanzi camp was disbanded. That way we would have fewer competitors. Just as everyone was curious about the melon, several white lights shot out from a distance and landed in the direction of Xian camp. Then, the fighting over there stopped, and when everyone saw that there was no more melon to eat, they all went back to their rooms. The other side. An angry voice sounded in the ears of Mo Nan and the other 6 people. You little bastards, you don't take the military camp seriously, do you? What a mess you've made of it. Every one of you, run 100 kilometers. And you, as the battalion commander, you took the lead in committing crimes, refused to change despite repeated warnings, and ran 200 kilometers. A few people turned around and found that the tent had disappeared long ago, and everything was completely buried by the yellow sand. Well. Several people touched their noses awkwardly. They had been having such a great time fighting just now that no one cared about these things. Li Xiaoao curled his lips and said, "Can't we use a spiritual weapon level tent? Is the 4 Absolutes Academy so poor?" The magnificent voice rang out again, "You also run 200 kilometers." They stopped talking and started walking out of the military camp. Mo Nan received an unexpected message. Congratulations on your success in showing off and obtaining the Earth-grade mid-grade spiritual weapon Qing Feng sword. Mo Nan was speechless. When did I start showing off? However, this reward made him extremely happy. The original Chu Shui sword was only of the yellow rank and was gradually failing to keep up with his pace, and this reward was like a pillow thrown in the face of his sleepiness. After they left the barracks, Chu Ming asked, "Brother Nan, are we still going to the playground?" Li Xiaoao continued to put his hands in his pockets and said coldly, "Let's go to another place. It's too embarrassing to go there." Mo Nan's mouth twitched. "Who are you implying? Pretentious boy, do you know how to speak? Our battalion commander is trying to persuade mediocre people to quit. He has a strategic purpose, right?" Xiao Yan spoke with a smile, and then looked at Mo Nan with admiration. Mo Nan really wanted to kick this guy, he said with a dark face, "What nonsense, go away." A few people found 2 circular streets connected end to end in the city and started running. They finally felt how difficult it was for Mo Nan before. After his cultivation was sealed, it was really tiring to run. After a while, they were all sweating profusely. As Mo Nan and the other 6 ran, time passed little by little, and the 3-day deadline was getting closer and closer. More and more people came to this isolated city, and geniuses from all over the Qisha state were slowly gathering. Many people chose the other 3 camps. Some people who chose the Xian camp also chose to leave after seeing the mess in the Xian camp. Time passed by minute, and Mo Nan and others completed the running punishment one after another. 6 young men were lying on the street with their arms and legs spread out, chatting idly and laughing wildly from time to time. At this moment, a bell rang throughout the city, followed by a magnificent voice. "Time's up, close the city." Chapter 34. Mo Nan and his companions arrived at the camp soon. The Xian camp, which had been destroyed beyond recognition by them, has now been restored to its original state. There were also 2 other people standing at the door of Xian camp, looking forward to it. Su Fei! Away! After seeing the 2 of them, Mo Nan shouted in surprise. However, I was not too surprised that the 2 of them were able to complete the first round of trials. Su Fei possesses the lower grade Yan-Yang body of the Dao level, and Lu Wei's unique system is also of the top grade spiritual level. It might be because the 4 Absolutes Academy lowered its standards this year. Mo Nan saw several people with upper grade spiritual level golden fingers on the way here. Brother Nan, are they your friends? Xiao Yan asked curiously. Seeing Mo Nan nod, Xiao Yan immediately ran over, put his arms around their shoulders and started chatting. He really deserved to be called a social patient. There are many tents in the Xian camp. Originally, there were large bunk beds for more than 10 people in one room, but now there is enough space for each person. Just after everyone had arranged their accommodation, the magnificent voice rang out in their ears again. You'll have one morning to get acquainted with each other. Every 10 people will elect a captain. Those who are not suitable for their current camp may change camps during this time. After midnight, gather on the drill grounds. After the magnificent voice disappeared, Mo Nan and the others looked at each other. There are only 8 people in their Xian camp, so how can they choose a captain? What does our camp feel is missing? Several people gathered together. Xiao Yan looked around at them and spoke with some confusion. Yin energy. Li Xiaoao shook his long bangs and said coldly. What is yin energy? Qiu Ming, an honest man, did not understand. Lu Wei looked at Xiao Yan and Li Xiaoao with a kind smile, and said to Qiu Ming, it's just a woman. After Qiu Ming realized what was happening, he smiled awkwardly. Xiao Yan shook his head with some regret. If I had known earlier, I would have picked a few people to stay behind. There is a saying that goes, speak of the devil and he will appear. Just as several people were sighing, a pleasant voice came from outside. Excuse me, is anyone there? They looked at each other and walked out of the tent. What's wrong with you? Xiao Yan squeezed his narrow eyes and asked. Well, I want to join the Suanzi camp. Oh? Why? Mo Nan walked out of tent number 1. He was just practicing the 9-star body tempering art, and after hearing that someone wanted to join the Xian camp, he walked out curiously. The reputation of my Xian camp is probably not very good now, and it may have reached the point where everyone is avoiding it. Why would anyone want to join in? The woman has a sweet appearance, but she doesn't look weak. Instead, she exudes a sense of heroism. She hesitated for a moment, then slowly said, I had some conflicts with the people in the Daiza camp, and I didn't want to stay there anymore, so I came here. Chu Xiaoxiao was a little nervous. She had tried the Tian camp and the Huang camp before, but when they found out that she had made a mistake and was punished, they became sarcastic and didn't want to accept her. They also said that people like them were only worthy of going to the Suanzi camp. Although the battalion commander cannot refuse the team members, if she insists on staying, she probably won't be welcomed. If the people in the Xian camp also dislike her, then her trial will be in jeopardy. But what she didn't expect was that after she finished speaking, everyone smiled. It's you, welcome to join the Suanzi camp. Xiao Yan hurried forward and shook hands with Chu Xiaoxiao. Mo Nan didn't say anything. The man in military uniform who led the way had reminded him that the battalion commander could not refuse others from joining. Moreover, this girl is quite capable. Name, Chu Xiaoxiao. Gold Finger, Qingluan Martial Soul, Tao Level Top Grade. Cultivation, Qi Gathering Realm. Seeing the martial arts Gold Finger again, and this time it can be copied, Mo Nan certainly won't let it go. After decisively choosing to copy, a golden light spot appeared in Mo Nan's mind again. In addition, Mo Nan felt some changes in his body. I can't tell what the specific changes are, I can only go back and check it later. Can you tell me about the conflict you had before? Chu Yang, who had been silent all this time, opened his mouth and asked. He wanted to know the situation clearly, but he didn't want to attract a troublemaker, which would be disastrous. I wanted to be the battalion commander, but I failed in the challenge. Chu Xiaoxiao spoke a little embarrassedly. The other two camps did not accept her for this reason. They were afraid that she would cause trouble everywhere. Because everyone felt that since it was a military camp, discipline might also be an item of assessment. In fact, this is also one of the reasons why they are unwilling to join the Xian camp. If discipline was also included in the assessment, the discipline score of the Xian camp would probably have become negative. Hey, girl, I didn't realize you were so fierce. Xiao Yan was stunned for a moment, then continued to smile and said, Sister, do you want to challenge our battalion commander? He's actually pretty rubbish. If it weren't for our lack of strength, we would have defeated him long ago. Chu Xiaoxiao glanced at Mo Nan with some intention, but then shook her head. Mo Nan took her in, and she didn't want to repay kindness with hatred. Besides, it wouldn't be good to cause trouble right after arriving. Seeing that Chu Xiaoxiao was unmoved, Xiao Yan and Li Xiaoao both showed disappointment. Sister, just find an empty tent to stay in. Just as they were about to return to their rooms, an arrogant voice came from outside. From the Xian camp, get out here. After a while, a group of dozens of people were seen pouring into the Suanzi camp. Who the hell are you? Are you looking for death? Xiao Yan didn't tolerate them at all and started scolding them. Mo Nan didn't say anything. He was a little depressed. Why was someone picking on him out of nowhere? He also wanted to see how he would deal with these unreliable guys under his command. I'm from the Tianzi camp, and we're running out of tents. I'd like to borrow yours. There are only a couple of you, a bunch of cats and kittens, and you're taking up so many tents. That's a waste of resources, don't you understand? The triangular-eyed boy in the lead wanted to walk towards the tent nearby after he finished speaking. Mo Nan looked at this group of people. The highest level of the Golden Finger was only the lower level of the Tao level, and even Brother Tianfu looked down on him. Where does the sense of superiority come from for a bunch of little karami? You. Lu Wei and Su Fei both showed resentment on their faces, but their cultivation was not high, so they didn't want to cause any more disputes. In their opinion, there were only a few people in the Suanzi camp, and except for Mo Nan, everyone else was probably someone who barely passed the first round. If they were to face these dozens of people in front of them, they would probably not be their match. The other people all had playful smiles on their faces, like children who had finally found fun. Chu Xiaoxiao was also a little excited. She was very confident in her own abilities. If I can solve this trouble, maybe the battalion commander will step down and let others take over? Chapter 35. Just as Chu Xiaoxiao was about to step forward, a cold and disdainful voice sounded. Garbage belongs in the trash can. Li Xiaoao put his hands in his pockets and stood in front of a group of people. I have a feeling that I will go forward even if there are thousands of people against me. This is of course a good opportunity for Lida to force Wang to show off. After attracting everyone's attention to himself, he shook his bangs and continued coldly. That year, I put my hands in my pockets and had no idea what it meant to. Are you FG sick? What nonsense are you talking about? A loud shout came from the crowd. A young man couldn't stand the guy in front of him pretending to be cool, so he jumped up and punched Li Xiaoao. Li Xiaoao was very unhappy with the guy who interrupted him and said coldly. How dare a firefly compete with the bright moon? Then he put his fingers together like a sword and pointed at the man, with sharp sword energy swirling around his fingertips. Seeing this, the man's face changed drastically and he exclaimed, the embryonic form of sword intent. The expressions of the other people in the Tianzi camp also changed drastically. In this world, it is very difficult to fight against opponents of higher levels, but the embryonic form of sword intent can definitely make it possible to fight against opponents of higher levels. These guys from the Xian camp don't look that simple. As a qualified pretender, Li Xiaoao did not reveal his cultivation level. It would be no fun if he scared away everyone in front of him. The boy who was attacking wanted to dodge, but it was too late, his fist and finger had already collided with each other. Ah! The young man flew back into the crowd, knocking down several people. He struggled to stand up, his fists covered in blood. He looked at Li Xiaoao with a ferocious expression and said to the person next to him, "Brother Li, you must avenge me." The triangular-eyed boy whom he called Li Ji walked out with a dark face. "Friends, I admit I underestimated you before, but your tents are empty anyway. Why don't we all take a step back and give up a few tents? We won't hold you accountable for injuring our companions. How about that?" He didn't look at anyone else, his eyes fixed on Li Xiaoao. In his opinion, Li Xiaoao should be Mo Nan, the battalion commander of the Suanzi battalion. Sure enough, the third person who passed the first round of trials was no ordinary person. It seems that the Xian camp is not as bad as the rumors say. According to rumors from outside, the captain of the Xian battalion passed the first round by luck, and the other members were all a bunch of misfits in a motley crowd. Rumors were indeed not to be believed. Since Zhang Li arrived late, he had not seen Mo Nan, so he naturally thought that the person who dared to stop dozens of them was the commander of the Suanzi battalion. Chu Xiaoxiao was delighted, "It's my turn to perform." She also knew the rumors outside and also felt that Li Xiaoao should be the strongest person in Xian camp. In this case, compromise is the wisest option. As long as he nodded, I would stand up, turn the tide and save the collapsing building. By then, these guys will have to bow down to me. If I just give them a little hint, the position of battalion commander will be easily obtained. Su Fei and Lu Wei were shocked. They didn't expect that Li Xiaoao, who was laughing and joking with them, was so strong. Although they didn't know Li Xiaoao's specific cultivation level, they could clearly see that the young man's cultivation level was the 7th level of qi gathering. Even if the two of them joined forces, they would never be a match for Li Xiaoao. In the end, they were knocked away by Li Xiaoao with just one move. Li Xiaoao's cultivation had at least reached the 8th level of qi gathering. They looked at the other people who looked like they were eating melons, and said coldly, "Either defeat me or get out." Li Xiaoao's voice was as cold as ever, and his words were still full of hatred. "Okay, Mo Nan, you have guts." Zhang Li's expression quickly turned gloomy. He waved his hand and said coldly, "Brothers, come together." Li Xiaoao, with his hands in his pockets, immediately changed his expression, "Damn! You have no martial ethics. Also, I'm not Mo Nan." Even though he has reached the peak of qi gathering and has comprehended the rudiments of sword intent, he may not be a match for so many people. Especially since he didn't know everyone's cultivation level, he was even more uncertain. When the realm is lower, the role of number of people is still quite important. But the people from the Tianzi camp had already rushed forward and didn't listen to Li Xiaoao at all. Li Xiaoao drew his sword and faced 10,000 troops alone. The battle among the crowd was about to break out. Mo Nan waved his hand quickly and put the tent in front of him into the system space. He didn't want to be punished again, and if it was ruined this time, he would really have no place to live. Several others followed suit, using their own methods to move the tent away, or using their own abilities to protect it. "Aren't we going to help?" Su Fei looked at the battle in front and asked Mo Nan. "Don't worry, take a look first." Mo Nan crossed his arms over his chest, also looking like he was enjoying himself. Among that group of people, the strongest one is only at the 8th level of qi gathering. Li Xiaoao can't say whether he can win, but he will definitely not lose easily. 10 minutes later. "Hey!" Xiao Yan yawned and said boredly, how about we go get some sleep first? Li Wang held his head in his hands and roared, no. This isn't true. Get out of my mind. Then, he fell to the ground and entered into a dreamland to practice. On the other side, Li Xiaoao's loud voice came over, stop watching the show, help me quickly, I can't hold on any longer. Chu Xiaoxiao couldn't bear to watch it any longer. When both sides were fighting with all their strength, everyone's cultivation was fully revealed. Li Xiaoao was already very powerful as he was able to hold on for so long with his cultivation at the peak of qi gathering. At the moment, it seems that the only person who can help him here is himself. She glanced at Mo Nan and others and said solemnly, you step back, I'll go help him. Several people looked at each other. Chu Yang and Chu Ming, who were about to take action, stopped their actions and silently took 2 steps back. In fact, Chu Ming and Chu Yang both have Dao-level top-grade golden fingers, but because they awakened relatively late, both of them are only at the 8th level of qi gathering, but they are not far from the 9th level of qi gathering. On the other side, Chu Xiaoxiao had already rushed into the crowd. A clear and loud cry resounded throughout the field, and the shadow of the divine beast Qingluan appeared in the air. He looked at everyone in the audience with a majestic gaze that looked down upon the world. After another roar that pierced through gold and split rock, everyone in Tianying immediately covered their heads and screamed in pain. Mo Nan raised his eyebrows. It was a very powerful group attack skill, but you exposed your cheat code right from the start. Is that really a good idea? If some evil cultivators knew that he had a martial soul finger, who knows if they would take him away to conduct a martial soul transplant experiment? It would be fine if it were just me and the others, but there are dozens of people here. This girl doesn't seem to be very smart. Chapter 36. After the clear and loud cries, dozens of people from the Tianzi camp all fell to the ground. Everyone held their heads and howled in pain, and the screams were endless. Li Xiaoao took this opportunity to kick several warriors who were still holding on at the 8th level of qi gathering several times, sending them flying. He landed on the ground in a beautiful posture, shook his messy long hair, and said coldly, I told you, garbage should stay in the trash can. The people in the Tianzi camp, who had just recovered from their shock, felt as if they had suffered countless critical hits after hearing these words, and felt a tightness in their chests. Li Xiaoao tilted his head, then looked at Chu Xiaoxiao and said coldly, woman, you are not bad, you are qualified to join our Suanzi camp. The other people also saw Chu Xiaoxiao's strength and showed surprised expressions. You. Chu Xiaoxiao was so angry at what this guy said. If she hadn't taken action, this guy would probably be lying on the ground now. Not to mention him, the other people in the Xian camp will be beaten up. So why are they still so arrogant? Mo Nan frowned and looked at Chu Xiaoxiao, saying, is it okay for you to expose your golden finger like this? He had no way to make people forget about this, let alone kill these people. He could only hope that the girl had the confidence to not be afraid of being exposed. Don't worry, it's okay. Chu Xiaoxiao didn't care about this at all. It seemed that her background was extraordinary. Chu Xiaoxiao's next words did surprise Mo Nan. This is our family's inherited martial spirit. Many people know about it, so there's no need to hide it. The golden finger can actually be passed down? Well, in theory, the golden fingers of martial arts and physical constitution can indeed be inherited, but Mo Nan had never thought about it before. Subconsciously, I believe that everyone's cheat code is awakened randomly. Mo Nan secretly remembered this common sense in his heart. It seems that my vision is too narrow. Mo Nan then said coldly to the dozens of people still wailing on the ground, you can get out now. The group of people didn't dare to say anything more. They struggled to get up and staggered out of the Xian camp. Mo Nan said to the few people, you guys familiarize yourself with it, we will go to the playground at noon. After giving the order, Mo Nan entered his tent. Sitting cross-legged, Mo Nan looked inward into his own mind. A phantom of a green phoenix was curled up in the corner of his mind, its small body surrounded by a group of golden light spots. It's like a little girl being cornered by a dozen hooligans. Mo Nan moved his mind, and the shadow of Qingluan disappeared from his mind, turning into a clear light that flowed through his meridians. Mo Nan felt that his already incredibly lethal qi had become even more powerful. When the clear light disappeared and turned into the shadow of a blue phoenix again, the true energy returned to its original form. With a thought, the shadow of the blue phoenix circled above his head for a while and then returned to his mind again. This is all I can research for now. As for other aspects, I will try them out when it comes to actual practice. Mo Nan continued to practice his body. The morning passed quickly and a bell rang throughout the city. Mo Nan stretched and walked out of the tent. Let's go. Looking at the people coming out one after another, Mo Nan said something, then took the lead and walked towards the playground. When Mo Nan and his companions arrived at the playground, many people were already there. Mo Nan took a rough look and saw that there were only about 1,000 people. These are all the geniuses in the entire Qisha state, but only these few passed the first round. There were about 50 people who participated in the trial from Linen City alone. The entire Tianshui prefecture has 19 cities, and the entire Qisha prefecture has a total of 28 prefectures. Putting aside the fact that Linen City is a relatively backward place, the pass rate in the first round is less than 1 in 30. Mo Nan unexpectedly saw a few acquaintances, Lin Ming, Ling Yu, and some people he had met in Tianshui village. Mo Nan didn't think it was a big deal that they didn't choose him. Everyone has their own ambitions, they are all geniuses, and they all have their own considerations. When the others saw Mo Nan and his group of 9, they couldn't help but sneer. Puff! This Xian camp is really unique. Why not merge it into our Tian camp? With so few people, how can you compare with us? I request to add a team battle item. Li Xiaoao snorted coldly, pointed his middle finger downwards at the audience of more than 1,000 people, and spat out a mouthful of saliva. Hat! More than 1,000 people were furious on the spot and rolled up their sleeves to attack Li Xiaoao. Mo Nan's received a message. Li Xiaoao succeeded in showing off. Congratulations on obtaining a bottle of Ning Yuan pill. Just as more than 1,000 people were about to beat Li Xiaoao up, a figure in military uniform suddenly appeared on the platform, followed by a loud voice. Quiet! As the sound spread, everyone immediately stood up straight, just like college students preparing for military training. The first thing you have to do is leave the city. What the hell? Everyone was stunned. They had finally gotten in, and it was you who gave the order to close the city, but now you want us to leave? The man in the alkine uniform continued. It is now the 14th year of the Yangzia calendar. We are engaged in a life and death battle with the demons of the starry sky. You, as the pioneers of humanity setting foot on the starry sky battlefield, must gather enough information about the demons to establish sufficient footholds for the army in the rear, and make the most basic preparations for humanity to enter the starry sky and blow the horn of counterattack. The evil demons have discovered the only isolated city in the starry sky. This place is no longer safe. You must leave the city. Soldiers, the fate of mankind rests in your hands. Will we become the masters of the galaxy, or will the flames of civilization be extinguished, and will we become barbarians, eating raw meat and drinking blood? It all depends on you. The road ahead is long and arduous. From this point on, life and death are left to fate. On behalf of my 8 billion compatriots on our home planet, I beg you to take my leave. As he spoke, the middle-aged man in military uniform took off his military cap and bowed deeply and solemnly to the people in the audience. Then he raised his right fist, waved it towards the sky, and shouted. Burn my remaining soul and kill me in the starry sky. Protect my civilization and make it last forever. In the void, there seemed to be countless voices echoing it, and the sound of ancient and desolate horns rang out from all directions. Tragic, desolate, fearless, resolute, and with the belief that victory is inevitable. The more than 1,000 people below suddenly felt their blood boiling and a sense of belief arose spontaneously. I am a pioneer for the human race. This time, I will not return until I have conquered Lulan. The young men in the audience seemed to have merged with the ancient hero, punching the sky and shouting. Burn my remaining soul, kill my way into the starry sky, and protect my civilization for eternity. The desolate and passionate voice penetrated the clouds and lingered in the lonely city for a long time. Where the clouds were blown away by the sound waves, a ray of sunlight fell, adding a bit of color to this lonely city. Chapter 37. Although this is not the real battle of that year, today is not the 14th year of the Yangzia calendar. This year is the 13,184th year of the Yangzia calendar, and half a century has passed since the Great War that determined the fate of mankind. But the tragedy and passion buried in the hearts of human beings cannot be erased by time. Just a small introduction is enough to instantly arouse the empathy of hundreds of millions of people. The stories of those heroes have long been written into history textbooks and are part of history that every resident of the Yangzia Federation must remember. The man in military uniform on the stage nodded, looked at the enthusiastic young people below, and said with a smile, as a battalion, you can cooperate and compete, but you can't kill each other. Go. As soon as he finished speaking, the man in military uniform disappeared from the spot. After a while, everyone gradually calmed down their excited emotions and began to think one by one. Brother Nan, this doesn't mention the content of the assessment. Lu Wei looked at Mo Nan in confusion. Apart from feeling his blood aroused, he couldn't understand anything else. Xiao Yan curled his lips and said with a smile, Wei, isn't it very clear? Lay the foundation for humanity's counterattack. Lu Wei was even more confused. He touched the back of his head and asked, how do I lay the foundation? Chu Yang, who had always been very quiet, smiled and said, didn't I tell you that? Intelligence, security base. Xiao Yan patted Lu Wei's shoulder and teased him, Wei, are you really listening? You're worse than a psychopath. As he spoke, he pursed his lips and pointed at Li Wang, who was standing aside with a dull look in his eyes. Mo Nan smiled and added, it's not just these two things. In a real battle, there are many places where you can expand your advantage, but there are also many places where you can lose your advantage. Then what should we do now? Chu Ming looked at Mo Nan and asked. Of course we're leaving the city. This city will probably be destroyed soon. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Chu Xiao said hurriedly. Just as they were about to leave, a blue-haired figure walked over. It was Lan Ling, the commander of the Yellow Battalion, and he was accompanied by several others. Hello, Mo Nan, do you want to team up? Team up? Mo Nan looked at her curiously. Yes, you can choose to cooperate. She pointed at Meng Hu and continued, only if our 3 battalions work together can we compete with the Tianzi battalion, right? Mo Nan turned his head and saw the battalion commander of the Tianzi battalion gently waving his folding fan. Behind him, there were 500 or 600 people following. Lan Ling and Meng Hu each had about 200 people behind them. It seems that the Di camp and the Huang camp have chosen to cooperate, perhaps because they feel the pressure from the Tian camp. Mo Nan shook his head and smiled, no need, we can just act on our own. All right. Lan Ling didn't say anything, but the people around her were a little unhappy. Why are you pretending? Our battalion commander wants to help you, but you're so shameless. With just a bunch of you rubbish, I don't think you can even get out of the city. Stop talking. Lan Ling glared at the 2 people who spoke. The 3 battalion commanders knew Mo Nan's strength, but in order to have one less competitor and thus recruit more members, they did not clarify the rumors from the outside world. But now that the situation is set, she wants to explain Mo Nan's strength to her teammates. Otherwise, it would be bad if they provoke Mo Nan, this powerful troublemaker. It's not that she is afraid of Mo Nan, she is just afraid of trouble. This guy has made 2 mistakes in a row, but he is capable of doing anything. After Lan Ling left, Mo Nan and others quickly left the playground. The other battalions were making their own plans and deployments. After all, if the city is currently in danger, it is indeed not a wise choice for hundreds of people to act together. If this were a real war, the evil demons would definitely send an overwhelming force to raze this place to the ground after learning of this secret base. It is even possible to send an almighty powerful being to wipe out this nameless planet with thunder-like means. However, this situation should not happen, otherwise they would not have to undergo trials, but they definitely have overwhelming strength. After all, during this period of time, the starry sky is the home of evil spirits. It was impossible for them to fight their way out of the city, so the only way left was to sneak out, and they had to do whatever it took to sneak out. According to Mo Nan's guess, there should be something in this city that can help them get out of the city. Just like a city occupied by zombies, it is impossible for ordinary people to get out. At least, you need a car or a gun. The examiner should have given the candidates time to arrange their deployment plans, which was good news for Mo Nan and others as they could seize the initiative. After all, they don't need any deployment, they just need to act according to the circumstances. Mo Nan also noticed that these people, except Lu Wei, were all smarter than each other. The playground has 4 exits, which seem to correspond to the 4 gates of the isolated city in the east, south, west and north. Mo Nan and others walked out of the west gate of the playground and were faced with a long and narrow deserted street. There are rows of houses on the streets, one after another, and some other daily buildings, such as shops. Charge as fast as you can. Mo Nan shouted softly and rushed into the distance first. He wants to do it now, or try it, to see if there is a bug. Take advantage of the safe period that the examiner leaves for the candidates to deploy their plans and run as far as you can at the fastest speed. The others had the same idea and rushed towards the distance as fast as they could. Chu Ming pulled Lu Wei, who was looking around, and rushed away quickly. Everyone quickly rushed over a distance of 1,000 meters. Just when everyone thought they could stop the bug, a chill came from a distance. The black mist quickly covered the western half of the lonely city. Mo Nan quickly raised his hand to stop everyone. The supermarket ahead. Mo Nan said this and rushed to the supermarket 30 meters away at the fastest speed. The presence of such unreasonable buildings in a city built for war is definitely problematic. The others also understood what Mo Nan meant and quickly rushed to the supermarket. When Su Fei rushed in, the streets outside were almost covered by fog. Oh no, Wei! Mo Nan looked at Lu Wei who was still outside and about to be swallowed by the black fog. He took a meteor step and dragged Lu Wei into the supermarket at the fastest speed before the black fog swallowed him. Phew! I was scared to death. Lu Wei patted his chest and spoke with lingering fear. A claw mark appeared on his back, his clothes were torn, and there were a few shallow bloodstains on his back. What? The black fog did not reach the point of completely blocking vision, and no one saw anything, but Lu Wei was actually injured. Chapter 38. Xiao Yan threw a porcelain bottle to Lu Wei and said, "Apply it on the wound." Then, everyone looked at the black fog outside with serious expressions. Now the entire street is completely shrouded in black fog, and a dangerous atmosphere is overwhelming. Everyone's body has begun to instinctively give warnings, and their hair stands on end. What should we do now? Chu Yang frowned and looked at Mo Nan. According to the current situation, they can't even leave the supermarket, let alone go out of the city. Everyone, let's look around here first to see if there are any special items that can help us get out of the city. After Mo Nan finished speaking, he took the lead and walked into the supermarket. Others also gradually dispersed in the supermarket and began to search. As the first stop of mankind's counterattack on the starry sky, it is impossible for this isolated city to have such living buildings. Those who can serve as the vanguard of the counterattack on the starry sky are obviously warriors with good cultivation and have no need for food or other consumer goods. So, there must be something wrong with this supermarket that obviously shouldn't exist. Maybe it holds the key to their escape from the city. I found it! A loud shout attracted everyone. Chu Xiaoxiao was holding a black piece of clothing in her hand and shook it at everyone. Is this a raincoat? Chu Ming asked in confusion. Everyone also cast inquiring glances at Chu Xiaoxiao, wondering what use a raincoat could be. Chu Xiaoxiao put on the raincoat, and then her figure disappeared from the spot, leaving only a faint shadow. The next moment, Chu Xiaoxiao took off her raincoat and her figure appeared in front of everyone again. Great! Bluebird, how many are there in total? Xiao Yan said excitedly. Fatty, who do you think is the blue bird? That's the blue Luan. Also, my name is Chu Xiaoxiao. Okay, Bluebird. You. Seeing that the two were about to start bickering, Mo Nan stopped them and said, Okay, stop it. How many raincoats are there in total? He didn't see any other raincoats on the shelf and thought Chu Xiaoxiao had put them away. Chu Xiaoxiao's face fell and she said, Only one. As she said that, she wanted to hand the raincoat to Mo Nan. Mo Nan frowned and shook his head, You keep it yourself. Then he continued, Everyone, look again. There must be other items. Everyone started searching again. Mo Nan came to the furniture area, looked for a long time, and picked up a kitchen knife. The moment he picked up the kitchen knife, a flash of enlightenment came to his mind. This kitchen knife can be used to kill things in the black fog. Who could have imagined this? Mo Nan was speechless. Everyone would subconsciously look for items like raincoats that could cover themselves. Who would have thought that there were weapons? When we arrived at the center of the supermarket, several people had already found items to protect themselves. Li Wang was wearing a bed sheet embroidered with bright red peonies, and Xiao Yan was wearing a safety helmet on his head. But the helmet couldn't fit on his huge head at all, and it stuck on the tip of his head, which looked very funny. Chu Yang was holding a bottle of something that looked like gel water, which should be some kind of offensive spray. The others hadn't returned yet, so Mo Nan and the other four waited there. Xiao Yan came up to Li Wang and said with a smile, Brother Wang, let's switch. Li Wang glanced at him and said, Didn't you call me crazy before? Oh, Brother Wang, I was just kidding. After much persuasion from Xiao Yan, the two finally exchanged their belongings. The bright red bed sheet was draped over Xiao Yan's chubby body, leaving only his round head exposed, adding a touch of humor. At this moment, there was a loud noise at the door of the supermarket, and wisps of black mist poured in from the gap in the door. Fortunately, the black fog did not pour in very quickly. If it had continued at the previous speed, the other people who had not found any shelter would have been in danger. Mo Nan mustered his energy and shouted, Hurry up, you guys, this place is not safe, there is a time limit. All I could hear was a flurry of noise coming from inside, mixed with the sound of something breaking. Quick, let's go help them. As soon as Mo Nan finished speaking, several people walked out quickly. No need, we found it. After several people came out, Mo Nan looked up. Lu Wei was wearing a pair of oversized slippers and had a band-aid on his forehead. Chu Ming was wearing a peculiarly shaped mask on his face, Li Xiaoao was wearing a dress, and Su Fei was holding a big black pot. When Xiao Yan saw Li Xiaoao's expression, he burst out laughing. Pretentious guy, what are you wearing? You know what, it's so beautiful, I'm even attracted to you. Li Xiaoao glared at Xiao Yan fiercely. Li Xiaoao walked up to Chu Xiaoxiao with a dark face and said, Let's switch. No. Chu Xiaoxiao refused decisively. She still remembered the extremely pretentious words Li Xiaoao had said to her before. Well, I found two. Lu Wei said. He pointed to the slippers on his feet and then to the band-aid on his forehead. Everyone was speechless when they saw it, thinking that he had hit his head in a panic. Keep it. Mo Nan said that they couldn't always find shelter, and this band-aid might be of great use. Li Xiaoao, who was about to come over, stopped when he heard this. He put his hands in his pockets, not in his pockets, and crossed his arms across his chest, his expression as cold as ever. Mo Nan pondered, a total of 10 items were found. Was this the reason why everyone was asked to form teams of 10? At this moment, the black mist poured in faster and faster, and Mo Nan ordered. Use the items, go out, and remember not to separate them. Then, the figures of several people disappeared from the spot. Only Mo Nan, Chu Yang, and Chu Ming did not disappear. Mo Nan and Chu Yang possessed offensive weapons, while Chu Ming transformed into an ugly monster. Walk. Mo Nan said, and walked towards the door first. Looking at the weapon at the door, Mo Nan swung the kitchen knife and swung it out. The black fog in front of him began to dissipate, and Mo Nan vaguely heard a painful roar. I picked up the kitchen knife and took a look. There was a tiny notch on the blade. Items will wear out. We need to find the next special building as soon as possible. Mo Nan said this and walked out of the supermarket door. Others followed closely behind, and they also felt that some kind of energy from the items on their bodies was being consumed. Mo Nan kept waving the kitchen knife as he walked, and Chu Yang kept spraying the liquid in the bottle. Chu Ming walked in the fog with a swagger, but his speed seemed to be limited in some way. Mo Nan caught a glimpse of a vague figure 1,000 meters away from the corner of his eye. That was the exit of the playground, and a large group of people had just come out. After seeing the thick black fog, they quickly entered the nearby pharmacy, convenience store, and clothing store. There are many special buildings at the entrance over there. Mo Nan was a little annoyed. If he had known earlier, he would have searched them all. However, there are so many people, and even though there are many special buildings, there may not be enough special items to share. Gu Feng and Ye Qingcheng entered a clothing store. Many team members were injured after being touched by the fog. As the captains of their respective teams, both of them looked very ugly. That person just now seemed to be Chu Yang. Gu Feng frowned and said to Ye Qingcheng. Yeah, and Mo Nan, they seem to be with an evil demon. Did they rebel? A team member asked in surprise. Gu Feng rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, can you use your brain a little? This is a test. Ye Qingcheng frowned and said, according to Captain Shen's guess, there must be something here that can help us get out. Let's look for it. We can't let them get ahead of us. The two teams began to search the store. Chapter 39. Mo Nan and his group began to walk with difficulty in the black fog. The black mist was constantly split by Mo Nan, and the gaps on the kitchen knife became more and more. Patches of rust began to appear on the kitchen knife. They had only walked less than 100 meters when they saw that the items were about to collapse. Mo Nan looked up and saw that they were almost at the end of the street, but there were no special buildings around them. Hurry up! Let's check other streets. Mo Nan and others moved forward again, and just when their special items were about to be damaged, they finally arrived at the end of the street. The streets in front of me are complicated and not just one street like the one just now. How do we get there? Chu Yang asked. Mo Nan quickly looked around. There were many forks in the road in front of him. It seemed that this place had been specially arranged. He couldn't tell which street would lead him to the city gate faster. After looking around, Mo Nan pointed to one of the streets, go that way. He saw that there was a hospital at the intersection of that street. Although it only had one building, it was still considered a magnificent building here. Everyone rushed into the hospital as quickly as possible before their belongings were broken. The moment they entered the hospital, the special items on their bodies shattered one after another and turned into debris all over the ground. The moment the hospital door closed, a figure with a stiff face, like a walking corpse, blocked the door. With the exertion of enormous force, the heavy door was pushed open and the figure walked in. Everyone stepped back in horror, their faces changing drastically. Danhua realm. They felt the terrifying aura coming from the former and became anxious. Hurry up and find out if there is anything here that can deal with this thing, otherwise we will all die. Chu Xiaoxiao shouted anxiously that even if the two strongest people here, herself and Li Xiaoao, attacked together, they would not be the opponent of the evil demon in the Danhua realm. Although dying during the assessment would not result in real death, it did mean that they would fail the assessment and would not be able to enter the 4 Supreme Academies. This was something Chu Xiaoxiao could not accept. She didn't want to become a disgrace to the family. Just as everyone was about to disperse to look for special items, Mo Nan's voice rang out. You guys go find something, I'll stop it. Mo Nan recognized the thing in front of him. It was the demon species he had seen before. It's a pity that it's not a demon species of the one-horned dream demon clan, otherwise this guy would explode with just a thought. But even the other demonic species have a huge flaw. That is, apart from his own cultivation, he has no other strange abilities. It's like a warrior who is only at the Danhua realm, without any golden fingers, martial arts, or other items that would help in combat. In this case, the owner of the cheat code can fight against opponents of higher levels. When they were outside, there were so many demons that Mo Nan couldn't take action, but this guy actually dared to come alone, so he had to use it to test his sword. Chu Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment, then said, My great battalion commander, can you please stop showing off? Let's search separately. Whoever gets caught up by this monster will be unlucky. At least the others have a chance of surviving. In her opinion, Mo Nan's decision to stay was definitely an act of suicide. She admired this selfless behavior, but she didn't want to owe the other party such a big favor, as they had only known each other for less than a few hours. Xiao Yan glanced at Mo Nan, and when he saw Mo Nan nod, he said to the others, Let's go. We need to be quick. You. Chu Xiaoxiao was very angry. How could these guys be so heartless that they just watched their battalion commander go to his death? She had clearly seen that these people had a good relationship before. It seems that what the elders of the clan said was right, the people outside are vicious. What are you standing there for? Go. A loud shout interrupted her thoughts. Xiao Yan's voice was very urgent. In his opinion, this is the best way. Mo Nan is very strong. At that time, the 5 of them joined forces, but none of them could test each other's limits. In this case, the easiest way to ensure the safety of all descendants is for Mo Nan to take action and stop this monster. Of course, he didn't think that Mo Nan could defeat the other party. As long as they could buy some time and wait for them to find special items that could deal with the monster in front of them, they would be safe. The only one who has the ability to stop the other party here is Mo Nan, and Mo Nan took the initiative to propose it, and he is also somewhat confident in the survey. Seeing everyone leave quickly and go upstairs as quickly as possible, Mo Nan smiled. The reason why he asked everyone to leave was that there was a time limit for traveling in the safe area, and the special items had to be found as soon as possible. On the other hand, he was afraid that his performance would be too shocking and would upset these geniuses. He turned around, and Mo Nan looked at the demon in front of him. The Qing Feng sword was unsheathed, emitting a cold light. On the other side, several men in military uniforms were sitting in an office. Captain, this isn't a good idea, one of them said. The captain took a sip of tea and said with a smile, who told them to take shortcuts and try to exploit a bug? That's a nice thought. But that's not Wei Fan's rule. Who would have thought that there are only 9 people in a battalion, said another person. That's fine. The captain waved his hand and continued, just consider it a small test for them. Being killed by that Danhua demon species doesn't count as their elimination. I don't think they will necessarily be killed, said the man who spoke first. Oh. The captain looked at him with interest and said with a smile, tell me about it. The man said, although most of those little guys are only in the chi condensation realm, when the demon species has no other means, they can join forces and resist. And that Mo Nan, his strength is obvious to all of us. There's still enough strength to fight 1 against 5. 2 of them are at the 8th level of chi condensation, 2 are at the 9th level, and 1 is at the 1st level. I estimate that Mo Nan's combat power is at least above the middle stage of chi condensation. If they join forces, it won't be difficult to stop the Danhua demon seed. Another person spoke up, but they need to find the special item as soon as possible. If they fight the demons to death, they will eventually be eliminated. The man in military uniform who spoke earlier suddenly stopped talking. Let's take a look first. The captain said this, then turned his gaze to the screen in front of him. The others were also curiously watching Mo Nan and the others' every move, to see how they were going to deal with the current dilemma. When someone saw Mo Nan trying to stop the demon species alone, they couldn't help but laugh. You really overestimate your own abilities. The captain shook his head. If this is a real Shensi crisis, his approach is the wisest choice. Only by doing this can more people survive. The man in military uniform who had started to taunt suddenly stopped talking. He understood this principle, but he did not regard it as a real life and death crisis. The captain smiled and ordered, if he is killed by the demon species, he will not be eliminated. Several people nodded when they heard this and continued watching. The other side. Mo Nan didn't know that this was a benefit that only a few of them had. He held the 3-foot green sword tightly in his hand and looked at the demon in front of him. He took a meteor step and rushed towards the demon at ghostly speed. The cold light of the Qing Feng sword was fierce, and the sword intent of Xiao Chang was activated, and the air around it became extremely sharp. The golden sword light was dazzling and eye-catching, revealing infinite murderous intent. The shadow of Qingluan turned into a stream of light, wandering in the meridians, and Mo Nan unleashed his most powerful attack. Swordsmanship. 2 figures crossed each other and stood facing each other. Mo Nan's arm trembled slightly. On his arm, there were several scratches so deep that the bones were visible, and blood was dripping down. A long sword scar appeared on the demon's chest, and the empty chest cavity was vaguely visible. Mo Nan did not choose to fight, but chose to fight hard. This attack is evenly matched. Chapter 40. What? In the office on the other side, a group of men in military uniforms stood up and looked at the screen in disbelief. They had seen many geniuses, and they themselves were geniuses. But this was the first time they had seen someone who could fight across an entire realm. Although the demon species has no other means, the gap in cultivation alone is not something that ordinary people can cross. Although martial arts cultivation cannot be judged by simple data, each small realm in the same major realm has a difference of nearly 10 times. Not to mention that there is a huge realm in between. Although this gap will be narrowed for the demon species with a certain level of cultivation in the sky. But the combat power displayed by Mo Nan was truly astonishing. Mo Nan's performance shocked everyone. Although the captain did not lose his composure like the others, the smile on his face had long since disappeared, replaced by a serious and solemn expression. After a long while, everyone finally recovered from their shock, and one of them said, "If this round of assessment is about cultivation and combat power, he has already passed, and he is definitely rated unparalleled." When the others heard this, they all showed expressions of approval. One of them came forward and said with a smile, "Captain, how about we hide his assessment information and recruit him to the military?" The captain glared fiercely at the person who spoke. The person smiled awkwardly and shrank back behind the crowd. Everyone knows that this kid's initial trial and first round assessment ratings are unparalleled. I'm afraid that the top leaders of the 4 Supremes have already started paying attention to him. Besides, as soldiers, they cannot do such a thing as concealing assessment information. Let's take a look first. Don't miss such an exciting battle. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards the screen again. Mo Nan circulated his true energy to stop his trembling arms and the dripping blood. This was not a martial arts competition, so he didn't have time to make a graceful turn. There was no time to look back. The Qing Feng sword stabbed backwards and collided with the demon's fist wrapped in black air. Bite! The mid-grade earth-grade Qing Feng sword was unable to pierce the opponent's fist. After a crisp sound, Mo Nan was knocked back more than 10 steps, and only stopped when his body leaned against the hospital gate. The moment his shoulder touched the hospital door, Mo Nan used the force to quickly turn around. The demon species also retreated several steps after the previous attack. Its pupils turned blood red, and after a roar, it rushed towards Mo Nan. I need to develop a better body movement technique. Mo Nan thought to himself. The level of meteor step is still a little low. When it is used at full strength, it can only match the speed of the demon species. The Qing Feng sword trembled, a sharp sword light flashed, and the pupils flashed with blue and gold. The shadow sword technique was performed, and Mo Nan went forward to meet it. With every collision, a claw mark would appear on Mo Nan's body, and scattered blood dotted the white ground, looking extremely miserable. Each of Mo Nan's swords would also leave a terrible wound on the demon. But this seemed to have no effect on the demon species. It seemed to be insensitive to the pain and attacked Mo Nan fiercely. I can't go on like this, I can't outlast it. Mo Nan's mind raced, and he quickly thought of a way to break the deadlock. There were some cards he didn't want to reveal, because he felt that everything related to the assessment was being watched. Unless he is forced to do so, he will not reveal those suspicious cards. The shadow sword technique was performed to the extreme, and the 9 absolute sword body was spontaneously activated. A series of low zither sounds came out from his body, echoing with the crisp sound of the Qing Feng sword. Beautiful and pleasant, it reveals infinite murderous intent. The rhythm of the two gradually overlapped, and the light point of full-level enlightenment trembled rapidly. Countless insights flashed through Mo Nan's mind, insights into the sword. He seemed to have turned into a dancer dancing to the music, and every time he drew his sword, it was as if he was showing his elegant dance moves to the audience. His sword moves were no longer the shadow sword technique. Instead, it was replaced by another sword technique that was extremely beautiful yet full of murderous intent. Mo Nan seemed to have entered a strange state. He let go of his body, moved with the sword, and said loudly. Once upon a time there was a beautiful lady named Gongsun, whose sword dance moved the whole world. As he finished speaking, the originally elegant dance posture suddenly became majestic, and 4 thick sword lights attacked the demon species from the 4 directions of east, south, west and north. The sharp sword energy shot out and pierced the demon species' hard skin. The first move, the sword moves in all directions. 4 sword energies pierced through the demon's body, and the wall behind him was clearly visible. The demon roared and rushed towards Mo Nan again. The Qing Feng sword drew a gorgeous arc, and Mo Nan continued. As graceful as Yi shooting down the 9 suns, as swift as the emperors riding dragons. The second move, 9 suns shining in the sky. 9 light spots, completely condensed from pure sword intent, hung in the air. The next moment, the light spots fell rapidly and shot towards the demon species. Boom! The 9 voices merged into one, and a loud bang sounded in the hall, like 9 dazzling suns, breaking through the endless void, falling to the earth, destroying the world. The entire hospital shook violently at this blow. The faces of the people who were looking for something upstairs changed after hearing the loud noise, and they started looking for the special items a little faster. They originally thought that Mo Nan could hold on for a while, but they didn't expect that he would be attacked by the demon species so soon. In their opinion, this might be the sound of Mo Nan being knocked away. They hope that their battalion commander is okay. On the first floor, in the lobby. When the smoke cleared, the figure of the demon appeared. The demon species at this time became extremely miserable. Half of its body was already broken into pieces, and the flesh and blood that had not seeped out of it had already become tattered. The other half of the body was not in much better condition, with several blood holes running through it that looked extremely terrifying. If it were an ordinary warrior, he would have been dead long ago. When a warrior's cultivation level is relatively low, his vitality is actually not strong. Only after reaching a high level of cultivation can a warrior be reborn from a drop of blood and become immortal. But the demon in front of him seemed to be fine, limping towards Mo Nan. Apart from the much slower speed, there was no impact at all. The power coming from it did not decrease at all. A faint light flashed on the sharp claws, and they grabbed Mo Nan's head. Mo Nan's body was like flying catkins in a willow tree, and he dodged the attack easily. Like a dancer on the dance floor, she playfully avoided the spectators' extended dirty hands. A clear voice followed. It comes like thunder, and ends like the clear light of the sea and the river. Chapter 41. Snap! There seemed to be a loud thunder in the void, clearing the sky and the earth. Under the thunder from heaven, all evils retreat. The condensed sword light turned into thunder, striking down from the sky above, as if to clear away the filth of the world and restore the brightness of heaven and earth for the boundless blue sky. Above the ground, a green sword light emerged, like a vast ocean, firmly fixing the demon's body in place, waiting for the judgment of thunder. The third move, Thunder Judgment. The fourth style, Raging Waves of Rivers and Seas. Boom! Lai Ting's sword light fell on the demon's head. After a loud bang, the demon's figure disappeared. Although there were drops of dried flesh scattered around the hall. Mo Nan's figure slowly landed on the ground, and the Qing Feng sword returned to its sheath. Like an elegant dancer slowly leaving the stage at the end of a dance. Unfortunately, there were no audiences at the scene. All the systems in my mind, including the professional role-playing system, embrace plundering system, and pretend system, sent a message at the same time. Congratulations on comprehending the lower grade heavenly rank martial art, sword dance. Mo Nan frowned tightly, ignoring the system's voice. Nan said. Not enough, not enough. He could feel that the sword technique he had mastered was not complete and there would probably be changes in the future. Unfortunately, opportunities are rare. If you miss this chance, it will be difficult to continue to understand. He looked at the minced meat on the ground and cursed, that's it? What rubbish! If this demon species could hold on a little longer, he would be able to deduce the subsequent sword techniques. Just an incomplete sword technique has reached the lower level of the heavenly rank. How powerful should the complete sword technique be? I have to say, the combination of 9 absolute sword body and maximum level comprehension is really powerful. He suddenly realized a problem. Could some special cheat codes make the sum of 1 greater than 2? Thus achieving a kind of fusion? However, these are not things he should consider now. Just as Mo Nan put away the Qing Feng sword, sighed with some regret, and prepared to go upstairs. A cold voice came. This sword technique is cool, I want to learn it. Mo Nan looked up and saw a figure with his hands in his pockets appearing at the corner of the second floor. Next to him was a fire extinguisher, which should be the special item that Li Xiaoao found to deal with demons. A moment ago, a violent roar spread throughout the hospital, causing violent shaking like an earthquake. Li Xiaoao, who was leaning on the window looking for something special, was pushed off the windowsill without noticing. The moment he subconsciously held the fire extinguisher, a flash of enlightenment came to his mind, this fire extinguisher can deal with that demon. He was very confused. He had clearly checked the fire extinguisher before and it didn't have this ability. How come this one worked now? Without stopping, he picked up the fire extinguisher and rushed to the first floor lobby as quickly as possible. Just as he reached the corner of the stairs, he saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. Their battalion commander, Mo Nan, was like a calm dancer, gracefully moving among the flashes of swords and sabers. The sharp sword in his hand was like a dancer with long sleeves, drawing a folding fan with graceful curves. Inadvertently, it draws the attention of all the audience into it, making them forget the endless murderous intent hidden beneath the gorgeous exterior. Elegant, calm, and leisurely. Sharp, cold, and full of murderous intent. The graceful sword song, coupled with elegant steps and gorgeous sword moves, was exactly what Li Xiaoao had in mind as a true swordsman. This is what a swordsman should be like. Just as he was thinking about it, a light seemed to flash in his mind. In a short moment, his sword intent, which was only in its rudiments, had actually entered the realm of minor success. Seeing Mo Nan stopped, he didn't care whether it was presumptuous or not, and stepped forward and said, "Can you teach me? I want to learn." He had already seen countless girls screaming excitedly when he performed this sword technique. Mo Nan looked at Li Xiaoao, whose expression was still cold but could not hide his excitement, and raised his eyebrows. "You want to learn? Bring me something in exchange." Mo Nan doesn't take martial arts as seriously as others do. He can even get the golden finger at will, so he doesn't value other things as much. What's more, the skills he practiced were either cosmic or cosmic, so heavenly level martial arts were nothing to him. Li Xiaoao thought for a moment, took out a book and threw it to Mo Nan. Mo Nan took it and looked at it, and was immediately delighted. There were only a few big words written on the cover of the book. "Fleeting glimpses, the ultimate heavenly level body movement. This is like giving you a pillow when you feel sleepy." He had just complained that the meteor step was not enough, but a moment later, he obtained a top-level body movement technique of the heavenly grade. Mo Nan couldn't help but wonder, could he be the legendary child of destiny? Mo Nan put away fleeting glimpses and said to Li Xiaoao with a smile, "Okay, I'll teach you once we get out of the city." It is naturally impossible for a martial arts technique like his, which he had just comprehended on his own, to be written in a book. In fact, many skills and martial arts obtained from one's own golden fingers will be directly transmitted into the mind. And because it is limited to personal use, there is no way to write it down. Things like this that can be written down are extremely rare and have no restrictions. If this gets out, it will be enough to trigger a bloody storm. However, Li Xiaoao was not at a disadvantage either. Needless to say, martial arts like sword dance, which he had learned through his own self-comprehension, had no other restrictions. In fact, this book Fleeting Glimpses is the inherited martial arts of Li Xiaoao's family. Li Xiaoao himself has not yet cultivated it to perfection. As for how to explain to his family after returning it to Mo Nan, he just wanted to say that the family would not only not blame him, but would also reward him handsomely. But he also has his own principles, and said to Mo Nan, "I will not teach your swordsmanship to anyone else." Mo Nan shrugged and said lightly, "It doesn't matter." He didn't think there was anything wrong with this, and if his family and friends needed it, he would teach them. Of course, you won't ask others to do something that you can't do yourself. After the two completed the transaction, they went upstairs together. They have to find more special items as quickly as possible, which others may not be able to find. If everyone can find one more thing, they can find one more. It will never go wrong. On the other side, in the office, a group of people witnessed the whole process of Mo Nan killing the demon. They all stared at the screen in front of them in amazement and forgot to speak for a while. My heart was filled with shock like a raging storm, and I couldn't calm down for a long time. Chapter 42. This kid actually comprehended a martial art right in the middle of a battle, and it's a heavenly level sword technique. They were all shocked after witnessing the whole process of Mo Nan's comprehension of the heavenly sword technique. One of them spoke in shock, looking at everyone present with disbelief, and found that the others were as stunned and shocked as he was, and all of them looked as if they had never seen the world before. You know, comprehending martial arts is not an easy task. In this world where everyone has a golden finger, most people are highly dependent on their golden fingers. For owners of high-level golden fingers, they can easily obtain them by completing corresponding tasks or meeting certain conditions. If that doesn't work, just join a martial arts force and martial arts will be readily available. Having lost its original spirit, there are very few original martial arts in this world. It is no exaggeration to say that Mo Nan is able to establish his own school with just this one heavenly sword technique. This is another advantage of creating one's own martial arts, which is to spread the knowledge to the world. Another person spoke up, the key point should be that he crossed an entire realm and killed a demon in the Danhua realm. After hearing this, everyone fell silent again. There was no way, they didn't know how to describe Mo Nan's performance. This kid is a pervert. Even the captain, who had been calm and composed, showed an expression of disbelief. After a long while, he slowly said, "Unfortunately, this round of assessment is not based solely on combat power. Mo Nan may not be able to pass it." One person said with a smile, "If he is eliminated by the Four Supremes, it would be a good opportunity to bring him to our military. It would be a shame not to cultivate such a genius." Others echoed, "Yet, just because someone can't be a commander doesn't mean they can't be a general. I'm optimistic about this kid." A group of people said this and looked at the screen again. Mo Nan and Li Xiaoao went upstairs, then separated and began to look for special items. Mo Nan found a room, changed out of his tattered clothes and put on clean clothes. Then he began to look around. Inside the huge ward, there were only a few simple items, a hospital bed, a bedside table, 2 stools, and curtains. There is nothing else besides this. Mo Nan touched them one by one, but unfortunately, none of them were special items. Mo Nan quickly wandered around the rooms, but after going through several rooms, he found nothing. This is the 5th floor. Mo Nan thought that the lower floors should have been searched by others, so he came directly here. Unfortunately, there seemed to be no special items here. He had searched all the rooms and offices on the 5th floor, but found nothing. Just as Mo Nan frowned, other people also came to the 5th floor one after another. When they saw Mo Nan, they were also very surprised. Chu Xiaoxiao asked in confusion, "Captain, why are you here? Where is that monster?" "Dead." Mo Nan said lightly. "Dead?" Everyone looked at Mo Nan in disbelief. "No way." At this moment, Xiao Yan suddenly saw the fire extinguisher in Li Xiaoao's hand. He seemed to have thought of something and quickly asked, "Pretentious boy, can this fire extinguisher deal with that monster?" Li Xiaoao nodded and was about to speak when he saw Mo Nan shaking his head at him, so he didn't say much. Seeing Li Xiaoao nod, everyone else showed a relieved expression. If Mo Nan really killed that Danhua realm monster alone, how would these top geniuses from various palaces feel? Chu Xiaoxiao also patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. She said, "How could someone become so powerful in just 1 month?" It seems that she was overthinking it. If someone really could grow from an ordinary person to someone capable of killing a warrior at the Danhua realm in just 1 month, that would be truly incredible. The reason why Mo Nan didn't let Li Xiaoao say more was not because he didn't want to pretend, but because he discovered a very serious problem. Except for Li Xiaoao, no one found even a single special item. This problem is very serious and a solution must be found immediately, so he doesn't want his amazing performance to divert everyone's attention. He looked at everyone and frowned, "Didn't you find any special items?" Everyone then realized something and looked at each other. Then, everyone's faces became extremely ugly. They thought they were the only ones who hadn't found the special item, but now it seemed that not only they but everyone else had found nothing. Even the fire extinguisher in Li Xiaoao's hand might have been specially prepared to deal with the monster that followed them into the hospital. If that's the case, how can they break the deadlock? To make matters worse, at this moment, a loud crash was heard outside the hospital building. The entire hospital building was like a small boat about to capsize in the raging sea, and the ground began to shake violently. "Battalion Commander, what should we do now? Think of a solution quickly. Xiao Yan shouted anxiously. Everyone's situation was now precarious and they were on the verge of elimination. What to do? Mo Nan's mind raced as he thought quickly about how to deal with the situation. Did I misjudge this? This hospital wasn't a place to help students leave the city, but a huge pitfall? If everyone is eliminated because of my misjudgment, I will be guilty of a great sin. He thought quickly about countermeasures, but facing the current dilemma, he had no idea what to do. If it really doesn't work, you can only fight your way out. He could only bet that the demons in the Black Fog were no higher than the Purple Mansion Realm Grandmaster at the Danhua Realm, or beings with higher cultivation levels. Otherwise, there would be no chance at all. If there were only evil demons and demon species at the Danhua Realm or below, there would still be a 1 in 10,000 chance of escaping. But if he did that, he could only guarantee himself a chance of survival, and he wouldn't be able to take care of others. Each of his team members is a top talent, and they are all talents who can definitely make it into the top 4, of course, except Lu Wei. Even Su Fei, who only has the lower grade Dao level Golden Finger, has a 90% chance of being admitted to the Four Wonders Academy. But even such a genius, because of his own misjudgment, led to the elimination of everyone. Although he had only been with them for less than 2 days, they all had similar personalities and had developed some feelings for each other. He would feel guilty if they were eliminated because of his fault. This damn hospital! Mo Nan cursed inwardly, and then a flash of inspiration came to his mind. That's right. Hospital, death. Let's go. To the morgue. Chapter 43. After Mo Nan finished speaking, he quickly rushed to the stairs. He had noticed when he was on the first floor that there was a staircase leading to the basement. The basement of the hospital, if nothing unexpected happens, is the hospital morgue. The crowd had searched the entire hospital before, and the only place they had not searched was the morgue in the basement. Influenced by the previous supermarket experience, everyone automatically ignored the morgue. Everyone's targets are in wards, offices, operating rooms, and other places. Curtains, bed sheets, scalpels, anesthetics, etc. may be special items. But what's in a morgue? Dead people? But after Mo Nan's reminder, everyone realized that the only place to break the deadlock was the basement. Without hesitation, everyone followed Mo Nan and quickly rushed to the stairs. Just as everyone went downstairs, the hospital began to shake violently, and rubble and white ash blocks kept falling from the ceiling. On the wall, cracks like spider webs quickly covered the entire wall. The entire hospital was crumbling, and wisps of black mist were spreading in from the cracks. Fortunately, everyone was a warrior and was not dislocated by the violent shaking. The 9 of them ran to the first floor as quickly as possible and then rushed into the basement. Oh shit! Mo Nan looked at the alloy door in front of him and the huge keyhole on the door, and frowned tightly. He quickly turned around, looked at the people following behind him, and shouted anxiously, "Who of you found the key?" Everyone also saw the keyhole on the door, and they all looked at each other with ugly expressions. When they saw it, they all shook their heads. Brother Nan, I saw a huge key before. It's on the 4th floor. Do you want me to go back and get it? Lu Wei spoke weakly. It was not his fault for not being careful. The situation was extremely critical at the time. Everyone knew that Mo Nan's life was in danger and they didn't have time to think too much. Lu Wei touched it and found that it was not the same special item as before, so he quickly left the room. But now it seems that he may have given up everyone's only chance of survival. Lu Wei spoke with some self-blame and wanted to go upstairs to get the key. Mo Nan stretched out his hand to stop Lu Wei, and said in a deep voice, "Don't go away, it's too late." Just as they entered the basement, the floor above had completely collapsed. Not to mention finding the key, they couldn't even get out. Everyone began to despair after hearing this. Could it be that their final death was suffocation? What should we do then? Lu Wei was a little anxious. He felt that it was his own fault that led to everyone's predicament. This is also one of Lu Wei's advantages, he is loyal. Although his system is a little unethical, Lu Wei is still a good person, which is why Mo Nan can become friends with him. Put yourself in his shoes. If Mo Nan himself awakened Lu Wei's Cao's system, or if anyone awakened such a system, they would also succumb to the system's tasks. Some evil cultivators became evil cultivators for this reason. Let's get back to the point. After Lu Wei asked that question, Mo Nan waved his hand and said in a deep voice. You guys step back. Chu Xiaoxiao stepped forward and said solemnly, yes, you guys step back, I'll try to see if I can break this door. Mo Nan rolled her eyes speechlessly, sister, at this critical moment of life and death, can you please stop stealing the show? He stopped Chu Xiaoxiao who was about to step forward and said, I'm talking about you, step back. At this time, everyone had already retreated to the edge, only Chu Xiaoxiao was still standing in front of the door, eager to try. You. Humph. Chu Xiaoxiao snorted coldly and curled her lips. Her kindness was really taken for granted. You don't have the strength but you still want to show off. You think you are a battalion commander? Li Xiaoao's voice came over, his tone was still cold, without any panic in the face of desperate situation. How about I try it? As he spoke, he shook the fire extinguisher in his hand. Mo Nan shook his head, if I can't break it, I'll try again. After speaking, Mo Nan took out the Qing Feng sword from the system space. Thunder trial! Mo Nan shouted in his heart, and the Qing Feng sword stabbed at the alloy iron door in front of him with the force of thunder. The white lightning flashed across the narrow space, illuminating the dim underground space as bright as day. The sharp sword intent swung out, piercing everyone's skin and causing pain. The danger of death quickly spread in everyone's mind. In Chu Xiaoxiao's mind, a phantom of a blue phoenix curled up in the corner, making a sharp and piercing cry. Chu Xiaoxiao was shocked. This was King Luan's warning, a warning that concerned life and death. Mo Nan's sword can easily kill me? Even if I use my strongest trump card, it will be useless. After realizing this, Chu Xiaoxiao was shocked. She felt that she was ridiculous, just like the little frog in the well who had no idea of the vastness of the world. Thinking about what I had done and said before, I felt so embarrassed that I wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Looking at the others who had expressions of shock but also of expectation, she instantly felt even more embarrassed. It turns out that the clown is actually herself? Just when her thoughts were running wild and she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into, a loud noise brought her back to reality. The white thunder condensed by the sword intent, like Thor's judgment on those who defy the will of heaven, slammed heavily into the alloy iron door. After a loud bang, the alloy door fell to the ground and shattered. Walk! Mo Nan gave an order and stepped into the basement first. This alloy door can only be broken by the power of the Danhua realm. It is not as Mo Nan imagined that there is no other way except the key. This made Mo Nan breathe a sigh of relief. He quickly looked around the basement. This is indeed a morgue, with rows of iron beds and freezers on display. He quickly came to the iron bed and reached out to touch it. There was no response, so Mo Nan tried lying on it again, but there was still no response. He quickly came to the freezer and opened a drawer-type freezer. Into the freezer. He quickly gave an order and lay down in the freezer in front of him first. Everyone followed suit and quickly lay down in the freezer. No one cares what was inside. For a warrior, facing a corpse calmly is the most basic quality of every warrior. Shortly after everyone lay in the freezer, the entire hospital, including the basement, was reduced to ruins. Black fog quickly covered the place, and in the black fog, angry roars resounded all around. At this moment, Gu Feng, Ye Qingcheng and others were also moving forward with difficulty in the black fog under the protection of their special items. After hearing the movement in front, the two teams looked over curiously. Chapter 44. Captain, what happened over there? Someone looked up and asked in surprise. Ye Cheng frowned and said uncertainly, it must be that they didn't find the special item within the specified time, and the black fog took over the building, which led to the collapse. Gu Feng on the side said, if I remember correctly, the only ones walking ahead of us were Chu Yang and his group. Captain Gu, are you talking about those people from the Xian camp? Everyone also remembered that when they just left the playground, they saw those people from the Xian camp walking in front of them. The only one who could stay ahead of them was the Xian camp, which did not need a deployment plan. You have to know that they are the elite team in the Tian camp. No one can get ahead of them except those from the Xian camp. Thinking of this, everyone was relieved that they did not choose the Xian camp at that time, otherwise they would be eliminated now. Gu Feng and Ye Cheng were also secretly glad that they did not listen to Chu Yang's advice at that time. At the same time, they also felt sorry for their good friend Chu Yang. Chu Yang was the most talented among the three of them, and he had awakened a top-grade Dao level golden finger. If nothing unexpected happens, admission to the Four Wonders Academy is a sure thing. Unfortunately, his choice harmed him. If Chu Yang could follow them to join the Tianzi camp, he would never have been eliminated. This is his own choice. Let's go and find the special building as soon as possible. Ye Cheng collected her thoughts and spoke to everyone. No one dared to stay. Now was not the time to watch the show. They were in a difficult situation and could not save themselves. Everyone began to move forward with difficulty in the black fog. The moment he entered the freezer, it closed automatically. Mo Nan only felt his body falling continuously, as if he had entered a space tunnel, and a dizzying feeling followed. After several minutes, the dizziness disappeared and everything returned to calm. Mo Nan tried to push open the freezer, and the drawer-type freezer slowly opened. Mo Nan jumped up and landed steadily on the ground. Others also came out from the freezer nearby. Pa, pa, pa. Xiao Yan looked around and complained, what kind of place is this? Why is it all dirt? Mo Nan had noticed long ago that this seemed to be a recently dug hole. The space around it was extremely narrow, and there were constantly rock fragments and soil falling around. In a short while, everyone was covered with a thick layer of mud. It's windy over there, let's go over and take a look. Chu Yang pointed in a direction and spoke to everyone. In this narrow cave, there are many connected passages, and no one knows which one is the correct exit. It could be both, or it could be neither. In this case, the channel from which the breeze came is indeed the most likely correct channel. Everyone walked towards the passage that Chu Yang pointed out. The passage became narrower and narrower. Gradually, everyone could only move forward by bending their bodies. After walking for about half an hour, Mo Nan finally saw a glimmer of light. At this moment, everyone has started crawling forward. There is no other way because the passage is too narrow. It's not that they don't want to use their cultivation to widen the passage, but the situation outside is unclear now, and it would be an extremely unwise choice to make any rash movement. He crawled to the exit and looked outside. What comes into view is a stretch of yellow sand, and the exit seems to be located on a sand dune. The surface of this place is only covered by yellow sand, and it is not the kind of death desert that is several meters deep, so the tunnel can be preserved. A team of hundreds of evil demons passed by not far away. Fortunately, the exit was buried in yellow sand, and only a tiny glimmer of light could be seen through. It seems that they have left the city. Mo Nan originally thought that he and others would need to go through a lot of trouble in the city before they could leave, just like ordinary people in a city full of zombies. Every step they took was a gamble with the god of death. But what he didn't expect was that it would be so easy to leave the city. Come to think of it, those predecessors back then would definitely have left a lot of backup plans in the city. As a result, they were lucky enough to meet him. The current situation is that there are evil demons patrolling outside, and it is impossible for them to sneak out without being discovered. There shouldn't be any special items here, so there is only one way. Kill them. There is only one team of evil spirits here, a total of 30 people. Mo Nan looked intently and found that all these evil demons looked the same, with human bodies, fish heads, and blue skin. Maybe because this is not the real evil demon, Brother Tianfu did not give any hint. Mo Nan had already guessed that they were in a special space, but he didn't know what kind of space it was. But Mo Nan could feel the aura on them. Most of them were at the peak of Qi gathering, and there were 7 or 8 evil demons at the Qi condensation realm. Fortunately, the examiner did not block the way, so the group of evil demons in front of him could be fought. Although evil demons are not like the demon species, which only have simple cultivation, they also have their own innate magical powers. But except for the high-level demon races, the innate magical powers of other demons are not as great as the bonus brought by the warrior's golden finger. It goes without saying that those who can patrol here are not high-level demons. Therefore, it is not a problem for the group of top talents behind Mo Nan to fight against opponents of a slightly higher level. If you really encounter a high-level race among the evil demons, you may be defeated by them. The evil demon that has been able to rule the Milky Way for countless epochs must have its own strength. Over the endless years, countless brilliant civilizations and powerful races have appeared in the Milky Way, but they were unable to break through the barriers of evil and were beaten back to their original forms one by one. This shows how powerful the evil spirit is. But the group of fishmen in front of him were obviously not a high-level race. Mo Nan wanted to turn around and speak, but found that he had no way to turn around. He could only wrap the sound with his true energy and use one of the abilities of the Qi condensation realm to concentrate the sound into his ears. After briefly explaining the situation outside and his own thoughts, the Qing Feng sword quietly appeared in Mo Nan's hand. Mo Nan waited patiently for an opportunity, a perfect chance to make a move. Time passed minute by minute, and the evil demons patrolling in the distance gradually approached the sand dunes. When most of the patrol team had passed, Mo Nan quickly jumped out of the sand dune cave and thrust out with the Qing Feng sword in his hand. 9 suns shining in the sky. 9 golden sword-like points of light appeared, and a fierce murderous intent spread throughout the venue. 9 spots of light flashed rapidly and attacked the 9 evil demons at the end of the team. The 9 evil demons felt the threat of death and quickly retreated. Boom! Chapter 45. 9 evil demons with only peak Qi gathering strength could not dodge Mo Nan's sword no matter how fast they reacted. 9 voices sounded at the same time, and the heads of 9 evil demons exploded instantly. 1 strike, 9 kills. Nearly 1/3 of the original 30-man demon team disappeared in an instant. All the demons stared at Mo Nan and roared angrily. After Mo Nan succeeded in his attack, his figure flashed quickly, and he used the fleeting body movement technique to move 100 meters in an instant. Among the evil demon team, only 8 evil demons with the strength of the middle stage of Qi condensation could barely keep up with Mo Nan. In the blink of an eye, the 9 figures disappeared from the spot, leaving some other evil spirits at a loss. Hurry and inform the demon general that humans have left the city. Just as the demons were about to go back to report, a figure in a hospital gown jumped up from the sand dune and blew up the head of a demon in the Qi gathering realm with one punch. This was also a plan that everyone had discussed in advance. Mo Nan led away the evil demons in the Qi condensation realm, and the rest of the people dealt with the other evil demons. However, what no one expected was that Mo Nan solved the 9 evil demons in the Qi gathering realm with just one move, which put less pressure on them. Li Wang, who was in the Qi condensation realm, faced a group of low-level evil demons in the Qi gathering realm as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. By the time the others got out, Li Wang had already killed 3 evil demons. "Hey, psychopath, leave some for me!" Xiao Yan shouted and rushed out quickly, smashing the head of an evil demon at the 8th level of Qi gathering with one palm. Li Xiaoao also rushed into the group of evil demons, stabbed out with his sword, and pierced through the chest of an evil demon. Chu Xiaoxiao was originally a little dissatisfied with Mo Nan's arrangement for Li Wang to take the first step, but because of her previous embarrassing appearance, she didn't say much. But when she felt the aura of Li Wang, she was stunned again. She could clearly feel that Li Wang's strength was no weaker than the commander of the Daiza battalion whom she had failed to challenge before. There was also the fat man Xiao Yan, whose strength was no less than his own. Even Chu Yang and Chu Ming were each fighting back and forth with an evil demon at the peak of Qi gathering, and some of them even had the upper hand. She was completely stunned. This Xian camp was so powerful. If anyone told her now that Suanziying was a gathering place for rubbish, she would use her spirit body to rip that person's mouth to pieces. She thought about what she had done before and felt even more ashamed. At the same time, she was also somewhat relieved that she had joined such a powerful Suanzi camp. In her opinion, the Xian camp, which consists of only 9 people, is definitely the group with the greatest hope of passing the trial. Even the teams led by the battalion commanders of other battalions are not as good as the Xian battalion. She looked at Su Fei and Lu Wei, who hadn't made a move. Were they stronger than Li Wang? She didn't even bother to make a move. She couldn't help but think about it, and kept her head down and didn't say anything, as if she was a real lunatic immersed in her own world, but she actually had the strength that was not inferior to the commander of the Daiza battalion. How could she dare to look down on anyone in Suanzi camp now? Chu Xiaoxiao actually thought too much about Su Fei and Lu Wei. The two of them were also shocked at this time. They had only seen Li Xiaoao and Chu Xiaoxiao take action. As for the others, they thought their situations were similar to theirs. Who would have thought that they were all big shots? The 2 men's cultivation levels are one at the 6th level of Qi gathering and the other at the 4th level of Qi gathering, and they are simply unable to participate in the battle in front of them. Especially Su Fei, he is feeling very uncomfortable now. What he awakened was the lower grade flame sun body of the Dao level, which was already the best golden finger in the entire Linen City in the past 10 years. He was originally full of confidence. Even if there was a gap between him and the top geniuses, the gap would not be too big. In the entire 4 Absolutes trial, he might be a good genius. But now it seems that I was overthinking it. The frog in the well must be referring to myself. Just when Chu Xiaoxiao and the others were thinking about their own things, a loud shout came. Quick, let's do it together to avoid attracting other evil spirits. The one who spoke was Xiao Yan. The reason they had this simple plan was to prevent the fight from being too noisy and thus attracting other evil demons. Otherwise, if they attacked without any scruples, there would be no need for them to take action at all, and the battalion commander might be able to deal with this group of evil demons alone. Xiao Yan's loud shout interrupted the thoughts of several people, and everyone took action one after another. Above Chu Xiaoxiao's head, the shadow of a blue phoenix appeared, and the shadow's sharp claws raised up and merged with Chu Xiaoxiao's palm. Chu Xiaoxiao swung her claws and instantly tore the body of an evil demon apart. Su Fei and Lu Wei jointly fought against an evil demon at the 8th level of Qi gathering, and were evenly matched. The other side. Mo Nan faced 8 evil demons in the Qi condensation realm alone. Among them, there are 4 in the middle stage of Qi condensation and 4 in the early stage of Qi condensation. The first 3 levels of martial arts cultivation are called the early stage, the 4th to 6th levels are called the middle stage, the 7th to 9th levels are called the late stage, and the level above the 9th level is called the peak, or described with words such as quasi or half a step. For example, the peak of Qi condensation can be called half-step Qi condensation or quasi-Qi condensation. The 8 evil demons in front of him brought Mo Nan no less pressure than the previous demon species in the Danhua realm. This is an evil demon with strange methods, and it cannot be compared with the demon species with only cultivation. But with the support of the heavenly grade sword technique sword dance and the heavenly grade ultimate body technique glimpses, Mo Nan would not be suppressed and beaten like he was before. The fleeting light technique was unleashed, and Mo Nan's figure disappeared from the spot, leaving traces of afterimages shuttling between the 8 evil demons. The fourth move of sword dance, raging waves of rivers and seas. A green sword light appeared at the feet of the 8 evil demons, like a vast ocean rushing towards them. The 8 evil demons were restrained for a moment, and their lower legs were crushed by the raging waves of the river and sea. Mo Nan's sword light also followed, 9 golden spots flashed, and attacked the 8 evil demons. In fact, Mo Nan's most powerful attack is Thunder Judgment, but that move makes too much noise, and Mo Nan is afraid of attracting the attention of other evil spirits nearby. 9 scorching suns passed by, and 4 of the evil demons in the early stage of chi condensation were crushed to pieces on the spot. One of the evil demons in the middle stage of chi condensation, who had received special attention from 2 scorching suns, was also seriously injured, fell to the ground, and lost his combat effectiveness. The other 3 evil demons also had their calves exploded and suffered serious injuries. Mo Nan wanted to kill them, but at this moment, several black spots of light approached quickly in the distance. A powerful aura swept over, and Mo Nan wanted to kill the 3 evil demons, but seeing this, Mo Nan put away the Qing Feng sword. He had a better idea. Mo Nan stretched out his palm, and 3 drops of blood flowed on his fingertips. Mo Nan looked at the 3 evil demons and smiled. He was ready to try that ability. Demon Seed. Chapter 46. Demon Seed. Using one's own essence and blood as a guide, a demon seed is condensed and implanted into a living being, completely controlling it and transforming it into a slave without any independent consciousness. This was the ability that Mo Nan copied from the one-horned nightmare demon. It had never been used before, and only now did Mo Nan remember it again. This evil ability is the special ability of the demon clan, and it is one of the reasons why they have dominated the Milky Way for billions of years. They have always been the ones who planted the demon seeds in other races. I wonder what they look like after being planted with the demon seeds. Mo Nan was really looking forward to it. The 3 evil demons, having lost most of their combat power, were powerless to resist Mo Nan. 3 drops of blood flowed and sank into the foreheads of the 3 evil demons. The expressions of the 3 evil demons began to become painful and struggling. In less than 10 seconds, the pain on their faces disappeared, and their calves that had been blown off grew back in an instant. They all knelt on the ground, bowed their heads and said respectfully, "Master. Go ahead, do you know what to say?" The 3 demons nodded in unison, "Understood." After saying that, 3 figures stood up and flew towards the black spot in the distance. Seeing this, Mo Nan walked over and gave the half-breathed demon one more blow. Afterwards, the water elements between heaven and earth gathered together and washed away all traces in front of them. After doing all this, Mo Nan disappeared in a flash. On the other side, 3 evil demons that were infected with demon seeds came to an evil demon who also had a fish head and a human body. This evil demon was covered with black scales, and a powerful aura burst out, stirring up yellow sand all over the sky. "What's going on?" It uttered a cold voice, its eyes fixed on the 3 evil demons in front of it. "Your Excellency, the Demon General, a human just left the city and was killed by us." The Demon General glanced at the 3 evil demons and laughed unpleasantly, "Very good, go and claim your reward." As for the fact that only 3 people survived the team, it was not worth mentioning to the Demon General. It didn't matter even if all of them died, as long as the humans who left the city died. The 3 evil demons followed the Demon General back to the camp. Back at the previous tunnel exit, the battle here was over and everyone was waiting for Mo Nan. Mo Nan did not use the waterway law to clear the traces here. Again, he did not want to reveal too much. Xiao Yan waved his fat hand, and a huge flame appeared, burning all the evil demon corpses on the ground. Afterwards, everyone's figures quickly disappeared from the spot. Now they are in the dark and don't know what they should do next. "Let's find a place to stay first." Mo Nan thought about it and said to several people. Now they are like ordinary people surviving in the wilderness. It is a terrible thing to be completely ignorant of the environment around them. They had to find a place to stay temporarily and then slowly find out the situation. Choosing a direction opposite to the demon camp, Mo Nan and his companions quickly left. The other side. In the office where the man in military uniform is. A man was writing something on a piece of paper. As he wrote, he said, 9 members of the Xian battalion have completed the first stage of smooth exit from the city. Battalion Commander Mo Nan scored 100 points, Li Xiaoao scored 99 points, Li Wang scored 99 points, Chu Xiao and Xiao Yan scored 98 points, Chu Ming and Chu Yang scored 97 points, and Su Fei and Lu Wei scored 95 points. After the man finished speaking, there was a sound of gasps in the office. Not to mention 100 points, in recent exams, not a single candidate scored above 95 points. Leaving the city and dealing with the first wave of demons outside the city is the content of the first stage of the trial. There is a time limit to complete all of this. It doesn't mean that you will be eliminated if you exceed the time limit, but if you complete it within this time period, you will get the corresponding score. Those who complete the task in the fastest time will get 90 points, and the remaining points will be awarded based on each person's specific performance. Most of the top talents will complete the task within the second time slot and get a basic score of 80 points. Adding the score of specific performance, there are not many who can reach 90 points. And now, there are 9 people with scores above 95, which is a grand occasion that has not happened for a long time. Although the others were led by Mo Nan, this was within the rules, otherwise everyone would not have been asked to choose their camp carefully. If you can get a score of 95 or above in the first stage, as long as you can pass all the stages in the end, even if the scores in other stages are all the lowest, you can still get a good rating in the final rating. I am even more looking forward to their next performance. The captain took a sip of tea and said with a smile. As he spoke, he turned to look at another screen and said, there are quite a few good talents in this third round. Shen Dao and his team have also found the key to leaving the city. They are not far from leaving the city. Another person said, even if they leave the city, the first wave of demons won't be easy to deal with. They may not be able to finish it off in the first time. Don't think that the fact that Mo Nan and his team dealt with those evil demons as easily as cutting melons and vegetables does not mean that those evil demons are weak. In fact, this is the biggest difficulty in the first stage. 4 people in the middle stage of Qi condensation, 4 people in the early stage of Qi condensation, and more than 20 evil demons in the 8th and 9th levels of Qi condensation are simply not something that can be defeated by the candidates with an average cultivation level of only the 6th or 7th level of Qi condensation. Even among the elite teams led by the other 3 battalion commanders, only the battalion commander himself had reached the initial stage of Qi condensation, while the other 9 were only at the 9th level of Qi gathering. It is impossible to defeat the first wave of demon patrols with just one team. The best way is to wait for other teams in your camp to leave the city and win by numbers. How to gather more people to leave the city in the shortest time possible is related to the initial plan and deployment of each battalion commander. This is the first time in history that a situation like Mo Nan and his friends has occurred. Their team's configuration was too high. Even if the captain Mo Nan was removed, the other 8 people in the team were still in the top tier. Adding Mo Nan, a pervert who could defeat the Danhua realm, the originally set difficulties were useless to them. Indeed, not everyone has Mo Nan's strength. Someone nodded in agreement. Another person said, how about we increase the difficulty for Mo Nan and his team in the subsequent assessments? The captain shook his head and said, this is against the rules. Let's just keep it as it is. Everyone nodded when they heard this. They thought that they couldn't deliberately increase the difficulty of the test just because someone was strong. How could they screen out geniuses in this way? If the geniuses are eliminated and the mediocre ones are left behind, they cannot afford to be blamed by their superiors. Then, everyone turned their attention to the screen again. Chapter 47. On the other side, Mo Nan and others were speeding along. Finally, what I saw before my eyes was no longer the monotonous yellow sand, but an endless mountain range. Without hesitation, everyone rushed into the mountains in front of them. Although there are no flowers, plants, or trees between the mountains, only exposed rocks, the towering peaks still block the flying sand. Several people dug a cave between the rocky mountain walls and hid inside. Battalion Commander, what should we do next? Xiao Yan asked. They couldn't just hide like this, they would definitely not pass the test, but it was too dangerous outside. There was no shelter at all in the yellow sand. If they went out rashly, they would most likely be discovered by the evil demons, and then they would surely die without a burial place. They finally understood the hardships their predecessors had gone through. Although the cultivation level of those predecessors at that time was definitely stronger than theirs now, the difficulties they faced might be even greater than they are now, and the enemies they faced could not only be at the Qi gathering and condensing Qi realms. How did our predecessors break through the impasse back then? This thought came to everyone's mind at the same time, and they admired those predecessors even more. Mo Nan touched his chin with his hand, thinking about his next plan in his mind. Just now, while on his way, he checked the memory of the evil demon in which he had planted the demon seed. After some investigation, he knew how to break the current deadlock. He also planned to eliminate all the evil demons that discovered the human stronghold in order to preserve this stronghold. Gradually expand the stronghold and make basic preparations for humans to fight their way into the starry sky. But now it was a trial, and he had a bolder idea, an idea that was enough to shake the foundation of some of the evil spirits. However, this plan is very risky. After all, it is likely beyond the scope of the assessment. I wonder if the examiner will judge them as having failed the assessment. But if this were a real war, his plan would be of great significance to the entire human race and would benefit future generations. In comparison, retaining this stronghold seems insignificant. Do you want to do something big? Mo Nan began to think. He didn't know whether that was in line with the assessment requirements. If he was eliminated because of it, it would be a waste of time. What he was sure of was that if he were really in the war that year, he would complete his plan without hesitation. Even if he has another task on his shoulders, he will do it without hesitation. He also believed that his superiors would definitely support his decision. If he couldn't contact his superiors, he would do it anyway. A general is not subject to military orders when he is away from home. After all, such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity only comes once, and the temptation is too great. If this works, the human race's winning rate will increase by at least 20%. But this was an assessment. The war was over, and humanity had become the master of the galaxy. His plan might be seen by the examiner as superfluous, unnecessary, and self-righteous. Seeing the confusion on Mo Nan's face, Xiao Yan asked curiously, "Captain, are you okay? Don't worry so much. The Four Supremes won't set up an assessment that's impossible to pass. Let's think about it together. There's always a way." The others also nodded at Mo Nan. They also thought that Mo Nan was so conflicted because he couldn't think of a way to deal with the situation. Mo Nan put away his thoughts, looked at the people in front of him, and said solemnly, "I already know the way to pass the level." What? Everyone looked at Mo Nan in surprise. In this situation, the battalion commander actually thought of a way to pass the level so quickly. He was worthy of being their battalion commander. He was so amazing. Is this what it feels like to be carried away? It feels so good. But seeing the seriousness on Mo Nan's face, they temporarily put away their excitement. Could it be that the conditions for passing the level are very harsh? Mo Nan continued, "Although the conditions for clearing the level are somewhat difficult, as long as we are careful and cautious, it won't be difficult for everyone to clear the level. It's even possible for everyone to reach the unparalleled rating." What? Everyone was surprised again and spoke excitedly. "What do we need to do?" "Yes, Brother Nan, tell me quickly, my sword is thirsty for food." Mo Nan's expression did not ease, he continued, but I don't want to do that. Ah! Everyone was stunned when they heard this. What did he mean? Did the battalion commander not want everyone to be invincible? Is he afraid of creating competitors for himself? Everyone frowned. Could it be that they had misjudged the person? Qiu Ming and Lu Wei didn't share other people's ideas. Qiu Ming said directly, Brother Nan, what are your ideas? Just tell me, I'll follow your lead. Mo Nan looked at everyone and asked, what are your current identities? Candidates participating in the Four Absolutes trial. Xiao Yan spoke subconsciously. Mo Nan shook his head. Chu Yang thought for a moment and asked tentatively, the vanguard of humanity's counterattack against the starry sky. Mo Nan nodded and smiled, I have two plans here. Everyone pricked up their ears immediately after hearing this. The first plan is to eliminate the evil demons on this planet and thus preserve this human stronghold. If nothing unexpected happens, this is also the most perfect way to pass the level. Everyone was even more confused when they heard this. Since this was the most perfect way to pass the level, what was there to hesitate about? What about the second plan? Li Xiaoao said coldly, his voice as indifferent as ever. As for the second one, it's a bit bold, and I'm not sure if it can meet the requirements and whether I can pass the assessment, but I personally prefer the second one. Everyone was speechless. Is there any need to choose between these two plans? And you prefer the second one? Brother Nan, stop keeping me in suspense and tell me now. Lu Wei was almost dying of anxiety. Could he keep it simple? Couldn't he just ignore the progressive emotions? Mo Nan looked at the people who were all confused and made a decision in his heart. He decided to complete his idea, not for anything else, but because he was now a pioneer of mankind and because of the passion in his heart. Even if he couldn't pass the test, as he had the ability to copy, his path to martial arts wouldn't be too difficult even if he couldn't become one of the four great masters. They are just a few of his own team members, and he has to let them make their own choices. The second plan is to kill the gods. Devil God. Everyone was confused. What kind of plan was this? But it sounded like a cool idea. Li Xiaoao's eyes suddenly lit up. Even Li Wang, who had been keeping his head down with his hands clasped in his hands, as if he was out of tune with this world, raised his head and looked at Mo Nan curiously. Others also looked at Mo Nan with questioning eyes. Yes. God Killer. The god of the evil demon clan. Chapter 48. Captain, can you be more specific? Chu Yang asked with a frown, he didn't understand what Mo Nan meant. I learned a secret from those evil demons before, a shocking secret. This secret is probably something that even the group of predecessors back then didn't discover. Mo Nan felt that this secret was not known to the human race at that time, otherwise the battle would not have been so difficult. He was able to learn this secret thanks to the effect of the demon seed and his great luck. The master can know all the memories of the demon seeds, and among the 3 evil demons planted by him, there is a relative who was sent down from the high level of the Blue Fish Demon clan. They saw this siege of the human stronghold as a good opportunity to gain credit. Therefore, the illegitimate son of the Blue Fish Demon clan leader was arranged to be taken down. Because of this, Mo Nan learned a shocking secret. Lu Wei, standing by, was so anxious that he kept jumping up and down. Brother Nan, can you just tell me if it's okay? I'm almost dying of anxiety. Mo Nan ignored Lu Wei and looked at the others, saying slowly, now you have 2 choices. First, choose to pass the level honestly, and I will tell you how to pass it. Second, come with me to kill a demon god. Let's do something big. Lord God, this is the name given by the demons themselves. The accurate name should be Demon God, which is the top combat force of the evil demon clan. As for how strong it was and which realm of martial arts it corresponded to, Mo Nan was not sure. Everyone fell into deep thought after hearing this, only Qiu Ming and Lu Wei nodded at Mo Nan and walked to his side. After a moment, Su Fei also came over. It seemed that he had also made his own choice. Then, Li Xiaoao also came over. Xiao Yan frowned and said solemnly, "Captain, how confident are you?" Mo Nan knew that he was asking about killing the demon god. Mo Nan thought for a moment and said, 60%. In fact, he was more than 60% sure, but Mo Nan didn't want to raise everyone's expectations too high. In this way, even if it fails and nothing happens, people will not be too unable to accept it. Hearing this, Xiao Yan gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, let's fight." As he said that, he walked in front of Mo Nan. There was no other way. The temptation to kill a demon god was too great. Although this was not a real war back then, being able to kill a demon god from the evil demon clan in this trial was enough for her to brag about for the rest of her life. If he can't get into the 4 great masters, then he can't get in. With his talent, he can choose any other martial arts university. Then, Li Wang and Chu Xiaoxiao also came over. Only Chu Yang was still struggling. He was a steady person and didn't want to take any risks. But after seeing everyone making their choices one after another, he gritted his teeth and decided to do it. He was still a teenager. Seeing that everyone had made their choice, Mo Nan smiled and said, "Okay, then everyone take a break and we'll act tonight." It was almost evening now. After an afternoon of high pressure, everyone was a little tired and began to sit cross-legged and regulate their breathing. Mo Nan walked out of the cave. "I don't know where this place is, but it is definitely not the blue planet." A huge sun slowly sinks into the horizon, rendering the yellow sand in the sky colorful. At night, everyone was ready to go, and everyone had a little excitement on their face. Although they were very conflicted when making the choice during the day, everyone became excited when they thought about what they were about to do. Mo Nan looked at the excited crowd and said speechlessly, "Don't get excited yet. Our target tonight is not the demon god. You don't think a demon god is so easy to kill, do you? Hey? So what's our goal tonight?" Everyone's excitement suddenly subsided and they all looked at Mo Nan. Mo Nan smiled mysteriously, "You will know in a moment. There is no moon on this continent, and the nights are exceptionally dark. This little darkness naturally could not block the warrior's vision, and everyone headed towards the lonely city under the cover of night. When they arrived not far from the city gate, Mo Nan pointed in a direction, "Go over there." Just as everyone was about to move in that direction, a small sand dune collapsed not far away, and a group of 10 people walked out from it. "Shit! Go!" Mo Nan gave an order, unfolded his body skills, and quickly flew away. What came out from the sand dunes were not evil demons, but Shen Dao and his group of 10 people. If they leave the city, it means that evil spirits will appear nearby, and Mo Nan doesn't want to be implicated by them. If the noise was too loud and attracted a stronger evil spirit, then his plan would fail before it was even started. The others had the same idea as Mo Nan, and they all used their skills to fly away quickly. Shen Dao also saw Mo Nan and his group, and he frowned slightly. He thought he was the fastest person to leave the city, but he didn't expect Mo Nan and others to be one step ahead of him. He chuckled softly and muttered, "Suanzi camp, hey? Interesting. It seems the subsequent assessments won't be too boring. Captain, those guys from the Suanzi battalion are actually ahead of us? How is that possible? Could it be that it's just bad luck again?" The few people who came out with Shen Dao looked in the direction where Mo Nan and others left, talking in disbelief. Shen Dao shook his head at everyone and said slowly, "You are all wrong. The commander of the Xian battalion is very powerful." His beloved looked at each other in disbelief after hearing this. The rumor turned out to be false. Some people even regretted not joining the Xian camp. Shen Dao is indeed very strong, and the configuration of these 10 people is also very high, but there are too many people in the Tianzi camp after all, and no one knows whether the performance of others will affect their scores, etc. They seemed to understand what the Xian camp people were thinking, and for a moment everyone was inexplicably emotional. It turns out that they are in the atmosphere. On the other side, Mo Nan and others arrived at an oasis at a very fast speed. Watching the unidentified object used for lighting floating in the air in the distance, everyone hid behind a huge plant. This is the base camp of this group of evil demons. Battalion Commander, what should we do? Wait. Mo Nan uttered a word lightly. Wait? Wait for what? The others looked at each other blankly, not daring to say anything more. Everyone carefully hid behind the plants, staring at the oasis in the distance. Everyone waited from early evening until midnight. Just when everyone was about to lose their patience, Mo Nan's voice came. Prepare. Everyone immediately became alert and looked towards the oasis. Everyone saw that the patrol team at the edge of the oasis began to change personnel. The original patrol team of hundreds of people was replaced by a team of only 30 people. Shortly after the patrol of 100 people left, the 3 evil demons leading the patrol of 30 people suddenly erupted and blew up the bodies of their companions. Chapter 49. The 3 evil demons moved extremely quickly, and killed nearly 10 of them in an instant before their companions could react. Get started. Mo Nan gave an order, and in a few flashes he appeared in front of the evil demons. He unsheathed his Qing Feng sword, and the evil demons fell to the ground in an instant. By the time Xiao Yan and his group arrived, only 3 of the original 30 evil demons were left. Just as everyone was about to attack the 3 evil demons, Mo Nan quickly stopped them. Mo Nan asked the 3 demons, "Is everything arranged?" The 3 demons immediately knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "Everything is ready." Everyone else looked at Mo Nan with curiosity. If it weren't for the trial, they would have thought that Mo Nan, the guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, had also betrayed them. But when I thought that it might be related to Mo Nan's own golden finger, I felt relieved. When it comes to other people's golden fingers, they naturally won't ask around. Then, led by 3 evil demons, everyone shuttled between huge unknown plants. There were no other evil spirits on this route, and everyone traveled smoothly. Everyone soon arrived at the heart of the oasis, and then entered an underground space similar to a basement. Everyone looked closely and saw that the underground space was very large with huge platforms standing there. And on those high platforms, there were objects of strange shapes placed there. Is this a flying saucer? Lu Wei spoke in surprise, and the others also looked at the flying saucer in front of them in surprise. They finally understood Mo Nan's thoughts. Did he want to leave this planet? The demon they want to kill is not on this planet? It's understandable if you think about it carefully, but how can a group of small warriors in the Qi gathering and condensing Qi realms really complete a long interstellar journey without knowing anything? Don't die halfway. It would be really embarrassing to be eliminated in this way. The elders of their own tribe had to hang them up and beat them. Mo Nan naturally didn't know what everyone was thinking. He flashed and quickly entered a larger flying saucer. The others looked at each other and then entered the flying saucer. As the scene changed, everyone came to a space full of technology. The flying saucer doesn't look very big from the outside, but the interior space is very spacious. I wonder what the method is. Holy crap! Does the evil demon have this skill? Xiao Yan looked around in surprise and spoke. In his impression, demons should belong to an ancient cultivation race, and technology, a product of wisdom, should not be something that demons can tinker with. Idiot! Li Xiaoao glanced at Xiao Yan and spat out 2 words coldly. Pretentious guy, who the hell are you talking about? Xiao Yan was furious. I have to say, Li Xiaoao's expression, actions, and tone are so infuriating. Chu Yang explained, as the overlord of the Milky Way, the demon clan has destroyed countless civilizations and plundered countless civilizations. A little bit of technology is naturally nothing. Okay, let's go. Mo Nan said. Naturally, no one knows how to fly a flying saucer, so Mo Nan, having obtained the memories of the demon species, also knows how to operate a flying saucer. What do we need to do? Should we wear seat belts? Idiot! Li Xiaoao continued coldly. Mo Nan was also speechless. He didn't know what the spaceship needed to do, but the flying saucer in front of him certainly didn't require them to do anything. Just find a place to sit. After Mo Nan said this, the UFO began to vibrate. Outside, blue light flashed above the UFO, covering the entire UFO. The next moment, the surrounding space twisted and the UFO disappeared into the basement. On the other side, in the office, a man in military uniform shouted in surprise, "Captain, this is bad. What's wrong?" Everyone came over and looked at him curiously. Mo Nan and the others disappeared. Disappeared? What does that mean? The captain looked at him questioningly. The man smiled awkwardly, "I just went to the bathroom, and when I came back I found they were gone." Originally, everyone was paying attention to Mo Nan and the others, but just now, Mo Nan and the others squatted behind a big plant for 4 or 5 hours. Everyone lost their patience and turned their attention to other people. Only the man who had spoken just now was left staring at Mo Nan and the others. Since they could only see the images but not hear the sounds, they had no idea what Mo Nan and the others wanted to do. They all thought that Mo Nan and his group wanted to hunt down lone evil demons. Seeing this scene, they all lost interest. The captain said at the time, "They have taken the wrong path, and it will be difficult for them to pass the assessment." The captain at that time still had a strong sense of regret in his tone. But just as the man went to the bathroom, Mo Nan and the others disappeared. This has never happened before. Lin said it couldn't disappear. Could it be that they are out? Quick! Watch the replay. The captain gave an order and someone immediately started operating on the computer. Everyone watched the playback content carefully. When they saw Mo Nan and others successfully enter the evil demon base, they all showed expressions of surprise and confusion. The ability to completely control other people's minds or the golden finger is very rare on Blue Star, and the level is too low. None of them can be effective against evil spirits. That group of evil demons are the ancestors of this kind of thing. Everyone was surprised that Mo Nan's ability could actually work against evil spirits. Then, they saw the scene of Mo Nan and others disappearing on a flying saucer. This. What do they want to do? Someone looked at the captain in confusion. The captain was speechless. How the hell should I know what they want to do? He is now considering whether to terminate the trial of Mo Nan and others. This obviously exceeded the scope of the assessment. Moreover, once they left the planet, they would not be able to observe the whereabouts of Mo Nan and the others. As a result, there would be no way to score them in the subsequent stages. But Mo Nan and the others were too good, and they hadn't been eliminated yet. The captain couldn't bear to terminate their trial just like that. Ask the higher UPS for instructions. After making up his mind, the captain took out a mobile phone and quickly edited the message. After a moment, the message was sent. The captain waited for a moment, and then a faint voice crossed endless time and space and sounded in the captain's mind. "No problem, the assessment continues." Upon hearing this, the captain looked up at the endless and deep starry sky and said to the others, "Disperse. Just keep an eye on the others." At the same time, in the dark night sky, a star flashed with dazzling light, and a light laugh came from the star. Interesting. Chapter 50. In the deep and dark universe, a blue light spot is flying rapidly among the dark matter at a speed faster than the speed of light. In an instant, it was several light years. The beautiful sight of the vast and dazzling starry sky appeared on the screen inside the UFO, dazzling everyone. "Oh my god! This is too spectacular!" Lu Wei muttered with his eyes wide open. Just after passing through a cluster of asteroids, colorful spots of light flashed by. Against the backdrop of the 360-degree transparent metal wall of the flying saucer, Everyone seemed to be really in the boundless universe. The infinite physical and mental impact cannot be described in words. People with limited cultural level can only utter "oh shit." Li Xiaoao put his hands in his pockets and said coldly, "One day, I will rule the entire universe." Cut. Everyone else looked at Li Xiaoao with contempt. But everyone secretly made up their minds to practice hard. Only by becoming a true martial arts master can they truly set foot in the starry sky and traverse the galaxy. Amid the constant exclamations of the crowd, time passed by minute. After an unknown amount of time, everyone saw a dazzling planet. The UFO slowly approached, and after circling the planet for a few weeks, it flashed into the interior of the planet. When everyone came out of the UFO, they were all stunned by the scene before them. This is actually a diamond planet. Chu Xiaoxiao spoke excitedly, and then picked up a purple diamond that was bigger than her head. Lu Wei also rushed over, picked up a blue diamond that was more than 3 meters high, swung it several times, and smashed it on the yellow diamond mountain range in the distance. Countless diamond fragments were smashed down, making crisp sounds. The others were very calm. Although diamonds were worth a lot of spirit coins on Blue Star, they had no value in themselves. They were just decorations and were worthless to them. Besides, no one knows whether this is the real world or not, and whether or not to take the things here out is another matter. Soon, both of them stopped. It's not that they are really useless, they are just a little surprised. Soon, everyone gathered together and looked at Mo Nan. "Go underground," Mo Nan said, and then took out the Qing Feng sword. "Good sword, you should take the lead today." The extremely hard diamond was easily cut like a piece of tofu by the mid-grade Qing Feng sword. Seeing this, the others also took out their weapons or other replacement items and started digging. What they have to do is to dig to the center of the planet. It seems stupid, but Mo Nan has no other better way. Their cultivation is not high, and there is no better way other than this. If he was strong enough, he would like to blow up this planet and the demon sleeping inside. So, Mo Nan and others began the hard work of digging a hole. In the boundless starry sky, a star twinkled, and a figure slowly emerged. His gaze pierced through endless time and space and looked at the diamond planet. The figure uttered a sound of doubt, and then the Supreme Divine Consciousness reached out and began to scan the entire planet. After a moment, he withdrew his spiritual thoughts and frowned. He didn't find anything unusual, and then he watched Mo Nan and others' every move with great interest. This diamond planet is not big, less than 1/20th the size of the Earth, and is far smaller than the blue planet. But even so, it is not possible to dig to the center of the Earth in a short time. Even though they are all warriors and are very fast, this is not something that can be accomplished easily. While Mo Nan and others were digging the planet, it was very lively on the other side. The desolate planet where the assessment is being conducted is extremely lively at this moment. Most of the candidates have already left the city. After contacting their teammates, they have also completed the first stage of the trial one after another. However, since none of them completed the first stage of the trial within the first gear time, their scores basically did not exceed 90 points. Only Shen Dao achieved an overall score of 90 thanks to his outstanding performance in the city. At this moment, Shen Dao and his group were in a barren mountain, planning their own plans. They have gathered all the people in the Tianzi camp, except for some eliminated teams, more than 400 people gathered here. They also face the same problem as Mo Nan and others, how to break the deadlock. The situation outside was extremely dangerous, almost a death situation. Even if they joined forces with the other three, oh no, with the other 2 battalions, they would not be able to defeat the evil demon. Some people have already tried it at the cost of their lives. In the evil demon camp, there is more than one evil demon in the Danhua realm, and there may even be a strong man in the Zifu realm with high cultivation level. In this case, as soon as they show up, they will be completely eliminated. "Captain, what should we do?" Gu Feng spoke and looked at Shen Dao. Gu Feng is also a top genius, but in front of the evildoer Shen Dao, he has to lower his proud head. There is no way. Faced with such a huge gap, you really can't refuse to accept it. Ye Qingcheng also turned her beautiful eyes, and there was a strange look in her eyes as she looked at Shen Dao. Only such a brilliant and talented person is qualified to win her heart, and only such a genius can help her on the road of martial arts, and only such a genius can go further on the road of martial arts together. Facing the expectant gazes of hundreds of people, Shen Dao's eyes couldn't help but become solemn, and he fell into deep thought. Since the four supremes were able to arrange this trial, they must have a way to deal with it. What was it? Shen Dao kept recalling various details, looking for details that he had missed and information that he had omitted. If their purpose was just simple inventory, it would not be difficult, but they have a mission, and they must complete the mission to pass the assessment. As a result, we are stuck in a dead end and there is no way to break out. He thought of Mo Nan and his group whom he met when he just left the city. Could it be that the solution to the problem was in the evil demon's base camp? Thinking of this, he stretched out his hand to call a few people over and gave the order. Go to the demon base camp and find out the situation. The faces of the people who were called over immediately fell. Why would such a thing that would most likely lead to elimination happen to them? Although they are among the weakest people in the Tianzi camp, they don't want to be eliminated in this way. Moreover, there are several other people at the bottom with them, why not choose them? If I had known this earlier, I would have died in the city. At least that would have been more decent. Chapter 51. Although they were complaining in their hearts, when they met Shen Dao's cold eyes, they still bowed their heads and said respectfully, yes. They had a feeling that if they refused, they would be kicked out by their battalion commander himself the next moment. Several people felt bitter. If they had known earlier, they would have chosen other camps, especially the Xian camp. As long as they were willing to join, they would definitely be treated as treasures and would be able to do whatever they wanted in the camp. It's not like what's happening now, where the famous geniuses in their respective regions are as humble as ants at this moment. After a few people responded, they quickly left the place. At the same time, on the other side of the mountain, Lan Ling, a girl with blue hair and a beautiful face, and Meng Hu, who was over 2 meters tall, gathered together, each followed by about 100 people. They were also at a loss and could not think of any way to break the deadlock. Among the crowd behind them were two of Mo Nan's acquaintances, Lin Ming and Ling Yu, who were also from Linan City. For two people who only have the golden finger of the best spiritual grade, it is quite good that they can persist until now. But the two men's faces were not looking good at the moment. They were able to leave the city smoothly because they were led by their captain. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to pass the first stage of the trial based on their strength alone. At the very least, their rating would not reach a certain level. If the final rating is not above passing, even if all the trials are successfully completed, you will not be admitted to the four supremes. Just now, after the two battalion commanders discussed, they came up with a plan that was extremely unfriendly to both of them. Guerrilla. They planned to form groups of 2 or 3 and spread out across the desert. If you encounter a lone evil demon, hunt it down if you can, but if you can't, focus on collecting and gathering intelligence. As long as I can fully understand the situation on this planet, I hope I can achieve a qualified rating. But this would put Lin Ming and Ling Yu in a difficult situation. With their strength, they would surely die if they accidentally encountered the evil demon. He was afraid that he had encountered the weakest demon, and they would not have any chance of escape. The two couldn't help but think of Mo Nan. If he had joined the Xian camp at that time, would the situation have been better? Especially Lin Ming, he knew about Mo Nan's evildoer and hesitated whether to join the Xian camp, but in the end, he chose the De camp. He thought that the second person to pass the first round of trials would always have some advantages over the third person to pass. But now, he felt a little regretful. Just when Lin Ming and the other two were ready to be eliminated, the entire mountain suddenly began to shake. What's going on? Everyone was in a state of confusion, wondering what had happened. Could it be that the evil spirit had discovered this place? Was it attacking? Just when everyone was in confusion, the shaking stopped. Everyone turned around and saw a deep pit in the cave where they lived. Looking down, it was bottomless. Waves of heat came from the bottom of the deep pit. This is... Lan Ling and Meng Hu looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Then, a loud voice came from the deep pit. Blue Fish Demon Clan, you destroyed my home and killed my people. You deserve to die, you deserve to die. Everyone could hear the anger in his voice. How? Meng Hu looked at Lan Ling. Since he himself had a simple mind, it was Lan Ling who made the judgments and decisions along the way. Lan Ling pondered for a moment and said, "It seems that the guys inside have a deep hatred for the evil demon clan. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. We may have discovered the correct way to pass the level." As she spoke, Lan Ling waved her slender jade hand, and a water blue light shield appeared on everyone's body. She said to everyone, "Let's go down and take a look." After saying that, she jumped into the pit where the god was. Seeing this, the others also jumped down. After a while, Shendao arrived here with a group of people. They also felt the shaking of the mountain before, and they were horrified and started to check it out immediately. But they searched for a long time and found nothing, so they came to the other two camps and planned to ask them. Shendao knew that the other two camps were staying here. Lan Ling had originally suggested that everyone take joint action, but he refused. In his opinion, it doesn't matter whether there are people like those from the other two camps or not. The result will be the same, and it may even hinder his own progress. But the vibration just now was very loud, and it might be a very important clue, so he came over to ask about the situation. But when they arrived, they found that there was no one here. After entering the cave, Shendao saw a deep pit. He frowned, called a few more people from the crowd, and ordered, "Go down and take a look." Several people's faces turned pale. How could they just go down into this pit that had no bottom at all? They were secretly happy before that they were not chosen to spy on the enemy, but now, in comparison, they feel how lucky it is to spy on the enemy. Several people wanted to refuse, but a chill came over them and they looked at Shendao in fear. Then he gritted his teeth and jumped down. On the other side, in the office belonging to the men in military uniforms, the captain nodded with satisfaction and said to the others, "It seems that they have found the key to passing the level. I guess this round of trials will be over soon. In fact, this is the real method of the second stage. There was an original indigenous race on this planet, but they were slaughtered by evil demons long ago. It was just that a very small number of strong people in the indigenous group hid in time and were not discovered by the evil demons. The seniors at that time discovered them by accident and worked together to resolve the first crisis and dilemma. However, they originally had to obtain this information from the evil demons themselves. In the process, fighting was inevitable and a considerable number of people would be eliminated. And now, they got this news without bloodshed, so all we can say is, there's something dirty going on." Thinking of this, the captain felt a pain in his balls. At that time, Mo Nan and his group were probably extremely lucky, as they directly found the mountain where a powerful indigenous man was hiding. Without saying a word, they started digging a cave, and it was quite deep. If they hadn't left in the end, the captain would have suspected that Mo Nan and the others had cheated to know the content of the assessment in advance. As a result, Lan Ling and his companions who came later were lucky enough to discover this cave, which was discovered by the powerful indigenous people hiding under the mountain. It can only be said that although Mo Nan and others are no longer in the martial arts world, the people in the martial arts world still have their legends. The captain shook his head and said, "Just rely on luck. After all, it's within the rules. I can only say that the candidates in the third phase have reached the top." Chapter 52. Two flowers bloom, each showing its own beauty. Somewhere in the universe at this moment, on the Diamond Planet. After several hours of digging, Mo Nan and his team have penetrated deep into the interior of the planet, and it is difficult to see the light of the stars when they look up. In the deep and dark cave, gasps could be heard continuously, echoing in the deep tunnel. "Hey! I'm so tired, Brother Nan, are we there yet?" Lu Wei lay exhausted at the bottom of the pit, gasping for breath. In the darkness, Mo Nan rolled his eyes innocently. "How should I know?" Mo Nan only knew that in the core of this planet, a demon god of the evil demon clan was sleeping. As for where exactly it was, he didn't know. The state of this demon god is very special, and he is in an extremely weak state. It is the offspring of the Blue Fish Demon Clan and the Demon Dragon Clan, so its bloodline level is very high. With the Blue Fish Demon Clan's utmost effort in cultivation, he reached the quasi-demon god realm in just a few epochs. However, due to the low bloodline level of the Blue Fish Demon Clan itself, it has been unable to take the last step. At this time, the human race rose, martial arts became increasingly prosperous, and the top masters crossed the starry sky, united all races, and began to resist the evil demon clan. Not long ago, a top human warrior charged into the starry sky with all his might. Before all the evil demons could react, he killed a demon god with all his might, and blood spilled all over the starry sky. This made the once high and mighty overlord of the Milky Way feel unprecedented pressure. They are scared. The strongest of the evil demon clan began a secret meeting, during which they came to a conclusion, to create a god. With the accumulation and foundation of the evil demon clan over billions of epochs, they can cultivate more top combat forces in the shortest time, especially the combat forces at the demon god level, and will definitely crush the human race in terms of numbers. In this way, this genius of the Blue Fish Demon Clan entered the vision of all the major demon gods. A demon god from the evil demon clan took action, extracted the blood of the ancestor of the demon dragon clan, and deduced the path to becoming a god for it. Purify the blood and transform from a fish into a dragon. But in this process, it will fall into an unprecedented state of weakness. In order to hide the place where it transformed into a dragon, the evil demon clan found an extremely inconspicuous lifeless planet in the starry sky and hid it in the core of the planet. In order to prevent being discovered by powerful human beings, they did not set up any formations, did not send people to guard the planet, and did not deliberately hide the planet. In order not to arouse the suspicion of the top human beings, they even dare not use their divine thoughts to monitor the planet. In short, the evil demon clan is now leaving this planet alone to avoid alerting the powerful human beings. They knew that if humans discovered the slightest disturbance or anything unusual, this star field would be instantly destroyed. During the process of sublimation, the genius of the Blue Fish Demon Clan will completely lose his vital signs and become no different from the surrounding rocks and trees. It will not be until it has completely completed its sublimation and stepped into the realm of the devil that it will be revitalized with vitality. Therefore, they are not too worried about being detected by the divine sense of powerful human beings. And the fact is just as they expected, the powerful human beings at that time did not find any difference in this planet. The Milky Way contains trillions of stars, making them nearly impossible to detect. The evil demon clan's plan was successful, and the newly promoted evil demon god played the most crucial role in the final decisive battle. Countless high-end combat forces of the human race were slaughtered by it, and the human race was almost defeated and completely wiped out. Among the human race at that time, there were not many who could fight with the same strength as the demon god. Even if each of them could fight two at a time, they would not hesitate to burn their own supreme avenue to fight the demon god one in exchange for two. But the gap in quantity is ultimately difficult to make up. In the end, the only one who could not be held back was a demon god, the one that Mo Nan and the others were about to meet. The combat power of the demon god level is completely overwhelming when facing warriors of other realms, and no one can be a match for it. It can be seen how crucial the successful sublimation of this demon god was to the battle situation at that time. Just when the human race was about to fail and be annihilated, a brilliant and powerful person of the human race broke through to a realm above gods and demons at the critical moment, transcending the galaxy. He illuminates the heavens, rules the world for eternity, and leads the human race to victory. From then on, the human race cleared the Milky Way and became the new ruler of the Milky Way, which brought eternal peace and tranquility to the human race on Blue Star. In the history books of the human race on Blue Star, there are several pages dedicated to the record of this demon god in front of them, all of which are filled with his countless crimes. Thinking of what this demon god had done to the human race, Mo Nan felt an unconcealable anger and murderous intent surge in his heart. The digging movement in his hands became faster. Although this was not a real battle, even if I killed this demon god, those dead ancestors would not be able to be resurrected. But Mo Nan really wanted to kill it. While digging hard, Mo Nan said in a deep voice to the people who collapsed on the ground. "Don't stop, find it as soon as possible. It is the dark dragon from that year." "What?" Upon hearing this, the people who were originally lying on the ground to rest stood up in surprise and looked at Mo Nan in disbelief. Mo Nan continued, "You heard it right, it's the dragon that appeared in historical records." Upon hearing this, everyone recalled the records of the demon dragon in the human history books. Every word in those records carried the blood of countless ancestors and compatriots. "Damn it! It's that beast! I'm going to chop it into pieces with my own hands." Xiao Yan's fat body jumped up, grabbed the earth-level weapon on the ground, and started digging frantically. The others also ignored their own exhaustion and dug desperately. At this moment, it seemed as if a blood vessel was awakening in everyone's body, and the digging movement was even faster than at the beginning. They are now extremely glad that they made this choice. As long as they can kill the beast with their own hands in this extremely special time and space, even if they cannot pass the test of the four absolutes in the end, they will have no regrets and instead feel that it is worth it. Everyone was holding back a strong urge in their hearts, and a light of hatred that was enough to arouse the empathy of all human beings erupted in everyone's body. At this moment, it seemed as if they had really arrived at the battlefield of that year, and they were the vanguard of the human race's counterattack on the starry sky. They are about to solve a major threat to the entire human race and completely nip the source of this evil in the bud. I don't know how much time passed, but finally, the sound of the weapon hitting the diamond changed slightly. Chapter 53. As Mo Nan's Qing Feng sword fell, the originally monotonous crisp sound suddenly changed, and the sound of the empty ringing echoed in everyone's ears. "Arrive!" Everyone's eyes lit up and they looked at Mo Nan's feet excitedly. Mo Nan immediately raised the Qing Feng sword, with the qi surging on the tip of the sword, and stabbed it hard towards the ground. Bang! After a loud bang, a 2-meter deep hole appeared on the ground beneath their feet, and countless diamond fragments rolled down. Below is a dark space. "Walk!" Mo Nan called out and jumped down the pit. The others also put away their weapons and jumped into the pit. After everyone entered the dark space, what came into view was a ball of colorful light. It was a mass of unknown liquid suspended in the air, constantly wriggling. Tiny diamonds of various colors kept falling out from the light, and were then swept up by nameless energy and merged into the diamond veins above. Mo Nan was a little curious, what was this? It can actually produce diamonds continuously? If we follow this principle, can soil be automatically produced at the core of the blue planet? Shaking his head, Mo Nan felt that it was unlikely. It must be the uniqueness of this planet. Mo Nan narrowed his eyes and looked into the ball of light. In the colorful ball of light, a small blue fish is swimming continuously. The little fish was extremely ugly, with its sharp fangs exposed and its 2 eyes on both sides protruding outwards ferociously. Nearly 4/5 of the scales on its body have turned from blue to black. 2 lumps of flesh appeared on his forehead. Its eyes were closed and its body was swaying with the flow of liquid. Is this the dark dragon? Everyone looked at the blue fish in front of them with curiosity. It was hard to believe that this was the demon god who would cause tragic consequences to mankind and commit countless murders in the future. Stop talking nonsense and get started. Mo Nan let out a deep sigh, and the Qing Feng sword was instantly unsheathed and stabbed towards the ball of light. The sword moves in all directions. 4 thick sword lights flashed out and hit the ball of light. What was before their eyes was not some small fish, but a demon, a real demon. Although he has not yet completely broken through, he is still a powerful being at the quasi-demon god level. Although Mo Nan knew that the other party could not stop sublimation on his own, otherwise he would suffer backlash and be destroyed both physically and spiritually, he did not dare to be careless. If the information you get is biased, then by the time the other party reacts, they can completely wipe you out with just one look. He knew that villains died because they talked too much. The others also took action, using their strongest attacks to smash into the ball of light. Boom! A loud noise was heard, and the colorful liquid suddenly exploded. The small fish inside were also knocked away. Mo Nan's flashes of light unfolded, and an attack instantly landed on the ugly blue fish. Thunderous judgment. Others' attacks followed. Bang! The ugly blue fish exploded instantly and disappeared before everyone's eyes. This body is not its original body, but a new body. Otherwise, even if it stood there and let Mo Nan and the others hit it, they would not be able to break through its defense. Due to its complete transformation and sublimation, its soul was in an extremely weak newborn state. Otherwise, a quasi-demon god would not be something they could kill. Just at the moment when the ugly blue fish's body disappeared, the entire universe suddenly stopped, and all the planets stopped moving and rotating at that moment. In the void, the muffled sound of invisible thunder resounded throughout the entire galaxy. Then, drops of blood rain fell all over the galaxy. A cold snort was heard from a shining star. The sound was like the sound of the Great Way, echoing continuously in the boundless starry sky. As the cold snort fell, all the strange phenomena just now disappeared. The light of the stars once again shone on every inch of the earth, as if everything that had just happened was just an illusion. A faint voice came from the stars. Trash, are you worthy enough to make heaven and earth weep blood? After saying this, he once again cast his gaze across endless time and space towards the diamond planet. It would have been great if we had discovered this place back then, but it's not too late. He shook his head and continued to mutter to himself, one day, I will completely control time. Wait for me, I will travel through the long river of time and save you. Then, we will follow the Emperor's footsteps together and conquer the world. As the words fell, the light of the stars flickered, and after a moment, it fell into complete silence. At the core of the diamond planet, the moment the stream of light dissipated, the entire planet began to tremble, and diamond fragments continued to fall. Walk! Mo Nan waved his hand and the flying saucer appeared instantly. Everyone did not dare to hesitate and quickly entered the flying saucer. There was a flash of blue light, and the UFO disappeared from the spot. The UFO shuttled quickly through the dark matter layer, covering several light years in a single breath. On the flying saucer, everyone who came to their senses was a little bit unbelievable. They couldn't imagine that they had just killed a demon god? Or is it the dark dragon that has committed countless murders against mankind? Even if he wasn't killed in the real world, it would still be jaw-dropping if this were said to others. This one thing alone is enough for them to brag about for a long time, and they will also be praised and envied by countless humans. Lu Wei came closer to Mo Nan, with shock and disbelief still on his face. Brother Nan, was that really the dark dragon we just killed? He didn't say the second half of the sentence, it doesn't look like it, you are not lying to us, are you? Mo Nan rolled his eyes speechlessly, what do you think? Is it fun for me to tease you? Lu Wei smiled awkwardly, what I mean is, don't be fooled by those 3 evil demons. Don't worry, don't you know me well? I will do things I'm not sure of. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei stopped talking and walked aside to rest. No one else suspected anything. No one would think that Mo Nan went to such great lengths just to amuse them. Moreover, Mo Nan himself gave up the normal trial and ran here. If he was not sure, he would not have done this. Although killing the demon just now was unremarkable, just like killing an ordinary spirit fish. But this is the only way they can kill a demon, right? If the opponent is really powerful, then they, the little Karamis, won't be able to kill him. Because they had been digging holes non-stop, everyone was very tired. They sat cross-legged and began to regulate their breathing. The other side. Above the desolate planet, amidst the flying yellow sand, the sound of killing shook the sky. Chapter 54. Amidst the flying yellow sand, huge figures made of magma are fighting head-on with the blue fish demon clan. These magma giants seemed to be the darlings of fire, and every attack was accompanied by scorching hot fire elements. Dark demonic energy emerged from the bodies of the blue fish demons, and light blue water elements gathered around them. The collision of water and fire adds brilliant colors to the flying yellow sand. When fire is strong, water boils, when water is abundant, fire goes out. The two inherently opposing laws continued to collide in the air, stirring up hundreds of feet of yellow sand and dust. The top combat forces of the Blue Fish Demon clan were all restrained by the fire giant, especially a strong man in the Purple Mansion realm of the Blue Fish Demon clan, who was now fighting a fire giant that was over 100 meters tall. With both sides restraining each other, the role of this group of candidates becomes prominent. They faced those evil demons who were only at the 8th or 9th level of Qi gathering and started fighting each other. Candidates with lower cultivation levels will have several people besiege one evil demon, while those with higher cultivation levels can do one-on-one or even one-on-two. The most eye-catching figure is a figure in white clothes and holding a folding fan. It was Shen Dao, the battalion commander of the Tianzi battalion. At this moment, he was fiercely fighting with an evil demon in the middle stage of the condensation realm. They were evenly matched, and he even had the upper hand. When the other candidates saw this scene, they all showed shock and disbelief in their eyes. They were all top talents in their respective regions, but the scene before them completely shattered their arrogance. Those who are able to participate in the third round of assessments all have their golden fingers awakened in March. Even if they awakened in early March, it has only been 2 months. The fact that he was able to reach the middle stage of Qi condensation within 2 months, and was even able to defeat evil demons that were one level higher than him, made those who always claimed to be geniuses feel ashamed. There is no harm without comparison. There is always someone better than you. It is just like that. In addition, the commander of the Earth Battalion, Meng Hu, and the commander of the Yellow Battalion, Lan Ling, were each fighting against an evil demon in the early stage of Qi condensation. As time went on, the evil demon clan showed no signs of decline, and the battle between the two sides became increasingly intense. Just when the two sides were fighting hard, a faint blue light flashed in the sky and smashed down heavily towards the center of the battlefield. Boom! With a loud bang, an unknown object suddenly hit the center of the battlefield between the two sides. A huge deep pit appeared before everyone's eyes. From within the pit came a furious curse. Lu Wei, I'm gonna FK you. Then, one figure after another jumped out of the deep pit, covered in dust and looking a little embarrassed. Mo Nan was speechless. If he had known earlier, he would not have let Wei control the flying saucer. Why couldn't he resist this guy's nagging? The other people's faces also twitched, especially Xiao Yan, who was the one who had just cursed. The true energy surged, and Mo Nan flicked off the dust on his body, then turned around and looked around. Meeting his gaze were countless pairs of staring, dazed eyes. Mo Nan was stunned. It seemed that the landing place was not right. Mo Nan took a casual look and roughly understood what was happening. He said to the thousands of surprised or cold eyes staring at him and the others. You guys continue. Why continue? Everyone was complaining in their hearts. The atmosphere and morale that we had worked so hard to arouse were all destroyed by you guys, okay? Do you understand that this will affect combat effectiveness? At this moment, except for the high-end combat area that was still fighting. In the area where the candidates were located, all the people and the evil demons stopped fighting and stared at Mo Nan and the others without blinking. Mo Nan was speechless. Why are you so slow? We have all killed the demon and returned, but the battle here is not over yet? This is too weak, isn't it? Mo Nan actually didn't want to participate in the battle at hand because the benefits were not great. If he hadn't guessed, the focus of this round of assessment should be how to get information about the indigenous races from the evil demons, then find a way to unlock the self-seal of the indigenous races, and finally, persuade them to gamble their last hope, cooperate with humans, and jointly kill the evil demons. As for this final decisive battle, its contribution to the final result is limited. After all, as long as you are a little smarter and don't fight the evil demon head-on, there is a great chance of surviving and passing the second round of assessment. For those who come in halfway like them, the score bonus will probably be even smaller. Otherwise, if everyone hides after leaving the city and waits until others have done everything before coming out to reap the benefits, it would be too unfair to others. If we join the battlefield now, not only will it not bring us much benefit, but there may also be casualties. If that happens, it will really be a waste of time. Moreover, even though there are only 9 people on our side, if we join the battlefield, the impact on the battle situation will be huge. At least, this is the case for low combat power areas. I don't know if the cave I left behind has been discovered. If it has been discovered, I have helped them a lot. As for now, he is too lazy to do anything that is thankless. Let's go. Mo Nan said something to these people and prepared to leave. Although the others were a little puzzled by Mo Nan's decision, they didn't say anything and just followed Mo Nan silently. Seeing that Mo Nan and the others actually chose to leave, the originally stunned crowd suddenly burst into laughter and mockery. Hey, isn't this the waste from the Xian camp? He hasn't been eliminated yet. I was wondering why I hadn't seen them for so long. Turns out they were hiding. What? Seeing that we found a way to pass the level, you come out to reap the benefits. How shameless! If they are ultimately judged to have passed the assessment, I will be the first to disagree. What? Didn't you come here to pick up some spoils? Why are you running away after seeing the evil demon? Are you scared to death? This is a test, can't you show some courage and kill a few demons? That way you'll be eliminated more gloriously, right? Damn it, we're all battalion commanders, but look at the other 3, and then look at yourself. It's true that comparison is the end of the world. I originally thought that the Suanza camp was full of trash, but now it seems I was wrong. Not only are they trash, they're also cowards. What rubbish! Harsh and unpleasant words fell into the ears of Mo Nan and the others, and Xiao Yan and the others all looked pale. They are all young men full of vigor and vitality. Who can withstand such stimulation? They looked at Mo Nan one by one. Boss, let's do it. Chapter 55. Mo Nan frowned. If these candidates could speak properly, he could help them. But these guys are all so foul-mouthed that if I take action, wouldn't I be helping them? Others insult you viciously, and you turn around and help them pass the level faster? Does this count as repaying evil with kindness? Mo Nan looked up and was about to speak, but when he looked up, he met the burning gazes of Lu Wei and the others. Mo Nan nodded slowly. Then, let's do it. Mo Nan, who wanted to leave, saw the desire in the eyes of his teammates and decided to follow their wishes. Never mind, just help. What's more, they can't leave now. A team of more than 20 evil demons rushed over from the high-end combat power area at such a fast speed that they reached the center of the battlefield in a moment. Screams rang out, and several candidates were killed in an instant, their bodies turning into streams of light and disappearing. Late stage of chi condensation. Everyone felt the aura emanating from the leading evil demon and began to flee in panic. Just as arrogant as he was when he mocked Mo Nan and others, he looks just as embarrassed now. Mo Nan and others are in the center of the battlefield. The next target of the evil team is Mo Nan and others. After the other candidates ran away, they looked at Mo Nan and others with eyes full of sympathy and gloating. They were all waiting to see the Suanzi camp make a fool of themselves and see how they were killed by the evil demons. The feeling of inferiority that had emerged when facing Shendao and the other 2 battalion commanders disappeared in an instant. What's wrong with us being bad? Aren't there people who are worse than us? Looking at the evil demons rushing towards him and the others, Mo Nan warned everyone. Be smart and don't be so stubborn. Then he said to Su Fei, follow me closely. Although according to the current situation, he couldn't leave even if he wanted to, but he had to take action. Mo Nan didn't want his people to be killed by the evil spirits and eliminated at this time. If that happens, he would really be wrongly accused to death. Mo Nan was not too worried about the others, but Su Fei and Lu Wei were really likely to be eliminated. If I wasn't unsure whether the big thing I and others had done could be considered as completing the assessment, I would have thought that I could get some score bonuses in this final battle. Although it wouldn't be much, it would still be something. Otherwise, he would do everything he could to send Lu Wei and Su Fei out of the battlefield. The others nodded at Mo Nan and dispersed instantly. Lu Wei obediently came behind Mo Nan. Su Fei opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but finally came behind Mo Nan. Su Fei smiled somewhat bitterly, thinking that he was the owner of a low-grade Taoist golden finger, and in just less than 2 months, he had cultivated from an ordinary person to the 6th level of Qi gathering. In the entire Linen City, he is definitely a rare existence, and even in the entire Tianshui prefecture, he is definitely a genius who can be ranked among the top. But now, he has become the weakest one here, and the thought of it makes him feel devastated. Mo Nan took out the Qing Feng sword from the system space and looked at the oncoming evil demon. One is in the late Qi condensation realm, one is in the middle Qi condensation realm, 3 are in the early Qi condensation realm, and the rest are all in the 9th level of Qi condensation realm. At this moment, Lan Ling's pleasant voice was heard. He shouted to Shendao and Meng Hu, attack together. Shendao and Meng Hu looked at each other and saw hesitation in each other's eyes. But in the end, they still chose to take action and rushed towards Mo Nan. Although they really didn't want to take action, they were not stupid. If they didn't deal with this evil demon in the late Qi condensation realm, the consequences would be very serious. A large number of their team members will be eliminated, and it goes without saying that this will have an impact on their own ratings. Even they themselves could die at the hands of this evil demon. Now, while Mo Nan is still here, they have a better chance of success if they act together. If they wait until Mo Nan is killed, it will be more difficult to deal with the remaining 3 of them. The 3 of them knew that Mo Nan's strength was at the same level as theirs. But the 3 of them were a little far away from here, and even if they rushed over as fast as they could, it would be too late. They could only hope that Mo Nan could block the attack of the evil demon in the late stage of Qi condensation and not lose his combat effectiveness under this attack. In this way, when the 3 of them arrive and the 4 of them join forces, they will have some chance of winning. Mo Nan ignored them and just looked coldly at the leading evil demon who rushed over. There is a road to heaven but you don't take it. There is no door to hell but you come by yourself. You are really looking for death. Then, the Qing Feng sword was unsheathed. Sword drawing. The dazzling sword light flashed, and then everyone present saw an unbelievable scene. Everyone opened their mouths wide, unable to believe their eyes. What did they see? An evil demon in the late Qi condensation realm, an evil demon in the Qi condensation realm that was powerful enough to slaughter all of them wantonly, just disappeared like that? They were all dumbfounded, looking at Mo Nan's eyes. The previous sarcasm and arrogance were gone, replaced by shock, astonishment, and fear. Thinking of the ridicule and abuse they had just directed at Mo Nan and the others, they were terrified. Wouldn't Mo Nan take this opportunity to retaliate against them? In this chaotic battle, accidentally killing 1 or 2 people wouldn't be a big deal, right? It is even more impossible for them to do anything to a genius of Mo Nan's level in 4 games. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but shudder and shrank back into the crowd. As Mo Nan's sword light fell, the evil demon in the late stage of chi condensation, who was originally very imposing, split into 2 in an instant, separated to the left and right, and slowly fell to the ground. One sword, kill instantly. The whole audience fell into silence. Lan Ling and the other 2 suddenly stopped rushing forward and looked at the scene in disbelief. These 3 were more unbelievable than the others. They knew how powerful their golden fingers were, but even with such a powerful golden finger, they were still far behind Mo Nan. So, how strong is Mo Nan's talent? The legendary immortal level? That must be it. Could it be that they both have earth-level gold fingers? There's no way they would be so far behind each other. That was a demon in the late stage of chi condensation. It would have been fine if he had won with difficulty, but this one killed him instantly with one sword. They didn't know how to describe Mo Nan's incredibleness. The 3 of them have always been the top talents in their respective houses and grew up with all kinds of praise and compliments. Until the second round of the 4 absolutes assessment, the 3 of them thought they were the strongest. Mo Nan's sword will not only cut off the body of the evil demon, but also the arrogance of all the talented candidates present. Chapter 56. The sword in Mo Nan's hand did not stop at all because of their shock. As the 3-foot green sword flashed, the evil demon in the middle stage of chi condensation fell to the ground. A ferocious blue fish head soared into the sky and fell into the crowd not far away. The evil demon's head fell from the sky, bringing everyone back to reality from their shock. Just as Mo Nan was about to continue swinging his sword, a cold voice came from behind him. "Wait, let me do it." Li Xiaoao walked out with his hands in his pockets. He felt that if he didn't come out, he would be in trouble. How can you miss this great opportunity to get system rewards? Mo Nan thought about it, looked at the other team members who were eager to try, and put away the Qing Feng sword. Forget it, just give them some soup so that they can also get some ratings. Just as Mo Nan retreated, a golden light in his mind trembled, and a piece of information came into his mind. Congratulations on your success in showing off and obtaining 10 drops of 10,000-year-old stalactite. When did I act so pretentious again? Is this a forced counterattack? However, this reward is really good. The 10,000-year-old stalactite is a great treasure for body training and is the natural treasure that all body training warriors dream of. Now, the level of body refining may be able to catch up with the level of chi refining. At the same time, Li Xiaoao pulled one hand out of his pocket and shouted. Sword! A silver-white long sword appeared in his hand. He shook off his long bangs that covered his eyes and said in a cold voice, "This sword will slay the demon." Then, he stabbed one of the evil demons in the early stage of chi condensation with a sword. Several others also took action. Li Wang flew up, his 5 fingers forming claws, and grabbed the head of an evil demon in the early stage of chi condensation. As for Xiao Yan and Chu Xiao Xiao, they attacked together and jointly faced the last evil demon. They are not as fond of showing off as Li Xiaoao. 2 against 1 is the most stable. 1 against 1 is not impossible, but it is not certain whether they can win. Chu Yang and Chu Ming each chose a 9th level evil demon and started fighting. Mo Nan's mouth twitched. Didn't I tell you guys to be more steady? Why do you all like to be in the spotlight so much? Even Chu Yang and Chu Ming, who were always calm, were like this, which made Mo Nan speechless. Even Su Fei and Lu Wei behind him were eager to try. As a result, he was rebuked by Mo Nan with a stern look. Why are you all joining in the fun? Don't you know your own weight? When the crowd in the distance saw this scene, they were once again petrified on the spot. They originally thought that the commander of the Xian battalion was invincible, so what is the situation now? The Xian camp is actually full of top talents, and each of them has incredible combat power? No, it seems not all of them are like that. There are also 2 that don't seem to be that good, but this is enough to make everyone's jaw drop. Especially the guy in the psychiatric hospital gown, whose strength was not inferior to that of the Earth Battalion Commander Meng Hu and the Yellow Battalion Commander Lan Ling. He was suppressing the evil demon in the early stage of Qi condensation realm the whole time. And that Shamit middle school boy with a second-year syndrome was also fighting on equal terms with a demon at the first level of the Qi condensation realm. And that fat man and Chu Xiao, when they joined forces, they actually beat a demon at the third level of Qi condensation realm and made it retreat again and again. There are 2 others, each of whom is strong enough to defeat a 9th level evil demon in the Qi gathering realm. It would be fine if only Battalion Commander Mo Nan was such a monster. After all, he was a battalion commander level figure. The fact that he was the 3rd to arrive in Lonely City was beyond their expectations but also within their acceptable range. But these are all monsters, and they can hardly accept it for a while. The configuration of these people is no worse than that of the elite teams led by other battalion commanders themselves. If we add in Captain Mo Nan, who is completely not on the same level as them, how powerful is the combined strength of the 9 people in Xunziying? For a moment, everyone was shocked, and a trace of regret emerged in their hearts. Such a powerful Xian camp was actually misunderstood by them as a garbage gathering place. The rumors seemed to be so true, well-founded, and sounded like the truth. Don't let them know who spread the rumor in the first place, otherwise, you will give that person a good beating. Especially those candidates who were persuaded to withdraw by Xiao Yan, they were even more tearful at this moment, looking at Xiao Yan with eyes full of resentment. Why did I believe this guy's lies at that time? Why didn't I insist a little longer? In addition, the ones who regretted the most were the candidates who came from Tianshui Prefecture. With a monster like Mo Nan in their own prefecture, why would they choose other camps? If you choose the Xian camp, you won't be bullied by people from other prefectures. Those tasks of spying on the enemy and other risky tasks will not fall on them. Many people from Tianshui Prefecture were eliminated because of this, which made others dare not speak out. If it weren't for Gu Feng and Ye Qingcheng, they would probably have become cannon fodder. Thinking of this, everyone in Tianshui Prefecture felt bitter. This is even more true for Ling Yu and Lin Ming. They are only at the 5th level of Qi gathering, so it's a miracle that they can hold on until now. Originally, the 2 of them were somewhat happy, thinking that they were the last hope of Linen City. But now, after seeing Mo Nan's evil-like fighting power, they completely lost their spirit. When they saw Su Fei behind Mo Nan, their eyes became even more bitter. They looked at Su Fei who was protected by Mo Nan, and then looked at their own bodies covered in blood and scars, and boundless regret arose in their hearts. Gu Feng and Ye Qingcheng are in similar situations to them. Where there are people, there is the world of martial arts. The 2 of them were not having a good time in Tianziying. There was also competition from top talents from other prefectures. Therefore, the weakest Tianshui Prefecture was targeted everywhere. One by one, the candidates were treated as cannon fodder, and the 2 of them were powerless to do anything. They were laughing at Chu Yang before, but now it seems that they are the clowns. Ye Qingcheng's beautiful eyes flickered, and there was an autumn light in her eyes when she looked at Mo Nan. At the same time, everyone was curious about what the people in Xian camp did during the time they disappeared. Now, no one would think that Mo Nan and others were hiding somewhere on the desolate planet. Could it be that they discovered another hidden mission? Did they spend all the time before completing that mission? Could it be that the sudden and rapid disappearance of the strange phenomenon in the sky and earth a few hours ago was related to them? If it is really related to them, and the phenomenon can cause such a big commotion, then the mission they are doing is definitely not simple. The bonus to the rating is absolutely crucial. Chapter 57. If that's the case, then the final ratings of these people from the Xian camp will definitely not be low. Although for some ordinary candidates, being able to pass the trial is already very good, they don't care about the rating. But for most people here, ratings are still very important to them. Most of those who have been able to persist until now and have not been eliminated are the best in this trial, and the rating of each round of trial plays a very important role after all the trials are over. Although they didn't know what it was, the elders in the clan repeatedly told them to get the highest rating possible. Now, knowing that Mo Nan and others might get super high ratings, they regretted it even more. Although he was a little upset before, he and others were about to pass the second round of trials, so he didn't regret it too much. But now, they regret it so much. But there is no medicine for regret in this world, and they can only look at the people in Sunziying with envy. Especially the two people who were protected behind Mo Nan, their eyes were red. Damn, what shit luck. Soon, they no longer cared about shock and envy, and the evil demons burst out with astonishing momentum and killed all humans. The two sides fought again, and the shouts of killing were heard again in the yellow sand. With the addition of Mo Nan and others this time, everyone's pressure was suddenly reduced a lot. Mo Nan kept wandering around the battlefield, reaping the evil demons above the middle stage of chi condensation like the god of death. As for the others, they only need to deal with those evil demons that are as powerful as themselves. Even if they cannot kill the other party in a short time, they will not be in too much danger. During this period, evil demons above the middle stage of chi condensation continued to come here from high-end combat power areas in the distance. But before they could get close to the battlefield, they were killed instantly by Mo Nan, who appeared and killed them with a single sword. The one with the highest cultivation level among them was an evil demon at the 9th level of the chi condensation realm, who was also killed instantly by Mo Nan's thunder judgment. No one else noticed this scene, otherwise, there would definitely be a burst of amazement. As time went by, the battle gradually came to an end. There were no more high-level evil demons coming from afar, and the battle was about to end. Sure enough, at this moment, a loud earth-shaking noise came from afar, and the red and blue lights intertwined with each other, forming a brilliant beam of light that shot straight into the sky. Two figures, one red and one blue, soared into the sky, and after a rapid collision, they disappeared into the air together. Then, several more explosions were heard in the distance, and balls of brilliant light appeared at the end of the yellow sand. The battle here soon came to an end. All the evil demons had been killed or injured, and only a few scattered evil demons were being besieged by hundreds of people. Mo Nan and the other 9 gathered together again, and everyone's face showed excitement. As warriors, they are eager for such battles. Only battles can arouse their passion. Just then, Lan Ling came over and greeted Mo Nan. "Hello, Mo Nan, I didn't expect you to be so awesome." "Oh, by the way, my name is Lan Ling, nice to meet you." Mo Nan smiled and shook hands with Lan Ling. "Hello." Mo Nan was not being deliberately modest. The facts were there. If he were to be deliberately modest, it would not be good. Shen Dao and Meng Hu were standing in the distance. They didn't come over, but their eyes were filled with inexplicable emotions. Shen Dao gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "Humph, if I also awaken the golden finger in early March, I won't be worse than him. He is the one who awakened the golden finger in mid-March." In his opinion, Mo Nan can have such strength, and it must be that the golden finger awakened in early March. If he awakens at the same time as himself, he is confident that he is not worse than Mo Nan. He naturally couldn't know that Mo Nan's awakening date was the last day of March. Meng Hu touched his forehead, looking relieved. Fortunately, Mo Nan did not use his full strength at that time, otherwise, he would have been defeated in one move. Mo Nan naturally didn't know what they were thinking. After chatting briefly with Lan Ling for a few words, he prepared to leave. Suddenly, he stopped again. Did he forget something? He looked back at the battlefield, and when his eyes swept over Shen Dao, he finally realized what he had forgotten. Copy it. This is the foundation of your life and you cannot neglect it. So, Mo Nan stared at Shen Dao. Name, Shen Dao. Gold Finger, Suanwu bloodline, half-step immortal level. Cultivation, Qi condensation realm. Note, by transforming the Suanwu bloodline, one can transform into the mythical beast Suanwu. Mo Nan frowned. Suanwu? Isn't that a large turtle? Although the level of this golden finger is very high, it is a half-step immortal level that he has never seen before. But when Mo Nan thought about the scene where he needed to slowly transform all the blood in his body into Suanwu, that is, turtle blood, and turn into a turtle when fighting with others, he suddenly felt that this golden finger was not so good. Moreover, the human bloodline is quite good, and she does not want to transform it into the Suanwu bloodline. Although the Suanwu is not a turtle, but an ancient mythical beast, he does not want to transform either. After thinking for a long time, Mo Nan decided to copy it first. Whether to use it or not is one thing, having it or not is another. At worst, I can just let this golden finger gather dust in my mind. Copying it won't affect anything anyway. Except for the system type of cheats, the behavior of the original owners of other types of cheats will not have any impact on Mo Nan himself, so Mo Nan copied them with confidence. Just then, a fire giant walked over from a distance. The flames on its body were dim and it looked in very bad condition. It walked in front of the crowd and bowed to them all. Humanity, thank you. We must drive these demons out of the Milky Way. As soon as he finished speaking, his body turned into fire elements all over the sky and disappeared from everyone's sight along with the flying yellow sand. Although this was just a trial, everyone still felt a little depressed. A race that yearned for peace just disappeared on an unknown planet in the vast starry sky, and disappeared in front of everyone. As the last flame giant dissipated, a loud voice rang in everyone's ears. Return to the city, return to the camp. As the voice fell, all the surviving candidates breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally over. After everyone simply treated their injuries, they quickly rushed towards the isolated city. Finally, they can go back to the city, but Mo Nan is a little nervous. He doesn't know if he and his friends have passed this round of trials. Chapter 58. The lonely city is still the lonely city, just as it was when everyone first arrived. Standing in the yellow sand, it is lonely, silent, and desolate. The houses that had been destroyed and collapsed by the evil spirit were restored to their original appearance. Everyone walked through the familiar streets and soon arrived at the playground. On the playground, all the candidates stood in 4 areas according to their respective camps. Mo Nan turned around and saw that there were only less than 500 candidates left out of the thousands that had originally come. Among them, the original 500 people in the Tianzi camp now have only about 200 people, and the Huangzi camp has more than 100 people. The Daizi camp was even worse off. Of the original 200 plus people, only 70 or 80 were left, and they all looked miserable. Only the Suanzi camp led by Mo Nan had 9 people when they went out and still had 9 people when they came back. At this moment, the captain appeared on the platform. The captain swept his deep gaze across the entire audience, a look of relief in his eyes. The pass rate of this assessment reached 50%, breaking the historical high. When his gaze passed over Mo Nan and others, he paused for a moment and surprise and admiration appeared in his eyes. Then, his magnificent voice rang out. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the second round of trials and are one step closer to the 4 Supreme Academies. All the candidates were delighted when they heard this, but at the same time, they were shocked. It wasn't over yet? There was still an exam? Some people were not surprised at all, as they knew that there were 3 rounds in the 4 Absolutes assessment, and only 2 rounds had passed. The captain continued, next, I will announce your final results from the second round of trials. This will also determine the starting point for your third round of trials. Hearing this, everyone started to get nervous, just like students waiting for their teacher to read out their results after their final exam. Mo Nan is no exception. He still can't be sure whether he and others can pass the second round of assessment. Unlike others, as long as they are still alive, it means they have passed this round of trials. And they can only wait and see what the four Supremes' top leaders will decide. Mo Nan could imagine that if he and others failed to pass the test in the end, given the nature of these candidates, they would definitely be ridiculed, and they would have no way to refute it. As the captain finished speaking, men in military uniforms walked up to the podium and began reading out everyone's scores. Wang Jiang, you scored 60 points in the first stage, 60 points in the second stage, and 60 points in your personal performance, for a total of 180 points. Your rating is pass. As he finished speaking, a sturdy young man walked onto the stage and took a white medal handed to him by the man in military uniform. Wang Jiang quickly walked off the stage, looking so impatient that he seemed like the student with the worst grades in the class. Lin Ming, first stage score 65, second stage 60, personal performance 60, total 185, rating, passed. Lin Ming walked onto the stage, took the white medal, glanced at Mo Nan and Su Fei, and then walked off the stage in silence. Next was Ling Yu. His score was exactly the same as Lin Ming's, and he also received a qualified white medal. The other people in the audience were all annoyed when they saw this way of announcing the results. They seriously suspected that these men in military uniforms were once poor students in their classes and had been tortured by their teachers in this way. This model is simply a nightmare for poor students, right? Then, names were called out one by one, and candidates came on stage one by one. Ye Qingcheng, first stage score 75, second stage score 70, personal performance 70 points, total 215 points, rating, good. Then, Ye Qingcheng, who was extremely beautiful, walked onto the platform. Her beautiful eyes caused exclamations and admiration from the audience below. She took the blue medal from the man in military uniform and glanced in the direction of the Xian camp with a smile. Her beautiful eyes shine, and her smile is captivating. With her departure, the process of announcing the results continued. Soon, more than 400 people had received their results. At the scene, only a dozen people did not get their results. The middle-aged man's voice continued. Meng Hu, you scored 88 points in the first stage, 85 points in the second stage, and 80 points as commander, for a total of 253 points. Rating, excellent. Meng Hu was stunned when he heard this. He looked around and found that the 9 people from the Xian camp, Shen Dao and Lan Ling had not yet come on stage. According to the principle of low to high scores, that means I am ranked 12th? How is that possible? He could accept that his score was lower than that of the other 3 battalion commanders, but that was still the top 4. But now, the result of 12th place was a little unacceptable to him. Meng Hu. The man in military uniform saw that Meng Hu was reluctant to go on stage and shouted coldly. After Meng Hu glanced at Xian Ziying and others again, he walked up to the platform and took the golden medal handed to him by the man in military uniform. You don't accept it. The man in military uniform narrowed his eyes and looked at Meng Hu. No. Meng Hu spoke in a muffled voice, but the extremely unhappy expression on his face and the cold snort he uttered all proved that he was not speaking from the heart. Oh, then go down. The man in military uniform didn't say much, just waved his hand and signaled Meng Hu to go down. After Meng Hu stepped down from the stage, everyone's ears pricked up instantly, their eyes constantly wandering over the people in the Xian camp and the 2 battalion commanders, Tian and Huang. They all had an expression of enjoying themselves. They originally thought that there would be no accidents. It is a foregone conclusion that the 4 battalion commanders will take the top 4 spots. If nothing unexpected happens, Mo Nan, the commander of the Suanzi battalion, should be first. Therefore, they do not focus on anything other than their own grades. But now, things are getting interesting. Who will be the next person to be called? Their eyes began to turn to several people, looking very interested. Mo Nan's focus was different from others. He noticed a detail. The third scoring item for everyone else is personal performance, while Meng Hu's third item is command. Is this the difference between a battalion commander and an ordinary candidate? Moreover, it seems that the basic score for this item is very high. Because of Meng Hu's miserable condition, only a quarter of the entire battalion survived. It was a horrific sight. But even so, Meng Hu's command score is 80 points. Does this mean that individual performance is taken into consideration in the command? Shaking his head, Mo Nan was too lazy to think about it. Let them calculate it however they want. Now, there is a piece of good news that is worth being happy about, that is, they have passed the assessment. This not only made Mo Nan breathe a sigh of relief, but also made him realize that his judgment was correct. Then he turned his gaze to Shen Dao and Lan Ling. Chapter 59. Shen Dao and Lan Ling also looked at Mo Nan. Mo Nan saw shock and a little nervousness in the eyes of the two people. Mo Nan smiled and looked at his teammates. At this moment, excitement appeared on each of their faces. They also realized that they had passed the assessment, and their ratings seemed to be quite high. This made them, who were originally a little nervous, raise their heads and look at everyone present with disdainful eyes. Especially Li Xiaoao, his nostrils were almost pointing to the sky. At this moment, he put his hands in his pockets, his long bangs swung constantly. He raised his middle finger to Meng Hu, who was looking at him and others with a cold face, and said coldly, "A guy with a lot of bad luck. You." Meng Hu suddenly became furious. If the occasion was not inappropriate, he would have come up and attacked Li Xiaoao. This guy is so infuriating. What did he mean by that? Was he saying that I was lucky enough to be the second one to arrive in Lonely City and thus become the commander of the Daiza battalion? Meng Hu snorted coldly and looked towards the platform. He wanted to see what earth-shattering things these guys had done. Then, Li Xiaoao turned his gaze to the other candidates and said coldly, "I'm not targeting him alone. What I want to say is that everyone here is garbage." "You are so." The other candidates were filled with anger. If the scene wasn't really inappropriate, even if they knew how powerful the Xian camp was, they would have gone up and beat Li Xiaoao up. So infuriating. Just at this moment, a message came to Mo Nan's mind. Li Xiaoao succeeded in showing off, congratulations on receiving a bottle of Zifodan. Mo Nan was delighted. Of course, the more resources like this that were obtained without any effort, the better. On the high platform, the man in military uniform watched the situation off the court with great interest. When everyone's attention was focused on him again, the man in military uniform spoke calmly. "Shen Dao, first stage score 90, second stage score 86, command 80, total score 256, rating, excellent." As the uniformed man's voice fell, the scene fell into silence for a moment. At this moment, not only Shen Dao himself couldn't believe it, but the other candidates also couldn't believe it. How could that be? Shen Dao was the first person to pass the first round of trials. Before Mo Nan showed his incredible fighting power, everyone thought he would be the first without a doubt. And now, Shen Dao is not even in the top 10? It would be fine if he couldn't compare to Mo Nan, after all, the gap in strength was there. It was also barely understandable that he couldn't compare to other people in Xian camp. After all, it was possible that people in Xian camp had completed an extraordinary task. But why couldn't he even compare to Lan Ling? Shen Dao's face turned pale. He was very dissatisfied. The other scores were fine, but why was the command so low? There were over 200 people on my side who had passed the assessment, yet they only managed to tie with Meng Hu's commander score? Why? He looked towards the platform with an ugly expression. Why? The captain, who had been silent the entire time, now turned his gaze towards Shen Dao and asked, "Does it feel comfortable to walk on a path that was explored at the cost of your teammates' lives?" Shen Dao put away the folding fan in his hand and whispered, "This is just a test. The captain said silently, "This is indeed just an assessment, and I am the assessor." After Shen Dao's expression changed several times, he gritted his teeth and spat out a word, "Okay." He knew the origins of these men in military uniforms and how much power they possessed, so he had no choice but to accept it. Moreover, even if he relied on his family's power to cause trouble to the four supremes and the martial arts palace, he would still be the final clown. He walked up to the stage in silence, took the golden medal, and returned to the crowd. He had a gloomy face and didn't say a word the whole time. With Shen Dao getting the 11th place, the situation became clear. If nothing unexpected happens, Lan Ling can only get 10th place. The 9 people from the Xian camp will take the top 9 places. Thinking of this, everyone was shocked and felt even more regretful. Why didn't I join the Suanzi camp back then? I really want to slap myself in the face. Lin Ming, Ling Yu, Gu Feng, Ye Qingcheng, and the other people from Tianshui Prefecture who were not eliminated were regretting their decision to the point of tears. What a good opportunity to win easily was right in front of me, but I didn't cherish it. It's only now that I regret it. As expected, the voice of the man in military uniform continued to ring out. Lan Ling, first stage score 90 points, second stage score 90 points, command 90 points, total score 270 points, rating, perfect. Lan Ling happily went on stage and took the red medal from the man in military uniform. Speaking of which, Lan Ling was able to get this perfect rating thanks to Mo Nan. There is nothing much to say about the first and third items, Lan Ling performed well enough. The reason why the score in the second stage was so high was that the examiner credited Lan Ling with discovering the indigenous race, so she was able to get a score of 90. As Lan Ling stepped down, everyone's eyes turned to the Suanzi camp. The man in military uniform didn't say anything else. The captain on the side waved his hand, and lines of large words appeared in the air. Everyone looked up. Lu Wei, 95 points in the first stage, unknown in the second stage, personal performance 98 points, rating, unparalleled. When everyone saw this line of text, they were stunned. What was going on? Unknown? What the hell was this? Also, it is unknown, why is the rating unparalleled? Dark dealings? Is there something fishy going on in the Four Absolutes assessment? What are the origins of these guys? The crowd who didn't believe in evil looked at the purple words in the air again. Su Fei, 95 points in the first stage, unknown in the second stage, personal performance 98 points, rating, unparalleled. Unknown again? What the hell? Everyone frowned and looked over again. As expected, the information about the other members of the Xian camp is similar. The second stage is unknown, while the first stage and individual performances are more outrageous than each other. But when they looked at the top line of text, everyone was stunned. Mo Nan, first stage score 100 points, second stage unknown, command 100 points, rating, legendary. Legend? What the hell is this rating? Has the Four Absolute Trial ever had this rating since its inception? The highest rating in the Four Absolutes Trial is only Wushuan. This is common knowledge among all the people on Blue Star. But now, a brand new rating appears before them. What does this mean? What is the meaning behind it? Also, what is hidden behind the word unknown? At this moment, everyone's hearts were filled with confusion and bewilderment. Chapter 60. The playground fell into silence, and you could hear a pin drop. Then, a heavy sound of footsteps broke the silence at the scene. Shen Dao stood out from the crowd and looked at the captain on the platform with an expressionless face. I need an answer. Although he didn't think there was any shady dealings in the Four Absolutes assessment, he also needed a reasonable explanation, otherwise, he might have to go to the martial arts palace to ask for an explanation. The captain ignored Shen Dao and looked at everyone present. I know you're all confused and curious, and some of you are dissatisfied and want to know what those 9 people did during the second phase. The captain paused, arousing everyone's curiosity before continuing, actually, I don't know either. Everyone at the scene fell into a daze. Damn, don't you know what the hell you're talking about? It's like you're about to announce a big secret. Shen Dao's eyes seemed to be spitting fire, and he stared at the captain without blinking. Seeing everyone's expressions as if they had eaten fly shit, the captain coughed twice in embarrassment. I know you are anxious, but please don't worry. Although I don't know exactly what they did, their rating was ordered directly to me by the 4 Supremes Martial Arts Palace headquarters. As for what they did, after all the assessments are completed, the 4 Supremes and the Martial Arts Palace headquarters will announce it to the entire Federation. If you have any objections at that time, you can raise them with the Martial Arts Palace headquarters. Are you satisfied with this answer? The captain's last words were addressed to Shen Dao. Shen Dao's face looked extremely ugly. He opened his mouth but ultimately did not speak. Now that things have come to this, what else can he say? If he continues to hold on to this, he will become the one making trouble. Then just wait, he didn't believe it, could Mo Nan and the others really kill a demon god? If what they do at that time does not match the rating they receive, then the forces behind Shen Dao will not be pushovers. Others were shocked. What on earth were Mo Nan and the others doing? Is it really worth such a big fuss between the Martial Arts Palace and the 4 Absolutes Academy? You must know that only the promotion of saints to the realm of heaven and earth in the Yangtze Federation, or matters of equal status, would be worthy of a federation-wide announcement from the Martial Arts Palace headquarters. In addition, even if a martial arts master of the Sun and Moon realm is born, it will only be announced within the respective state. They actually began to feel a little bit of anticipation. Then, the captain waved his hand, and 9 medals flew towards the direction of the Xian camp and landed in front of Mo Nan and others. Among them, 8 are purple Wushuan medals, and the one in front of Mo Nan is a black medal. The pitch black medal is like the universe, and the white dots on it are like stars. The captain's voice continued, all right, the second round of trials is over. Next, you will proceed to the third round. The captain glanced at the nervous crowd and continued, before the third round of assessment, you need to make a choice. For the third round of assessment, the assessment content of each peerless academy is different, so you need to choose the academy you want to apply for. As the captain's voice fell, 4 light gates appeared at the 4 exits of the playground in the east, south, west and north. Mo Nan looked up and saw that above the 4 light gates were written Kailan Academy, Yin Yang Academy, Zhige Academy and Juxiao Academy. Mo Nan frowned deeply. He knew very little about the 4 absolute schools and had no idea how to choose. How about picking one at random? Just as Mo Nan was thinking this, Xiao Yan suddenly came over. Boss, which university do you choose? Is there anything particular about it? Mo Nan looked at Xiao Yan. This guy should know more than him. There's not much difference, except for the training methods. How do you say that? I don't know the details, but I heard that there might be some big things happening at Juxiao Academy this year. It was the same as if he hadn't said anything. Mo Nan rolled his eyes. Li Wang, who had been keeping his head down and silent, suddenly raised his head and said, this year, Juxiao Academy has opened up access to the Starry Sky battlefield to all current students. Freshmen with outstanding performance can also enter the Starry Sky battlefield without having to wait until their senior year. Holy shit! Is this true? Xiao Yan looked at Li Wang in surprise. Li Wang said nothing more and lowered his head again. Lu Wei looked over curiously. Starry Sky battlefield? Haven't the demons been driven out of the Milky Way? Is there still a battle to be fought? Xiao Yan rolled his eyes. The universe is vast. There is more than just one Milky Way. The human race is the overlord of the Milky Way, but not the overlord of the entire universe. We have many enemies. If humans are not careful, the Milky Way will fall and become a cattle ranch for all races. This. Lu Wei opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. He felt that his three views had collapsed. The education we received since childhood was that humans have taken control of the Milky Way and become the dominant force. But now it seems that humans' enemies still exist and seem to be very powerful. The reason why I and others can enjoy the peaceful years is that someone is carrying the burden forward? Mo Nan's eyes lit up. Can I enter the starry sky battlefield in advance? This condition seems very good. Your own talents can not only copy the golden finger, but also the various abilities of other races. After seeing Mo Nan's expression, Xiao Yan continued, Boss, do you know why they want to open this permission? Why? To attract talent. Mo Nan kicked Xiao Yan directly. Can't you just say everything you want to say at once? What's the point of saying this nonsense all the time? Xiao Yan rubbed his butt and said, Nine Heavens Academy has very few students joining every year, so they opened up this permission this year. Didn't you say that the 4 universities aren't that different? Why are there so few people joining Juxiao Academy? This has to do with the peculiarity of this academy. How weird is it? At this time, all 9 people gathered around and looked at Xiao Yan with curiosity. It's said that the first master of Juxiao Academy was a big fan of ancient culture. Therefore, he opened up a small world without any modern elements, and Juxiao Academy is located there. However, after getting used to the convenience brought by modern technology, few people are willing to go there and live like ancient people. Although they can come and go freely, it's still not very convenient. Just imagine, after a day of hard training, in the end, there are no short videos of young ladies to relax. How painful would that be? After Xiao Yan finished speaking, he made an expression that showed he absolutely could not bear it. Chapter 61. Everyone looked at Xiao Yan with contempt at his expression. Only Lu Wei looked like he had found a confidant. Mo Nan frowned. It wasn't that he couldn't accept a world without modern elements, but it wasn't like he couldn't get out once he entered it. It's just that most of the next 4 years of college will be spent there. He was thinking, would it be more beneficial or more harmful for him to enter the starry sky battlefield early? Other universities stipulate that only seniors can enter the starry sky battlefield, which makes sense. Entering early may mean a greater crisis. Opportunities are often accompanied by risks. After thinking for a moment, Mo Nan decided to go to Juxiao Academy. For me, the bigger the stage, the greater the rewards. As for the risks involved, I will just do what I can when the time comes. If you are not strong enough, don't force it. If you are strong enough but cannot enter the starry sky battlefield, that would be very uncomfortable. I choose Juxiao Academy, what about you? After Mo Nan made his decision, he looked at the others and said, Ah! Boss, you really want to choose Juxiao Academy? Life there is very hard, it's simply not a place for modern people to stay. How about we choose Kailan Academy? It's the #1 academy and very powerful. Mo Nan rolled his eyes, you choose yours. I'm not the battalion commander now, so you don't need to listen to me. Hearing this, everyone started to think, yes, they should make their own choices. Only then did they realize that they had become dependent on Mo Nan without realizing it. Lu Wei and Su Fei did not hesitate at all. Wherever Mo Nan went, they would go. They didn't know what the next assessment would be like, and they might be able to continue to cling to her. Not to mention Chu Ming, even if Mo Nan said he didn't want to go to college, he would definitely leave with her. Soon, the others made their own choices, and they unanimously chose to follow Mo Nan. After making his choice, Mo Nan nodded to the captain on the platform, then walked towards the light gate of the Juxiao Academy. At this time, many people on the playground made their own choices and walked towards different light gates one by one. Among them, the most people chose Kailan Academy, and the number of people who chose Hij Academy and Unyang Academy was about the same. The number of people who chose Juxiao Academy was the least. Apart from Mo Nan and a few others, basically no one chose Juxiao Academy. I always feel that this scene is a bit familiar, just like the scene when I first started choosing the camp. Mo Nan chuckled. Was it that they were the only ones who didn't fit in, or that the others just followed the crowd? But this time, Shendao and Lan Ling also chose Juxiao Academy. It seems that they are very confident in their talents. Mo Nan suddenly gave a thumbs up to his choice. Anyone who could strive for the permission to enter the Starry Sky battlefield must be an extremely evil genius. This time, maybe we can reap a lot of benefits. Shendao glanced at Mo Nan and the others silently, then stepped into the light gate. Lan Ling walked over with a smile. Mo Nan, come together. Okay. Mo Nan also smiled in response. Then, Mo Nan and 10 others also entered the light gate one after another. Seeing the bodies of Mo Nan and others disappear into the light gate, the captain muttered to himself. It seems that Juxiao Academy's decision will attract most of the geniuses at the demon level. Entering the Starry Sky battlefield early is not sure whether it will be a blessing or a curse. Between the interweaving of light and shadow, Mo Nan appeared in a majestic ancient city. Where are the others? Mo Nan looked around and found that he was the only one standing on the quiet street. Mo Nan shook his head. It seemed that they could only hope for the best. Mo Nan knew that others wanted to cling to him, but now, it seemed that there was no hope. I saw pedestrians coming and going on the street, all of them wearing ancient costumes, and the cries of various vendors could be heard everywhere. Mo Nan frowned deeply. What on earth was going on? Also, is this space the real world? This might be a trial space like the previous one, or it might be the real world. Looking at the ancient people coming and going on the street, and remembering what Xiao Yan had said before, Mo Nan became a little uncertain. He thought about it and changed into an ancient black shirt. His bangs that were longer than his eyebrows instantly grew longer and turned into long hair that fell over his shoulders. Then, Mo Nan walked out of the alley. First of all, we must find out the situation here. What Mo Nan didn't know was that, apart from him, the other 9 people appeared together. At this time, they were gathered in a restaurant in an ancient town, discussing countermeasures. Lu Wei said anxiously, "It's over, without Brother Nan, can we still pass the trial?" He was in a panic now. Without Mo Nan's help, he felt a little helpless. Xiao Yan patted Lu Wei's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, Wei, we won't abandon you. Brother Yan has you covered. What should we do next?" Chu Yang's gaze swept across everyone present, and finally turned his gaze to Lan Ling. There was nothing he could do. These teammates of his seemed to be more unreliable than the other, and no one knew where Mo Nan had gone. The only one who seemed reliable was Lan Ling. After all, Lan Ling performed very well in the second round and seemed like a person who could make decisions. Lan Ling was a little surprised. She didn't expect that these seemingly unruly people would ask for her opinion. She looked at several people, especially Xiao Yan and Li Xiaoao. These 2 guys looked the most like troublemakers. But I found that the latter 2 looked indifferent. Then, she looked at Li Wang, who was as powerful as her, but found that the latter didn't even raise his head. Just as she was about to speak, Chu Xiaoxiao's voice came over. "I think we should find the boss first." Chu Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes looked at Lan Ling, and the 2 gazes intertwined in the air, with sparks flashing faintly. "You 2, know each other?" Xiao Yan looked at the 2 of them curiously, his eyes full of curiosity. Snort. Chu Xiaoxiao snorted and said, "I don't know him." Lan Ling chuckled and said, "Sister Xiaoxiao, you should change your temper. What do you care?" Seeing that the 2 were about to quarrel, Li Xiaoao said coldly, "Woman, my patience with you is limited. My time is precious and I don't have time to listen to your nonsense." Chu Xiao snorted coldly and stopped talking. Lan Ling said, let's first find out the specific situation here. It would be best if we can find Mo Nan, but if not, we can only rely on ourselves. Just then, there was a commotion on the street, and a group of people dressed as officers and soldiers came straight towards the restaurant where they were. Chapter 62. A team of officers and soldiers quickly rushed into the restaurant and surrounded Xiao Yan and his companions. The leader glanced at them and said coldly, catch them. The few people were stunned when they heard this. What had they done? Arresting people right away? Was there any reasoning involved? Why are you arresting us? Lan Ling came out and asked. The leader said coldly, anyone wearing strange clothes should be imprisoned for a day according to the law. Xiao Yan's face darkened when he heard this. Are you blind? This is a brand name jacket. The leader snorted coldly, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll detain you for one more day. Just as Xiao Yan was about to take action, he discovered that his cultivation had been sealed by someone without his knowledge. When did it come out? It was clearly there just now. So, the officers and soldiers put shackles on the people, who looked very painful, and took them away. Coincidentally, at this moment, countless candidates were detained by officers and soldiers for the same reason. This made many candidates curse in their hearts. Why didn't anyone tell them about this crappy rule in advance? In the bustling ancient city, Mo Nan looked around. He already knew the name of this city, Tianling City. The hottest topic in the city recently is that in 3 days, the Juxiao Holy Land will come to Tianling City to recruit disciples. This made Mo Nan a little surprised and suspicious. Could it be that the Juxiao Holy Land they were talking about was the Juxiao Academy that he was going to join? It should be, but what exactly is the content of the assessment? If the assessment is to be conducted when recruiting disciples, then why is it scheduled for 3 days later? Everyone's time is precious, so wouldn't it be better to just proceed with the assessment? Mo Nan frowned deeply. He had a feeling that these 3 days should be the key. The assessment tasks should also be completed within these 3 days. But in this case, what will the assessment content be? Mo Nan was a little confused. He didn't understand what this round of assessment was about. When recruiting students for a martial arts academy, they assess the fighter's combat power, mentality, perseverance, judgment, combat coordination, and cheat level. All of this is understandable. But what qualities of the warriors does the third round of assessment want to test? Could it be observation skills? Or perhaps, survival skills? Mo Nan shook his head, feeling that neither was quite the same. He continued walking aimlessly on the street. At this moment, a thin figure led a team of officers and soldiers and came straight to Mo Nan, blocking his way. Mo Nan raised his head, looked at the audience in front of him, frowned and said, "What do you want to say?" The leading officer didn't answer. He looked at the thin figure, pointed at Mo Nan and said, "Is it him?" The thin figure shouted, "It's him, sir, it's him. I saw him coming out of the Wang family alley with my own eyes. He was definitely the one who murdered the Wang family." Mo Nan frowned and said, "I don't understand what you are saying." After saying that, Mo Nan prepared to leave. Now that he knew the importance of these 3 days, he would not waste them. If I were taken away by the officers and soldiers in front of me, who knows how many days I would be detained. Even if you find out in the end that it wasn't you who did it, you may have already missed the test time. Seeing Mo Nan about to leave, the leader sneered, "Come with us, if it wasn't you who did it, we will clear your name." As he spoke, he took out an arrest warrant. The moment the arrest warrant was brought out, Mo Nan, who was about to use the glimpses trick to get away, suddenly stumbled. His true energy disappeared. Mo Nan frowned. This time, he really couldn't leave. In the Tianling City prison, Mo Nan lay on the cold wooden bed, his mind racing as he kept thinking and analyzing. Perhaps the purpose of Juxiao Academy is to put students into prison. Mo Nan felt that this possibility was very high, otherwise, facing the previous situation, no one could escape. But what is the purpose of Juxiao Academy letting candidates enter the prison? I can't do anything in this small cell. In the center of this world, a majestic city rises from the ground, ancient and desolate. Above the city gate, two ancient and large characters with a sense of Taoism flow, which makes people fall in love with them at the first sight. Juxiao. This is one of the four peerless academies, Juxiao Academy. At the same time, it is also the first holy place in this small world, the Juxiao Holy Land. Inside the city, on top of a misty mountain, two middle-aged men were playing chess. Tell me, is there any luck in this universe? If so, can it really defy the will of heaven? One person holds a white piece in his hand and slowly drops it, trapping a group of black pieces. I don't know, but how could that person from 800 years ago have gone against the tide if it wasn't for luck? And another person answered, then pointed his finger to the sky, and then the black piece in his hand fell. In an instant, the adversity was broken and the black and white sides switched from offense to defense. The man holding the white piece sighed and put down the chess piece in his hand. His gaze penetrated the boundless space and time, taking in the entire small world. It seems like these little guys don't have very good luck. Fortune doesn't favor them. Another person also laughed and said, do you know why that person personally spoke up and rated the little guys during the second stage? What happened? Someone killed the dark dragon. What? Who is that person? The middle-aged man in black smiled, pointed to two places, and said, if it weren't for the blessing of luck, how could such a feat be achieved? Can? The middle-aged man in white wanted to say something but stopped himself. He looked at the dead body of someone lying in the prison, but in the end he said nothing. The middle-aged man in black smiled and was about to speak when his eyes suddenly looked in other directions. Look, isn't this just luck? It's a 1 in 10,000 chance. Then, the two of them looked somewhere. Mo Nan lay quietly on the wooden bed in the prison, as if he was asleep. If you look closely, you can see that his brows are twisted into the shape of a character. A whole morning passed, during which time he did not see even a fly except the jailer who brought him food. Waiting like this isn't a solution. There's no hint of the mission at all. Mo Nan sat up from the bed, he felt that he might have made a wrong judgment. Going to jail may not be part of the assessment, or a necessary condition. He had to get out and leave here by all means. Regardless of whether the assessment involves self-rescue or not, he must leave here. He wants to save himself. Looking at the empty prison, Mo Nan frowned tightly, but how could he save himself? He recalled the previous conversation between the officers and soldiers and the thin figure. Wang family? Destroy the whole family? Thinking of this, Mo Nan stood up. Chapter 63. Mo Nan quickly rushed to the cell door and slammed the iron door hard. Someone come. After a moment, an impatient voice came over, what are you shouting about? Are you calling for the soul? I have something to say. Ask your manager to come over. You're just a suspect, why are you acting so arrogant? You want to see the jail boss? You're dreaming. Wait for the court to convict you in 3 days. Mo Nan got anxious when he heard that. 3 days? Isn't that a scam? After 3 days, the daylily will be cold. I have clues about the Wang family's murder. I know who the real murderer is. Hurry up and go. If the case is solved, you will be the first to achieve this. After hearing this, the jailer, who was originally half dead, finally stood up and walked out. A moment later, a middle-aged prison guard walked to the door of the cell where Mo Nan was. You said you're not the murderer? The murderer is someone else. Mo Nan nodded, of course, I just came to Tianling City, so it's impossible for me to kill anyone. The middle-aged prison boss shook his head. I don't trust you. You know, you are the only suspect now. Mo Nan was speechless. He hoped this guy wasn't an old-fashioned person who wouldn't listen to anything. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to deal with him. I've seen the murderer before. If he shows up again, I'll definitely recognize him. Give me 3 days to find him. If I can't find him, I'll sign and plead guilty. It is naturally impossible to confess the crime and say this just to keep the initiative in one's own hands. Mo Nan had never seen the murderer, and he said this just to get away temporarily. As for what would happen if the murderer couldn't be found? The worst that could happen was that I'd fail the assessment and be eliminated. Did Juxiao Academy really want me to go to jail? Did they really think federal law was just for show? Seeing the hesitation on the jailer's face, Mo Nan was delighted and continued, whether I can find the murderer or not, it will be a great achievement for the city lord, and you will also get a lot of credit. Why not do it? Besides, I don't have the ability to escape now, right? The middle-aged jailer pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice, wait, I'll report to the city lord. The middle-aged prison boss turned and left. As he left, he gave the young jailer a look that said, keep an eye on him and don't let him play any tricks. After seeing the other party leave, Mo Nan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this guy is not a pedantic person, otherwise, he would really not be able to get out. As for the murderer, he had no idea what kind of murderer it was. He just wanted to find an excuse to go out. Now he has the physical fitness of an ordinary person, and his whole body of true energy is sealed. Even if he is now a warrior in the first level of the body tempering realm, Mo Nan is not his opponent. The reason why he wanted to go out was to take the initiative into his own hands. Isn't it just a case? I was actually praised by the Public Security Bureau. Mo Nan touched his nose. Although, that was not a case solved by his real ability, but cheating is also a kind of strength, isn't it? He now places all his hopes on his own talent. Mo Nan had checked it out while wandering around the city before. This place didn't seem to be the same space as before, but the real world. Because he can see everyone's golden fingers clearly. It seems that this is the small world without modern elements that Xiao Yan mentioned before. And this small world also has its own unique name, Juxiao Continent. I heard from the storyteller in the tea house that the Juxiao Continent is very large, and only true martial arts masters have the opportunity to see its entire appearance. Ordinary people will never reach the end of the continent in their lifetime. This made Mo Nan a little curious and expectant about the situation in this small world. Back to the topic, the people here don't seem to know the existence of Blue Star, at least that's what ordinary people and low-level warriors think. But everyone here also has their own golden fingers, but they call it God-given abilities. This way, Mo Nan has more room to perform. Perhaps, we can solve this major case again using the same method as before. Even if the case cannot be solved directly, there is a great possibility of finding some clues. The most important thing is that I can take advantage of the time to solve the case to find out the content of the assessment. It's embarrassing to say, Mo Nan still doesn't know what Juxiao Academy will test. In the competition between top talents, every minute and every second is very precious, but I have wasted most of the day in this dark cell. I hope I won't fall too far behind. Mo Nan thought to himself, and his heart couldn't help but become more anxious. Just as Mo Nan was waiting, there was a sound of chains rattling from the prison door in the distance. Then, the jailer who had just left walked in, followed by 2 figures in constable uniforms. The prison boss came to the door of Mo Nan's cell, took out the key and opened the huge iron lock on the door. The door was divided into left and right, and 3 figures appeared in front of Mo Nan. In addition to the previous jailer, there were 2 constables, 1 male and 1 female. The city lord has agreed to your request. You may now go out and investigate the Wang family's murder case. These two detectives will cooperate with you throughout the entire process. Remember, you only have 3 days. Cooperate with me? Why don't you just say you're monitoring me? It's true that people in ancient times spoke without being straightforward. Thank you both for your help. Mo Nan clasped his fists at the two constables, then looked at them. The male constable was a handsome young man with a righteous look on his face. The other female detective had a cold face and looked extremely indifferent. She has willow-shaped eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, a delicate nose, red lips, an oval face without any makeup, and a cold and serious temperament. Mo Nan, who has lived in a modern city since childhood, saw a beautiful woman without any makeup for the first time, and couldn't help but take a second look. Look again, and I'll gouge out your eyes. A cold shout rang out in the quiet cell. Mo Nan touched his nose awkwardly. My lords, let's go. After Mo Nan and the other two left the prison, they walked straight to the scene of the crime. On the way, the female detective said coldly, "Didn't you say you saw the murderer? Most cases like this are committed by acquaintances. We can call in everyone who is familiar with the Wang family or has had a feud with them, and you can identify them one by one, right?" Mo Nan pulled the corner of his mouth and said, "Just in case, let's go to the scene and take a look. We can't rule out the possibility that a stranger committed the crime." Hearing this, the female detective didn't say anything else. Their main task is to monitor Mo Nan. As for how to solve the case, that is Mo Nan's business. Moreover, she seriously suspected that Mo Nan himself was the murderer in this case, and the reason he did this was just a delaying tactic so that he could take the opportunity to escape. Especially the frivolous action of Mo Nan staring at her just now made her have no good impression of Mo Nan. Humph! You can't escape while I'm here. Chapter 64. The three of them quickly arrived at the scene of the crime. It was the quiet alley where Mo Nan first appeared. Mo Nan was speechless. Isn't this a scam? He just appeared here. What can he do? Moreover, he appeared out of nowhere and no one saw him walk into the alley. No wonder he was suspected of being the murderer. This kind of luck is unmatched, it's really unlucky. He said that he smelled a faint smell of blood at that time, but he was busy understanding the situation here and did not pay much attention to it. Now it seems that I should have gone over to take a look at that time. If I found that something was wrong, I could have run away in advance. Unfortunately, one misstep led to eternal regret. Now, I can only work hard to prove my innocence. The three of them soon arrived in front of a courtyard at the innermost part of the alley. After pushing open the door, a small courtyard appeared in front of the three of them. The Wang family had 2 elderly people, an orphan, and a widowed mother, a total of 4 people, all of whom were brutally murdered. The murderer's methods were extremely cruel. He didn't even spare the infant who was still breastfeeding. He is simply a beast. While introducing the situation of the Wang family, the female detective stared at Mo Nan's eyes, as if she wanted to see something strange in Mo Nan's eyes. Unfortunately, she was disappointed. Mo Nan ignored the female detective's gaze. He understood what she meant. Didn't she think he was the real murderer? But I really feel wronged. But Mo Nan had no way to explain anything. He turned to the female detective and said, "Master Zhao, could you please give us a detailed introduction to the social relationships of the Wang family members?" On the way here, Mo Nan already knew the names of the 2 people. The young male detective was called Sun Cheng, and the female detective was called Zhao Yelan. Zhao Yelan didn't get the answer she wanted from Mo Nan's eyes, but she didn't get discouraged. She began to tell Mo Nan about the specific situation of the Wang family. According to Zhao Yelan, the Wang family's social interactions are simple. The Wang family is a very honest family and has harmonious relations with their neighbors. The Wang family moved to Tianling City several generations ago, so they don't have any relatives. Wang Taizu is the only labor force in the family and makes a living by selling candied haws. He died of illness 3 months ago. Apart from this, there are no other useful clues. Zhao Yelan once again stared at Mo Nan with scrutiny. Wang Taizu's wife, Lu, is very beautiful. The hooligans and bachelors from the nearby streets all covet her. Someone once broke into the Wang family's house while Wang Taizu was away. Mo Nan was helpless. Why were you looking at me like that again? Do I look lustful? Is it possible that it was done by those thugs? Mo Nan guessed. We've investigated and found that those thugs didn't have the time to commit the crime. Furthermore, they were lustful, but not murderous. Most importantly, there were no signs of Lu being violated before her death. It was Sun Cheng who spoke this time. Naturally, they investigated such an obvious clue immediately, but in the end, they ruled them out one by one. Are there any photos of the deceased? The body had been taken away long ago, and there was no trace of it at the scene. Mo Nan remembered what a celebrity said, corpses can speak. What's a photo? Zhao Yelan frowned. It's just the files. Can you let me see them? Or the body would be fine too. Mo Nan almost forgot the special situation here. In a world without technology, there are really many inconveniences. No, you are now a suspect, and the only suspect in this case. You are very likely to destroy the evidence. Sun Chendao. Mo Nan was speechless. How should this case be investigated? When I entered the house, I could see nothing except the dried blood on the ground. Mo Nan walked out of the house. He was not a real detective and could not find any details or clues that were easily overlooked. Its advantage is that it can see some secret information of others, but most of it is related to martial arts. But no matter what, you need to reach out to talented people. Let's go visit the residents nearby. Sun Cheng and the other man didn't say anything and followed Mo Nan silently. Of course, they have already conducted visits, which is the most basic method of solving the case. But their mission is to monitor Mo Nan. As for the rest, just let Mo Nan do it. In the end, he won't be able to find any useful clues anyway. Mo Nan and the other two quickly visited several nearby households, and Mo Nan frowned deeply. Is there really no hope? If you can't find any clues, just follow us back to the prison. Hearing what Zhao Yelan said, Mo Nan rolled his eyes. Are you trying to use me as a scapegoat? Master Zhao, there doesn't seem to be any evidence to prove that I was the one who did it, right? We will investigate whether you did it or not. We will never wrongly accuse a good person, nor will we let a bad person go. Just wait in peace in the prison. What the hell are you waiting for? If I stay in jail for 3 days, I'll just disappear from this world, right? In your terms, shouldn't it be called transcending heaven and earth, ascending to heaven? Just when Mo Nan was at a loss, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure carrying a jar of wine passing by the alley. Mo Nan was shocked and shouted loudly, "Stop!" Upon hearing this, the man threw away the jar of wine in his hand and ran away. "My two lords, stop him!" Mo Nan shouted anxiously to the two people beside him. There was no way. He was just an ordinary person whose cultivation had been sealed, and he couldn't catch up with that figure at all. Sun Cheng and Zhao Yelan looked at each other, then Zhao Yelan stayed to stare at Mo Nan, while Sun Cheng shot out like an arrow. A moment later, Sun Cheng escorted a young man into the alley. "Ouch, Lord Sun, please be gentle, my bones are about to break, ouch." The young man he was holding groaned in pain and in a scoundrel-like manner. Zhao Yelan went up and kicked the young man. "Chen Xiao'er, did you kill the 4 members of the Wang family?" "Hey, Master Zhao, what are you talking about? Although I, Chen Xiao'er, am a bit of a jerk, I would never do something so beastly. Hasn't the government already investigated? I spent the entire night drinking at old Liu's tavern. Many people saw it." Chen Xiao'er spoke cautiously while constantly looking at Zhao Yelan. "If it's not you, why are you running?" I'm scared. As he spoke, he glanced at Zhao Yelan again. Zhao Yelan kicked him twice again, but there was nothing she could do. It was not against the law to look at people, and besides, Chen Xiao'er spent a few days in jail every month. He was definitely a traitor. Zhao Yelan frowned and looked at Mo Nan. You suspect it's him? Where's the evidence? Sun Cheng also said calmly, at the time of the incident, Chen Xiao'er was drinking in the pub. This is a fact. Mo Nan didn't say anything and walked over slowly. Chapter 65. My lords, please let him go. I didn't say he was the murderer. Zhao Yelan raised her eyebrows. Mo Nan, how dare you play tricks on us? Mo Nan was speechless. He just asked them to stop Chen Xiao'er, but he didn't say that he was the murderer. It was all your imagination, okay? Although he is not the murderer, he should be related to the murderer. What do you mean? Sun Cheng frowned. Mo Nan did not answer him, but asked a seemingly irrelevant question. He pointed at Chen Xiao'er and asked the two of them, does he have any intentions towards the Lu family? Why are you asking that? Zhao Yelan frowned, but continued, it's more than just coveting, it's simply obsession. Sun Cheng added, it was this guy who sneaked into people's homes when Wang Taizu was not at home, and he did it more than once. Did he succeed? Mo Nan, what exactly do you want to ask? Zhao Yelan couldn't help herself. What kind of questions were these? Are you actually investigating a case? Mo Nan had no choice but to look at Chen Xiao'er. You say it. Chen Xiao'er met Mo Nan's deep eyes, and suddenly his heart was chilled. He said in a trembling voice, once, I took advantage of her sleeping and I paid the silver at that time. We have already settled it privately. This, the official can't do anything about it, right? When? Mo Nan continued to ask. 1 year ago. Hearing this, Mo Nan suddenly raised his voice and said coldly, Chen Xiao'er, tell me everything you saw last night honestly. Hey, sir, I don't know what you are talking about. I drank all night last night and only saw a room full of drunks. You won't tell me. Mo Nan sneered and looked at the top of Chen Xiao'er's head. Name, Chen Xiao'er. Gold finger, 10 miles of perspective, mortal grade supreme. Cultivation, body tempering level 8. Note 1, within a radius of 10 miles, you can ignore all obstacles and observe the essence. Note 2, unable to see through formations above yellow level and other martial arts concealment methods. The Chen Xiao'er in front of him possessed this kind of otaku skill and was obsessed with Lu. In this situation, how could he resist watching? Especially when it is late at night and you have had a few drinks, it is even more impossible to hold back. I guess all the young girls and wives within a 10-mile radius have been looked at by this guy, right? It's really hard for this guy. Every night his eyes enjoy the feast but his body suffers. Wait, could I be seen naked too? I was wearing ordinary clothes. Mo Nan quickly asked Brother Tianfu, and only after getting the answer of block all prying eyes did he breathe a sigh of relief. Mo Nan slapped Chen Xiao'er's head hard, pulling his gaze back from Zhao Yelan. Chen Xiao'er, don't you want to avenge Lu Ruyan? Lu Ruyan is the name of Wang Taizu's wife. When she was a child, her family was poor and salt was a luxury for ordinary people. Therefore, her parents gave her such a name, hoping that they could have salt to eat every meal, and also hoping that one day, the salt in their home would be as inexhaustible as willow catkins. This is the simple and honest wish of ordinary people. My lord, I really don't know what you are talking about. Chen Xiao'er was very panicked. Facing the master in front of him, his divine ability seemed to have lost its effect and he had no reaction at all. Before, even if he was the city lord, he could see the other party's inner armor. Furthermore, the other party seemed to have seen through his secret at a glance, which meant that the person in front of him was even stronger than the city lord. He was definitely an unparalleled strongman. This is why he answers every question. Thinking of this, a hint of hesitation appeared on his face. Mo Nan keenly caught the hesitation on Chen Xiao'er's face, and he was delighted, thinking that the bet was right. Then, add more fuel to the fire. Chen Xiao'er, even if you don't want to avenge Lu Ruyan, don't you also want to avenge your own child? Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao'er suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Mo Nan blankly. Mo Nan nodded, that's right, Xiao Bao is your flesh and blood, you didn't expect that he would be so successful in one go, right? After being stunned for a moment, Chen Xiao'er suddenly held his head with his hands and roared. Ah! BD, I'm going to kill him! I'm going to kill him! Sun Cheng and Zhao Yalan were stunned when they saw this scene. What's going on? Did Mo Nan actually find a clue? Oh no, did he just identify the murderer? After roaring for a while, Chen Xiao'er finally calmed down. His face was filled with hatred and his voice was completely hoarse. I say everything. Chen Xiao'er himself was a street thug who hated people and dogs, and he thought that this would be the end of his life. The first half of your life is spent relying on your parents, and the second half is spent begging, and your whole life is just a passing one. However, the appearance of Lu Ruyan gave him a glimmer of fighting spirit in his uneventful life. Unfortunately, she was already a married woman, and he could only watch her and Wang Taizu being intimate every night. Finally one night, he got what he wanted. After that night, he became a gangster again. He never thought about getting married, and no one else would marry their daughter to someone like him. Don't even think about continuing the family line. But now, the master in front of him told him that he actually had a child, a cute boy. With this senior's strength, there is no need for him to lie to me, and the timing is right. But his only flesh and blood was killed by that guy in the most cruel way. What's even more ironic is that I actually witnessed the whole process. At that time, he thought about coming to save Lu Ruyan, but then he remembered his own weak strength and the man's identity and background. He got scared. She's just a woman. So what if I like her? Compared to my own life, she's worthless. He also thought about reporting to the police, but he was afraid that the other party would take revenge later. So he watched everything coldly. During this time, he drank alcohol in big gulps to numb himself. It was not until this moment that Chen Xiao realized what he had lost. He is just a street urchin, not a heartless beast, he has feelings. He must make the culprit, the beast, pay the price. He said in a hoarse voice, Sir, I saw everything. I know who the murderer is. You must avenge Ruyan and Xiao Bao. It's natural, isn't it? Mo Nan nodded and said to Chen Xiao'er. Wait. Zhao Yalan suddenly spoke up, then took out a pen and paper from her ring, and nodded to Chen Xiao'er. Okay, you can tell me now. Chen Xiao'er glanced at Mo Nan and the other two, then began to tell the story in a hoarse voice. Chapter 66. As Chen Xiao'er told the story, the truth of the Wang family massacre finally came to light. The identity of the murderer was beyond everyone's expectations. He was one of the 3 great martial arts masters in Tianling City and the owner of Tianling Martial Arts Hall. As for why that person attacked an ordinary family, no one knows. My lords, he is not a human being at all. He drinks blood, human blood. Chen Xiao'er seemed to have remembered something, and there was an unconcealable fear in his eyes. He saw with his own eyes last night that the so-called highly respected martial arts master drank all of Xiao Bao's blood. Mo Nan raised his eyebrows, and the first 2 words that came to his mind were evil cultivators. This is the name used on Blue Star. The so-called evil cultivators are those warriors who have awakened the evil golden finger or are brutal and bloodthirsty by nature. Their cruelty and perversion are beyond the imagination of normal people. The 3 people that Mo Nan caught in Linen City can only be described as thugs. Compared with the evil cultivators, they are not even a little bit inferior. But after thinking about it carefully, Mo Nan felt that it was unlikely. This is the territory of Juxiao Academy. Even the entire world was created by them. They are the only supreme rulers of this small world. Under such circumstances, how can we allow evil practitioners to exist? But the behavior of this museum owner clearly shows that he is a genuine evil cultivator. Could it be that there was a fish that slipped through the net due to a mistake? Mo Nan frowned. This situation was not impossible. No one would know what kind of golden finger others had awakened. In addition, people's hearts were unpredictable. As long as the other party hid well enough, even Juxiao Academy would probably not be able to discover it. Mo Nan sighed in his heart. It seems that there is no real pure land in this world. Putting his thoughts aside, Mo Nan looked at Sun Cheng and Zhao Yelan. My two lords, you may return and report now. All he needs to do is find the murderer. As for how to deal with the follow-up, it is none of his business. As for whether the officials in Tianling City protect each other or whether they will stand up for an ordinary family, it has nothing to do with him, Mo Nan. He was just a passerby taking the exam. Based solely on Chen Xiao's one-sided statement, we cannot be sure that the murderer is Master Zhang. Sun Cheng frowned. That's something you guys should investigate. I have something important to do and I don't have time to waste with you. Mo Nan was helpless. The witnesses were all there, but he still couldn't prove his innocence. It's possible that you and Chen Xiao are colluded. The more Zhao Yelan thought about it, the more possible it seemed. How could it be such a coincidence that they just happened to run into Chen Xiao as soon as they arrived? Moreover, how could such a martial arts master attack an ordinary family? Even if he did take action, how could he be seen by a mere Chen Xiao? Even if Chen Xiao had bumped into him accidentally, how could he still be alive? He would have been killed to silence him long ago. In this regard, Mo Nan just wants to say, you are really smart. Okay, let's go back and report this to the city lord. After Sun Cheng finished speaking, he looked at Mo Nan. What else can Mo Nan do? When you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Heavenly Ling City Castle Lord's Office. The city lord's majestic voice rang out, Chen Xiao, is what you said true? The city lord was a middle-aged man with a righteous look on his face, but at this moment, his brows were deeply furrowed. Mo Nan stared over. He was a little curious about the overall strength of this world. He wondered what the strength of this city lord would be. As the lord of a big city, he should at least be a martial king, right? It would be even better if I could copy his cheat code. But the result disappointed Mo Nan. The city lord's golden finger is only of the highest spiritual grade, and his cultivation is only at the purple mansion realm. It seems that I have taken it for granted. After all, this is just a small world and cannot be compared with Blue Star. Every word I said is true. I hope the city lord will avenge the Wang family of 4. Chen Xiao spoke indignantly, with hatred flashing in his eyes. This city lord knows. After the city lord finished speaking, he looked at Mo Nan again. You are free for the time being, but you are not allowed to leave Tianling City until everything is concluded. Mo Nan frowned, but finally clasped his fists and said, Thank you, City Lord. Although this restriction made him very unhappy, what else could he do? At least now I can look for assessment hints in the city. No need to stay in a dark cell like before. City Lord, Zhao Yelan wanted to say something, but reached out to the city lord to stop her. Mo Nan clasped his fists towards the few people, then turned and left the city lord's mansion. The city lord looked at Mo Nan's leaving back, his eyes became a little deep, and he murmured meaningfully, It's true that heroes emerge from youth. Then, the city lord waved his hand and had Chen Xiao taken away. Only then did Zhao Yelan speak up, Uncle Xiao, why did you let him go? He might be the murderer. The city lord smiled and looked at Zhao Yelan. Yelan, I will investigate this matter personally. As for him, you two may become fellow disciples in the future. Zhao Yelan was startled and asked, Uncle Xiao, what do you mean by that? The city lord didn't answer her question, but said, all right, go back and prepare for the Juxiao Holy Land's enrollment in 3 days. That's the Juxiao Holy Land. The last time they enrolled students from the Juxiao continent was 30 years ago. Your generation has really come at a great time. Zhao Yelan was a little puzzled and said, Uncle Xiao, I have a question that I can't figure out. Tell me about it. Why did the Juxiao Holy Land wait so long to recruit students from the Juxiao continent? Aren't they afraid of losing talent and losing their legacy? Haha, girl, people who are used to the sea will not take the pond seriously. What's more, this small pond has never had a real dragon appear before. After the city lord said something Zhao Yelan didn't understand, he continued, Yelan, you must strive to enter the Juxiao Holy Land. The other martial arts forces on this continent are not even worthy of carrying the shoes of the Juxiao Holy Land. Only when you enter the Juxiao Holy Land will you realize the vastness of the world. After saying this, the city lord waved his hand, signaling Zhao Yelan and the other two to leave. Zhao Yelan was confused by the city lord's words. She walked out of the city lord's mansion thoughtfully. Then, she saw Mo Nan standing motionless at the door. Thinking of what the city lord said before, it seemed that Mo Nan would also participate in the enrollment of Juxiao Holy Land. And from what Uncle Xiao said, it seems that he has concluded that this guy has a high probability of passing. Thinking of this, Zhao Yelan walked towards Mo Nan. She wanted to see what this guy was capable of. Chapter 67. In the center of the Juxiao continent, on a mountain shrouded in clouds and mist, 2 figures, one black and one white, stood side by side. When their deep starry eyes opened and closed, it seemed as if all things were sinking and the galaxy was reversing. The figure in white suddenly let out a light exclamation, and then burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, destiny is determined by heaven. Of course, we can change our fate, but human power can also break the shackles, right? The figure in black also followed her gaze and saw the bustling Tianling city. I didn't say luck trumps everything. How could a warrior like me succumb to the word fate? It's just that luck is just as important as the golden finger. Neither is indispensable. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many miracles. Then, the black-clad figure continued, perhaps, luck is a kind of golden finger, but it just hasn't appeared yet. The figure in white nodded, then said in a cold voice, evil cultivators, these human parasites are truly omnipresent. How dare they act so presumptuously in my 9 heavens world? What are those people down there doing for a living? The black-clad figure did not speak, and the top of the mountain fell into silence again. Tianling City, at the gate of the city lord's mansion. Mo Nan looked at the busy streets and felt a little confused for a moment. What exactly is Juxiao Academy trying to do? Where should I start now? Forget it, let's find out more about the Juxiao Holy Land recruiting disciples. Maybe we can find some clues. After Mo Nan made up his mind, he prepared to leave. At this moment, Zhao Yelan's voice came from behind. Mo Nan, wait a moment. Mo Nan raised his eyebrows when he heard this and turned to look over. I wonder what else this woman wants. Is she dissatisfied with the city lord's decision and wants to tie me up and take me back? Or, in other words, keep me under surveillance? Mo Nan, who had recovered his strength, was not worried about what Zhao Yelan, who was only at the peak of the qi condensation realm, would do to him. Master Zhao, what else can I do for you? Zhao Yelan didn't say anything, but walked over and circled around Mo Nan several times, her eyes full of scrutiny and scrutiny. Mo Nan's forehead was full of black lines. Master Zhao, are you interested in me? Zhao Yelan heard this and a blush appeared on her pretty face. You, shameless. Mo Nan sighed. Ancient girls were still the best. If this were on Blue Star, especially girls like Hua Qingguo and Luo Yun, not to mention blushing, they might even come over and hook their arms around his neck and ask, "What do you think? Since Lord Zhao is all right, I will be leaving now." After saying that, Mo Nan prepared to leave. However, Zhao Yalan's next words stopped Mo Nan from leaving. "Are you also here to participate in the Juxiao Holy Land enrollment in 3 days?" Mo Nan quickly looked at Zhao Yalan and asked in surprise, "Master Zhao, do you know the rules for recruiting students at Juxiao Holy Land?" "I know, but why should I tell you?" As she spoke, Zhao Yalan raised her slender chin. "I didn't realize that this seemingly serious and cold Lord Zhao actually has such a proud and arrogant side. How about I treat Mr. Zhao to dinner?" "No, I don't want to eat that." Mo Nan put forward several conditions in a row, but Zhao Yalan refused to budge. Mo Nan was helpless and decided not to tell anyone. There should be many people who knew this news, so he planned to ask around elsewhere. Seeing Mo Nan was about to leave, Zhao Yalan hurried to Mo Nan. "Unless you can tell me your origins." This is what Zhao Yalan desperately wants to know. She has checked Mo Nan, and it seems like he appeared out of thin air, but the city lord doesn't care about it at all. And from what Uncle Xiao said, this guy has a great chance of entering the Juxiao Holy Land. This made her, the #1 genius in Tianling City, feel a little dissatisfied. "You have to know that even for myself, the evaluation Uncle Xiao gave was just have a chance. How could this guy get such a high evaluation?" "My origins." Mo Nan's heart moved, and then his eyes suddenly became deep. He put his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. "I was born in a vast snowy land, and have been fighting for survival since I was a child. The white dragon destined by fate is the figure in my childhood dreams. I started practicing shooting at the age of 3. That year, as soon as I picked up a gun, I felt one with it and couldn't let it go. Longing is a long memory, short longing is endless, so I realized the first shot, longing." As Mo Nan slowly opened her mouth, Zhao Yalan's beautiful eyes gradually widened. She seemed to see the figure of a peerless gunslinger dominating the world, with such supreme grace that it was dizzying. "Master Zhao, Master Zhao!" Mo Nan stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Zhao Yalan's eyes. Zhao Yalan finally came back to her senses. She looked at Mo Nan and said, "Are you really talking about you?" "Of course not," Mo Nan complained in his heart, "is this girl a little stupid, she can even believe this? Of course it's true." Zhao Yalan then let out a deep breath and looked at Mo Nan with complicated eyes. Mr. Zhao, can you tell me the admissions rules for the Juxiao Holy Land?" Seeing that Zhao Yalan was slow to speak, Mo Nan asked. "I'll take you to a place, and you'll know when you get there." After Zhao Yalan finished speaking, she walked in one direction. Seeing this, Mo Nan hurried to catch up. He suddenly remembered what Zhao Yalan had said before, and turned to ask, "Master Zhao, you asked me before if I wanted to participate in the enrollment of Juxiao Holy Land as well. Are you going to participate as well?" "Of course, I'm the greatest genius in Tianling City in the past 30 years. When this was mentioned, Zhao Yalan's face lit up again. She admitted that Mo Nan was evil, but Zhao Yalan was not bad either. Mo Nan understood the meaning of the spear, and she also understood the meaning of the sword. Hearing this, Mo Nan was a little surprised. He thought Juxiao Academy only recruited students from Blue Star, but now it seems that is not the case. Come to think of it, one still has to take care of one's own little world. He looked at Zhao Yalan again, who was holding her chin high. With a lower grade Dao level golden finger, her talent was indeed quite good. The greatest genius in 30 years? It seemed that this so-called Tianling City was even inferior to Linen City where he lived. Master Zhao, how would your talent compare to the entire Juxiao continent? Zhao Yalan gave Mo Nan a look of idiocy when she heard this. You are so arrogant. You open your mouth and mention the Juxiao continent. Do you know how big the Juxiao continent is? Mo Nan was speechless. How big was it? Bigger than the blue planet? Bigger than the universe? Zhao Yelan continued, there are tens of thousands of large cities in our eastern region alone. As for my talent, let's put it this way, a few days ago, the leader of the eastern region's #1 martial arts faction came to me personally and wanted to take me in as a disciple. In the end, I refused. I want to enter the Juxiao Holy Land. Chapter 68. Mo Nan. From this perspective, the level of geniuses in Juxiao continent seems to be average. We are all human beings, so why is there such a big gap between us and Blue Star? It definitely has nothing to do with the world they live in, otherwise, Juxiao Academy would have physically cancelled this small world long ago. That's probably because the place is too small and there are fewer people. The chance of producing a top genius is too small. Just like how Linen City has been unable to get into a top-tier university for decades. After understanding the overall level and general situation of this small world, Mo Nan stopped talking. After a moment of silence, Zhao Yelan suddenly asked a question that surprised Mo Nan. How do you know that the child is Chen Xiao's? Mo Nan's mouth twitched. Is this important? I don't know. As long as Chen Xiao thinks it is, that's enough. Those two questions he asked weren't asked in vain. Did he really think he was curious about other people's private lives? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yelan gave Mo Nan a look of contempt. There was no conversation along the way, and soon they arrived in front of a majestic building. Zhao Yelan brought Mo Nan to a room. Just go in and sign up inside. Mo Nan was a little confused. What the hell? Is it that simple? Is it enough to just sign up? What do you think? Mo Nan walked into the room a little confused. There was only a middle-aged man sitting in the room. His cultivation level was actually at the martial realm, which was stronger than that of the city lord. I guess he must be from Juxiao Academy. After seeing Mo Nan, the middle-aged man said. Where are your residence certificate and recommendation letter? Mo Nan shook his head, I don't. No. The middle-aged man frowned. Do you know where this place is? Do you know the consequences of causing trouble here? Zhao Yelan was shocked. She thought that a genius like Mo Nan must have a letter of recommendation, so she didn't ask any more questions. We're doomed now, this is the Juxiao Holy Land. She was very panicked, wondering if it would get her into trouble. Mo Nan wanted to explain, but when he thought about the bad things he had encountered after entering this world, he felt unhappy. Mo Nan walked up to the middle-aged man in silence under the puzzled gazes of the middle-aged man and Zhao Yelan. Then, he slammed the table in front of the middle-aged man. Bang! Zhao Yelan closed her eyes in despair. This kid is dead. The middle-aged man frowned deeply and looked at Mo Nan indifferently. Mo Nan gritted his teeth and said word by word, what on earth do you, Juxiao Academy, want to do? The middle-aged man, who originally had an indifferent expression, turned into a look of astonishment when he heard Mo Nan's words. He was a little puzzled. That wasn't right. Shouldn't those candidates be in jail right now? If one is lucky enough not to be in jail, he should come in the morning, but it is noon now. He looked at Zhao Yelan, who was wearing the uniform of a constable. Could this guy be a relative of the city lord? However, he quickly dismissed this unrealistic idea. Zhao Yelan's face twitched and she quietly retreated towards the door. She couldn't let Mo Nan get involved. Who are you? The middle-aged man looked at Mo Nan. Bang! Mo Nan slapped 3 medals on the table, 2 purple and 1 black. When the middle-aged man saw these 3 medals, his pupil shrank. 2 Wushuan, and. He couldn't help but think of a rumor not long ago. What does this black medal represent? Legend? He quickly stood up and said, please sit down. Then he shouted out the door, someone, bring tea. He knew what these three metals represented. The young man in front of him would most likely become an unrivaled powerful man in the future. And he himself is just a grand master of the martial arts realm, and has no hope of becoming a martial king in this life. Being able to make friends with a genius like Mo Nan, although there is no benefit in it, there will definitely be no harm. Zhao Yelan, who had already retreated to the door, was a little confused. What's going on? Mo Nan slammed the table, and you still serve him tea? Could it be that Mo Nan has a backer in the Juxiao Holy Land? Thinking of this, Zhao Yelan quietly moved to Mo Nan's side again. Mo Nan waved his hand, no need, just tell me the content of the assessment. The middle-aged man didn't waste any words and handed Mo Nan a jade pendant. Before the Juxiao Academy starts recruiting students in 3 days, you just need to pass the 7th floor of the Fenjiun Tower. Mo Nan took the jade pendant, looked at the middle-aged man doubtfully, and said uncertainly. That's it. The middle-aged man nodded, that's it. Good. Putting away the jade pendant, Mo Nan turned around and left. When he reached the door, he suddenly turned back. I want to ask, why did you arrange that previous scene? Which one? Prison. Mo Nan complained in his heart, why are you pretending, don't tell me it was just an accident. The middle-aged man was surprised and said, ah? You're in jail? That might be an accident. I'm so sorry. Mo Nan didn't say anything else, turned around and walked out of the room. He wouldn't believe it was just an accident. Was he that mean? He showed up at the doorstep of a murder case? My luck has always been good, right? How could I be so unlucky? As soon as Mo Nan and Zhao Yelan walked out of the room, Zhao Yelan's mouth rang out like a string of cannonballs. Mo Nan, who are you exactly? Do you have a connection to the Juxiao Holy Land? Also, why do you call the Juxiao Holy Land the Juxiao Academy? And what are those 3 pieces of iron you took out? The master from the Juxiao Holy Land's face changed when he saw the iron pieces. Mo Nan got a headache after hearing this. Did you borrow your mouth? Are you in a hurry to return it? Master Zhao, you have so many questions. Which one should I answer first? Mo Nan said as he walked out. To be honest, Mo Nan felt a little frustrated. He had planned so much before, pondered it in his mind for so long, and hundreds of millions of brain cells died, but in the end, the assessment content was so simple. Was it found so easily? In his heart, he cursed the person who designed this assessment. Standing on the street, Zhao Yelan beside him was looking at him eagerly. Mo Nan said helplessly, Master Zhao, haven't I already explained my origins? Besides, I don't have any backers in the Juxiao Holy Land. As for those 3 pieces of iron, just think of them as special letters of recommendation. As for why the Juxiao Holy Land is called the Juxiao Academy, it's just my personal preference. Zhao Yelan heard this and looked at Mo Nan with her beautiful eyes, as if she would never believe you. Mo Nan didn't care whether she believed it or not, and asked, Master Zhao, do you know where the Fenjiun Tower is? Zhao Yelan heard this and said, I know, but the Wind and Cloud Tower isn't that easy to break into. Oh? Lord Zhao, I wonder what secrets lie behind this Wind and Cloud Tower. Chapter 69. Wind and Cloud Tower. Zhao Yelan was about to speak when she suddenly froze, as if she suddenly remembered something. She looked at Mo Nan with curiosity again. Wait, why do you need to go to the Wind and Cloud Tower? Mo Nan was also stunned, don't you need it? No, if you want to join the Juxiao Holy Land, you only need to demonstrate your divine ability level at the enrollment ceremony in 3 days, and then defeat 5 demon beasts of the same level at the same time. Mo Nan frowned deeply when he heard this. What the hell is going on at Juxiao Academy? You're treating me differently, right? Although he didn't know the specific situation of Fenjiun Tower, he thought it would not be easy to get through. As for the conditions Zhao Yelan mentioned for facing the Juxiao continent, it might be a bit difficult for someone like Zhao Yelan who only has a lower grade Dao level golden finger. But for Mo Nan, having hands is enough. Besides, don't the 4 peerless academies consider the level of the golden finger? Why do they need to check the level of the golden finger when facing the genius of the Juxiao continent? What on earth are the management of Juxiao Academy thinking? Shaking his head, Mo Nan withdrew his thoughts. Forget it, never mind. Maybe the Juxiao Holy Land is deliberately making things difficult for me. Lord Zhao, please tell me about the situation in the Wind and Cloud Tower. Zhao Yelan frowned. How could such a dignified Holy Land treat you so harshly? Let's go back and discuss this. Zhao Yelan felt that it was because of Mo Nan's bad attitude just now that the middle-aged man was making things difficult for him. I really didn't expect that such a person would exist in the Juxiao Holy Land, the sole ruler of the Juxiao continent. Mo Nan rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "It's okay, Master Zhao, it's nothing to be wronged. Take me to Fenjiun Tower quickly." Oh well. Tianling City, Central Square. A majestic 9-story ancient pagoda stands in the center, with 3 large characters inscribed on it. Fenjiun Tower. The Wind and Cloud Tower is the iconic building of the entire Juxiao continent. There is a Wind and Cloud Tower in every major city. It is also the place where all geniuses flock to. Zhao Yelan explained to Mo Nan while looking at the Fenjiun Tower with longing. A rush. Mo Nan raised his eyebrows. He looked at the central square where there was not even a ghost, and spoke with some doubt. Zhao Yelan rolled her eyes. Do you think top talents have nothing better to do than to break into the tower every day? Yes, Mo Nan glanced at Zhao Yelan. Master Zhao, how do we break into the tower? It's very simple, just defeat the mark of the strong man inside. When Mo Nan heard that he only needed to take action, he felt relieved. Zhao Yelan continued, the first level's mark of a strong man is left by a strong man in the Danhua realm. The realm of the strong man's mark will be the same as that of the challenger. You need to defeat him again in the same realm before you can enter the second level. The second level's mark of a strong man is left by a master in the Zifu realm. The third level is left by a great master in the Wei realm, and so on. And you need to get through the 7th floor. Now you know how difficult it is, right? Mo Nan raised his eyebrows. It seems that this is indeed difficult. The martial arts realm is divided into the following categories from low to high. The realms of body tempering, qi gathering, qi condensation, danhua, purple mansion, grand master, martial intentions, grand master, sea of clouds, king, heaven and earth, emperor, stars, lord, sun and moon, venerable, heaven and earth, sage, and Dao integration, great emperor. It is said that there is a realm belonging to immortals and gods later, but Mo Nan is not very familiar with it. According to the rules of the Wind and Cloud Tower, Mo Nan needs to defeat the mark left by the Sun and Moon realm venerable. If that's the case, Qin Wei and the others complete it. Mo Nan thought to himself that he had some confidence, but Lu Wei and Su Fei might not be so confident. Mo Nan, are you listening to me? Since ancient times, those who can break through the 7th level are known as the Youth Supreme. Can you do it? You'll know if it works after you try it. Okay, Master Zhao, I'm going in. After Mo Nan finished speaking, he waved at Zhao Yelan and walked towards the Fenjiun Tower. Zhao Yelan opened her mouth but didn't say anything in the end. She also wanted to see how far Mo Nan could get. On the other side, the middle-aged man in charge of Tianling City registration at Juxiao Academy stood by the window with his hands behind his back. He looked up at the sky with some confusion, muttering, "Why did the master send me a message to raise the difficulty of that candidate to the 7th level? In fact, he only needed to get through the 5th level, but just when he was about to speak, he suddenly received a voice in his mind, asking him to adjust the difficulty to the 7th level. Anyone who can obtain 2 unparalleled and an unprecedented legendary rating must be a top-level monster. But there have been many evil geniuses before, but they have never done this. Wouldn't it be unfair if the candidate was eliminated because of this? Shaking his head, he sat back in his chair. Forget it. It was impossible for him to guess what the big shots were thinking. He decided not to think about it anymore. Mo Nan walked to the door of Fenjiun Tower and took out the jade pendant given by the middle-aged man. After a ripple, Mo Nan's figure disappeared from the spot. As light and shadow changed, Mo Nan appeared in a vast white space. In the void, there are many light spots of different colors. After casually touching a spot of light, the spot of light turned into a dignified middle-aged man. The middle-aged man had an expressionless face and rushed towards Mo Nan with a spear in hand. Mo Nan didn't even bother to draw his sword, and punched the other party. Summer heat. The 4 Seasons reincarnation fist was performed, and the feet took a flash of light and stepped out, and a punch hit the figure's head. Bang! After a loud bang, the figure turned into nothingness, and at the same time, a new black light spot appeared in the void. A light gate appeared in front of him, and Mo Nan stepped in. Outside Fenjiun Tower, Zhao Yelan did not leave. She was standing at the edge of the central square, looking at the Fenjiun Tower. People outside cannot see what is happening inside the tower, so she doesn't know how many floors Mo Nan has passed. But the fact that he didn't come out proves that the journey to the tower is still going on. At this moment, a young man dressed in flashy clothes came over, and beside him were several young men and women. When the young man in elegant clothes saw Zhao Yelan, a burning look flashed across his face. He asked, "Yelan, why are you here?" Zhao Yelan glanced at him, a hint of disgust flashed in her eyes, and she said lightly, "My friend is here to break into the Fenjiun Tower, I'm waiting for him." The young man in fancy clothes raised his eyebrows and said, "Oh? Is there another young talent in Tianling City? I'd like to meet him." After saying that, he looked at Zhao Yelan with a smile, "Yelan, your friend must be a genius, right? Fenjiun, he is not someone who is qualified to come here." Chapter 70. Yang Feng, who are you calling a cat or a dog? Zhao Yelan looked at the young man in fancy clothes and said coldly, "Also, don't call me Yelan. I'm not familiar with you." The man in elegant clothes waved his folding fan and said with a smile, "Yelan, don't be angry. I don't mean to offend you. We have nothing else to do. Let's wait for your friend. I am Yang Feng. I love to make friends with young talents." As he spoke, Yang Feng walked to Zhao Yelan's side, and Zhao Yelan took a few steps back with some disgust. Yang Feng's face darkened, then returned to normal. "Yelan, my martial arts skills have improved slightly recently. After your friend comes out, I will also go to the Fenjiun Tower." Yang Feng gently waved his folding fan, and a confident look appeared on his face. "Little girl, after you see my strength, you will definitely admire me. After I successfully enter the Juxiao Holy Land in 3 days, I will go to the Zhao family to propose marriage. She will definitely not refuse." Yang Feng laughed as he thought about it. He seemed to have seen the most beautiful woman in Tianling City, who he had been thinking about, enjoying herself comfortably under him. As a result, a few more people were waiting outside the Fenjiun Tower. Whether in ancient times or modern times, everyone likes to join in the fun. Some passers-by saw that several geniuses from Tianling City had all gathered in front of the Fenjiun Tower, and thought that there was something exciting to watch, so they all came over. Thus, the Fenjiun Tower, which was originally deserted, soon became crowded with people. More and more people gathered and looked at the Fenjiun Tower curiously. Inside the Fenjiun Tower, Mo Nan has reached the 4th floor. To be honest, the first 3 levels were no pressure at all for Mo Nan. After all, it is just a mark of martial arts, not the real strong man himself. Although due to the magical power of the wind and cloud tower, the mark looks no weaker than a real person, but it still lacks some spiritual charm. For opponents in the first 3 levels who were at the same level, Mo Nan solved them with just one punch, without even using the Qing Feng sword. The opponent on the 4th level is a heroic female warrior queen. As a martial king in the Cloud Sea realm, he has made a qualitative leap compared to his previous 3 opponents. Mo Nan's current realm is the 1st level of Qi condensation realm, and the 5th level of Qi gathering realm, the level of body refining realm. A warrior's cultivation level is determined by the highest level, so the female martial king's current level is also the 1st level of Qi condensation realm. In fact, most martial artists follow a single path, practicing only Qi or only body. It is rare to find someone like Mo Nan who practices both Qi and body. Although this female warrior queen is very powerful, at the same level, even if the figures of the first 3 levels join forces, they will not be her match. The Qing Feng sword was unsheathed, and Mo Nan and the female warrior queen fought together. 2 minutes later, Mo Nan pierced the female warrior queen's eyebrows with his sword. A familiar light gate appeared and Mo Nan entered the 5th floor. In the unchanging white space, there are fewer spots of light in the void. Mo Nan stabbed a red light spot with his sword, and the light spot shattered. A young man in red clothes and red hair appeared in the white mist space. There seemed to be fire dancing in his eyes, and a burning breath came to my face. Is this the martial emperor? Mo Nan stared at the red-haired figure in front of him, his eyes full of fighting spirit. This was the first time he had seen a martial emperor-level expert. Although there was only a martial arts mark in front of him, its power was not comparable to that of the female martial queen just now. Even if they were at the same level, Mo Nan felt that the young man in front of her could easily kill her. Unfortunately, this is not the real martial emperor, so we cannot see his true style. Fire? Then let's have a battle between water and fire. Mo Nan murmured, and countless water elements began to gather around him. In a moment, the hot temperature in the space began to drop rapidly. The white space soon turned into red and blue. Under the collision of water and fire, countless mists began to evaporate, and the 2 figures quickly disappeared in the mist. Blurred vision, unable to see. Just when the water and fire were in a stalemate, a sword light lit up from an unknown place and shot towards the red figure. Sword drawing. The sword light fell, and the red figure disappeared. In the vast fog, Mo Nan was breathing heavily. In the artistic conception competition just now, he was on par with the red-robed martial emperor. The battle at the artistic conception level is truly dangerous. On the surface, he was just confronting the red-clothed martial emperor, and then he killed the other party with one sword. But only Mo Nan knows the danger. It was just a little bit short of a serious loss of soul and spirit, which is far more serious than physical injury. After a while, the fog dissipated and Mo Nan entered the light gate. 6th floor. It is still a vast expanse of white, and there are still spots of light floating above. Mo Nan picked one at random and stabbed it with his sword. The light and shadow shattered, and an octogenarian appeared in front of Mo Nan. Simple and ordinary. This is the feeling the old man gave Mo Nan. He was like a real ordinary old man. And who would have thought that a man who looked like an old country man would be a martial arts monarch at the star level? Senior, please teach me. Although it was just a martial arts mark, Mo Nan still clasped his fists. Afterwards, Mo Nan took the initiative to attack. The Qing Feng sword created ripples and stabbed towards the old man. Swords move in all directions. A fierce battle soon broke out in the small space, and murderous intent was everywhere between the collisions of swords and palms. A quarter of an hour later, Mo Nan pierced the old man's chest with his sword, and the mark disappeared. Mo Nan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sat cross-legged in meditation. He was injured and felt severe pain in his internal organs. Another quarter of an hour later, Mo Nan stood up, his injuries having recovered, and walked to the next floor. The 7th floor of the Fenjiun Tower corresponds to the 10th realm of martial arts, the Sun and Moon Venerable, also known as the Supreme. There are very few spots of light here, less than 10. Mo Nan randomly chose one and thrust out with his sword. The light spot disappeared, and a gorgeous figure in white appeared in front of Mo Nan. Is this the Supreme? Mo Nan looked at the extremely beautiful woman in white in front of him and was shocked. Although he was only at the Qi condensation realm, his deep eyes seemed to show the scenes of stars disappearing and the universe sinking. Every move he made seemed to be in harmony with the principles of heaven and earth. Is this what the Qi condensation stage should be like? The peerless Supreme Being waved his white hand and gently caressed Mo Nan, looking ordinary and without any power. Mo Nan did not dare to be careless, and quickly retreated, with the Qing Feng sword quickly unsheathed. The war is about to break out. The fierce battle brought Mo Nan unprecedented pressure. Since Mo Nan started practicing martial arts, this was the first time he felt such great pressure from a martial artist of the same level. The fighting spirit began to burn. This is the 7th level, and it is also the final requirement of the assessment. He must win this battle. Chapter 71. The battle was extremely brutal, with blood constantly spilling as the two men fought. The 9 golden cyclones in Mo Nan's body vibrated together, and strands of sharp sword energy pierced through the void. At a certain moment, the sword intent surged, and countless tiny sword auras circled around Mo Nan. Finally, a 3-foot square space was formed around Mo Nan. Sword intent, great success. The formation of the Sword Heart Realm represents that Mo Nan's sword intent has finally reached the state of perfection. Within 3 feet, I am invincible. This is the Sword Cultivator's trump card and one of his killer moves, the Sword Heart Domain. As Mo Nan's sword intent matured, the battle gradually came to an end. Bang! Countless sword energies, along with the Qing Feng sword, pierced into the body of the peerless Supreme, and her figure exploded into pieces. Mo Nan was also seriously injured and his face was extremely pale. Taking out the healing pills he had taken from Xiao Yan, Mo Nan began to meditate to heal his wounds. After a moment, Mo Nan stood up. He looked at the light gate in front of him. The assessment had been successfully completed. Should he continue? After a little thought, Mo Nan walked towards the light gate. The 8th level corresponds to the 11th realm of martial arts, the realm of heaven and earth, the sage. A peerless figure who exists only in historical records and legends, the top combat force of the human race. Although Mo Nan knew that there were saints on Blue Star, and there might be quite a few of them, even emperors of higher realms were guarding Blue Star. But even though most people know about this kind of person, they probably will never see his true appearance in their lifetime. The moment Mo Nan stepped onto the 8th floor, the white space in front of him was no longer there, but it turned into a dark space with countless lights flashing, as if he was in the boundless universe. Above the space, 4 spots of light were like stars, illuminating the dark space. Mo Nan didn't waste any words and stabbed one of the light spots with his sword. Then, a figure in black appeared in front of Mo Nan. The Qing Feng sword was unsheathed and the fight began. After fighting for half an hour, Mo Nan's body was covered with wounds. He kept coughing up blood from the corner of his mouth, and some fragments of internal organs could be vaguely seen in it. Bones were broken in many places and blood was splattered everywhere. The figure in black was not feeling well either. His situation was not much better than Mo Nan's, and even looked worse. Another quarter of an hour later, Mo Nan lay powerlessly on the ground. He won. The black-clad figure has disappeared, but Mo Nan has also lost all his fighting power. Now even an ordinary person can easily take his life. This battle was a tragic victory. The overall level of the gold finger is still too low. Mo Nan's strongest golden finger is now only a Dao level top grade 1, and he has not used his only half-step immortal level Suanwu bloodline yet. And the black-clothed figure just now is definitely the owner of the legendary immortal level golden finger. Although I have defeated the opponent by relying on the advantage in numbers, this is just an emergency measure of martial arts. Even the female supreme being before her definitely possessed a golden finger of at least half-step immortal level, and it was possible that she was also at immortal level. As for Mo Nan himself, it was already very good that he could get here by relying on a bunch of Dao-level golden fingers. Mo Nan lay on the ground, his heart full of desire and expectation. Immortal level golden finger, right? Mine, it will be mine sooner or later. After a while, Mo Nan, who had recovered some of his injuries, slowly stood up. He looked at the light gate that appeared not far away, his eyes flashing and fighting spirit surging. However, he ultimately did not choose to enter the 9th floor. There was no other choice, as he would probably be killed in seconds. That's the Great Emperor. It is said that the gap between the Great Emperor and a saint is greater than the gap between a saint and a mortal. Given his current condition, I guess, well, no need to estimate, he is definitely not his opponent. But Mo Nan was not discouraged. He was a growth-oriented person. After he copied himself to an immortal level golden finger, he would come here again to fight with the Emperor at the same level. If 1 is not enough, copy 2. If 2 are not enough, copy 3. If that doesn't work, just copy the Emperor's golden finger. Mo Nan still didn't believe it. In this situation, if he still couldn't beat the opponent, he could just find a piece of tofu and kill himself. One day, he will become an emperor and surpass the emperor. After taking another look at the light gate, Mo Nan's mind moved, and his body disappeared into the Fenjiun Tower. Juxiao Academy, on top of a mountain shrouded in clouds and mist. The figure in white laughed out loud, while the figure in black had a dark look on his face. After a while, the figure in white finally stopped laughing and said to the figure in black with a smile. How does it feel to be defeated by someone at the same level? The black-clothed figure snorted coldly, humph, it's just a mark. If I personally take action, let alone someone of the same realm, even 1 realm lower, I can suppress him in a snap. The figure in white sneered, you should change your stubbornness and your stubbornness in saving face. Then, he looked towards the infinity again, however, this little guy really exceeded our expectations. The black-clothed figure also became more serious and said with a smile, I thought the 7th level was his limit, but I didn't expect him to break through the 8th level. Although those marks suppress his cultivation, his understanding and comprehension of martial arts cannot be suppressed. This kid is quite good. The figure in white curled his lips and the corners of his mouth twitched. That's not what you said just now. In Tianling City, in front of the Fenjiun Tower, Mo Nan's figure quietly appeared. He looked at the crowds of people in the square and felt a little puzzled. What's going on? At this time, Mo Nan's body was covered with scars. He even forgot to change his clothes. They were completely soaked in blood. His face was pale and there was blood at the corners of his mouth. He looked extremely miserable. The crowd in the square were all shocked and curious when they saw Mo Nan's miserable appearance. Isn't this too tragic? Is it necessary to fight so hard just to break into the Wind and Cloud Tower? Yang Feng, who had been waiting impatiently, burst into laughter when he saw Mo Nan's miserable appearance. Yelan, he's your friend? I mean, you don't have to be like this just because you can't get through the Wind and Cloud Tower, right? Would he even risk his life for fame? Yelan, you should stay away from people who are so obsessed with fame and fortune. Zhao Yelan ignored Yang Feng, and quickly came to Mo Nan and handed him a first-grade pill. Mo Nan, are you okay? Mo Nan took the pill and smiled at Zhao Yelan, Master Zhao, it's okay. Yang Feng also followed and laughed loudly in a teasing tone. Let me see our Tianling City's new talent. Tisk tisk, my friend, you've worked so hard, have you made it to the 2nd floor? Yang Feng, shut up. Zhao Yelan said coldly. Mo Nan looked up at the strange young man in front of him and frowned. It seems that mental retardation is everywhere, whether in ancient times or modern times, there is no difference. Just as he was about to speak, the Fengyun tower behind him suddenly shook. Chapter 72. The Fengyun tower behind him began to vibrate continuously, and wisps of golden light flashed from the tower, shining in all directions. The crowd also began to burst into discussions. It's out, the results are coming out. After the people who have entered the tower come out, the wind and cloud tower will display their results. This is nothing new. Why are you so excited? No, don't you find that this time the commotion is a bit big? Now that you put it that way, it seems to be true. This is indeed a bit of a big commotion. Could it be that this young man has broken into a place in Tianling City that no one has ever broken into? Who knows? Let's see. In front of the Fengyun Tower, Mo Nan, Zhao Yalan, and Yang Feng also looked towards the Fengyun Tower where something unusual had happened. After a moment, the Fengyun Tower stopped shaking. At the same time, a dazzling light suddenly flashed from the 8th floor of the Wind and Cloud Tower. Within the light, 2 large characters slowly emerged. What's up? At the same time, faint lights appeared on several other floors, and names of people emerged one by one. After a moment, the light dissipated, the names disappeared, and everything returned to calm. It was not until this moment that bursts of exclamations broke out among the crowd. The 8th level? Young saint? Sage? I actually witnessed the birth of a young sage. How lucky I am! When did such a peerless evildoer appear in our Tianling City? Today is a day we must remember. Our Tianling City will produce a sage in the future. Amidst the exclamations, the young man's blood-stained figure became incomparably tall and mysterious in everyone's eyes. The drops of blood that fell down were not only his own blood, but also holy blood? Thinking of this, a hint of awe appeared in everyone's shocked eyes. The blood dripping down is glory, supreme glory. Yang Feng, who had originally looked very proud and was gently waving a folding fan, suddenly widened his eyes and his gaze gradually became dull after seeing the scene just now. The folding fan in his hand fell to the ground. Thinking of his sarcastic and roundabout ridicule of Mo Nan just now, Yang Feng wanted to slap himself twice. He was about to apologize when he suddenly felt something was wrong. This kid just has the qualifications of a sage, but he is not a real sage. What is there to be afraid of? No matter how extraordinary a genius is, he is nothing until he grows up. In Tianling City, Yang Feng, or his Yang family, is the supreme existence. Thinking of this, Yang Feng snorted coldly, so what if you are a genius? The road of martial arts is very dangerous. Don't die on the way. Afterwards, Yang Feng said to Zhao Yalan, Yalan, we'll meet at Juxiao Holy Land. After finishing speaking, Yang Feng turned around and left Fengyun Tower. At this moment, he was in no mood to challenge the tower. The best thing for him to do was to go back and prepare for the enrollment of Juxiao Holy Land in 3 days. Mo Nan narrowed his eyes and looked at Yang Feng who was leaving, with a cold look in his eyes. To be honest, Mo Nan really wanted to take action, but he was seriously injured and had little fighting power left. Otherwise, how could that guy have the chance to bark in front of me? Retracting his gaze, Mo Nan looked up at the sky in confusion. Hadn't he already passed the trial? Why hadn't he been teleported away yet? No movement at all? Do I really have to wait until 3 days later? Master Zhao. Mo Nan turned around and was about to speak when he saw Zhao Yalan staring at him motionlessly like a wooden stake. Master Zhao, come back to your senses. Mo Nan stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Zhao Yalan. After a while, Zhao Yalan slowly came back to her senses. Her beautiful eyes looked at Mo Nan steadily, full of complexity. Is this the real genius that Uncle Xiao mentioned? The level of evil displayed by Mo Nan made her, a genius who grew up in praise, feel deeply powerless. After a long while, Zhao Yalan's eyes glowed with brilliance and confidence again. She smiled at Mo Nan and said, Mo Nan, I'm going to practice. See you at Juxiao Holy Land. After she finished speaking, she turned around and left the spot without waiting for Mo Nan to answer. Hello. Mo Nan looked at Zhao Yalan, who left suddenly, speechless. I originally wanted to ask more about the situation here, but now it seems that I can only rely on myself to find out. Let's go to the registration office and ask what the current situation is. Thinking of this, Mo Nan turned and walked towards the registration office. Just after Mo Nan left, the crowd that had originally surrounded the Fenjiun Tower rushed frantically to the place where Mo Nan had just stood. Mine! Mine! Get out of the way, this is mine! Damn it, leave some for me! Amidst the shouts, everyone took out their containers and began to scramble for the blood dripping onto the ground. This is the blood of a future saint. Maybe taking it back will bring you good luck? Even if not, it still has a very high collection value, right? As a result, the scene fell into chaos. Mo Nan came to the previous registration office and got the result that he had indeed passed all the assessments and trials. But you have to wait 3 days before you can enter Juxiao Academy with others. Mo Nan had no choice but to ask the middle-aged man for some currency of this world and then settled down in Tianling City. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Mo Nan had a wonderful experience of the ancient customs and spent 3 days strolling around Tianling City. During these 3 days, several pieces of news spread across the entire Tianling City like a swarm of locusts. The first piece of news, the owner of Tianling Martial Arts School turned out to be a ruthless killer who was killed by the city lord and several other masters. The second piece of news, 3 days ago, a peerless evildoer appeared in Tianling City. He broke through the 8th floor of the Fenjiun Tower and became a young sage. The third piece of news, 2 days ago, unknown evil geniuses suddenly appeared in various places in Juxiao continent. They seemed to appear out of thin air, but each of them was extremely evil. They did not do anything unnecessary, as if they had agreed to just break into the Fenjiun Tower. As a result, there was light on the Fenjiun Tower every moment. The lowest one had passed the 5th floor, and the highest one had also passed the 8th floor, and there were quite a few people. The Fenjiun Towers on the Juxiao continent are all common, so those unfamiliar names began to spread across the Juxiao continent. Some martial arts masters speculated that these geniuses were most likely from hidden families and hidden sects, and the reason they chose to be born in this time period was to recruit students from all over the continent for the Juxiao Holy Land. In an instant, the world was in turmoil. Somewhere in the Juxiao continent, in a bustling tea house, a storyteller wearing a feather fan and a long scarf clapped his hand vigorously and said loudly, "The Wind and Cloud Tower gathers wind and clouds. Today, we will talk about the wind and clouds in the sky." Chapter 73. Inside the tea house, figures armed with swords and knives looked at the storyteller with eyes full of excitement and curiosity. The storyteller cleared his throat and continued. Recently, the Nine Skies continent has been in turmoil. Hidden evildoers have emerged one after another, stirring up trouble in the world. What extraordinary qualities do these geniuses possess? Everyone, please listen to the first Fenjiun Tianjiao, Tianling City, Mo Nan. As the storyteller continued to narrate, unfamiliar names appeared before everyone. A picture of a golden age seemed to slowly unfold before everyone as the storyteller narrated. Bang! The oak fell, and the storyteller walked behind the curtain under the resentful gazes of a group of martial artists. A young man came forward and said, "Father, the story you just told was really interesting." The storyteller glanced at the children's palace and said with a smile, "Fenger, that's not a story. This is the best of times. You must fulfill your father's unfulfilled wish, understand?" As the storyteller spoke, he looked up at the sky with a lonely look, and murmured with a trace of longing, "The world. The same scene appeared everywhere in the Juxiao continent, in wine shops, tea houses, brothels, inns, wherever there were people, they were all discussing the major events in the martial arts world in recent days. Tianling City. Mo Nan sat in the inn where he stayed, eating breakfast leisurely. Listening to the various discussions in the hall about the past 3 days, Mo Nan ate melons with relish. Occasionally there are gossips about myself, and this feeling is amazing. Mo Nan was a little curious. Among the geniuses of the third phase of Blue Star, is there no one who can break through the 9th level? He didn't believe that there was no one with a fairy-level golden finger among the candidates this time. Although many people will choose the other 3 major academies, the condition of entering the Starry Sky battlefield in advance is very tempting for top talents. Even if not all of them choose Juxiao Academy, at least it will not be less than the other 3 academies. The situation where few candidates were willing to come to Juxiao Academy will no longer occur. But so far, no candidate has been able to pass the 9th floor of the Fenjiun Tower. Did they not choose to break through, or did they fail to break through? The probability of Mo Nan's situation being the latter is high. Mo Nan's understanding of the Great Emperor has improved a bit. Those who can become emperors are all peerless figures who amaze an era, and they cannot be defeated by just anyone with a fairy-level golden finger. After finishing breakfast quickly, Mo Nan prepared to go to the admissions office of Juxiao Academy. Suddenly, a voice attracted Mo Nan's attention. Have you heard? Feng Huia, the #1 prodigy in Tianxian City in the central region, has challenged Shen Dao, a Fenjiun Tianjiao who appeared in Tianxian City. What? Feng Huia is the 9th-ranked genius on the 9 Skies Hidden Dragon ranking, and Shen Dao seems to have passed the 7th floor of the Wind and Cloud Tower, achieving the Young Supreme, and ranking 49th on the newly released Wind and Cloud ranking. I wonder how their battle turned out. The person who had spoken earlier took a sip of his wine and said, "No, they didn't fight." It is said that Shen Dao's response was, "You don't deserve it." What? How arrogant! I really hope the geniuses on the Hidden Dragon ranking can teach these guys who suddenly appeared a lesson. I'm afraid it's difficult. I heard that in Donghai City, Ye Kuang, who was ranked 13th on the Hidden Dragon list, was defeated by the person ranked 60th on the Wind and Cloud list in one move. This. The diners looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Mo Nan shook his head and chuckled. He didn't expect to hear Shen Dao's name again here. Although the two of them didn't have much friendship, they could be considered fellow villagers after all. I didn't expect these ancient people to be so competitive and to challenge others at every turn. Wouldn't it be better to play games instead of wasting time? No games here? No problem. I don't know how Wei and the others are doing. Mo Nan originally wanted to buy a so-called list of the hottest and most powerful people to see how his friends were doing. But after thinking about it, I felt that they might not be able to make it into the top 100, and since we would meet soon, I gave up the idea. Soon, Mo Nan arrived at the admissions office of Juxiao Academy in Tianling City. At this moment, the place is already crowded with people, and young men and women are queuing up. Mo Nan also saw Zhao Yelan and the young man in gorgeous clothes. Mo Nan nodded at Zhao Yelan, and then walked straight into the majestic hall. As soon as I reached the entrance of the main hall, I was stopped by the guards. Go and line up. Mo Nan glanced at the other party, and 4 medals appeared in his hand, 3 purple and 1 black, the last one was given to him by the middle-aged man 3 days ago. Although the guards didn't know what this was, the master had instructed that those who held this medal needed to be treated the same as official disciples of the Juxiao Holy Land. The guard bowed quickly and said, "My eyesight is limited. Please come in." The crowd who saw this scene from a distance were immediately surprised. Who is this person? Someone with connections. Are you FG stupid? What do you think of the Juxiao Holy Land? That person is Mo Nan. Mo Nan, what Mo Nan? The man said, and suddenly seemed to react, what? He is Mo Nan. After a period of commotion among the crowd, the admission ceremony proceeded as normal. Mo Nan came to the hall and started chatting with the middle-aged man. Mo Nan also knew the middle-aged man's name, Hua Wen. Looking through the window at the admissions ceremony going on in the distance, Mo Nan was speechless. Thinking about the journey I have taken, 3 rounds of trials, it was so difficult. As for those people outside, it's not an assessment at all, it's just a welfare benefit. Senior Hua, is it really okay for you to be so unabashedly biased towards your own people? Hua Wen chuckled. The last time we recruited students in Juxiao continent was 30 years ago. This can be considered as compensation for them. What you said is true, but you haven't recruited any students for 30 years. Isn't it because there are no top talents in Juxiao continent? It's as if the Blue Star candidates have gained a huge advantage. Young friend Mo, come and have some tea. As the sun sets in the west, the enrollment ceremony of Tianling City ends. 3 figures walked into the hall. Zhao Yalan, Yang Feng, and another ordinary-looking boy. Mo Nan was speechless when he saw this situation. The people of Tianling City were really disappointing. Juxiao Academy gave so many benefits, but in the end, only 3 people passed. When Yang Feng saw Mo Nan drinking tea, his eyes looked a little unhappy. Although he was curious about why Mo Nan could enter the Juxiao Holy Land without taking the test, and wanted to question him, he gave up when he thought of Mo Nan's record of passing the 8th floor of the Fenjiun Tower. Zhao Yalan walked over with a smile. Mo Nan, we meet again. Mo Nan smiled and nodded. Congratulations, Mr. Zhao, for passing the assessment. At this moment, Hua Wen stood up and said to the 4 people. Okay, let's go. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a flying boat appeared in the hall. Chapter 74. Several people boarded the flying boat one after another. The other 3 looked around as if they had never seen the world before. Although it was the first time that Mo Nan saw this kind of item, since he had even driven a flying saucer, he naturally would not be curious about it. So, Mo Nan continued to drink tea with Hua Wen. Zhao Yalan and the other 2 seemed to have some inexplicable fear of Huxia culture, so they didn't dare to come here. Yang Feng hesitated for a while, then walked over and bowed to Hua Wen, saying, Senior, this is a small gift. Please accept it. As he spoke, a Xian-level longsword appeared in his hand. Giving gifts makes things easier to get done, this was what his father told him. Yang Feng wondered if Mo Nan had also given a gift, otherwise why would this senior from the Juxiao Holy Land be so kind to him? Hua Wen looked up and glanced at Yang Feng, then said calmly, put away your thoughts. Also, let me advise you that in the Juxiao Holy Land, apart from strength, everything else is illusory. Yang Feng smiled awkwardly and retreated. The flying boat was very fast, breaking through the void and traveling through space. In less than 2 hours, everyone saw a magnificent city. How majestic is it? Well, it encompasses the mountains and the sea. The 2 words Juxiao above the city gate exude a captivating Taoist charm. The flying boat passed the city gate and arrived at a huge square on the top of the mountain. There were already quite a few people standing on the square, which looked as if someone had cut off a mountain. Mo Nan turned around and looked, there were about 6 or 7,000. Mo Nan wanted to copy it as much as he could, but after looking at dozens of people, he found that none of them had top-level golden fingers. Looking for them this way isn't a good idea. I'll wait until those evildoers emerge or become famous, then I'll try to copy them. It won't take just 1 or 2 days. After making up his mind, Mo Nan wanted to look for someone he knew. But suddenly, rays of light fell, and Mo Nan's figure disappeared from the spot. On a beautiful peak among the endless mountains, Mo Nan's figure appeared in an independent courtyard on the mountainside, with the token in his hand, engraved with the words Juxiao. Is this a student ID? Mo Nan looked at the token curiously and complained, it doesn't even have a number. Isn't that so unprofessional? Then, he turned his gaze to the independent courtyard. It is located in a quiet place, surrounded by exotic flowers and plants, magnificent trees, and the rich spiritual energy almost condenses into mist. As expected of a peerless institution, this dormitory looks quite nice. Just as Mo Nan was about to look around, the token in his hand glowed. When he picked it up, several lines of text appeared. With this token, you can freely enter and exit the 9 heavens world. The new students can go home and settle in during the 3-day holiday. 3 days later, the freshman orientation ceremony will be held. In 10 days, the 3rd round of freshman ranking competition will begin. Don't slack off in your training. Mo Nan looked at the message in surprise. Can I go home now? Mo Nan did not hesitate, and with a thought, he disappeared from the spot and disappeared into the Juxiao world. Blue Star, Qisha State, Minghua Prefecture. Moon Mountain. This is a famous tourist attraction in the entire Qisha Prefecture and a 5S level scenic spot. Even in the entire Yangtze Federation, Moon Mountain is extremely well known. Because the mountain is very high, the mountainside is already covered by clouds and fog. It is said that if you stand on the top of Moon Hill, you can reach out and touch the moon. Although this is just an exaggeration, it is enough to show how high this mountain is. In addition, Moon Mountain is one of the 4 peerless academies, and the only entrance to the Juxiao Academy in the Qisha province. On the top of Moon Mountain, Mo Nan's figure appeared quietly. On the top of the mountain, the crowd who originally came here to travel were not surprised to see Mo Nan suddenly appear in ancient costume. Instead, they started talking about it. Could this young man be a top student at Juxiao Academy? Of course, otherwise how could he appear here out of nowhere? This is a no-fly zone. Speaking of which, the 3rd round of the 4 absolutes assessment is almost over this year, right? This young man should be a freshman in the 3rd round. Yes, I really want to be his girlfriend. Get lost, are you worthy? Little brother, I want to give birth to a baby for you. Some young ladies dressed in cool clothes cast seductive glances at Mo Nan. In ancient times, there was a saying about catching a son-in-law from under a list. At the exit of Juxiao Academy, there are also many beauties who are extremely confident in their looks. They squat here specifically to hook some talents. If they succeed, they can immediately reach the peak of their lives. There are also ancient people in the Juxiao world. Although it is said that there are restrictions on coming out, anyone who can come out is an unparalleled powerful person. It would be easy to take it down for ancient people who had never seen the colorful world. There have been many examples of ordinary girls becoming the beloved ones of strong men, so there are always beautiful women wandering here all year round. Mo Nan looked at the young lady who was wearing cool clothes and showing a lot of white skin, and sighed, modern times are still better. At this moment, the clouds and mist rolled, and dozens of figures appeared out of thin air. Among them, Mo Nan saw a familiar figure. Xiao Yan, Li Xiaoao, Li Wang. Lu Wei and Su Fei were also among them, which surprised Mo Nan. Could it be that these 2 people also broke through the 7th floor of Fenjiun Tower? He originally thought that there was a high probability that the 2 would be eliminated. FK, boss, you missed me so much. Xiao Yan yelled and rushed towards Mo Nan, as if to give him a bear hug. Mo Nan quickly dodged and glanced at Xiao Yan with some disgust. Get lost. Others also came forward and exchanged greetings. Shen Dao said nothing, glanced at Mo Nan, and quickly walked down the mountain. Although other people who were unfamiliar with Mo Nan wanted to come up and say hello, they eventually left the top of the mountain. Lan Ling smiled and said, Mo Nan, your name has been well known in the past 3 days. Oh. Mo Nan looked at Lan Ling curiously. Xiao Yan spoke first, boss, you are ranked first on the Fenjiun ranking. This news has spread throughout the entire Juxiao continent. You are now a world-renowned figure. Xiao Yan then smirked and said, right now, all the geniuses in the entire Juxiao continent are lining up to challenge you. Even the top geniuses among the candidates from other states want to roll up their sleeves and fight you. Mo Nan was speechless for a while after hearing this. He actually ranked first, which was something he had not expected. Could it be that the ranking of the list was completely in chronological order? Many people saw how miserable I looked when I left Fenjiun Tower. Mo Nan felt overwhelmed when he thought about the endless challenges he would face. It's not easy to be the first. What about you? Where do you rank? Xiao Yan's blue color immediately collapsed when he heard this. Boss, don't be sad. I didn't make it into the top 100, and I didn't make the list. Mo Nan turned his gaze and looked at Lan Ling. Chapter 75. Lan Ling tucked her long, smooth blue hair behind her ears and said with a smile, 71. Only 71? Mo Nan was a little surprised. Lan Ling was one of the top talents in Qisha State, but she was only ranked 71st. It seems that Qisha State is at the back among the 49 states of Yangzia. You know, this is just the Juxiao Academy. If you look at it in combination with the 4 major academies, wouldn't it be ranked outside the top 2 or 300? Mo Nan remembered that he had heard that Shen Dao seemed to be ranked 49th. If he was placed among the 4 supreme masters, he would probably be ranked in the back 100 or so places. However, it seems that this list is not very accurate. Mo Nan looked at Li Wang, who lowered his head. Li Wang seemed to feel Mo Nan's gaze and uttered 2 words, 70. Hey? She's actually 1 rank higher than Lan Ling? It seems that this guy's condition has worsened again. In addition to Lan Ling and Li Wang, Chu Ming also entered the 98th place on the list. Mo Nan was not surprised by this. Although Chu Ming awakened a little late and his strength was inferior to the geniuses in the first echelon, under the rules of the Fenjiun Tower for fighting at the same level, Chu Ming was still very competitive. But when the others heard the news at that time, they were all shocked. They originally thought that Chu Ming, whose strength was not the best among the crowd, should also have less talent, but they did not expect that this guy was actually so talented. In fact, they had not expected Chu Yang. Although he did not make it into the list of the best, his golden finger level was also at the Dao level. Afterwards, everyone exchanged greetings for a while and went down the mountain together. After saying goodbye to each other, they parted ways and went home. Mo Nan, Lu Wei, Su Fei and Chu Ming took the high-speed train back to Linen City. The high-speed rail was still the one Mo Nan was familiar with melon seeds, drinks and mineral water pushed on the carts, but the speed was astonishingly fast, covering 100 miles in an instant. Due to the regulations of the Yangzia Federation, methods such as tearing the void and space teleportation are restricted unless in special circumstances. The living habits on Blue Planet and on Earth are basically the same. Just when Mo Nan and his friends were getting on the train home, the official websites of Yangzia Federation, Wuodao Palace Headquarters, and Juxiao Academy simultaneously announced a piece of news. The content is an admission list, the admission list of Juxiao Academy. And the first one on this admission list was written as follows. Qisha's Hu, Tian Shuafu, Linen City, Mo Nan. Initial trial, unparalleled. The first round of trials, unparalleled. Second round of trials, legend. The third round of trials, unparalleled. The second place is Sun State, Tianguang Prefecture, Meteor City, Juniang. Initial trial, unparalleled. First round of trials, unparalleled. The second round of trials, unparalleled. The third round of trials, unparalleled. Then, the names of geniuses appeared one after another. At the end of the list, there is a sentence like this. After the third round of trials for the other 3 major palaces, the overall rankings for the third phase will be announced. Details of the legendary rating will also be announced at that time. Stay tuned. With the announcement of the Juxiao Academy's admission list, previously unfamiliar names began to spread throughout the Manifestation Federation. Especially Mo Nan, she has become a topic of conversation among men, women, young and old after dinner. Qisha Prefecture is already at the bottom of the 49 prefectures, and Linan City in Tianshui Prefecture is an even lesser-known little place. And in such a small place, the top scorer of the third martial arts examination came out. Moreover, if nothing unexpected happens, Mo Nan will also be the top scorer among all the candidates in the third batch. The unprecedented legendary rating made countless people drop their jaws. All of a sudden, the topic about Mo Nan and the legendary rating began to stir up a storm across the entire Blue Star. The headlines of major media outlets have also changed from celebrity scandals and gossip about powerful figures to topics such as new number 1 scholar Mo Nan and unprecedented, legendary rating. Shocking, the identity of the newly crowned number 1 scholar, Mo Nan, is revealed, and the result is incredible. Legendary rating revealed. What shocking move did the new number 1 scholar, Mo Nan, make? Newly crowned number 1 scholar, Mo Nan, was once broken off his engagement? Let's see how an ordinary young man defies fate. The top scholar Mo Nan actually has such a relationship with the queen of the movie world. The posts swept across major media outlets in a short period of time, and the popularity was unparalleled. Apart from some gimmicky and inappropriate posts, many people focused their attention on the legendary rating. They really want to know how this Mo Nan could get the legendary rating? At the same time the list was announced. Linan City, Martial Arts Palace. The quiet courtyard suddenly burst into countless rays of light. Large golden characters were suspended in the sky, and everyone in Linan City could see the golden characters. Juxiao Academy Admission List. First place, Linan City Wudao No. 4 Middle School, Mo Nan. 98th, Linan City, Ming. Number 2568, Linan Wudao No. 2 Middle School, Su Fei. Number 4783, Linan Martial Arts No. 4 Middle School, Lu Wei. Congratulations to Linan Wudao. When all the citizens saw the dazzling golden letters in the sky, their faces were filled with shock, envy, and admiration. Then, everyone started cheering. I am happy that someone in Linan has finally passed the examination to become one of the top 4 scholars in more than 10 years, and I am even more proud that Linan has produced a top scholar like Mo Nan. The Linan Municipal Government's official website also released a message. To celebrate the excellent results achieved by the candidates in Linan, the entire city will be on holiday for 3 days, and everyone will celebrate together. When they received this news, the smiles on everyone's faces became even more intense. Paid vacation is something everyone dreams of. For a moment, the entire Linan City was celebrating. Linan City, Wudao No. 4 Middle School. Inside the campus, clusters of fireworks rose into the sky, and the sound of festive salutes filled the air. Festive and inspiring music continued to play on campus. Teachers and students were all on the playground, looking up at the lines of golden font. Everyone's face was filled with shock and pride. The top scholar among the 4, a peerless figure destined to be the best in the future, actually came from Linan No. 4 Middle School. How could this not make people excited? All the teachers and students of Wudao No. 4 Middle School began to celebrate. Principal Su Zhong's mouth was almost stretched to his ears. At this moment, he felt that he had reached the peak of his life. He did not expect that in his lifetime, he would be able to train a top scorer in the martial arts examination. This would be his lifelong honor. He happily lit the huge fireworks beside him. Watch the fireworks rising into the sky and blooming with brilliant colors. Principal Su Zhong laughed heartily and waved his hand. Keep on playing, keep on dancing. Chapter 76. In the crowd. School beauty Lin Qinja's beautiful eyes sparkled with light. She looked at her unfinished task that was still in the archive, and secretly made a resolution in her heart. Although he could not enter the Peerless Academy, he still had a great chance of becoming a martial artist at the Chi Gathering realm within 3 months and being admitted to a key martial arts university. And I won't be too far behind Mo Nan, so there is hope that I can complete my system tasks. We must work hard to complete more system tasks. Lin Qinjia secretly made up her mind. Hua Qingyu, who was also standing on the playground, stared blankly at the words floating in the air with her beautiful eyes under her delicate dark eyeliner. He originally thought that Mo Nan's strongest trump card and golden finger was 10 times the training speed. Now it seems that that should be Mo Nan's most insignificant ability, right? And she herself, relying on 10 times the training speed, has successfully advanced to the Chi Gathering realm and achieved the status of a warrior. Unfortunately, it has been more than a month, so I can only settle for the second best and get admitted to a key martial arts university. Thinking of this, she clenched her fists tightly. Li Zheng, the squad leader of Class 3, leaned weakly against the tree trunk with a bitter look on his face. How can this be compared? If Mo Nan had only barely managed to get into Juxiao Academy, he could still forcefully say it was just bad luck. But now, Mo Nan has directly become the top scholar of Juxiao Academy, and it is very likely that he is also the top scholar of the third term Indiana 13184 on the entire Blue Star. This means that Mo Nan is the first among the billions of candidates for the third round of examinations among the trillions of human beings on Blue Star. This made Li Zheng, who had been targeting Mo Nan and regarded him as a stepping stone on his way forward and an opponent he had to surpass, feel a little desperate. He looked at the words in the sky, then looked at Lin Qinjia. The road to becoming a dog licker is long and difficult. Li Zheng made up his mind that he couldn't just stare at Lin Qinjia and lick her alone. To give full play to the advantages of your own system, you need to recruit more talents. He turned his gaze and looked at Hua Qingyu, another beauty from number 4 middle school. In a corner where no one was paying attention, Teacher Lu Jingwen looked at the fourth name in the sky with her gentle eyes, touched her lower abdomen, her eyes filled with joy and happiness. Jinhua Villa, Mo Nan's villa. Tears of joy appeared in the eyes of Mo Hai and Zhao Ziolan. Looking at the names in the sky, their eyes were filled with happiness and pride. Lu Yang, who was standing by, laughed and said, "Haha, Lao Mo, Zionan is really doing well. Your family is going to be very successful now." As he spoke, Lu Yang also looked at Lu Yanran, who was lost in thought, and said, "Yanran, Zionan is so motivated. You have to hurry up and practice. You can't fall too far behind." Although Lu Yang said this, he felt a little bitter in his heart. He thought there was probably no hope for his daughter. Mo Hai patted Lu Yang's shoulder and said, "Let's go and have a drink." Because the two had been separated for many years, and the villa was very large, it was a bit empty. Therefore, at the invitation of Mo Hai and his wife, Lu Yanran, and her family temporarily lived here. Mother Lu glanced at her daughter, then stepped forward and hugged Zhao Ziolan's arm. "Sister, let's go buy some ingredients and celebrate tonight." Blue Star's high-speed rail is astonishingly fast. In just 2 hours, it traveled hundreds of thousands of miles and arrived in Linen City. After leaving the station, Mo Nan and his companions were stunned by the scene before them. Buildings were covered with banners, and the streets and alleys were decorated with festive red lanterns. Children dressed in new clothes, holding firecrackers in their hands, ran past Mo Nan and the others, laughing. Lu Wei was a little dumbfounded and said, "Is this the Huxia New Year? Holy shit, it took us 9 months to complete one trial." Su Fei smiled and said, "Ah Wei, they are welcoming us. To be more precise, they are welcoming Brother Nan." Su Fei has also changed the way he addresses Mo Nan, following Lu Wei and Chu Ming and calling Mo Nan Brother Nan. On the banners in the distance were written words like, "Welcome the 4 geniuses, welcome the 4 champions, congratulations to Linen Martial Arts, celebrate together as a whole city." I think the news that Mo Nan and others successfully entered Juxiao Academy was announced in advance. That's why Linen City caused such a big commotion. Okay, go home and take care of your family affairs. We will head to Juxiao Academy in 3 days. Mo Nan spoke to the three of them, then took a taxi and headed towards Jinhua Villa. After the 4 people left, some people who walked out of the station with suitcases were stunned by the scene in front of them. What's going on? I'm on a train home from work, and the world has changed? How did my hometown become like this? Mo Nan soon arrived in front of the villa in Jinhua Villa. Dad, Mom, Xiaobei, I'm back. Mo Nan shouted towards the villa, and then pushed open the door. Looking at the several people in the living room, Moana was a little unresponsive. Uncle Lu, Aunt Lu, Sister Yan Ran, Xiao Feng, you are here too. Mo Nan greeted. When everyone saw Mo Nan coming back, they gathered around and pulled Mo Nan to the sofa. Then, there was a wave of concern and inquiries towards Mo Nan. Mo Nan also answered every question and chatted with his family for a long time. A sumptuous dinner, with the same familiar taste to Mo Nan. At the dinner table, Mother Zhao Xiaolan shed tears again. After dinner, Mo Nan pushed his younger brother Mo Bei into his bedroom. Touching his head, Mo Nan smiled and said, Xiaobei, go to bed early. When you get up tomorrow, you can walk normally. A gleam flashed in Mo Bei's bright eyes. Really, brother? Of course, when has my brother ever lied to you? Go to sleep. Tomorrow you can go out and play, and you can make a lot of good friends. Looking at his brother Mo Bei lying on the bed, Mo Nan turned and left the bedroom. Walking out of Jinhua Villa, Mo Nan walked straight towards the Secret Realm Guild. Previously, Nangong Minjiahu said that a big boss wanted to use her story to create a secret realm, and said that he would guarantee a vitality pill as a reward. See what the situation is over there. If there is one, that would be the best. If not, 3 days is enough for me to refine one myself. In the elegant office of the Secret Realm Guild, Nangong Minjiahu looked at the handsome young man in front of her. An unexpected surprise flashed in her eyes. I didn't expect that my impromptu decision at that time would actually lead to the investment of a top student in the Federation. Life is full of surprises. Just a moment ago, the reward from above came down, and it was so generous that she couldn't believe it. After understanding Mo Nan's purpose of coming here, she took out a jade bottle and handed it to Mo Nan. Here is a vitality pill and a pulse replenishing pill. Chapter 77. Xianmei Pill. Mo Nan looked at Nangong Minjiahu with some curiosity. This woman is still so charming, and her exaggerated figure can only be described in 4 words, breathtaking. There was a faint smile on her graceful and elegant face. The slender legs that are faintly visible under the cheongsam seem like a masterpiece carefully completed by God. Nangong Minjiahu smiled and said, Mo Nan, I understand your situation. I believe this pulse replenishing pill will be useful to you. Thank you, Sister Nangong. Mo Nan put away the jade bottle. The Sumei pill was a 6th grade elixir, very precious, and he could really use it. This pill can be used to reshape my father's meridians. Although he is still unable to practice again, at least my father can do some heavy work and live a normal life like an ordinary person. Although there is no need for parents to go out to work and earn money now, it is still necessary for their health to return to normal. As for recultivation, higher level elixirs are needed to reshape the Danshan Qi Si. The quality of that kind of elixir is very high, and even the materials for refining it are extremely rare. We can only search for it slowly, and there is no need to rush. After chatting with Nangong Minjiahu for a while, Mo Nan left the Secret Realm Guild. After returning home and sending the vitality pill into his younger brother Mo Bei's mouth with his true qi, Mo Nan knocked on his parents' door again. When handing the Sumei pill to his father, Mo Nan could clearly feel his father's hands trembling. The next day, when his parents saw Mo Bei walking out of the room, they were so excited that they almost fainted. Especially the mother Zhao Xiaolan, she burst into tears with excitement. His younger brother Mo Bei was so excited that he cried. After finishing his meal, he ran out to play happily. 2 days passed quietly while Mo Nan was accompanying his family. During the 2 days, Mo Nan was called to the school by the principal Su Zhong to give a speech to some classmates and younger students. Mo Nan also met many acquaintances. Lin Qinjia still called Mo Nan brother, and his system task about himself was still in the archive. It seems that this school beauty is determined to develop herself into a backup plan. Hua Qingguo didn't know why, but when she saw herself, she put on a cold face. She walked up to Mo Nan and said coldly, "Don't think that everything will be fine after you are admitted to Juxiao Academy. I will come to find you." After saying something incomprehensible, she turned and left. Mo Nan was helpless about this. "Miss, do we have such a big grudge?" The others had complicated expressions on their faces when they saw Mo Nan, who was their classmate just a month ago. While he and others were still practicing hard in order to become martial artists within 3 months and be admitted to a key martial arts university, Mo Nan had already successfully entered the Juxiao Academy, one of the 4 peerless academies. This made them sigh that the gap between people is even greater than the gap between people and pigs. On the other hand, Lu Wei was very active and eloquent, and he added many letters of thanks from female classmates and teachers. After taking a graduation photo with the entire class, Mo Nan and Lu Wei left Wudao No. 4 Middle School. If nothing unexpected happens, those geniuses will all choose to go to Linan No. 4 Middle School in the next Linan High School entrance examination. This made Su Zhong very happy, and he personally sent Mo Nan and the other one out of the school. In the past 2 days, many media outlets wanted to interview Mo Nan, but she rejected them all. 2 days passed, and the assessments of the other 3 major palaces also ended one after another. With the end of this Hij Academy's assessment, everyone on the entire Blue Star began to look forward to it. People are looking forward to 2 things. First, is there any surprise? Can anyone surpass Mo Nan and become the Dark Horse champion? Is the legendary rating the only rating that belongs to Mo Nan? Secondly, what incredible feat did Mo Nan accomplish to earn the unprecedented legendary rating? Is this legendary rating replicable? For a moment, the entire Blue Star was plunged into a strange atmosphere. Even some of the top martial arts masters stared at the official website of the Martial Arts Palace with curiosity. The top scorer in a certain martial arts exam is not worthy of their attention. What they are curious about is the legendary rating. It seemed as if the Martial Arts Palace was deliberately keeping everyone in suspense by not announcing the legendary rating right away. The first thing the Martial Arts Palace announced was the admission list and comprehensive ranking of the 5-level institutions in the 3rd phase. Among them, the admission lists of key universities, first-class universities, second-class universities and ordinary universities and the comprehensive rankings of candidates at this level are directly ignored. Everyone turned their attention to the comprehensive ranking of the 4 best candidates, which they were most concerned about. As expected, the number 1 was still Mo Nan from Linan City, Tianshui Prefecture, Qisha Prefecture. Instead of seeing the much anticipated overtaking on the curve, people looked down. The 2nd place is still Jun Yang, who was admitted to Juxiao Academy. This surprised everyone. The Juxiao Academy, in its 3rd term this year, seems quite strong. Is it going to change the situation where it is suppressed by the other 3 academies? Continuing to look down, the 3rd place had changed and was no longer the 3rd on the Juxiao Academy admission list. But it was Lang Wushuan who came from Taiyin province and was admitted to Kailan Academy. One name after another appeared in front of everyone. Among the top 10 candidates, 4 were from Juxiao Academy, which was beyond everyone's expectations. What's going on with the 3rd round of candidates? Why are so many more people choosing Juxiao Academy than before? Who knows? Do all the candidates in this period like to be ancient people? Hehe, I heard that brothels are legal in the Juxiao world. Could it be? Even so, life without any modern elements is not something a human can live. I feel like I'm going to collapse now that I'm disconnected from the internet. It's none of our business, just watch carefully. After looking at the comprehensive ranking, people turned their attention to the individual ranking and admission list of each academy. They need to remember these names, because in the near future, these will be the big names who will stir up trouble. After reading all the lists, everyone who was paying attention to this matter stared at the official website of the Martial Arts Palace. I cursed in my heart, damn Martial Arts Palace, you guys are not novelists, why are you learning to pick up fragments? Finally, under the attention of everyone, the official website of the Martial Arts Palace updated its content. Legendary rating, beyond compare. What is a legend? Unparalleled before and unrivaled after. Legendary, slay the demon. A document is attached at the end. When everyone saw this title, they all froze in place. What the hell? Killing the demon? You must be kidding me. For a moment, the entire blue planet was silent. Chapter 78. All the incredulous people immediately clicked on the document attached to the official website of the Martial Arts Palace and began to read it themselves. When they learned about the content of the second round of the Four Supremes trial and what Mo Nan, the third round number 1, had done, everyone opened their mouths wide at the same time. Is there anyone who can really kill the demon god in a simulated war with evil demons? Or even kill the sinful dark dragon? I can't believe it, this Mo Nan is awesome. Even though it wasn't the real battle back then, I'm willing to call him a hero of the human race. Damn dark dragon! If I were you, I would torture that beast so badly that it would be unable to live or die. That's a demon god. If we don't kill him quickly, something bad will happen. Mo Nan and the others did the right thing. Forget about your rationality, I just want to torture that beast. Mo Nan, well done, legendary rating, very worthy. By the way, how did Mo Nan know that the evil beast had sublimated into the realm of the demon god on that ordinary planet? Who cares? Stop asking about other people's secrets. Just get it over with. Mo Nan. Under the post on the official website of the Martial Arts Palace, countless similar messages flooded in, all praising and commending Mo Nan. On this matter, all human beings were surprisingly united, without a single negative comment. For a moment, the people of Blue Star were excited, and the passion hidden in their blood was rekindled. They couldn't wait to charge into the starry sky and kill a few evil demons to add to the fun. Unfortunately, there is no trace of the evil demon in the entire Milky Way now. Some people who originally thought about whether they could copy the legendary rating now shook their heads. Since the Martial Arts Palace can publish all the contents of the second round of trials in such detail, let alone the contents of the trials, it is estimated that the entire second round of trials will be replaced. It is estimated that a new trial will appear. The Martial Arts Palace is not stupid, so how could they let people take advantage of such a loophole? Somewhere in Kisha State, Shendao looked at the news released by the Martial Arts Palace and was unable to come back to his senses for a long time. He clenched his fists tightly and muttered to himself, Mo Nan, Juxiao Academy is where I will surpass you. After knowing the origin of Mo Nan's legendary rating, he had nothing to say. The legendary rating was well deserved. What he wants now is to surpass Mo Nan in Juxiao Academy. At the same time, some people who participated in the second round of trials with Mo Nan were all shocked and regretful. I was shocked by the amazing feats of Mo Nan and others, but at the same time I also regretted why I didn't join the Suanza camp in the first place. Some candidates who passed 3 rounds of trials and were admitted to Juxiao Academy all looked eager to try. They can compete with Mo Nan, the existence who killed the demon god Tong Tai. Some of the freshmen from the 4th term also looked excited. They are going to Juxiao Academy to learn how to kill gods. In Linen City, the popularity of Mo Nan killing the demon and obtaining the legendary rating had finally subsided after a day of buffering. Today is also the day when Mo Nan and others go to Juxiao Academy. After Mo Nan arranged everything and specifically asked Bai Yufei to take care of her family, Mo Nan came to the station accompanied by her family. Lu Wei and his companions had been waiting at the station for a long time. Many people came to see them off today, including Mo Nan and his family members, as well as some important figures from Linen City. Among them were Bai Yufei, Luo Yun, and others whom Mo Nan was familiar with. Luo Yun opened her arms, showing off her exaggerated and amazing curves to the fullest. She raised the corners of her mouth and looked at Mo Nan. "Brother, come here and give me a hug." Mo Nan touched his nose awkwardly. "President Luo, so many people are watching." The hug didn't matter, but Mo Nan was mainly worried that he would plunder her cultivation, and then it would be difficult for her to explain. "Haha, then after you have your holiday, I will love you alone." Luo Yun giggled and stepped aside. Many people came today, including some people Mo Nan was familiar with, as well as some citizens of Linen who came here because of his reputation. It can be said that thousands of people came to see him off, and there were huge crowds of people. "Mom and Dad, Xiaobei, go back. I'll be back in a few months." After Mo Nan said something to his family, he shouted to the crowd, "Everyone go back." Mo Nan was somewhat helpless about everyone's enthusiasm. "We were just going to school, but if someone didn't know, they would think we were going to do something big." After bidding farewell to the crowd, Mo Nan and the other three entered the departure station. Minghua Mansion, top of Moon Mountain. As soon as Mo Nan and the others arrived, they saw Xiao Yan and the others were already waiting here. Everyone had added each other's contact information before, so the time was agreed upon in advance. "Let's go." After Mo Nan finished speaking, he took out the student ID card of Juxiao Academy, which was the token engraved with the word Juxiao. Then, Mo Nan's figure disappeared at the top of the mountain. Lu Wei muttered, "Why are you in such a hurry? I still want to add more Wuxin." He looked at the enthusiastic girls in cool clothes with some regret, and his figure disappeared on the spot. Juxiao World, Juxiao Academy. Mo Nan's figure suddenly appeared in the quiet independent courtyard. After taking a casual look around the room, Mo Nan walked out of the courtyard. It is located halfway up a steep mountain and the scenery is very beautiful. Looking up, all you see are endless mountains. This damn thing didn't even send a senior to give some guidance or anything. Mo Nan is now completely in the dark and doesn't know what to do. At this moment, the Juxiao token suddenly lit up and a message appeared. "Blue Star candidates, gather at the top of the mountain." After putting away the token, Mo Nan walked towards the top of the mountain. Mo Nan was a little curious. Why did the message mention Blue Star candidates instead of all the new disciples? Could it be that Juxiao Academy manages Blue Star candidates and local disciples separately? That shouldn't be the case. We are all in the same school and we see each other every day. How can we be completely separated? While thinking, Mo Nan quickly reached the top of the mountain. This is a huge white jade square where thousands of freshmen gather. There should only be candidates from Blue Star here, and no one from Juxiao continent. Mo Nan did not see Zhao Yalan in the crowd, but instead saw some familiar faces such as Xiao Yan. Several people also saw Mo Nan and gathered around. At this moment, a beautiful figure wearing a wide-sleeved fairy skirt and stepping on a flying sword appeared in the air. "My fellow junior brothers and sisters, welcome to the Juxiao Holy Land. I am a senior from the first term. Of course, you must call me senior sister from now on." Chapter 79. The beautiful woman faced everyone's curious gazes and continued. "Everyone knows the special nature of Juxiao Academy. No technological elements are allowed here." As she spoke, the beautiful woman suddenly took out a mobile phone. As soon as the phone was taken out, a tiny bolt of lightning fell from the sky and smashed the phone into pieces. The beautiful woman looked at everyone and said, "As you can see, unless under special circumstances, technological products are not allowed to exist. Everyone, please try not to mention Blue Star to the people of the Nine Skies world in the future. In short, everyone should try to treat themselves as true ancient people and do as the Romans do. Do you understand what I mean? Upon hearing this, all the freshmen nodded thoughtfully. Since everyone has chosen Juxiao Academy, they are naturally prepared to become ancient people. Naturally, I was mentally prepared for this strange request in advance. What everyone really cares about is what they and others need to do next. Juxiao Academy, oh no, it should be called Juxiao Holy Land now. What are the specific arrangements? Will we have classes like other schools, or do we need to do something else? It's impossible to let me go back to practice cultivation, right? If so, what's the difference between that and not getting into university? The only difference may be the independent courtyard that can increase the speed of cultivation several times. The beautiful senior sister continued, for the next 7 days, all you need to do is practice diligently. After 7 days, the freshman ranking competition will begin. Specific arrangements will be made based on your rankings, and corresponding courses will be arranged afterwards. This is a detailed introduction to the Juxiao Holy Land. Please take a look at it yourself. As she spoke, she waved her jade hand, and jade slips appeared in everyone's hands. Okay, that's all I have to say. From now on, you can make your own arrangements and spend more time in the Juxiao Holy Land. There are many interesting places here, and you can go and see them. After the beautiful woman finished speaking, she wanted to fly away on her flying sword. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out in the quiet square. The sound was so loud that it reached the sky. Senior, do you have a boyfriend? I want to pursue you. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell silent. Upon hearing this, Mo Nan used the flashing light technique under his feet, bursting out at his fastest and most extreme speed and quickly disappeared from the place where he had just stood. There was no other reason, it was just because the person who spoke just now was Lu Wei. This is too embarrassing, Mo Nan doesn't want to stand here and embarrass himself. Xiao Yan and his companions also left the area as quickly as possible. For a moment, Lu Wei was the only one left there. Thousands of eyes fell on Lu Wei. Lu Wei, on the other hand, rubbed the back of his head in confusion and asked the thousands of people, "Why are you all looking at me? Isn't it normal to fall in love in college? My senior is so beautiful, what's wrong with me pursuing her? Don't tell me you're not interested at all." This. Thousands of people were stunned by Lu Wei's words. This sounds fine, but I always feel like something is not right. What exactly is wrong? Everyone turned their eyes to the beautiful senior sister in the air and finally understood where the problem lay. This senior sister was dressed in ancient costume and had an extraordinary temperament, like a banished immortal. It was hard for people to associate her with the senior sister from college who was wearing cool belly-bearing clothes. If Lu Wei's behavior happened in an ordinary martial arts university on Blue Star, it would probably be insignificant, and would instead be met with boos and whistles. However, this is the holy land of Juxiao. Even though it is not ancient in the true sense, it is not much different from ancient times. Although everyone looked at Lu Wei without surprise, they still looked at him with contempt and disdain. Some boys even looked as if they were looking at a love rival. In the air, Zhongling Yun, who was about to fly away on a sword, was also stunned after hearing Lu Wei's call. She stumbled and almost fell off the flying sword. She had heard a lot of such words in high school, but since she entered the Juxiao Holy Land, this was the first time she had received such a straightforward confession, which made her unable to react for a while. Those disciples of Juxiao Holy Land who had admiration for her all expressed their feelings in a tactful way and tried to please her, especially those from Juxiao continent, who were like modest gentlemen. How could they be as straightforward as Lu Wei? This made Zhongling Yun, who had already adapted to ancient life, find it difficult to accept for a while. She glared at Lu Wei fiercely, steadied her flying sword again, and fled away. Lu Wei touched the back of his head and muttered, "No, then no, why are you glaring at me?" Upon hearing this, everyone gave Lu Wei a thumbs up. Conspicuous bags are everywhere. Xiao Yan walked over and patted Lu Wei's shoulder vigorously. "Ah Wei, you are still awesome." Even Li Xiaoao, who always had a cool expression, uttered 2 words lightly, "Awesome." Mo Nan looked at the direction where the beautiful senior sister left, thoughtfully. And in his mind, there was also a golden light spot. Name, Zhongling Yun. Gold Finger, Unparalleled Comprehension, Tao Level Ultimate. Cultivation, Danhua Realm. After seeing this golden finger, Mo Nan was a little confused. He had previously copied a similar golden finger from Linen Deputy Mayor Song Feng, which was a mid-grade Dao level full level of comprehension. And now there is another top-level Dao level person with unparalleled enlightenment, and he can even copy himself. What is going on? Moreover, the moment he copied unparalleled enlightenment, the original golden light spot of maximum enlightenment was absorbed into the chaotic light ball. There is no fusion as Mo Nan imagined. I wonder what is going on? Shaking his head, Mo Nan retracted his gaze. No matter what, for me, it is still very good to be able to copy a Taoist level top-grade golden finger. Although Mo Nan didn't know the specific difference between full level of comprehension and unparalleled comprehension, he thought that the one with a higher level must have its strengths. Then, Mo Nan looked at the thousands of people in the square, and his eyes began to turn. The freshman ranking battle will be held in 7 days. Without a fairy-level golden finger in his hand, Mo Nan is not very confident. I had previously thought of waiting for them to become prominent, and then copying them one by one in a targeted manner, but now it seems that this is no longer possible. If I fight with someone at the same level, I might be able to tie with the weakest immortal level golden finger by relying on the number of golden fingers. But in terms of actual cultivation, I'm afraid I'm lagging behind. You know, even Shen Dao, the owner of the half-step immortal level golden finger, has already reached the middle stage of the Qi condensation realm. Before the ranking battle, I must copy the best golden finger of at least one of the candidates. If there is no one with a fairy level golden finger among this group of guys, then everything will be fine. Mo Nan looked at everyone one by one. Chapter 80. But when Mo Nan looked at the huge crowd of thousands of people, he felt a little confused again. You can't really look for them one by one, right? Mo Nan had an idea and came up with a solution. He looked at Li Xiaoao and said with a smile, "I'm giving you a chance to show off, do you dare to do it?" Li Xiaoao's eyes lit up when he heard this. What opportunity? Mo Nan laughed and said, "You might get beaten, do you dare to go?" Explain. Li Xiaoao put his hands in his pockets and shook his bangs. Compared with the system rewards, what does getting beaten matter? Mo Nan leaned over to Li Xiaoao's ear and said a few words, then gave him an encouraging look. Go ahead, come on. Li Xiaoao shook his long hair and walked to the center of the freshman. He stretched out one hand, and a long sword appeared in his hand, while the other hand was still in his pocket. The sword intent at the minor success level burst out, forcing back all the freshmen around. The sharp sword energy spread out, and the surroundings suddenly fell into a murderous atmosphere. A cold voice rang out, "Where is Jun Yang? Do you dare to fight?" The cold shout mixed with true energy instantly suppressed the noise in the whole place. Thousands of eyes gathered around, and the people around quickly retreated, leaving a large open space. Thousands of people quickly gathered and formed a big circle. In the circle, a young man stood proudly, with a long sword in his hand emitting cold light. That's right, this is the solution that Mo Nan came up with, which was not a solution, in order to force out those top geniuses. As long as they show up, whether they accept the challenge or not, I can copy their golden fingers, and then leave without taking a cloud with me. Mo Nan actually wanted the other party to come out and mock Li Xiaoao, but ultimately did not respond. If the other party really accepted the challenge, Li Xiaoao would probably be beaten up. Seeing that no one responded to him, Li Xiaoao's eyes became even colder, and the sharp sword intent forced the people around him to retreat a few steps again. Jun Yang, do you dare to fight? Still no response. Li Xiaoao snorted coldly, sheathed the long sword in his hand, and said coldly, "Oh, I didn't expect that the Sun State, the largest state in Yangzia, would be filled with cowards and cowards." After saying that, he put his hands in his pockets and prepared to leave. I have to say that Li Xiaoao knows how to mock and attract hatred. As Li Xiaoao finished speaking, the crowd, who had been watching the show with a look of glee, suddenly broke into a commotion. "Boy, if you have the guts, say it again. If you don't give me an explanation today, you'll be kicked off the mountain lying there. Don't stop me, I'm going to beat him up." Those freshmen from the Sun State immediately became angry and rolled up their sleeves to attack Li Xiaoao. All they got was a disdainful snort from Li Xiaoao. UFG. Finally, someone couldn't bear it anymore and wanted to take action. Hey, don't get excited yet." The companion beside him quickly held back the person who was about to attack, looked at Li Xiaoao with fear, who had his hands in his pockets, and said solemnly, "This person dares to challenge Jun Yang directly. He is definitely not a simple character. I am afraid we are no match for him. Now that you mention it, this person does seem unfamiliar. Could he be that Mo Nan? It's very likely. Otherwise, how could this guy come up and challenge Jun Yang, who ranked second among the third batch of candidates? I guess the only other person who could challenge him is Mo Nan from Kisha State. Damn! I used to admire him a little. He was able to fight his way out of such a small place and become the top scholar of the third round. He was quite extraordinary. Plus, he killed the Dark Dragon. I admired him very much. Now it seems that he is just an arrogant person with some strength. Mo Nan, he only got first place by relying on poor information. What's so great about that? Jun Yang, teach him a lesson." Everyone talked at once, and in a moment, they identified Li Xiaoao as Mo Nan. Afterwards, everyone in Sun State cast angry glances at Li Xiaoao, but no one dared to take action for a while. A person's reputation is like the shadow of a tree, and his achievements are there. Although they say disdainful words, they are still a little scared in their hearts. The freshmen from other states all looked like they were enjoying the meal. Mo Nan, who was standing at the back of the crowd, touched his nose helplessly. He had already let Li Xiaoao take action, so how could this be blamed on him? Among the top 10, there are 4 people from Juxiao Academy. Why don't you guess that it is the other 2? Only those with lower rankings will challenge those with higher rankings, right? Just when the people in Sun State were getting excited, a young man in plain clothes slowly stepped out of the crowd and walked towards Li Xiaoao step by step. It may be because everyone is coming to Juxiao Academy, so most people are dressed in ancient costumes. The young man was also wearing an ordinary grey robe and a simple wooden bun, which did not match his domineering name. He has an ordinary appearance, but his eyes are exceptionally deep, and his whole body exudes a unique temperament, as if wherever he is, that place is the center. Mo Nan saw this person coming forward and looked at him quickly. Sure enough, this person was Jun Yang. Name, Jun Yang. Gold Finger, Supreme Bone, Immortal Grade Lower. Cultivation, Qi Condensation Realm 9th Level. Note, Born Supreme, you should suppress all enemies in the world. So strong. Although Mo Nan didn't know the specific function of this Supreme Bone, but when he saw the domineering note with "I am invincible" and the 4 words "lower grade immortal level" flashing with dazzling purple light, Mo Nan felt that this time, he was going to be rich. A familiar font appeared in my mind, copy. Is that even a question? Copy it, quickly. As Mo Nan's voice fell, a dazzling purple light suddenly appeared in his mind, and the light it emitted suppressed all the countless golden lights. It seemed as if purple became the only color in Mo Nan's mind. Mo Nan touched the purple light spot with his mind, and suddenly felt a heat in his chest. A moment later, one of Mo Nan's sternums suddenly changed. Looking inward, the sternum was constantly emitting purple light, and mysterious runes were constantly flowing on it. Mo Nan suddenly felt that his physical strength had increased a lot, and his physical cultivation had directly broken through to the qi condensation realm. His qi refining skills also directly broke through to the third level of qi condensation. Gulp. Mo Nan swallowed hard. This was just the benefit brought by the fusion. Its true power has not yet been revealed. Mo Nan was extremely excited and wanted to go back and study it carefully and start practicing. But Mo Nan still has to take care of Li Xiaoao first. Because, at this time Jun Yang had already walked in front of Li Xiaoao. Mo Nan, Jun Yang, accept the challenge. Chapter 81. As Jun Yang's sonorous and powerful voice fell, the whole audience suddenly fell into silence. Obviously, Jun Yang also mistook Li Xiaoao for Mo Nan, which is why he came out to fight. Jun Yang is a calm, resolute and proud man. No matter how Li Xiaoao shouted, he ignored him. The reason is very simple. Li Xiaoao, or any unknown person, is not worthy of his action. He never regards those who have been surpassed by him as his rivals. Even if he gives them enough time to catch up, they will still be out of sight. What's more, those who were surpassed by him from the starting line were even less taken seriously by Jun Yang. But if the other party is the Mo Nan whom he has never met, then it is worth his effort. He also wants to test the strength of this top scholar and see how good he is. Jun Yang looked at Li Xiaoao, who was wearing a shamat style, and his expectations for Mo Nan instantly decreased a little. Now he just wants to defeat Mo Nan in front of him. His eyes were cold, and an invisible aura spread out, and the air around him became solidified. A powerful aura burst out from Jun Yang's body, sweeping across the entire venue. At the moment when Jun Yang's momentum exploded, the crowd surrounding him retreated dozens of meters again, and shock appeared in everyone's eyes. 9th level of qi condensation. At this moment, Jun Yang's momentum burst out completely. He wanted to defeat the so-called number one in front of him with the strongest attitude. As his momentum exploded, a few people in the crowd who had been looking forward to the show suddenly had a solemn look in their eyes. Even Shen Dao, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, showed disbelief and shock in his eyes. After a while, Shen Dao retracted his complicated gaze and looked at Mo Nan, who was also standing on the periphery. He wanted to see how Mo Nan would end up. Should he not take action and let Li Xiaoao get beaten, or should he fight Jun Yang? On the field, Li Xiaoao, who originally had an arrogant look on his face, with his hands in his pockets and his nose looking up, froze on his defiant expression after he felt the momentum erupting from Jun Yang. He got scared. How the hell do we fight this? The gap is a whole realm, and there is a high probability that there will be a crushing defeat at the Golden Finger level. This gap made even the rebellious Li Xiaoao feel powerless. Li Xiaoao gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Damn it, I'll just take the beating. I have to get the system reward, otherwise all the preparations before will be in vain. Thinking of this, Li Xiaoao regained his cold expression again. He put one hand behind his back, stretched out the other hand, and beckoned to Jun Yang. 9th level of qi condensation? Haha, suppress it with one hand. The voices echoed around again, full of confidence and disdain. At the same time, a message appeared in Mo Nan's mind. Li Xiaoao successfully showed off. Congratulations on receiving a 10 times combat power enhancement card. Tenfold Combat Power Boost Card, a one-time consumable item that increases combat power tenfold for 10 minutes. Mo Nan looked at the information and nodded with satisfaction. This thing can save lives at critical moments. It's pretty good. Then, Mo Nan turned his gaze to the field. At this moment, Li Xiaoao had a very handsome posture, but his eyes were still looking at Mo Nan, as if he was in a hurry to save his life. Mo Nan nodded at Li Xiaoao, then walked towards the center of the field. After seeing Mo Nan's actions again, Li Xiaoao was no longer so panicked. He withdrew his hand, looked at Jun Yang, and said, "I'm not some Mo Nan, but it won't hurt to fight with you." Hearing what Li Xiaoao said, the crowd was stunned. "You are not Mo Nan? It's not Mo Nan. Why the hell are you pretending to be so arrogant in front of Jun Yang? Are you looking for death?" "That's right, looking at this guy's shamit appearance, it doesn't look like he can get first place." Jun Yang was also stunned, but he didn't seem to want to retreat. Perhaps if Li Xiaoao had said it earlier, he would not have bothered with this guy. The reason was simple, he was not worthy. But now, he had to teach this guy a lesson. "It's nothing, it's just so infuriating." Even with Jun Yang's composure, he couldn't bear it anymore. Just as Jun Yang was about to make a move, a light cough was heard in the quiet scene. Then, a young man in black shirt separated the crowd and walked to Li Xiaoao's side. Mo Nan nodded at Li Xiaoao, and Li Xiaoao quickly withdrew his hand and retreated into the crowd with his hands in his pockets. But the hurried footsteps seemed a bit anxious and embarrassed. Jun Yang didn't move or speak. He just watched the scene happening in front of him quietly. He looked at Mo Nan indifferently, waiting for Mo Nan to speak. Mo Nan was also a little helpless. He had wanted Li Xiaoao to come out and force the person out. After he finished copying, he would finish the job and leave without taking a single cloud. Li Xiaoao symbolically exchanged a few moves with the opponent. At worst, he would just admit defeat. It was no big deal. But now, it seems that it is a little beyond Mo Nan's expectations. It's all Li Xiaoao's fault. He is so good at creating hatred and his ability to make people angry has reached the extreme. If I hadn't come out, this guy would probably have been beaten half to death. If it affects the freshman ranking battle 7 days later, it will be troublesome. Mo Nan sighed. It would be better for him to go on stage himself. Now, I have become the villain who instructs his subordinates to cause trouble for the protagonist. I am so sad that I have no tears to cry. This is actually a misunderstanding. How about we just let it go? Mo Nan smiled at Jun Yang and said. Who are you? Jun Yang frowned and looked at Mo Nan and asked. Mo Nan shrugged helplessly, Mo Nan. Mo Nan didn't want to say it. She had originally thought about wearing Xiao Yan's clothes, but then she thought better of it. Hearing Mo Nan say his name, Jun Yang raised his eyebrows and said in a deep voice. You want to test me? Jun Yang was very smart, and he immediately thought of the reason why Mo Nan sent people to challenge him. It's a pity that he was wrong. Mo Nan felt helpless and did not answer Jun Yang's question. The key was that he didn't know how to answer it. No offense intended. How about we just leave it at that? Jun Yang heard this, glanced at Mo Nan, and said lightly. Take my move. Mo Nan heard this and nodded at Jun Yang, okay. Although Mo Nan was not sure before, after copying the Supreme Bone, Mo Nan also gained some confidence. At the very least, at the Golden Finger level, he now surpasses Jun Yang. Even if there is a gap in realm, Mo Nan can make up for it by other means. Coupled with the 10 times combat power enhancement card he just got, Mo Nan also gained confidence. Seeing Mo Nan nod, Jun Yang said nothing, his true energy surged, and he tapped the ground lightly with his toes. He was extremely fast and came close to Mo Nan in an instant. Chapter 82. Jun Yang made a fist with one hand and threw an ordinary punch at Mo Nan. The boxing technique looked very ordinary, just like a child's fist, and it came towards Mo Nan's face. However, facing this ordinary and unpretentious punch, Mo Nan's eyes showed a deep solemnity. He felt a huge threat, and his body began to instinctively warn him, with his hair standing on end. Mo Nan instantly used the 10 times combat power amplification card he had just obtained. Mo Nan instantly felt that his strength had become much stronger again, and his true energy increased tenfold. Mo Nan did not use any weapons either, and pointed his finger like a sword, rushing towards Jun Yang's fist. It was equally ordinary and did not emit any power. However, Mo Nan had already used up almost all of his trump cards, turning them into this ordinary finger. In Mo Nan's body, the 9 scorching sun cyclones vibrated together, and the blue phoenix shadow turned into clear light and merged into the true energy. The sword intent of the great perfection realm was exerted and condensed at the fingertips. The endless sharpness was also controlled by Mo Nan in a small space. The invisible sword heart field unfolds, and within 3 feet, I am invincible. The body refining skills of the first level of Qi condensation realm also exploded to the extreme. As for some people in the crowd, their expressions changed drastically the moment they saw Mo Nan and Jun Yang punching and pointing. There was a deep solemnity and fear in his eyes. Bang! In the blink of an eye, fists and fingers intertwined. An invisible strong wind blew out instantly with Mo Nan and the other person as the center, creating a strong wind all around them. Some people who were closer and had lower cultivation levels were almost blown to the ground by the strong wind. These people's faces changed drastically and they took several steps back again. In the field, Mo Nan and Jun Yang separated at the first touch. Jun Yang took 3 steps back before he finally stopped, and Mo Nan also took a step back. 1 strike and the winner is decided. Thousands of eyes instantly turned to the 2 people in the field, with surprise in their eyes. Some people also showed an expression of as expected. As expected, there was indeed a slight gap between the first and the second. It seems that both of them are not people who have gained their reputation for nothing. This made some people secretly resolve to work harder in their training. They were all top geniuses, and they couldn't fall too far behind. Jun Yang looked at Mo Nan and said lightly, "You are really strong. Let's fight again in 7 days." After saying that, Jun Yang turned and left. He walked out of the White Jade Square and down the mountain top. Mo Nan looked at Jun Yang who was leaving, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. "It seems that I have underestimated the power of the Supreme Bone." Mo Nan didn't know whether Jun Yang had used his full strength, but he had used what could be said to be his full strength. Moreover, there is also a 10 times combat power enhancement card that does not reflect his true strength. In this situation, they only had a slight advantage. It seems that I need to hurry up and digest the Supreme Bone. Mo Nan's eyes flashed, and he looked at the crowd of thousands. Although Mo Nan knew that among these people, there must be some who were at the half-step immortal level, or even had the immortal level golden finger, but the problem still existed, he couldn't find them. The same method can only be used once. These people can only wait until they become famous and then slowly copy it. Besides, just 1 Supreme Bone is enough for me to digest for several days, so there is no need to rush to copy it. Thinking of this, Mo Nan called out to Xiao Yan and the others. "Let's go back and train hard, and prepare for the ranking battle in 7 days." After saying that, Mo Nan and the others walked down the mountain along the steps paved with blue stone slabs. Mo Nan said to Li Xiaoao, "By the way, come to me tomorrow and I will teach you how to practice sword." Mo Nan had promised Li Xiaoao to teach him sword dance before, but he never had the time. These 2 days would be a good time. Since I took Li Xiaoao's fleeting glimpse, I naturally have to pay the corresponding price. Speaking of which, the fleeting light and shadow technique greatly increases Mo Nan's combat power. If it weren't for the fleeting light and shadow technique, it would be hard to say whether he could pass the 8th floor of the Wind and Cloud Tower. Li Xiaoao's eyes lit up and he nodded quickly. He had been looking forward to Mo Nan's set, no, that awesome and gorgeous set of martial arts for a long time. Practice swordplay? What kind of swordplay? I want to practice it, too, boss. Xiao Yan leaned over and asked curiously. None of your business, get out. Li Xiaoao pushed Xiao Yan away and said coldly. Everyone went down the mountain talking and laughing, and then they separated. This mountain is very big, so big that thousands of people each have their own independent courtyard, and they are so far away from each other that they can't hear each other's chickens and dogs. The sun is setting now, and the afterglow of the setting sun brings the last color and warmth to the mountains. Mo Nan looked at the sunset at the end of the sky and sighed in his heart, the strongest martial artist is really omnipotent. Their methods are so awe-inspiring. Arriving at his own independent courtyard, Mo Nan couldn't wait to go into the house. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Mo Nan's mind sank into his thoughts, looking at the purple light. Unfortunately, this purple light spot did not respond, and no specific information about the supreme bone was received. It seems that this thing is not very smart. Mo Nan had no choice but to look inward, at the sternum in his chest that had undergone the abnormal change. I saw that the sternum was emitting a faint light, and mysterious runes were constantly flowing on it. With Mo Nan's touch, a secret technique entered Mo Nan's mind. Fist of God. Secret technique? It was the first time that Mo Nan had seen the secret technique, and he couldn't help but be a little surprised. According to records, the secret technique is extremely rare, no less rare than phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Moreover, there is no such thing as levels in secret techniques, only differences in effectiveness. The specific strength of the secret arts is very mysterious. Some secret arts are even stronger than the U-level martial arts, while sometimes they are like chicken ribs and are not even as good as the Huang-level martial arts. I wonder how powerful this Fist of Heaven is. If nothing unexpected happens, Jun Yang's previous punch should have used this Fist of Heaven, but it seems to be much worse than what is recorded in the secret technique inheritance. It seems that this secret technique also needs practice, and it is not something that can be mastered naturally. As soon as he thought about it, mysterious runes flooded into Mo Nan's mind, and Mo Nan instantly mastered the practice method of the Fist of Heaven. And on the supreme bone in the chest, new runes were slowly taking shape. Mo Nan was pleasantly surprised again. It seemed that this supreme bone could give birth to more than one secret technique. Mo Nan's eyes lit up as he estimated that the secret technique he was going to create would become stronger and stronger. Chapter 83. Mo Nan raised the corner of his mouth, and then immersed his mind in the practice of Fist of Heaven. Jun Yang has not mastered the secret technique for more than 10 years. It seems that it is not so easy to practice, and it should be very difficult to practice. However, compared to Jun Yang, Mo Nan possesses the innate golden finger of unparalleled comprehension, and should have more advantages in practicing this Fist of Heaven. All the martial arts that Mo Nan had obtained before were cultivated to perfection in a short time. I wonder how long it would take to cultivate the Fist of Heaven to perfection? With his unparalleled understanding, Mo Nan's comprehension of the Fist of Heaven is rapidly improving. After a night of practice, Mo Nan completely mastered the Fist of Heaven and reached the realm of perfection. This made Mo Nan very excited, and he couldn't help but give a thumbs up to unparalleled perception. He originally thought that it would take some time to fully master it. After all, Jun Yang had practiced for more than 10 years and had not yet mastered this secret technique. He did not expect that he would surpass Jun Yang in just one night. Haha, so what if the golden finger level is high? Compared to me, these so-called peerless monsters are still inferior. Then, a jade bottle appeared in Mo Nan's hand. This is exactly the 10,000 years stone stalactite that Mo Nan had obtained before. It is a magical object for body refining and a treasure that all body refining warriors dream of. Now Mo Nan's body refining skills have reached the first level of Qi condensation realm, not far from the Qi training realm. Mo Nan wants to use the 10,000 years stalactite to practice the body refining realm, wondering if he can catch up with the Qi training realm. Mo Nan sat cross-legged, practicing the 9-star body tempering technique, drawing in strands of starlight and beginning to temper his own body. After taking a drop of 10,000 years stalactite, it immediately turned into a stream of white energy and flowed throughout the body with the blood. Mo Nan's skin began to emit a bright white light, and his body cultivation gradually improved. When all 10 drops of 10,000-year-old stalactites were consumed, Mo Nan's body refining realm had reached the 4th level of Qi condensation realm, which was even 1 level higher than Qi refining realm. Mo Nan originally thought that it would be good enough if he could catch up with the Qi refining level, but he didn't expect that the effect of this 10,000-year-old stalactite would be so powerful. Unfortunately, the quantity is too small. I looked at the sky and it was already around 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning. As soon as Mo Nan opened the door, he found Li Xiaoao already standing outside. "When did you arrive?" Mo Nan was a little surprised. Why did this guy come so early? The Juxiao tokens of Mo Nan and others have a friend function, so Mo Nan and others also added each other as friends. After adding friends, the location can be shared. Several people share the location of their own courtyards, so Li Xiaoao can find this place accurately. Speaking of which, this function of the Juxiao token made Mo Nan complain for a while at the time. Didn't they say that technological products were forbidden? Then what the hell was this 9 heavens token? Mo Nan even suspected that the entire Juxiao world was being monitored by satellites at all times, and it was more likely that an extremely sophisticated positioning system had been installed. Li Xiaoao coldly spat out 2 words, "Just arrived. Let's go find a good place to practice sword fighting." Mo Nan closed the door and walked down the mountain with Li Xiaoao. Li Xiaoao does not have such talent-based cheat codes as maximum comprehension and unparalleled comprehension. You can only practice slowly, one move at a time, and in this case, an environment and place suitable for sword practice is very important. The two searched for a long time in the endless mountain range before finally finding a place suitable for Li Xiaoao to practice sword. This is a canyon formed by 2 extremely steep mountains. The mountain peaks are steep, like 2 sharp swords piercing the sky. In the narrow canyon between the 2 peaks, there is a pool of clear water. The small pond is 10 feet in circumference and has no bottom. When a stone is thrown into it, a gurgling sound is heard, proving that the water is very deep. Mo Nan looked at this place with satisfaction and said to Li Xiaoao, "Go up." Li Xiaoao was a little puzzled. "Go up, where to go?" Mo Nan pointed to the steep mountain wall and said, "On the mountain wall, don't tell me you are afraid of heights." "Of course not." Li Xiaoao responded and jumped to a protruding mountain wall 10 meters above the ground, where only 1 foot could be placed. "What should we do next?" Afterwards, under Mo Nan's guidance, Li Xiaoao began to move around on the steep mountain wall. Sword dance is different from other sword techniques. Footwork is very important to sword dance and is also the key to learning sword dance. As for the specific sword moves, although they are also difficult, they are not a big problem for Li Xiaoao, who is a sword cultivator himself and has reached the level of minor success in sword intent. After Li Xiaoao had completely mastered the footwork, he compiled the sword dance into a sword manual and let him practice it himself. At this time, Li Xiaoao had changed into ancient costume, with his long hair tied up in a bun, but he still had a set of bangs that covered one eye. But now it looks much better than before. In addition, this guy looks a bit like Huang Xiaoming. The way he is twisting and turning on the mountain wall reminds Mo Nan of a TV series he had watched in his previous life. Mo Nan couldn't help but sigh, the heavy sword has no edge, and the great skill is not skillful. Li Xiaoao, who was practicing sword dance on the cliff, was stunned and asked in confusion, "What do you mean by heavy sword?" "Holy shit! Plop! Li Xiaoao lost his balance and fell directly from the mountain wall, which was dozens of meters high, and landed in the pool with a splash. Mo Nan shook his head. Distraction, lack of mental concentration, a big taboo for swordsmen. Mo Nan didn't care about Li Xiaoao who fell into the pool. Just kidding, if Li Xiaoao, who had already broken through to the first level of qi condensation realm, could really be drowned by the pool, then he could really die. Ah! FK! Two voices came out from under the pool at the same time, and Mo Nan was suddenly confused. The first one was a woman's scream, and the last one was Li Xiaoao's voice. Afterwards, a battle seemed to break out under the pool, and waves splashed above the pool. Then, two figures rushed out of the pool one after another. Li Xiaoao was soaked by the water, and before he could use his qi to dry it off, a sword light approached his face, and a roar of anger rang out. "You shameless pervert, die!" Mo Nan turned his head and saw a very beautiful woman with a face like a painting, long hair like ink, skin like cream, slender legs that were very straight, and a pair of very perky breasts. Only. Mo Nan's mouth twitched. "Girl, is it really okay for you to be naked in broad daylight?"